Skull Island was originally an isolated sanctuary, encircled by tempestuous gales. Who could have anticipated that it would transform into a battleground for colossal beasts, awash in blood and smoke? Just moments ago, I found myself transformed into a 30-meter-tall, black giant ape, voraciously feasting upon the carcass of the Skull Lizard King, emanating a potent aroma of radiation. As I indulged in my meal, I found myself conversing with no one but myself, contemplating that once I had consumed this immense lizard, I might undergo a transformation. With a gaping maw revealing 4 sharp fangs and 2 rows of formidable teeth, I took another savage bite, allowing the rich flavor of blood and flesh, intertwined with a hint of radiation, to awaken my palate. Had I not been transformed into this monstrous entity, but remained human, I would have surely succumbed to the corrosive energies of radiation, reduced to mere putrid flesh. Alas, I, Wen Chao, never anticipated encountering such a surreal circumstance. And to make matters more extraordinary, I had transitioned into a mythical beast, becoming the striking figure of Skull Island, King Kong. Reflecting on this bizarre twist of fate, I recalled the moment from my previous life as an unsuccessful writer, when, having completed my daily word count and preparing for a night run, I was struck by a large freight truck, which propelled me into the legendary universe of monsters, transforming me into this formidable King Kong. Naturally, a system had to accompany this transition, as it is the hallmark of every traveler. Thus, with a mere thought, I invoked the system, and a sleek, transparent panel materialized before me. Name: Wen Chao King Kong. Age: 8 years. Occupation: none yet. Bloodline: Titan Ape. Talent: Devour and Evolve. Realm: First Stage Building Breaker. Evolution points: 66,100, although the interface was simplistic. Upon focusing on the bloodline, several subcategories emerged. Juvenile form, standing at 31. 6 meters tall and weighing 158 tons. I cannot help but express my disdain. This system is indeed rudimentary, lacking even the most basic enhancement features. In comparison to the Deep Blue system I previously utilized, it falls woefully short. However, it is of little consequence now. What matters is that I must first attend to my meal. Thus, I promptly shut down the panel, opened my mouth wide, and tore a piece of flesh from the skeletal lizard king in my hand, swallowing it voraciously. Fortunately, after my transition, I acquired the extraordinary talent of devouring and evolving, enabling me to grow continuously through the consumption of flesh. Otherwise, relying solely on my own abilities would not suffice. As an 8-year-old Titan, how could I possibly contend with the ultimate boss, the skeletal lizard king from the film? As I chewed the meat in my mouth, memories of my initial arrival flooded back. What a pitiful sight I was. When I first transformed into a Titan, I stood not at my current towering height of over 30 meters, but rather at a mere 10 meters. About the same stature as the small monkey from the film Kong vs. Godzilla 2. On Skull Island, I was but a tiny creature, unable to defeat even the most ordinary of skeletal lizards. Encountering them, I could only evade. Thankfully, with the divine talent of devouring evolution bestowed upon me by the system, I silently developed my strength. Creatures such as the knife-backed hyena, long-legged female monster, solitary reef bull demon, dead Soul Island beasts, and swamp giant squid were all consumed within a matter of months, allowing me to grow to my current size, comparable to the Titan depicted decades later in Kong, Skull Island. With newfound strength, I naturally set my sights on another dominant species of Skull Island. Aside from the Titan gorillas, the skeletal lizard tribe. Through the process of devouring evolution, akin to leveling up and battling in a video game, I became increasingly formidable, swiftly vanquishing the ultimate boss from the film, the skeletal lizard king, and annihilating its entire lineage. This, in a way, avenged the slaughter of my parents, thus clearing the karmic debt incurred through my possession of your body. With this thought in mind, I swallowed the last morsel of flesh. Simultaneously, the evolution points on the system panel gradually transformed, rising from 66,100 to 100,100. A prompt appeared on the screen. Evolution points are full. Would you like to initiate a new round of evolution? Without hesitation, I pressed yes. Instantly, a crimson light flashed from the depths of my mind, enveloping my entire being, encasing me within a vast crimson cocoon. The flesh I had just consumed was rapidly digested by this sanguine radiance, its energy radiating from my stomach and expanding throughout my body. Within the crimson cocoon, my titan form grew at an observable pace, 35 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. I marveled at the scientific improbability of the system's mechanics. As I felt my body expanding and the immense radiative energy surging forth from the crimson glow, I slowly closed my eyes. From a distance, a towering crimson cocoon loomed over the cracked earth, surrounded by a sea of blood and bones, appearing fearsome and horrific under the sanguine light, reminiscent of a blood-soaked hell. At the battlefield's edge, a group of primitive humans clad in animal skins knelt before the crimson cocoon, chanting fervently, "Kong, Kong, Kong." An aged priestess raised her wooden staff high, exclaiming with fervor, "The great titan gorilla King Kong has triumphed over the malevolent and brutal skeletal reptilian clan. We, the IVI tribe, have once again welcomed our guardian deity." At her call, the indigenous IVI tribespeople of Skull Island suddenly fixated their gaze upon the blood-red cocoon where I stood, fervently worshipping. At that moment, I faintly heard a chime in my mind, accompanied by a cascade of golden motes emerging from the minds of the IVI, drifting towards the cocoon. The system resonated within my consciousness. Faith energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Confused, I pondered the origin of this faith energy. Nevertheless, I decided to absorb it. Thus, I confirmed my choice. Gradually, specks of golden light began to manifest upon the surface of the blood-red cocoon, prompting the IVI tribespeople in the distance to worship with even greater devotion. Unexpectedly, as the faith energy surged in, it attracted the attention of an inexplicable entity. The system chimed again. "You have been invited to join the multiverse chat group. Would you like to accept?" I wondered what this was all about, yet instinctively clicked to accept, only to plunge into a profound slumber. Chapter 2. The Chat Group of All Realms Ding. Group Announcement. Welcome Skeleton Island Handsome to the chat group. Genius Beauty. Finally, a newcomer has arrived. Welcome to the group. Lord Xiaofan. Welcome to the group. The Eternal Emperor. Welcome to the group. Paper Angel. Welcome to the group. Scarlet Witch. Interrupting the formation above. Is a newcomer named Skeleton Island Handsome? Welcome to our big family. Genius Beauty. What does handsome mean? Lord Xiaofan. I know this one. Handsome means a very good-looking guy from before my transmigration. Genius Beauty, wow. So, the newcomer is quite the handsome fellow, drooling. JPG. Scarlet Witch. Really? Newcomer. Show us a picture. Drooling. JPG. Paper Angel. You too. Can you be a little more reserved? Sweating. JPG. The Eternal Emperor. It's too painful to watch. JPG. Lord Xiaofan. However, the nickname given to the newcomer by the chat group is Skeleton Island Handsome. I feel somewhat familiar with the name Skeleton Island. It seems I've heard it somewhere in my past life. Genius Beauty. Oh, is Lord Xiaofan going to start with the spoilers again? Scarlet Witch. His spoilers have no correlation with the events occurring in my world, so it's better to ignore them. Paper Angel. A transmigrator who only knows half the plot, and all of it is stuff I already know. Better to ignore those spoilers. The Eternal Emperor. A transmigrator who only knows what happens 1,000 years later. Better to ignore those spoilers. Lord Xiaofan. It's my fault for transmigrating too early. Genius Beauty. Hey, at least my plot is quite accurate, patting head. JPG. Lord Xiaofan. Thank you very much. As when Xiao awakened from his slumber, a lively scene unfolded before his eyes. A chat group of all realms. Goodness, can one wholesale golden fingers in this day and age? Gazing at the familiar penguin group interface, when Xiao scratched his head. These group members seemed to be acquaintances. As when Xiao observed a few individuals chatting in a group, along with their group names, he roughly deduced their identities. Lord Xiaofan, who had just revealed himself as a transmigrator who arrived too early, must be Fan Xian, the protagonist from Qin Yin. However, he was uncertain whether it was from the drama or the novel. Paper Angel was likely Zhao's white tiger from Naruto, Conan. She mentioned that Fan Xian only knows half the plot of her world, suggesting that this Fan Xian is from the novel version. As Qin Yin began serialization in 2007, while the first season of the drama was released in 2019. Back in 2007, Naruto had not yet concluded and was still updating with the appearance of Sasori. The Eternal Emperor must be Qin Shi Huang, Ingzheng. However, since he stated that Fan Xian knows about the events occurring 1,000 years later, he might be a particular version of the first emperor. The Scarlet Witch undoubtedly refers to the Marvel superhero Wanda Maximoff. Furthermore, Fan Xian's knowledge of the narrative does not align with her character, likely stemming from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Considering the first Marvel film, Iron Man, was released in 2008, by which time Fan Xian had presumably already traversed into another realm. As for the enigmatic genius girl, the information revealed thus far is scant, making it somewhat challenging to deduce her identity. Fan Xian is aware of her storyline, which belongs to a character from a long-concluded work. Who could she possibly be? The genius girl announced, "To welcome newcomers, I shall distribute a red envelope in celebration." Just as when Chao speculated about the identity of the genius girl, she suddenly sent out a red envelope. A red envelope? I must seize it. Instinctively, when Chao lunged for the envelope in the chat group. Congratulations, young master fan, for seizing the red envelope and acquiring a pair of battle power testing glasses. Congratulations, the dapper figure from Skull Island, for seizing the red envelope and acquiring a standard Scion battlesuit. Congratulations, the Scarlet Witch, for seizing the red envelope and acquiring capsule number 19, motorcycle version. Congratulations, the Paper Angel, for seizing the red envelope and acquiring capsule number 1, travel house version. Congratulations, the Eternal Emperor, for seizing the red envelope and acquiring a magical bean. The Eternal Emperor is indeed the king of luck. It turns out to be Bulma from Dragon Ball. Observing the blue and white battle suit materializing before him, Wen Chao instantly confirmed her identity. What a pity I didn't get the magical bean, but obtaining the Scion battlesuit is quite splendid. I recall that the Scion battlesuit can adjust its size according to the wearer's proportions. With a thought, the battlesuit before him transformed into a radiant light, swiftly enveloping his form. Though it may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, at least I'm no longer exposed. Gazing down at himself, he noticed the snug blue battlesuit enveloping his body, with protruding yellow shoulder pads and a white breastplate securely protecting his upper torso, while yellow armor plates adorned his abdomen. His hands and feet were clad in white gloves and boots, respectively, with the entire suit perfectly fitting his physique without hindering his movements. This transformation immediately stirred excitement among the distant IVI tribe, with the leading priestess uttering something that incited even greater fervor among the IVI people. The power of faith is it the IVI tribe? Casting a glance at the fervent crowd, Wen Chao momentarily set them aside, refocusing his attention on the chat group. Young master fan. Thank you for Bulma's red envelope. A childhood dream has finally been realized. Young master fan. Photo. JPG. A picture of a young man sporting transparent framed glasses over his left eye was shared in the group. His appearance bearing a slight resemblance to a certain celebrity who portrayed Fan Xian in the drama series. Seemingly a selfie taken while wearing the battle power testing glasses he had just acquired. Genius, beautiful girl. Little fan, I never expected you to be quite handsome. Scarlet Witch Paper Angel. Thank you for the red envelope. Bulma. Scarlet Witch Paper Angel. Photo. JPG. Wanda and Xiaonan also shared selfies featuring themselves and the items they received from the red envelope. One young lady, with chestnut hair and clad in a striking red leather jacket, sits joyfully on an ultra-cool green motorcycle adorned with the number 19, playfully flashing a peace sign. The other, a stunning woman dressed in a black trench coat embellished with red cloud patterns, stands before a White House marked with the number 1, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her short, straight bluish-purple hair adorned with a delicate light blue paper flower. Genius, beautiful girl. Skull Island handsome. I knew you were lurking. But a single red envelope has brought you to the surface. Observing the selfies shared by friends in the group, along with those familiar faces, Wen Chao decided to post a selfie as well. Thank you for the red envelope, Bulma. As a newcomer, I can finally stop running around bare. Photo. JPG. Chapter 3. Traveling through time too early is a disadvantage. Scarlet Witch. Wow, newcomer. You are indeed a colossal gorilla. Paper Angel. Such a massive physique. You resemble the gigantic summoned beasts of our ninja world. Genius girl. Ah, newcomer. Are you a scion as well? Your appearance is reminiscent of Vegeta in his transformed state. Eternal Emperor. Thank you, Bulma, for the red envelope. Is this the magical bean you mentioned that can restore stamina and heal both external and internal injuries? Eternal Emperor. Photo. JPG. The first emperor, Ing Zheng, also shared a selfie holding the magical bean. A formidable middle-aged man clad in a black robe and adorned with a 12-branch crown wore a slight smirk, gripping a green bean in his hand, creating a strangely contrasting scene. Wen Chao, gazing at the selfie of his esteemed ancestor, felt a twinge in his eyes. Eternal Emperor, newcomer, your immense size. Could you perhaps be some divine beast? Just as Wen Chao was about to clarify his identity, Fan Xian interjected. Young Master Fan, I get it now, newcomer. You must be King Kong, right? The giant gorilla from Skull Island. Young Master Fan, but the King Kong in the movies I've seen doesn't seem this large. You're nearly 100 meters tall. Wen Chao's selfie depicted a gigantic gorilla clad in a blue and white combat suit, standing majestically amidst towering mountains. Its massive form dwarfing the nearby peaks to mere mounds of dirt. This made Fan Xian, who had only seen the 2005 film King Kong, feel somewhat insecure, considering that the King Kong in that film stood only about 7 meters tall, a stark contrast to Wen Chao's newly evolved height of 100 meters. Skull Island handsome. Indeed, I am King Kong, but not the version you are familiar with. Skull Island handsome. I am the King Kong from the 2017 film Kong. Skull Island. Young Master Fan. So it's the new 2017 version of King Kong, no wonder. Young Master Fan, wait. How do you know you're a character from a movie? In the world of Qing Yunyan, Fan Xian's expression changed as he set aside the combat power testing glasses he had been toying with, his face alight with anticipation as he sent a signal in the chat group. Young Master Fan. The king covers the tiger. Skull Island handsome. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Young Master Fan. Young Master Fan. Odd changes remain unchanged. Skull Island handsome. That answer is incorrect. Young Master Fan. Young Master Fan. Imperial Jade Liquor. Skull Island handsome. 180 for a cup. Young Master Fan. Finally got one right. Skull Island handsome. Now it's my turn. The azure sky awaits the misty rain. Young Master Fan. Skull Island handsome. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Young Master Fan. Skull Island handsome. Have you installed the anti-fraud app? Young Master Fan. Skull Island handsome. I'm just kidding you. Old dang. Indeed, I'm also a time traveler. As Van Xian observed the flurry of question marks from Fan Xian in the chat group, Wen Chao couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing this early time traveler proved to be quite entertaining. Little Fan, damn. Van Xian shook his head in exasperation. Skeleton Island handsome. What an ancient catchphrase. No wonder you're an old-timer who traveled back in 2007. Little Fan. How do you know I traveled in 2007? Skeleton Island handsome. Because I've read novels featuring you as the protagonist, and I've also watched the adaptations in recent years. Little Fan, I see. Van Xian was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in resignation. He should have anticipated this. The previous members of the group were all characters from novels, anime, or dramas. And he was no exception. Little Fan, you're lucky. You traveled to a familiar cinematic world, well-versed in the plot, able to foresee events, unlike my unfortunate situation. Wen Chao raised an eyebrow, realizing that Van Xian was subtly hinting at him. Skeleton Island handsome. Since we are fellow countrymen, I certainly want to keep anything hidden. Genius beautiful girl. Here it comes. Scarlet Witch. What a familiar feeling. Paper Angel. Is the newcomer also starting to reveal plot details? By the way, handsome from the land of the skeletons. Was Naruto completed when you traveled? Looking forward to it. Eternal Emperor. I wonder if there's any prequel storyline about my world? Little Fan. If you do not reject me, I would like to take you as my adoptive father. Genius beautiful girl. Hey, Skeleton Island handsome. The chat group has a file upload feature. You can convert your relevant memories into corresponding files and upload them. It's quite convenient. Bulma from the Dragon Ball world excitedly thought this, rubbing her hands together. She could catch up on new episodes again. Skeleton Island handsome. When I traveled, Naruto had long been concluded and a second part was released, but I didn't watch much of the sequel, as it was uninteresting. Wen Xiao responded to his group friends while browsing through the chat group's features, quickly locating the file upload function. Skeleton Island Handsome uploaded a file, complete novel version of Qin Yunyan, first and second seasons of the Qin Yunyan TV series, Skeleton Island Handsome. Little fan. This is for you. Little fan. Received. Thank you, adoptive father. Skeleton Island Handsome uploaded a file, complete Naruto series, Naruto movies, Bonds, Inheritors of the Will of Fire, The Lost Tower, Ninja Road, The Last Skeleton Island Handsome. Paper Angel, this is for you. Paper Angel, thank you very much. Skeleton Island Handsome uploaded a file, complete Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball movies, Battle of Gods, Resurrection F, Broly, Superhero Skeleton Island Handsome. Genius Beautiful Girl, this is yours. Genius Beautiful Girl. Ah, I didn't expect there would be something for me too. I thought Dragon Ball was already over, but it seems it can still be revisited. Skull Island Handsome uploaded a file. The complete series of the Marvel Cinematic Universe from Phase 1 to Phase 4, Skull Island Handsome. Scarlet Witch, this is for you. The Marvel films have been declining in quality since Avengers Endgame, and I haven't really watched them much since. This is all I have. Scarlet Witch, there's so much. That's more than enough. Thank you so much. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, in 2008, in Sokovia, the unawakened Wanda gazed at the chat group, discussing over 30 films and related series set in her world. She took a deep breath and focused her mind to open the first installment. The title Iron Man boldly appeared before her, revealing that the protagonist was none other than that insufferable Tony Stark. Upon seeing the movie cover featuring her nemesis Tony Stark with his arrogant expression, the young Wanda clenched her teeth in disdain, thinking, I must see what this so-called Iron Man story is all about. Iron Man? Pietro, standing nearby, blinked in confusion, sensing that his sister Wanda had been acting rather strangely of late. Chapter 4. The First Emperor in the Stormy World Skull Island Handsome. The Eternal Emperor. I wonder if there are any unique beings in your world? After uploading other friends-related plots, Wen Xiao finally inquired about the first emperor, Ingzhong. The Eternal Emperor. The remarkable entities in my world would undoubtedly be the four divine beasts, the dragon, the phoenix, the fire Qilin, and the dragon tortoise. Fan Xian remarked that my world is referred to as stormy, but alas, that pertains to events occurring a millennium later. So, it turns out that I am the first emperor in the realm of stormy. When Xiao sifted through the files in the chat group, and indeed discovered the documents uploaded by Fan Xian concerning the first emperor. 5,000 years of Chinese history. Stormy. TV series 1-2. It appears to be the television adaptation. The third installment was said to premiere in 2023. Yet there's been no word until 2025, the year before my time travel. Moreover, it narrates the tale of the next generation, entirely unrelated to the first emperor. Wen Xiao shook his head in resignation and replied to the first emperor in the group chat. Skull Island Handsome. I too lack any narrative related to the timeline of your existence in Stormy. I only know the historical version. The Eternal Emperor. Is that so? Never mind. Fan Xian has already uploaded the historical version. In the world of Stormy, the first emperor Ingzhong displayed a hint of disappointment. Yet he quickly regained his composure. If there's no narrative, then so be it. I am the Eternal Emperor. The demise of the second Emperor of Qin is an event that could never transpire in my realm. Ingzhong whispered with unwavering confidence. Skull Island Handsome, I am curious. What actions did you undertake after learning about history? First Emperor. The Eternal Emperor. Zhao Gao has already met his end in my hands. As for Hu Hai, he is my son. Hence, I have relegated him to the status of a commoner and confined him. Li Si has been demoted by 3 ranks. Yet I have allowed him to continue serving the Great Qin. Liu Bang, Xiang Yu, and strategists like Zhang Liang and Fan Zeng are under my watchful eye at the Black Ice platform. Any signs of treachery will be met with swift retribution. The esteemed generals of the early Han, such as Han Xian and Xiao He, have already pledged their loyalty to my Great Qin. I have halted the construction of the Emperor's tomb, but the Great Wall and the roads must be built. However, I have significantly improved the treatment of the laborers. As for other miscellaneous matters and certain administrative flaws within the Qin dynasty, I have made considerable improvements based on the suggestions from Fan Xian and the others. Presently, the Great Qin flourishes, It is no longer the chaotic era of the late Qin associated with public discontent. As long as I draw breath, no one shall dare to rebel. Skull Island Handsome. The first emperor is truly formidable. The eternal emperor. You flatter me. Skull Island Handsome. By the way, what about Su Fu? The eternal emperor. I have dispatched Zhang Han along with him to seek the phoenix. Yet, I have additionally sent Meng Tian with 1,000 golden fire cavalry to follow them from a distance. Should they find the phoenix, it would herald Su Fu's demise. As for Emperor Chakra, such a powerful being is not permitted to exist within my great Qin. Skull Island Handsome. Incredible. What else could Wen Chao possibly say? With an understanding of the historical context, the first emperor, even devoid of any so-called plot, could be deemed impeccable, especially with the assistance of Fan Xian, a modern time traveler. If all goes smoothly, and he successfully consumes the phoenix blood to attain immortality, one can only wonder how high the Qin Empire could ascend under his reign. Truly a matter of great anticipation. The Eternal Emperor remarked, well, it is time for the morning court. I shall take my leave for now. We shall converse again soon. Safe travels, Your Majesty, the dashing figure from Skull Island replied. As the first emperor departed, the remaining members of the group remained engrossed in their respective narratives, transforming the once vibrant chat into a stark silence. Observing this, Wen Chao decided to exit the chat group, closing the chat interface. He then opened his system panel, which indeed displayed significant alterations. Name, Wen Chao King Kong. Age, 8 years. Occupation, none. Bloodline, Titan Giant Ape. Growth phase. Height, 102, 5 meters. Weight, 55,000 tons. Talent, Devour. Evolution, Realm, second stage Explosion Street level. Faith Power, 88 strands. Evolution points, 1,000. To possess a height exceeding 100 meters in the growth phase is comparable to the adult King Kong depicted in films. At the second stage Explosion Street level, does this mean I can obliterate an entire street with a single blow? Wen Chao gazed at his formidable reflection in the nearby lake, feeling the immense power coursing within him, nodding in satisfaction. In this world, aside from the likes of Godzilla and Ghidorah, no other Titan beasts pose a threat to me. With my current stature and strength, I am sufficiently capable of self-preservation even within the realm of legendary monsters. Since my arrival in this world, my heart, which had been perpetually anxious due to my knowledge of the plot, has finally found some repose. Moreover, I recall that prior to entering the chat group, the system had hinted at the acquisition of some form of faith power. Let me investigate this matter further. Wen Chao redirected his focus to the newly added section on faith power in the system panel. In a fleeting moment, his consciousness traversed into his sea of consciousness. Is this what faith power entails? He observed the strands of golden light that had recently appeared within his mind, while occasional glimmers of gold from the outside world continued to flow in, gradually coalescing into a new strand. Guardian Spirit, King Kong, please bless our IVI tribe. As Wen Chao's consciousness briefly brushed against the incoming points of light, waves of thoughts and desires from the IVI tribe's followers surged forth. While a couple of thoughts were manageable, the incessant influx of faith light points, laden with the hopes and yearnings of the IVI tribe, began to overwhelm his consciousness. This is troubling. Wen Chao hastily withdrew his awareness from the faith power, distancing himself from it. No wonder the ancients spoke of incense as toxic. This faith power feels like a ticking time bomb to me. System, you prompted me to collect faith power. Under these circumstances, won't you explain yourself? Wen Chao urgently called upon his system, but alas, no matter how vociferously he pleaded, the system remained unresponsive. What shall I do now? Wen Chao gazed with a hint of worry at the ever-growing accumulation of divine power within his mind, feeling the situation become increasingly intricate. As the shimmering points of faith continuously surged and coalesced, the numerical representation of divine power on the system panel gradually ascended. 90 strands, 93 strands, 97 strands. Upon reaching a critical mass, the moment the divine power hit 100 strands, these 100 golden rays converged once more, causing the digit on the system panel to transform. Divine power, 100 strands, one bundle. With the transformation from strands to a bundle, The influx of thoughts from the believers surged 100-fold. Diamond, 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 ruler of Skull Island, guardian of the IVI tribe, god of the Titan ape. This is disastrous. The overwhelming torrent of information instantaneously submerged Wen Chao's consciousness. His sense of self teetering precariously like a candle flickering in the wind amidst the onslaught of information. Just as Wen Chao's awareness was on the verge of being lost, the system panel suddenly radiated a crimson glow, safeguarding his consciousness. Ding! One bundle of divine power can currently be devoured and converted into one evolution point. Would you like to proceed with the conversion? Divine power can also be devoured. Convert it, quickly convert it for me. Chapter 5. How to deal with incomplete golden fingers. Quickly transform for me. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wen Chao was filled with elation and hastily agreed. Ding! Devoured a strand of faith power, evolution points 1. A flash of crimson light surged forth from the system, swiftly consuming that strand of faith power. Faith power, 1 strand 0 strands, evolution points, 0 1000 1 1000. I was terrified, as the overwhelming thoughts of the believers in his mind abruptly dissipated. A cold sweat trickled down Wen Chao's brow, relieved from a momentary scare. System, activate the automatic devouring and conversion of faith power. With lingering trepidation, Wen Chao observed the faith power gradually gathering once more and tentatively communicated with the system. Ding! Automatic devouring and conversion function activated. Please set the conversion units. 1 strand of faith power converts to 0, 0, 1 evolution points, 1 bundle converts to 1 evolution point, 1 cluster converts to 100 evolution points, and so forth. Does 100 strands become a bundle? System, automatically devour and convert each completed strand of faith power. Wen Chao promptly opted for the smallest conversion unit, unwilling to undergo the perilous experience he had just encountered. Automatic conversion activated. Ding! Devoured a strand of faith power, evolution points 0, 0, 1. Ding! Devoured. With the automatic conversion feature now operational, Wen Chao's mind was inundated with incessant notifications. You foolish system! Turn off the automatic conversion alerts, he exclaimed, exasperated by the continuous chimes echoing in his head. Automatic conversion alerts have been disabled. I will just have to get used to it. If the system is foolish, then so be it. At least I can use it with greater confidence. Wen Chao shook his head in resignation, offering himself a semblance of reassurance. Having resolved the crisis instigated by the faith power, he shifted his gaze to its source, the IVI tribe. The guardian deity is watching us. May the guardian deity bless us. Konggong. Noticing Wen Chao's actions, the IVI people grew animated, and under the guidance of the priestess, they commenced a new round of worship towards him. Well, what's the point in quarreling with a group of uncultured primitives? At the very least, they provided me with an additional avenue to acquire evolution points. Wen Chao chose to ignore the IVI tribe, who had now become his followers, and turned to venture deeper into Skull Island. Here we are, this must be the place, the entrance to the underworld. After a thorough search, Wen Chao arrived at the heart of the Skull Lizard tribe's habitat, where an opening over 100 meters in diameter appeared before him, marking the entrance to the underworld from Skull Island. After undergoing a previous round of evolution, as he entered the growth phase of the Titan giant ape, Wen Chao could faintly sense the slumbering titans scattered across the world. Unfortunately, these dormant colossal beasts were dispersed far and wide, making it impossible for Wen Chao, transformed into a titan himself, to traverse the globe as swiftly as Godzilla could through the subterranean pathways. Thus, he decided against hunting the sleeping titans on the surface for the time being. Instead, he resolved to venture into the more populated underworld to pursue his quarry, while also acquiring the iconic atomic dinosaur battle axe from the ancestral land of the Titan giant ape, enhancing his ability to hunt and devour. To the underworld I go. Upon reaching the end of the cave, Wen Chao beheld the seemingly bottomless entrance to the underworld and leaped without hesitation. After a period of free fall, he arrived at a shimmering tunnel, simultaneously enveloped by a force capable of tearing steel apart. This barrier, which separated the legendary cinematic universe's surface world from the underworld, posed no threat to Wen Chao, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. In an instant, the world turned upside down, revealing a lush and vibrant realm before him. Is this the underworld? The scenery is indeed splendid. Steadying himself, Wen Chao surveyed his surroundings and casually snapped a photograph to share in the chat group. Skull Island handsome. Just arrived in the underworld. The scenery is quite beautiful. Skull Island handsome. Photo. JPG genius girl. What a beautiful place. Where's the underworld? Lord Fan. I never imagined that the underworld, which was merely a figment of imagination in those pre-transmigration magazines, truly exists. Skull Island handsome. The underworld may not have existed on Earth before our transmigration, but this world I have entered is undeniably real. Lord Fan. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Genius girl. There are so many plants and animals I've never seen. I would love to explore and investigate. Envy. JPG Skull Island handsome. Photo. JPG photo. JPG photo. JPG Skull Island handsome. This chat group doesn't even have a live streaming feature, let alone cross-world travel. What a disappointment. Wen Chao, having taken several more photos to share with the group, couldn't help but lament how both of his acquired abilities were only half finished. His flawed system was one matter. But even this interdimensional chat group only boasted the functions of sending red envelopes and uploading files. What a letdown. Announcement. Thanks to the reminder from our group member. Skelly Island handsome. The functionalities of this chat group are still under development. We are now initiating group points, activity, contribution, and check-in features. Group members can earn points through relevant activities, enhancing the group's activity and contributions, thereby unlocking more features. Chat group level. 1. Group activity level. 600-3000. Group contribution value. 1,008-10,000. We express our gratitude to Skelly Island handsome for the reminder, rewarding him with 100 group points. Wen Chao's complaint was just posted in the group, seemingly triggering a mechanism, and a lengthy announcement suddenly appeared in the chat group. Genius Beauty. Handsome, you are amazing. Eternal Emperor. What happened? Paper Angel. Were group points, activity, and contributions? Scarlet Witch. Wow. There are so many new features in the group. Lord Xiaofan. Awesome. Lord Xiaofan. Skelly Island handsome. You really know a lot. Being late to traverse is still impressive. Skelly Island handsome. It's all just luck. Skelly Island handsome. Everyone, my name before I traversed was Wen Chao, so please don't call me handsome anymore. Lord Xiaofan. All right, handsome. Genius Beauty. All right, handsome. Eternal Emperor. All right, handsome. Paper Angel. All right, handsome. Scarlet Witch. Interrupting the flow, but I think calling you handsome sounds nice. Hee-hee-oh. Skelly Island handsome. Why is there no name change function? I am frustrated. Announcement. The name change function will be unlocked upon upgrading the chat group. Please, Skelly Island handsome. Put in more effort. Skelly Island handsome. Chapter 6. Updates in the chat group within the chat group. After the members playfully teased Wen Chao, they eagerly began to explore the newly introduced features. Wen Chao found himself in a bittersweet predicament. The banter from his fellow group members evoked fond memories of playful exchanges with his close friends prior to his journey through time. Shaking his head, he suppressed those nostalgic feelings and turned his attention to the recently updated functionalities of the chat group. After a thorough investigation, he quickly grasped the essence of the updates. Group activity was measured through conversations, akin to flooding the chat. Each member could earn a maximum of 100 activity points daily through their contributions. The current total of 600 activity points in the group likely reflected the previous day's interactions, which he deemed quite reasonable. Additionally, group points could only be accrued by uploading files. Wen Chao's 4 friends had collectively earned 400 points from their respective narratives, and with the bonus of 100 points just awarded, he now had a total of 500 points. The group check-in system allowed members to gain points daily, serving as a delightful perk. Skull Island handsome successfully checked in, earning 18 group points. Wen Chao casually completed his check-in, bringing his total to 518 points. The final aspect of group contribution was the sum of each member's activity points converted into contributions. Every 100 activity points automatically transformed into 10 contribution points, maintaining a ratio of 10-to-1, while the conversion of points to contributions was a straightforward 1-to-1 ratio. Consequently, Wen Xiao had personally contributed 528 points to the group, accounting for more than half of the total contributions. Before he could bask in his achievement, his fellow group members sprang into action. Eternal Emperor, I only managed to convert 10 contribution points from yesterday's activity, along with the 22 points earned from today's check-in, totaling a mere 32 contribution points. This is a disgrace to the dignity of my Qin dynasty. Eternal Emperor, it appears I must upload some substantial materials. Announcement. Member Eternal Emperor uploaded group file Dragon Emperor's Heart Technique. Member Eternal Emperor uploaded group file 5 Emperor's Dragon Fist. Member Eternal Emperor uploaded group file 1st Emperor's Sword Technique. Member Eternal Emperor uploaded group file Qin's Dynasty Battle Array Collection. Member Eternal Emperor uploaded group file Qin Dynasty Golden Fire Cavalry Training Method. Member Eternal Emperor uploaded. Genius Beauty, I shall join in as well. Member Genius Beauty uploaded group file Universal Capsule Manufacturing Technology. Member Genius Beauty uploaded group file Dragon Ball Radar Manufacturing Technology. Member Genius Beauty uploaded group file Gravity Training Room Manufacturing Technology. Member Genius Beauty uploaded. Angel of Paper. Then I shall join the fray, too. The Angel of Paper has uploaded the group files, Paper Shuriken, Paper Clone, Dance of Paper, and Technique of the Paper God. The Angel of Paper remarked, currently, I possess only these 4 ninjutsu that meet the upload standards of our chat group. It seems we must gather some unique ninjutsu from Akatsuki's companions in the ninja realm. Lord Xiaofan lamented, I am in a dire situation. I currently possess only 1 item that qualifies for upload. He then contributed the file titled Domineering True Qi. The Scarlet, which expressed her dismay. I am in an even worse predicament. I do not have a single item that meets the upload standards. The handsome Skeleton Island remarked, I am equally unfortunate. The Scarlet, which replied, at least you have our storyline to contribute. I have nothing. Who is more miserable than I? The handsome Skeleton Island conceded, indeed. You're the most unfortunate. The Scarlet Witch sighed in despair. The Angel of Paper comforted her. Wanda, do not cry. We will not blame you. The Scarlet Witch pleaded. Sister Xiaonan, I seek a comforting embrace. The genius girl responded with a playful image of a head pat. As the members engaged in lively conversation and continued to upload files, the contribution level of the chat group steadily increased. Among them, Bulma from the Dragon Ball universe made the most significant contribution, uploading all the advanced technology she knew, which amassed over 6,000 points. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the ruler of the Qin Empire in the martial arts world of Fengyun, also made a commendable contribution, uploading martial arts manuals, battle training methods, and special troop training techniques, totaling over 5,000 points. Although Xiaonan from the Naruto world uploaded only 4 jutsu, the technique of the Paper God, which possesses nearly limitless power, alone was worth 1,000 points. Together with the other 3 jutsu, she accumulated over 1,800 points. Xiaofan's Domineering True Qi was valued at 200 points, and with his previous uploads and check-in points, he reached a total of 335 points. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda, who has yet to debut as a superhero, only earned 36 points through activity and check-ins. Finally, with Wen Xiao's 528 points included, the contribution value quickly reached the threshold for upgrading the chat group. Chat group level, level 1. Group activity, 1,203,000. Group contribution value, 14889-10000, the genius girl exclaimed. Excellent. In 3 days, our chat group will be able to upgrade. Everyone, remember to be active in the group during these 3 days. The Angel of Paper wondered, I wonder what new features will come with the upgrade? The Scarlet Witch replied, I am eagerly anticipating it. The Eternal Emperor commented, Genius girl, Bulma, I completely do not understand the technology you uploaded. Lord Xiaofan added, this is black technology from Dragon Ball. Who besides Bulma can comprehend it? The handsome Skeleton Island lamented, indeed, it feels like reading hieroglyphs. I feel like a complete illiterate. The genius girl giggled in response. The Eternal Emperor, how splendid it would be to be able to share tangible items. The limitations imposed by the confine us to small trinkets, which are rather impractical. The dashing Skeleton Island. We can only hope that an upgrade to the chat group will unlock the ability to upload physical items. At that time, I shall share with you all some of our local delicacies, the Titan beasts for your delight. The brilliant young lady. In that case, I shall upload a spaceship. Sun Jun has just returned from the cosmos, leaving his vessel here for maintenance. I plan to replicate it to create a new one. The Scarlet Witch, well, I could go and acquire a few pieces of Tony Stark's Iron Man armor to upload. After all, he intends to blow it up in a grand display anyway. Why not let us have some fun with it before then? Lord Fan, you all are already dreaming of possibilities before the upgrade has even occurred. I am quite impressed. Angel of Paper smiles. JPG Lord Fan. The Eternal Emperor, by the way, can I practice the martial arts techniques you uploaded? The Eternal Emperor, since I have shared them, everyone is certainly free to practice. The Eternal Emperor. However, I cannot shake the feeling that your uploaded overbearing true chi is somewhat dubious. Lord Fan, what do you mean by dubious? I am practicing it quite well. Chapter 7. Inciting Fan Xian to rebel in the world of Qin Yunyan. Fan Xian gazed at the comments from his group friend, Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng, with a hint of confusion. The overbearing true chi he practiced was indeed flawless. It was an unparalleled divine skill brought back from the temple by his time-traveling mother, Yi Qingmei. His unscrupulous father, Emperor Qin, had successfully achieved the title of Grandmaster through this technique, becoming the most formidable among the 4 Grandmasters known to the realm, with a verifiable record of accomplishments. Skeleton Island Handsome. Naturally, what Fan Xian uploaded was not a martial art, but rather a thesis. Skeleton Island Handsome. The correct title should be How Humanity Can Utilize Ancient Chinese Medical Meridians Theory to Absorb Nuclear Radiation for Life, Evolution, Post-Nuclear War. Little Fan, that seems accurate. Upon reading Wen Chao's comment, Fan Xian's lips twitched as he recalled the background setting from the uploaded plot of Qin Yunyan. He realized that he had not traversed into an alternate world. Instead, the original Earth had been obliterated by a nuclear war. After countless millennia of nuclear winter, a new Earth had emerged, representing a temporal transcendence. The overbearing true chi he cultivated was fundamentally a unique training method based on nuclear radiation energy, entirely distinct from internal martial arts depicted in Fengyan. It was no wonder Ingzheng deemed his uploaded overbearing true chi to be unreliable. There exists a method to absorb nuclear radiation for cultivation. This is truly enlightening. Having previously learned about nuclear bombs, the ultimate weapon of the modern world, Ingzheng felt a surge of enlightenment. Little Fan, my apologies, Emperor, you cannot cultivate the internal martial arts here. But it seems I can practice the martial arts manuals you uploaded. Consider it my good fortune. Eternal Emperor, no worries, practice as you please. Little Fan, however, the Dragon Emperor's heart method you uploaded appears to be tailored for emperors. It may be somewhat specialized for me. Skeleton Island Handsome, but are you not a prince as well? As a time traveler, wouldn't it be splendid to seize the capital, usurp Emperor Qing's throne, and become emperor yourself? Skeleton Island Handsome. Then, learn from Ingzheng to conquer the 5 nations. Northern Xi, Northern Barbarians, Western Hu, Southern Zhao, and Eastern Yi. Standardize the script and railways, unify the realm, and embark on a grand endeavor. This would justify your journey through time. Eternal Emperor, this is indeed feasible. I have faith in you. Genius, beautiful girl. I didn't expect you to be a prince as well, Fan Xian. No wonder you were so handsome. Had I not been with Vegeta, I might have pursued you. Crimson Witch, is Fan Xian about to stage a revenge saga in an alternate world? I await the spectacle. Little Fan, sweats Skeleton Island Handsome. Now that you know the plot, you wouldn't still wish to retreat to the Jiangnan like the original character, would you? Eternal Emperor. The original character, Fan Xian, retreated? What a naive notion. Little Fan, let me ponder it. Observing the conversations among the group, Fan Xian's expression bore a certain complexity. He had only just arrived in the capital, and the narrative of the world of celebrating the year was merely beginning. He harbored no thoughts of retreating into seclusion. However, the notion of rebellion and usurping the throne had never crossed his mind until he was incited by Wen Chao and further encouraged by the others, which stirred some intrigue within him. The Handsome of Skull Island. What is there to deliberate? Your mother, Yi Qingmei, a Na'vi female transmigrator, was unfortunate enough to fall victim to the native Qing emperor. As a male transmigrator, you must learn from her fate. You ought to stand tall and not disgrace our kind. The eternal emperor, a man of virtue, arises in chaotic times and must wield a sword to achieve unparalleled deeds. Lord Fan, very well. If it requires sacrifice, I shall unseat the emperor. I shall claim the throne. Lord Fan, you have brought great suffering upon me. Moved by Wen Chao's words, and with Ying Zheng stirring the pot beside him, along with the brutal fate of his mother, Yi Qingmei, who had perished over a decade prior, Fan Xian promptly resolved to dethrone the unworthy Qing emperor, thereby avenging Yi Qingmei. The handsome of Skull Island. I support you. The genius beauty. Let us watch the drama unfold. The Scarlet Witch. Indeed, let us witness. The Angel of Paper. To become an emperor? It seems such a position has yet to emerge in the ninja world. The Eternal Emperor. Should any issues arise, feel free to consult me. At least in matters of ruling, I possess some authority. The handsome of Skull Island. When it comes to ruling, you, Zhengge, have much to contribute. Lord Fan, be sure to learn from him. The Eternal Emperor. Zhengge, I find that title quite endearing. From now on, you may address me as such. Let's all maintain a more relaxed atmosphere in the group, everyone. The handsome of Skull Island. Very well, Zhengge. This affectionate title from your descendants is unexpected. I never imagined you would appreciate it. Should that bunch of foolish netizens discover this, they would surely be elated. Lord Fan, understood, Zhengge. I look forward to your guidance. The handsome of Skull Island, you post 00s certainly know how to have fun. The genius beauty. The title Zhengge makes things feel much friendlier. The Scarlet Witch. I believe I should address you as Uncle Zheng. The Eternal Emperor. Both Zhengge and Uncle Zheng are acceptable. The Angel of Paper. Zhengge, Wen Chao, Fan Xian. May I pose a question to you? The Genius Beauty. Xiaonan, what question do you have? Why not ask me, the genius? The Scarlet Witch. Has Xiaonan encountered any difficulties? The Eternal Emperor. Speak freely. Xiaonan, I shall assist you to the best of my ability. Lord Fan, I am in agreement. The handsome of Skull Island. Is this related to matters of the ninja world? The Angel of Paper. Indeed. After watching the entirety of Naruto that you uploaded, I am curious. Can the unification you mentioned truly bring about genuine peace in the ninja world? The Genius Beauty. Ah, that question ventures into my area of ignorance. No wonder you did not ask me. The Scarlet Witch. Xiaonan wishes to unify the world as well. How impressive. Angel of Paper. Thank you both for your concern. Eternal Emperor. Before my ascension, the realm was embroiled in conflict among the 7 kingdoms, with incessant warfare bringing devastation to the populace. I myself was born in the capital of an enemy state, living in constant peril. Eternal Emperor. However, upon my return to the homeland and my coronation, I led a great army to vanquish the 6 kingdoms, unifying the realm under the dominion of my Qin dynasty. Except for minor disputes at the borders, the entirety of Huaxia has achieved a semblance of peace. Lord Fan, the 6 kings have fallen, and the seas are one. While it cannot be said that unification guarantees eternal peace, it at least ensures several centuries of tranquility. Handsome of Skull Island. Indeed, though the Qin dynasty perished in its 2nd generation, the Han dynasty, inheriting the Qin system, maintained peace for over 4 centuries. With the examples set by the Qin and Han, even if future generations descend into chaos, there will always be those with noble aspirations striving for unity and the restoration of peace. Handsome of Skull Island. Eternal Emperor, I refer to the historical Qin dynasty. Do not take offense, my dear Zheng. Eternal Emperor. Well said, young one. I pardon your transgression. Angel of Paper. Is that so? I understand now. Achieving several centuries of peace is indeed a miracle in the realm of. Chapter 8. In pursuit of peace, Conan resolves to unify the ninja world Skull Island Charmer. Indeed, Nagato's notion of making the world experience pain can yield a fleeting semblance of peace. The sole issue lies in his insufficient strength. To suppress the world single-handedly is a feat already accomplished by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Had he pursued the unification of the ninja world further during his time, he might have set a commendable precedent. Regrettably, he did not, and upon his demise, the first great ninja war erupted instantaneously, followed by the second and third. plunging the ninja world back into the mire of conflict. Furthermore, the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan from the cosmos looms over your world. Thus, achieving genuine peace post-unification necessitates sufficient power to confront external dangers. I seem to have digressed. Conan, you, and Nagato may proceed step by step, focusing first on the modest goal of unifying the ninja world before contemplating further ambitions. Eternal Emperor, Wen Shao speaks wisely, Conan. It will be prudent for you to reflect deeply on this. In a world of tumult, Emperor Qin Shi Huang found himself inexplicably moved by Wen Shao's remarks. Is unifying the realm merely a modest aspiration? Indeed, now that I am aware of the vastness of the world, the unification of the realm is but a trivial objective for me. With the assistance of the chat group, my Qin shall unify the world. Echoing the words of Fan Xian, my expedition is towards the stars and the sea. Wen Shao's discourse reignited the Emperor's fervent ambitions after he had addressed the shortcomings of the Qin, as suggested by his companions. Chat group, Lord Fan, what a remarkable statement. Unifying the ninja world has become a mere triviality, in your words. Skull Island Charmer, that is a joke, but alas, you do not comprehend. My life post-transportation is as lonely as snow. Lord Fan, is this yet another of my post-transportation quips? The youth today lacks chivalry. Taking advantage of this elder traveler. Skull Island Charmer, oh, impressive. You have independently grasped a new jest. I am in admiration. Lord Fan, Angel of Paper, I comprehend now. I shall discuss this matter thoroughly with Nagato. Thank you, 3, for your invaluable suggestions. Lord Fan, no need for formality. Aiding one another among friends is only natural. Skull Island Charmer, the notion of unifying the ninja world as a mere trivial goal was but a jest. Your immediate priority with Nagato should be to deal with the dark manipulators Uchiha Obito and Kagaya and free yourself from their control. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to consult me. I possess 9 methods to eliminate them. Scarlet Witch, dark manipulators? Be cautious, Sister Conan. Genius Beauty, should you find yourself in trouble. Remember, we are here to support you. We are all your backing. Angel of Paper, I will, everyone. I shall take my leave now. Nagato awaits my response. Scarlet Witch, farewell, Sister Conan. Other group members, goodbye, Conan. In the world of Naruto, having closed the chat group in her mind, Conan took a deep breath and turned to Nagato beside her. Xiaonan, how are you? What do your friends in the chat group say? Asked Nagato, who was frail and had a pair of disabled legs, with an air of urgency. Ever since Yahiko's death, Xiaonan and Nagato had relied on each other, considering one another as their sole connection in the ninja world. After joining the extraordinary chat group that spans countless realms, Xiaonan promptly shared the news with him. Wen Shao, Fan Xian, and Zhenggu, along with Qin Shi Huang, all strongly support the unification of the ninja world. They said. Xiaonan relayed the recent discussions from the group to Nagato. The prospect of unifying the ninja world could potentially usher in centuries of peace. Nagato's face lit up with excitement. For someone like him, who had endured the ravages of war and lost dear friends, the notion of prolonged peace was once unfathomable. His previous belief that one could bring about peace through shared suffering was, in retrospect, merely a pipe dream. Before Xiaonan acquired the miraculous tool of the chat group, Nagato had no alternative but to press forward, uncertain of whether his ideals were feasible. However, after Xiaonan shared the narrative from the chat group, particularly the revelations from Wen Shao regarding their world of Naruto, Nagato came to realize that his aspirations were unattainable. He had been defeated, bested by the so-called child of prophecy, Naruto Uzumaki. Ultimately, Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha united to vanquish Kagaya Otsutsuki, sealing the progenitor of chakra away on the moon and securing victory in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yet in Nagato's eyes, Naruto and his companions merely achieved a temporary peace, just like the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the formidable Uchiha Madara. The cycle of conflict would inevitably resume upon their demise. Peace, in the end, was but a fleeting illusion. Nagato remained indifferent to the future revealed in the narrative, where he met his demise following a failed invasion of Konoha. What truly concerned him was how to fulfill Yahiko's dream of peace, entrusted to him in a moment of sacrifice. Within the story, he had placed this hope in Naruto, only to be let down by the fervent yet naive youth. But now, with the knowledge of unifying the ninja world, promising centuries of peace, Nagato felt a surge of exhilaration. Wonderful! The dream that Yahiko entrusted to us finally has a path to realization. Cough, cough. This is truly magnificent, Xiaonan, cough, cough. His emotional fervor caused him to cough incessantly, yet he paid it no mind, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaonan. Indeed, Yahiko would be thrilled to know. Xiaonan smiled warmly at Nagato, skillfully patting him on the back. When Xiao also warned us to be cautious of Obito, Uchiha, and Kagaya. Nagato, what are your plans? Xiaonan inquired, while continuing to comfort him with gentle pats. Uchiha Obito and Kagaya's Black Zetsu, having uncovered their roles as the masterminds behind the scenes, instills no fear within us. It is they who lurked in the shadows while we stood in the light. Now, the roles have reversed. Armed with knowledge of the narrative, we possess all their intelligence. In the realm of shinobi combat, it is often a battle of information. The advantage now lies with us. Nagato took a moment to steady his breath, his face brimming with confidence as he spoke. Konan, you shall first venture to Konoha to seize Kakashi Hitaki's Kimui Manjiki Sharingan. Once acquired, we will devise a method to enter the Kimui dimension and seek the opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Obito. It is utterly detestable that he has deceived us for so many years under the guise of Uchiha Madara. The memory of being duped by Obito, who masqueraded as Madara, gnawed at Nagato, his teeth clenched in frustration. Obito is indeed despicable. However, once we obtain Kakashi's Kimui Sharingan, we shall hold the upper hand in our endeavor to eradicate him. Konan nodded in agreement. As for Kagaya's Black Zetsu, while his Shinji Zetsu technique is indeed troublesome, his inherent strength is not formidable. After we deal with Obito, we will look for an opportunity to mount a surprise attack on him. In truth, the most effective method to counter Black Zetsu would be sealing techniques. Regrettably, despite being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, I have not inherited their sealing arts, Nagato lamented. Even if we do not succeed, it matters not. Ultimately, we must confront Kagaya Tsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. In her desperation to save her mother, Black Zetsu will undoubtedly reveal himself, and we shall eliminate him together, Konan reassured. Nagato contemplated this and nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall proceed to Konoha to procure Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan. Be careful, Nagato. Take care as well, Konan. After bidding farewell to Nagato, Konan performed her paper jutsu, a myriad of special paper sheets swirling around her, coalescing into a pair of angelic wings at her back. After orienting herself, she soared into the sky towards Konoha. As she flew, memories of the story replayed in her mind, igniting a sense of indignation within her. The shinobi world was riddled with figures such as Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Kagaya's Black Zetsu, and Kagaya Tsutsuki herself, all pulling the strings from behind the scenes. It was absurd. She and Nagato would dismantle each of these puppeteers one by one, annihilate the 5 great nations, unify the shinobi world, and fulfill Yahiko's vision of peace. Their first target would be the deranged Uchiha Obito, whose notion of creating a world with Rin was nothing short of madness. In the story, Obito even killed himself and desecrated Nagato's body. Now it was her turn to strike back. Uchiha Obito, I have you in my sights. Not even the Sage of 6 Paths can save you. Mark my words. Chapter 9. The Martial Arts of the Diamond Club in the Realm of the Legendary Monster Universe. After Xiaonan bid farewell and logged off from the chat group, others soon followed suit, dispersing into the digital ether. Observing this, when Xiao prepared to take his leave as well. Yet, before departing, he cast a glance at the group files, his gaze lingering on the document titled Overbearing True Chi, uploaded by Fan Xian. This internal cultivation technique, designed to absorb nuclear radiation, sparked a daring thought in Wen Chao's mind. Would it be possible for me, transformed into a diamond, to learn this? In the legendary monster universe, titanic beasts draw power by absorbing nuclear radiation. Notably, Guzong, after consuming a nuclear bomb, immediately activated his Crimson Lotus mode to flamboyantly defeat Ghidorah. Given that overbearing true qi is predicated on nuclear radiation energy, it seemed perfectly suited for someone like me, who has morphed into a diamond. With a surge of boldness, Wen Chao promptly downloaded overbearing true qi, eager to experiment with it. Xiao Fan. Hey, Wen Chao. Why are you downloading overbearing true qi? Can you even practice it in your current state? Skeleton Island Handsome. How do you know I can't? With the martial arts of the Diamond Club, no one can stand in my way. Are you afraid? Xiao Fan. Haha, as long as you're happy. After exchanging playful banter with Fan Xian in the group, Wen Chao felt a stir within him. Suddenly, the entire text of overbearing true qi transformed into a stream of information that surged into his consciousness, accompanied by Fan Xian's comprehensive insights on how to cultivate this technique. To his astonishment, the martial arts manual included the uploader's cultivation experiences, saving him considerable effort. Under Fan Xian's guidance, Wen Chao swiftly grasped the fundamentals of overbearing true qi. He inhaled the rich radiation energy from the Earth's core into his body, storing it within the snow-capped mountains of his lower abdomen, where his dantian resided. However, the subsequent step, allowing the radiation energy, or true qi, to circulate along established meridian pathways, posed a significant challenge for Wen Chao. While his dantian was well-formed, as a human-shaped titan, his internal meridians differed entirely from those of a typical human. This left Wen Chao, a novice in cultivation, at a loss. Fan Xian's cultivation insights did not cover these intricacies. He merely followed the steps of the manual provided by Wu Zhu, not being the originator of overbearing true qi. Feeling a headache coming on, Wen Chao pondered the risks of recklessly experimenting with his formidable diamond physique. It would be unwise to risk injury without any tangible gain. Just as he found himself in an impasse, his system panel emitted a faint red glow, suggesting a subtle change had occurred since he embarked on learning overbearing true qi. Could it be that my seemingly incompetent system is about to reveal its true potential? Wen Chao's attention was immediately captured, filled with a sense of anticipation as he opened the system panel. Name: Wen Chao Jingang. Age: 8 years. Occupation: none. Can transition to warrior. Bloodline: Titan Giant Ape. Growth phase. Height: 102. 5 meters. Weight: 55,000 tons. Talent: devouring evolution. Realm: secondary explosion level. Faith power: 0 strands. Evolution points: 1. 1000. The occupation section had changed. Could I really transition to a warrior? Wen Chao focused his consciousness on the occupation section of the system panel, and several subcategories emerged. Domineering heart method: 100 entry level. Conditions for warrior transition met. Would you like to proceed? Indeed, the alteration was a result of his recent mastery of the domineering heart method. In that case, let us transition to a warrior. This physique of mine is a perfect match for the occupation. With a thought, Wen Chao tapped on the option to transition. Transition successful. Occupation: none warrior. Detected that the domineering true qi learned by the host does not match the host's inherent capabilities. Would you like to adapt the optimal exercise route? As the occupation changed to warrior, the true qi in Wen Chao's dantian began to circulate spontaneously, and a notification from the system followed. What a delightful development! Wen Chao, filled with excitement, unhesitatingly confirmed the adaptation. Guided by the system, the true qi within Wen Chao's body began to flow along a completely different route from that recorded in the domineering true qi, and instantly, the rich external radiation energy was rapidly absorbed into his body, merging with the circulating true qi. His physique was gradually tempered by the flowing true qi, leading to a slow enhancement in physical strength. Domineering true qi. 100 entry level. Evolution points 1. After a complete cycle within Wen Chao's body, the total amount of domineering true qi increased slightly, and the proficiency displayed on the system panel rose correspondingly, along with an increase in evolution points. To his surprise, transitioning not only provided an automatic adaptation of the exercise route, but also allowed for automatic training, with the absorbed radiation energy transforming into evolution points. Quite impressive. Feeling the true qi continuously circulating within him, Wen Chao nodded in satisfaction, finally witnessing his system exhibiting its true potential. Moreover, It seemed this cultivated true qi could enhance my strength. As he sensed the gently flowing true qi within his body, Wen Chao clenched his right fist, channeling the domineering true qi to envelop his entire fist. He then swung forward with great force. Boom! The air before his fist shattered explosively, forming a nearly 1,000-meter-long, transparent passage. The explosive power, undiminished, collapsed a hillock situated 1,000 meters away. Excellent. With the augmentation of the domineering true qi, my strength has increased by approximately 50%, and I can even perform ranged attacks. A smile crept across Wen Chao's face, although the transition came somewhat unexpectedly. The outcome was most gratifying. Crack! Suddenly, two hissing roars reminiscent of serpents echoed from afar, seemingly drawn by the commotion caused by his earlier display of strength. Wen Chao turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld two serpent-like monsters, adorned with bat-like wings and spiked with thorny bone protrusions, launching themselves toward him with fierce hisses. Were these not the creatures known as the hissing serpents, briefly featured in Godzilla vs. Kong? Perfect timing. What better way to test my newfound powers? With a triumphant roar, Wen Chao stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura as he charged at the approaching hissing serpents, his eyes gleaming with the spirit of battle. The two serpents, perceiving his provocation, narrowed their cold eyes and flicked their tongues in anticipation, hastening their flight towards him. The distance of several thousand meters between them vanished in an instant. Just as they were about to collide, Wen Chao harnessed his newly acquired power, advancing with a powerful punch that enveloped his fist in formidable energy. He thrust his right fist, sharp as a spear, directly into the gaping maw of the serpent on his right. With a thunderous crack, the air before his energy-laden fist compressed into a translucent barrier, effortlessly shattering the serpent's menacing fangs. As green blood splattered, Wen Chao's right fist did not falter. He crushed the creature's skull in a single mighty blow, unleashing a shockwave that scattered the energy generated by their clash, transforming it into a tempest that violently shook the nearby trees. The hissing serpent's 100-meter-long body crashed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, Wen Chao seized the moment, lunging forward to grasp the tail of the second serpent, which sought to flee in desperation. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he transformed into a colossal black ape, one hand gripping its head and the other its tail. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, he tore the creature apart. The desperate screams mingled with the horrifying sounds of flesh being rent asunder. As Wen Chao forcefully split the serpent into two, green blood gushing like a waterfall from its mutilated body, staining the earth below. Roaring in triumph, he declared weak. Such adversaries are utterly feeble. Having dispatched his foes with ease, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, the enticing aroma of blood and flesh soon captured his attention. Well, it is what it is. Time to feast. With his left hand raised, he held the still-twitching upper body of the serpent, while the colossal black ape tilted its head back, revealing its gaping maw. Then, with a powerful squeeze, a torrent of green serpent blood erupted forth, accompanied by the resounding noise of swallowing as it consumed the liquid with great fervor. The ape's cheeks and chest became drenched in the splattered blood, swiftly wiping its face. Wen Chao, now in a primal state of gluttony, placed the drained remains of the serpent into its mouth, chewing voraciously. The green blood flowed freely across the shattered earth, while the decapitated serpent, measuring 100 meters in length, lay lifeless on the ground. The stench of blood mingled with an aura of savagery permeated the air, carried far by the turbulent winds generated from the battle. Some low-level beasts, drawn by the earlier conflict, became weak-kneed, collapsing to the ground in trembling terror, their eyes wide with fear, fearful to make a sound. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sounds of flesh being devoured. The black giant ape, its body smeared with green blood, sat before the serpent's remains, indulging ravenously in the bloody feast, creating a grotesque tableau. Chapter 10. The transformation of divine equipment into blue gear, delicious and fragrant. Battle, feasting exhilarating, with a look of sheer satisfaction. Wen Chao devoured the flesh and blood of the Ningxia, as waves of rich, radiant energy surged throughout his body. Countless cells within him greedily consumed this energy, while the domineering true energy that had been circulating within him surged exponentially. Domineering true energy, 2110-100 entry level. Evolution points 8, devoured Ningxia 2. Evolution points 100, evolution points 2, 18-1110, 18-1000. Although the battle was not entirely satisfying, the gains were considerable. After devouring 2 Ningxia completely, Wen Chao gazed at the numbers on the system panel, nodding in satisfaction. If he could encounter another 10 or so Ningxia, he would be poised for a new round of evolution. However, having a stronger opponent to truly unleash his combat desires would be even better. The previous one-sided battle left him wanting more. Next, it was time to venture to the ancestral grounds of the ancient Titan giant ape clan to acquire equipment. Having satisfied his hunger, Wen Chao rose, stretched his limbs, and, guided by an unseen intuition, sprinted in a particular direction, leaving behind a wasteland strewn with shattered bones and entrails, silent witnesses to the battle that had just transpired. After a lengthy trek, Wen Chao followed his instincts to a desolate expanse composed of glowing blue rocks. This was the place. He halted, gazing upward. Above him loomed an inverted wilderness, and at its center stood a peak shrouded in storm clouds. Exactly his destination, the ancestral ground of the Titan giant apes. With determination, Wen Chao bent low, coiling his legs like a spring, exhaling sharply. His massive form leaped powerfully towards the overhead land. As he passed through the intersection of the two lands, the direction of gravity abruptly reversed, pulling him upwards. He rolled adeptly, landing safely on the other continent. After orienting himself, Wen Chao set off at a brisk pace towards the towering peak in the distance. At last he arrived. After traversing several lofty mountains, he stood before a colossal rock door, hundreds of meters high, with a vivid crimson handprint etched in its center. This door must be thousands of meters high. Only the gargantuan ancient Titan giant apes could construct such a magnificent edifice. Wen Chao assessed the grand entrance, which dwarfed his current form multiple times over. A sacred temple sculpted entirely from the mountain itself. He internally praised its grandeur before striding forward, placing his hands upon the temple door and pushing with all his might, only to find it utterly immovable. Why wouldn't this door open? After a renewed effort, the door remained unchanged, leaving Wen Chao in a state of confusion. As he reflected on scenes from a movie, a sudden thought struck him. Tentatively, he placed his right hand upon the blood handprint at the center of the door. With a crack, it seemed the door sensed the pure Titan bloodline coursing through him. A flicker of red light danced across the blood imprint, and the once firmly sealed door slowly creaked open a narrow gap. To his astonishment, there existed a mechanism that responded to bloodlines. Could it be that the ancient Titan race possessed such advanced technology? Filled with curiosity, Wen Chao exerted both hands once more, and this time he easily pushed the door open. With a low hum, the sound of grinding rock echoed as the long-sealed ancestral ground of the Titans welcomed its final descendant after millennia. The battles of the past had indeed been fierce. As Wen Chao stepped into the ancestral ground, his eyes fell upon a temple strewn with white bones. Approaching one of the skeletons for a closer inspection, he recognized it as that of a skeletal lizard, albeit several times larger than those found on Skeleton Island, likely the ancestors of that very species. No wonder the Titan clan and the skeletal lizards were sworn enemies. They had been driven from their homeland and pursued to the surface world of Skeleton Island. A deep-seated vendetta indeed. Wen Chao surveyed his surroundings and arrived at the center of the temple, where a stone throne was partially encircled by 8 massive stone pillars. Before the throne lay a colossal skeletal lizard, its size far exceeding that of its kin, with a battle axe imbued with the essence of the wild firmly embedded in its skull. Occasionally, a flicker of blue light danced along the axe's blade. This battle axe was the very artifact Wen Chao had set out to obtain, the holy weapon of the Titan clan. With excitement, Wen Chao approached the battle axe. Grasping the handle, he exerted a slight force and easily dislodged it from the skull. Its rugged design perfectly matched his current aesthetic. Quite splendid. He examined the axe with delight, nodding in satisfaction. The weapon was a short-handled axe measuring several meters in length, crafted from a dark red leg bone, while the blade was fashioned from a piece of black Godzilla dorsal fin, sharp and gleaming with intermittent blue light. The axe head and handle were tightly bound with resilient beast hide, giving the overall appearance an aura of primal ferocity and immense power. He must also replenish the axe with radiation energy. Only then could it unleash its true potential. Recalling scenes from a film he had once watched, Wen Chao searched around the throne and soon discovered a groove in the ground, perfectly sized to accommodate the axe he held. To his surprise, he noticed another axe of the same design embedded in the ground beside him. Wait, why were there so many axes? Could it be that he was mistaken, that these axes were not artifacts, but rather standard equipment of the Titan clan? Wen Chao gazed around in astonishment, only to discover that there were 11 battle axes, identical in design, surrounding the stone throne. With the one in his possession, the total amounted to 12. He could not help but wonder if the ancient Titan ape clan had indeed stripped the dorsal fins from that colossal Godzilla to forge their armaments. However, upon further scrutiny, he noted that the fins embedded in the ground were considerably smaller than the one he wielded. Thus, it appeared that the battle axe in his grasp was the mightiest among the 12, likely reserved for the chieftain of the ancient Titan ape lineage. Yet, what had initially been anticipated as a unique weapon had devolved into a standard armament, akin to a downgrade from an orange weapon to a blue one. Although he now possessed 11 additional blue weapons, Wen Chao still felt disheartened, and the battle axe's hand no longer held the same allure. Chapter 11. The red envelope space, let it be. If it's blue gear, then so be it. At least I will no longer suffer from a shortage of weaponry. I can wield any axe I desire, tossing aside the ones I no longer need. Such were the comforting thoughts of Wen Chao as he placed the battle axe he held into the vacant groove on the ground. With a resonating hum, as Wen Chao positioned the final axe, an immense surge of radiant energy erupted from the depths below, infusing the dorsal fins of Godzilla, which served as the axe's blade. The blue light that had flickered sporadically across the axe's surface began to blaze brilliantly, gradually extending to the other axes nearby. Before long, all 12 axes on the ground glimmered with a resplendent blue hue, ultimately forming an abstract depiction of Godzilla, encircling the stone throne that symbolized the royal lineage of the Titan apes. One extraordinary spectacle. Is this meant to signify the subjugation of Godzilla's lineage beneath the Titan ape throne? The craftsman who devised this energy-charging mechanism must have had quite the sense of humor. If Godzilla were to witness this scene, he would surely be beside himself with rage. Wen Chao observed this scene with great intrigue, unaware that, with the activation of the axe's charging apparatus, an invisible wave radiated outward, instantly enveloping the entire planet. In the subterranean realm, within the territory of the long-armed giant apes, a snow demon, its body pure white and bound by 4 iron chains around its neck, sensed something amiss. It raised its gaze towards the direction of the Titan ape's ancestral land, emitting a low growl. Nearby, Scar King sensed the snow demon's unease. He seized the blue crystal skeleton meant to control the creature and slowly approached. Along the way, the long-armed giant apes knelt in fear before Scar King, while the snow demon regarded its captor with a glimmer of anguish in its eyes. On the surface, amidst the icy expanses of Antarctica, the central head of the 3-headed dragon Ghidorah, encased in ice, subtly twitched its eyelids. Meanwhile, in the underwater temple, Godzilla, resting beside a pool of magma, abruptly opened his eyes. Back in the subterranean world, the ancestral land of the Titan apes, the radiant energy of the battle axe had finally reached its zenith. I yearned for a formidable opponent to test my mettle. After a prolonged wait, Wen Chao grasped the battle axe, now radiating a dazzling blue light, and excitedly swung it about, eager for the emergence of a Titan beast to challenge him. I could seek out Scar King, who enslaves the snow demon, for a bout. But no, while Scar King may be manageable, the Ice Titan snow demon he controls is not to be trifled with. It is a formidable foe that even Godzilla and Kong struggled against in the film. Impatiently, Wen Chao contemplated the antagonist from Godzilla vs. Kong 2, yet quickly dismissed the notion. Who then should he pursue? Mudo? Ron? Scylla? In the end, he decided it was too cumbersome and resolved to engage in the chat group instead. The member known as Skeleton Island Handsome has successfully checked in, earning 44 points. Skeleton Island Handsome. Photo. JPG recently, I inherited an ancient legacy, becoming the new king of the Titan Gorilla clan. A photo of him, wielding a battle axe while seated upon the throne, was shared by Wen Xiao in the chat group, instantly capturing the attention of the group members currently engaged in the conversation. Xiao Fan. In this moment, a particular idiom comes to mind. Eternal Emperor, a monkey donned in a crown. Xiao Fan, precisely haha. Skeleton Island Handsome, bloodied sharp blade. JPG Genius Girl. What material is your glowing axe made of? I am quite eager to explore it. Skeleton Island Handsome. It is crafted from the dorsal fin of the Godzilla tribe, a local specialty that feeds on nuclear energy. I have a total of 12 such axes in the inherited legacy. Genius Girl. So many? Could you send me one through a red envelope? I would like to trade it for a local specialty from my side. Skeleton Island Handsome. Didn't T. Zheng say that red envelopes can only contain small items? My smallest axe weighs several hundred tons. Can it fit in a red envelope? Genius Girl. According to my research, the items that can be placed in a red envelope are calculated based on the sender size. As long as the item does not exceed half of 1's size, it can be sent, so you understand. Skeleton Island Handsome. What? Is it really like that? Eternal Emperor. How did you discover this, Bulma? Genius Girl. I am a genius. Proud. JPG Scarlet Witch. Bulma, you are amazing. Paper Angel. One Skeleton Island Handsome sent a designated red envelope to Genius Girl. Skeleton Island Handsome. It actually works. Xiao Fan. Wow, if that is the case, Wen Xiao, you've hit the jackpot. Skeleton Island Handsome. How so? Xiao Fan. You can store items you wish to send in the chat group as red envelope space without actually sending them, which essentially gives you a portable storage space. Genius Girl. Exactly. And as long as the items do not exceed half of your size, there is no limit to the quantity. At least, I have not yet discovered any limits. Bulma from the Dragon Ball world recalled her previous attempts. She had once purchased all the women's clothing and accessories from the largest department store in West City and stuffed them into the red envelope space. The chat group remained accommodating, and these items seemed to be stored in a unique dimension. Unfortunately, despite her and her father Dr. Brief's research, they could not uncover the existence of this special dimension, leaving her in awe of the group's immense power. Skeleton Island Handsome. Such a delightful surprise. Scarlet Witch. I envy you. I can only store some cosmetics, clothes, and snacks. Wen Xiao, with your size, how much can you store? Skeleton Island Handsome. Just when I was troubled about how to carry the remaining 11 battle axes, this has certainly made things easier. Angel of Paper. My red envelope space is filled with explosive symbols. Now I can instantaneously unleash the divine paper manipulation technique. Smile. JPG Little Fan. Fear. JPG Scarlet Witch. Fear. JPG Genius Girl. Fear. JPG Handsome Skeleton Island. Fear. JPG Timeless Emperor. My red envelope space is filled with official documents, allowing me to review and amend them wherever I go, saving a considerable amount of time. Eternal Emperor. Fear. JPG Little Fan. Brother Zheng truly deserves the title of workaholic. I admire him greatly. Handsome Skeleton Island. I willingly designate Brother Zheng as the most industrious in our chat group. Scarlet Witch. Uncle Zheng is quite formidable. And Sister Xiao, Nan, is equally intimidating. Scarlet Witch. Though weak, pitiful, and helpless, I can still feast. Image. JPG Genius Girl has accepted the designated red envelope. Genius Girl. At last, I found a place to set down this colossal battle axe. Even Vegeta was left speechless, thinking it was a weapon crafted specifically for his great ape transformation. He appeared somewhat touched. How delightful. Chapter 12. The Divine Beings, Genius Beauty. Skull Island Handsome. What do you desire, Wen Xiao? In the world of Dragon Ball, Bulma was simultaneously directing her husband Vegeta, who had transformed into a Scion Great Ape, to lift the battle axe Wen Xiao had sent her and place it on the prepared research apparatus, while inquiring about Wen Xiao's requests in the group chat. Skull Island Handsome. Just a few divine beings would suffice. Wen Xiao contemplated. Although the Dragon Ball world was replete with wondrous items, the divine beings offer the most favorable cost-performance ratio for him. Genius beauty? No problem. Fan Xian previously cautioned me about the insufficient yield of divine beings. After my research and enhancements, the production has now multiplied several times. I shall provide you with the latest harvest. Little fan, it seems I still have some utility. How gratifying. Genius Beauty sent a designated red envelope. Skull Island Handsome. Skull Island Handsome accepted the designated red envelope. Skull Island Handsome. To think there are 24. I recall that later in Dragon Ball, Goku and the others consumed them in halves. Bulma is impressive. Genius Beauty. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. How gratifying. Paper Angel. Divine beings, what are they? Skull Island Handsome. Xiaonan, you actually don't know what divine beings are. Little fan. Haven't you seen the previous post I made about Dragon Ball? Eternal Emperor. Last time Bulma sent a red envelope. I managed to grab one and even gave a special introduction, didn't I? Paper Angel. I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy welcoming Wen Xiao into the group. Facebomb Genius Beauty. Xiao Nanyu. Scarlet Witch. Sister Xiao Nan is a bit airhead. Though I too am not entirely sure of the specific effects of divine beings. I only know they are a specialty from Bulma's side. Skull Island Handsome. Is it my fault then? Comical Genius Beauty. Divine beings are miraculous food in my world. Consuming just one can instantly restore physical strength and heal injuries. Little fan. Even if one is gravely injured to the brink of death, consuming a divine being allows for complete recovery. The only drawback is that it cannot cure viral diseases. Eternal Emperor. Moreover, it possesses detoxifying properties. Last time, after grabbing a divine being from Bulma's red envelope, I consumed it, and all the heavy metal poisoning caused by taking those so-called elixirs was completely eliminated. Skull Island Handsome. I never imagined that Zheng Gu, who practiced martial arts in the Fengyan world, would also suffer from heavy metal poisoning due to consuming those alchemist elixirs. Wen Xiao was somewhat astonished. It seemed that in the original timeline of the Fengyan world, as in history, Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng also met his demise from heavy metal poisoning caused by consuming elixirs. Eternal Emperor. Even with martial arts, before entering this chat group, I was merely an ignorant ancient individual, lacking understanding of many things. In the Fengyan world, Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng recalled the alchemist he had previously deceived, a hint of self-mockery appearing on his face. Little fan. Moreover, the poisons in the martial arts world are even more potent. I have first-hand experience of that. Skeleton Island Handsome. Indeed, you are the foremost expert in poison within the realm of Qing Shan Yi. The esteemed disciple of the head of the 3rd Division of the Supervisory Institute, Fei Jia. Lord Fan. Modesty is key. Modesty is key. Scarlet Witch. Is it truly that miraculous? Skeleton Island Handsome. I shall exchange one for a specialty from our world. Whatever you desire, I shall strive to procure. In the Marvel Universe, Wanda reminisced about her brother Pietro, who perished at the hands of Ultron's drones while saving Hawkeye. Although she was aware of the plot, recalling Pietro's impulsive nature made her realize that it would be prudent to have a life-saving elixir on hand just in case. Skeleton Island Handsome. No problem. Just fetch me some vibranium from Wakanda when you have the time. Skeleton Island Handsome sent a designated red envelope to Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch. Thank you, Wen Xiao. I shall hasten to Wakanda. Paper Angel. Can cure a severed leg? Skeleton Island Handsome. As long as it is a physical injury, can restore it. Regeneration of severed limbs is also within its capabilities. Xiaonan, you wish to heal Nagato's leg, do you not? I can provide you with one. I am preparing to study Tailed Beast Chakra, and you may exchange any Tailed Beast Chakra with me. Skeleton Island Handsome sent a designated red envelope to Paper Angel. Paper Angel. Thank you. I happen to be in Konoha. Once I finish my errands, I shall seek out the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Skeleton Island Handsome. You are in Konoha? Do take care. Paper Angel. I will. Everyone, I must log off now. After receiving the red envelope from Wen Xiao, Xiaonan's avatar in the chat dimmed, piquing Wen Xiao's curiosity about what significant matter the other party was preparing in Konoha. Lord Fan. Skeleton Island Handsome. Would you also like one? No problem. Skeleton Island Handsome sent a designated red envelope to Lord Fan. Lord Fan, how generous. Surprised. JPG. Seeing the red envelope sent by Wen Chao, Fan Xian was somewhat astonished. Skeleton Island Handsome, consider it a token of gratitude for your upload of dominant true chi. Lord Fan, you truly learned it. Astonished. JPG. Skeleton Island Handsome. Indeed, unlike certain blank slate traversers, I possess a golden finger. Mastering dominant true chi is a breeze for me. Lord Fan, damn. You not only have a chat group, but also a golden finger. Skeleton Island Handsome. Surely, no one would traverse without a golden finger, right? Surely not. Surely not. Lord Fan, friendship terminated. Farewell. Greatly affected, Fan Xian logged off after claiming the scent by Wen Chao, retreating into solitude. Hee. Fan Xian is far too easy to tease. Wen Chao chuckled softly, continuing to chat with other group members to pass the time, as he had not yet filled his activity quota for the day. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, after claiming Wen Chao's red envelope, Xiaonan placed the into her red envelope space, then closed the chat group and headed towards the nearby Konoha village. At this very moment, the Hidden Leaf village is bustling with the Chunin exams. Having relaxed its scrutiny of incoming visitors, Conan presented her prepared documentation from the Rain Village Merchant Association, and after a brief registration, she entered the Leaf Village with ease. Following the narrative and the intelligence gathered regarding Konoha, she made her way to the renowned Ichiraku ramen shop. Indeed, there you are, Naruto Uzumaki. It was mealtime, and at a table in Ichiraku ramen, a short boy clad in an orange jacket with tousled blonde hair was relishing a bowl of ramen with great enthusiasm. This boy was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the Naruto saga. Beside him sat his teammates, the cool, dark-haired Sasuke Uchiha and the infatuated, pink-haired Sakura Haruno, along with Conan's intended target, the white-haired, mask-wearing Kakashi Hitaki. Chapter 13. Ichiraku Ramen in the world of Naruto at the Ichiraku Ramen shop in the village of Konoha. Is it mere coincidence that Team 7 is dining here? Fortune seems to favor me today, thought Conan to herself as she discreetly entered the establishment. After ordering a signature tonkatsu ramen, she settled into a seat adjacent to Team 7. This sister is stunning. I don't believe I have ever seen her in Konoha, remarked Naruto, slurping his noodles with curiosity as he cast a glance at Conan, discreetly sharing his thoughts with his two teammates. Considering it's the Chunin exams in Konoha, she's probably a traveler visiting from afar, Sasuke commented nonchalantly. Her attire exudes such elegance. I wonder where she acquired it, Sakura mused, admiring Conan's Akatsuki uniform with envy. Though too shy to inquire directly, she could only steal glances from time to time. Kakashi also cast a cursory glance at Conan, but paid her little mind, continuing to savor the delectable dishes before him. At this juncture, the Akatsuki had yet to gain notoriety in the shinobi world, and Conan had deliberately concealed her presence, ensuring she did not attract Kakashi's undue attention. As she observed the famed copy ninja, Kakashi, he swiftly lifted his mask to inhale a large mouthful of noodles before pulling it back down to chew voraciously, executing the motion so fluidly that even Conan could not discern his true visage. This bizarre scene caused a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Kakashi remained oblivious to Conan's astonished gaze, while Naruto and his companions wore expressions of familiarity. Madam, your signature tonkatsu ramen is ready. Please enjoy. The shop owner's daughter, smiled as she placed Conan's ramen before her. Thank you. Conan softly expressed her gratitude, diverting her attention away from Team 7 to the steaming bowl of ramen, filled with visually appealing noodles that emanated a tantalizing aroma. She picked up the chopsticks resting on the bowl and began to eat, savoring the firm texture of the noodles and the delightful flavor. No wonder Naruto adored this dish. Hey, beautiful sister, the tonkatsu ramen is delicious. Isn't it? Naruto, having finished the broth in his bowl, noticed that Conan had also ordered the tonkatsu ramen and approached her with familiarity. It is indeed delightful. I traveled a long way, and Ichiraku ramen in Konoha has not disappointed me, Conan affirmed, swallowing the flavorful noodles. Ichiraku ramen is the best food in Konoha. You certainly have good taste. Beautiful sister, Naruto exclaimed, his joy evident as he danced around. Naruto, you fool, stop interrupting others while they dine. Sakura swiftly pulled her teammate aside and bowed apologetically to Konan. It's quite all right. Konan gently shook her head, continuing to relish her meal. Let us head to Training Ground 7. I have something to discuss with you all. After settling the bill, Kakashi nodded apologetically at Konan, then turned to address his 3 students. That sister mentioned she came here out of admiration. How splendid that Ichiraka Ramen's reputation has reached beyond the confines of Konoha. Fool. She might just be being courteous. Sasuke, whom are you calling a fool? Whoever responds is the fool. Enough with your bickering. Did any of you hear what I was just saying? Amidst the commotion, the quartet of Team 7 gradually distanced themselves. My apologies, esteemed guest. Naruto means no harm. The owner of Ichiraka Ramen remarked, deftly preparing a bowl of ramen for another patron while addressing Konan. Not at all. The flavor of the ramen is indeed exquisite. Additionally, please pack 6 servings. No, make it 25. I wish for my companions to savor your culinary expertise. Konan gestured, placing an order for 25 servings of the signature tonkatsu ramen. Delighted to hear that. Do you have many companions visiting Konoha for the Chunin exams? The owner, his face lighting up at the prospect of business, quickened his pace, while his daughter, Ayam, hastened to assist. Actually, I have only 6 companions, but one of them has quite the appetite, so those 20 servings are for him, Konan explained. Nagato, Bulma, Wanda, Ingzheng, and Fan Xian each get 1, leaving the remaining 20 for Wenchao. I wonder if those 20 servings will suffice for Wenchao. She pondered, her confidence wavering at the thought of Wenchao's towering physique. However, observing the father-daughter duo of Ayam and her father diligently at work, she dismissed the idea of increasing her order. I never anticipated that your friend could eat so much. If given the chance, he should participate in our Ichiraku Ramen's eating contest. The reigning champion, Hinata from the Hyuga clan, set a record of 46 bowls. I wonder if your friend could surpass that. The owner elaborated while skillfully crafting the ramen. I shall certainly invite him, and I am confident my friend will break Hinata's record, Konan proclaimed with unwavering assurance. Haha, I shall eagerly await that, the owner replied cheerfully, though he secretly mused if he might regret this suggestion when Wenchao truly arrived for the contest. Half an hour later, after sealing the 25 servings of the signature tonkatsu ramen with a sealing scroll, Konan exited Ichiraka Ramen, under the watchful eyes of Ayam and her father, who regarded her as a woman of considerable means. To think she used an expensive sealing scroll to package the ramen. This guest must possess substantial wealth. It seems she is likely a prominent merchant from another hidden village, as many nobles and affluent individuals have come to observe the Chunin exams. As she gazed at the retreating figure of Xiao Nan, the father and daughter busied themselves with the next serving of ramen, speculating about each other's identities. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Nan had merely employed a ruse. The 25 servings of ramen had been discreetly stowed away in her spatial pouch. After all, utilizing a costly sealing scroll to store such a luxurious item as ramen was an extravagance even she, the esteemed manager of the Akatsuki organization, could scarcely justify. With such funds at her disposal, wouldn't it be wiser to procure additional explosive tags instead? Had they ventured to the 7th training ground? Reflecting on the seemingly casual remarks made by Kakashi Hitaki half an hour prior, Xiao Nan followed the clues from the intelligence she had gathered. Making her way towards the training area, guided by the mental map in her mind, she soon located the training ground situated in the northwest of Konoha. Notably, the 7th training ground was the most secluded of all. At present, apart from the 4 members of Team 7, there was no one else in the vicinity, rendering it an opportune setting for her endeavors. Chapter 14. The Battle for the Divine Might Sharingan in the world of Naruto at the 7th training ground. Kakashi Hitaki was elucidating details regarding the upcoming Chunin exam to his 3 students. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and he turned to the entrance of the training field, where he spotted a woman clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds gracefully approaching them. It is you, the woman I encountered earlier at Ichiraka Ramen. It seems you are not merely an ordinary merchant, but rather a ninja from a different village. Recognizing the visitor, Kakashi squinted his right eye, his seasoned instincts detecting a hint of danger. Hey, beautiful lady, how did you know we were here? Naruto Uzumaki inquired, his face full of confusion as Conan drew nearer. Foolish Naruto, be cautious. The intentions of our visitor are not benign, Sasuke Uchiha remarked, sensing an unsettling aura, while keeping a watchful gaze on Conan. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura Haruno called out, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. Konoha's technician, the copy ninja, the son of White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki. Conan halted 10 paces away from the group, methodically announcing Kakashi's numerous titles. Wow, Kakashi-sensei has so many nicknames. That's impressive, Naruto exclaimed, still grappling with the circumstances. This lady appears to possess considerable knowledge about me. Might I inquire as to your business? Kakashi slowly lowered the mask, obscuring his left eye, revealing his crimson Sharingan, while signaling his students to prepare for battle. What? So she is an enemy? Naruto, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly assumed a combat stance alongside his teammates. I have come to retrieve something from you, Conan stated, her voice calm, yet resolute. What is it that you seek? Kakashi replied, swiftly forming hand seals, his Sharingan's tomo spinning as he meticulously observed Conan's every movement. Your Sharingan? Not a chance. Raikiri. As soon as her words fell, Kakashi shouted, launching an assault. With a seamless execution of hand seals, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from his right hand, piercing towards Conan at an astonishing speed, directly targeting her heart. Raikiri? Your teammate Rin met her demise by this very technique, did she not? Surprisingly, Conan, despite having her heart impaled by Kakashi, remained unfazed, instead uttering words that struck deep. How do you know about that? And your body is not flesh and blood. Is it some form of special clone? Kakashi's pupils widened in shock as he realized her form was transforming into fluttering pieces of paper. Kakashi-sensei, were these paper fragments? This is bad, they're explosive tags. At that moment, Naruto's voice rang out, and Kakashi turned to see his 3 students covered in identical-sized paper fragments, each inscribed with the character for explosion. When did this happen? Kakashi's brow furrowed, sensing the predicament had escalated. Kakashi Hitaki, I propose a trade. The lives of your 3 students for your Sharingan. How's that sound? Conan's voice resonated from above the 4. They looked up to see her, adorned with a pair of angelic wings fashioned from paper, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. Despicable woman, if you possess any courage, face me directly. Naruto Uzumaki shouted in fury, only to be silenced by a piece of paper that Conan deftly used to seal his mouth, not wishing to experience the power of her own technique. How infuriating! Who is this opponent? I find myself utterly powerless. Sasuke Uchiha seethed as he glanced at the explosive tags affixed to his body, his expression a tempest of rage and self-loathing. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura Haruno looked up at her mentor with a face full of helplessness. That Sharingan in my left, I was entrusted to me by Obito just before his demise. It holds immense significance for me. Kakashi gazed at Conan hovering in the air, not acquiescing to her demands. At this moment, although he had forged bonds with his team, those ties were insufficient to make him relinquish the Sharingan entrusted to him by his dear friend Obito before his passing. Is that so? Then I shall take it by force. Technique of the god paper. Conan, harboring little hope, extended her right hand and unleashed her ultimate move. Instantly, thousands of explosive tags descended from the sky, enveloping the 4 members of Team 7 Below. This is bad. Earth-style, Earth Flow Rampart. Kakashi swiftly utilized a body flicker technique to reach his subordinates, promptly activating his signature defensive jutsu. 4 earth walls, each carved with the likeness of a dog's head, erupted from the ground. Under Kakashi's control, 2 of the walls tilted and crossed in midair, forming a structure akin to a triangular roof alongside the 2 standing walls, attempting to shield the 4 from Conan's onslaught. Boom! The resounding explosions echoed violently, startling the entirety of Konohagakure, prompting a multitude of ninja to rush towards the 7th training ground. As the fastest Umbu squad arrived at the scene of the explosion, they employed wind release techniques to disperse the clouds of smoke, revealing only the severely injured and unconscious Kakashi and Sakura. Conan had already absconded with Kakashi's Sharingan, along with Naruto and Sasuke in tow. It is Kakashi-sensei and his student, Sakura Haruno. They are still alive. Quickly, notify the medical team. Inform Lord 3rd Hokage at once. Soon, intelligence regarding Kakashi's severe injuries from an unknown assailant, along with the theft of his left Sharingan, was delivered to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Accompanying this report was the troubling speculation that Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, members of Kakashi's squad, were missing, presumably abducted by the attackers. Promptly notify Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yui, and Might Guy, instructing them to lead their respective teams in a search for Naruto and Sasuke around Konohagakure. Furthermore, I command all Anbu to conduct a thorough search throughout the village, apprehending any suspicious individuals on site. The remaining Jonin shall cancel their leave and lead their respective teams to secure the critical entrances and exits of Konoha. Effective immediately, no one shall depart from Konoha without my explicit orders. Aware of the urgency of the situation, the 3rd Hokage hastily issued a series of commands. Yes, Hokage-sama. With the issuance of the 3rd Hokage's orders, the entire Anbu mobilized, scouring the village for suspicious figures. Encounters with spies from other ninja villages occasionally erupted into skirmishes, transforming Konoha into a bustling hub of activity. Unbeknownst to the 3rd Hokage, the orchestrator of this turmoil, Konan, had long since departed Konoha from the skies above. Chapter 15. The Nine-Tails joined the fray in the world of Naruto. Within the village of Konohagakure, Hisashi inquired, "Have you heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails and Uchiha Sasuke have gone missing?" Tasked with this matter, the leader of the foundation, Danzo Shimura, eagerly entered the office of the 3rd Hokage, offering his assistance. "Danzo, you need not concern yourself with this. I will never allow you to interfere with Naruto and Sasuke." Abandon such thoughts. The 3rd Hokage, aware of his old friend's ulterior motives, swiftly dismissed Danzo's proposal. "Hisashi, you shall come to regret this," retorted Danzo. "I am a Hokage." Once again, their familiar argument culminated in discontent, resulting in another bitter parting. "Lord Hokage, we have discovered a significant number of unregistered ninjas at the Sand Ninjas encampment. Everyone has rushed there. A standoff is currently underway. We seek your judgment." At this moment, an Anbu operative brought forth the latest intelligence. "What? I will head there immediately. What does the 4th Kazekage say? Does he intend to wage war against us?" The 4th Kazekage did not appear. "Inform all clans to prepare for a potential attack from the Sand Ninja, and summon Asuma and his team back as well." The 3rd Hokage, unable to remain idle, hurriedly followed the Anbu operative towards the Sand Ninjas encampment, which had been set up for the Chunin exams, while simultaneously issuing a combat order. Instantly, Konohagakure fell into a state of heightened alert, with conflict imminent. At the Sand Ninjas encampment, have the Konohagakure ninjas discovered our presence? Then let us initiate the collapse of Konoha plan ahead of schedule. I shall contact Orochimaru of the Sound Village. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Realizing the situation had been compromised, Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazekage, decisively triggered the collapse of Konoha plan. By the order of the Kazekage, we commenced the collapse of Konoha plan. Fellow comrades, follow me to battle. You Sand Ninja dare to assault our village? Everyone counterattack, kill, boom, sleep technique, roar. Damn it, the Sand Ninja have even summoned Shikaku, the One-Tail. Quickly inform the Hokage. As Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, unleashed his summoning technique, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. What is that? A monster. The demon fox has reappeared. Everyone run. The villagers of Konoha, witnessing the rampage of Shikaku, were suddenly reminded of the harrowing events from 12 years prior during the Nine-Tails attack, plunging them into chaos as they frantically fled, turning the village into a scene of utter disarray. Outside the village in the sky, Konan held the unconscious Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha in her arms, observing the tumultuous battle below in Konohagakure. Orochimaru has prematurely initiated the collapse of Konoha plan. Could my earlier actions have precipitated this? Is this what Fan Xian referred to as the butterfly effect? She dismissed such thoughts, recognizing they were irrelevant to her. Instead, She resolved to converse with the Ninetales and procure the chakra that Wen Chao had requested. Having turned her back on the chaotic hidden leaf village, Conan ascended to the summit of a nearby peak, effortlessly carrying the two protagonists. She gently set Sasuke aside and lifted Naruto's shirt, placing her left hand upon the seal of the 8 trigrams on his abdomen, channeling her consciousness along with her chakra into him. In a haze, Conan's awareness found itself in a dark, damp realm, where before her ethereal form, the curious Ninetales was ensnared within a cage, observing her intently. Uman Buman. What brings you here to seek the great Ninetales? It cackled, quickly masking its expression with a fierce demeanor upon sensing its own misstep. Kurama, come and clash fists with me, and I shall share all that I know. Conan did not respond to the Ninetales' query. Instead, she approached the gate that confined it and raised her left fist in greeting. How fascinating that in this era, there exists someone who knows my true name and understands the ancient technique of connecting chakra through a fist bump as taught by the Sage of Six Paths. As the first human since the sage to wish to engage in such a gesture, I, the Great One, shall grant your request. The Ninetales, abandoning its feigned ferocity, gazed at Conan in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, it mirrored her gesture, extending its fist from within the iron cage to meet hers. As their fists collided, Conan transmitted all her experiences and thoughts from the multiversal chat group through chakra. A multiversal chat group? Naruto. Unifying the ninja world, the Ninetales' eyes widened in shock, its mouth agape as it absorbed the influx of information. So, Kurama, will you stand beside me to transform this dark ninja world? Conan lowered her fist, smiling at the astonished fox whose jaw seemed ready to drop. Why, Conan, have you chosen me? After a lengthy pause, the Ninetales finally organized its thoughts regarding the smiling Conan with a complex expression. Having learned all the narratives in this intricately woven dark ninja realm, aside from Nagato, the only beings I can trust are you simple-minded tail beasts, which is why I have come. Conan articulated her reasoning. Who is simple-minded? Who do you refer to as simple-minded? I am the illustrious Ninetales, a force to be reckoned with in the ninja world for millennia. The Ninetales retorted indignantly, as if its tail had been stepped on. First controlled by Uchiha, then captured and sealed by Senju Hashirama like a mere chick. Ultimately confined within the Whirlpool clan for decades. This is how I reign in the ninja world, is it not, Kurama? Conan's words pierced the Ninetales' heart like a dagger, rendering it momentarily silent. Is this how one invites a fox? After what felt like an eternity, the Ninetales finally spoke, its displeasure evident. So, have you agreed? Conan inquired. Agreed. The Ninetales replied begrudgingly. Then let us proceed. In the expectant gaze of the Ninetales, Conan stepped forward and unsealed the cage. Stop right there. Female ninja, who are you, and why have you released the Ninetales? What about Naruto? As the seal was lifted, the chakra left behind by the fourth Hokage and his wife emerged, rushing forth to halt Conan's actions. Boom! 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 Conan, well prepared, had no intention of conversing with the fourth Hokage couple. Instead, she unleashed her premeditated technique, the God Paper Jutsu. Amidst the violent explosions, the chakra of the fourth Hokage couple was completely obliterated. Ha, Conan, you've done splendidly. Minato, Kushina, today is your day of reckoning. Ha ha ha. The Ninetales, having broken free from its prison, looked with satisfaction at the dissipating chakra of the fourth Hokage couple, reveling in the moment. While I hold a certain admiration for the fourth Hokage, our respective positions are fundamentally opposed. Thus we must regard each other as enemies. Conan remarked with a hint of regret. Let us depart, Kurama. She patted the great fox beside her, ready to leave the sealing space. Wait, the Ninetales suddenly called out to her just as it was about to follow Conan. Chapter 16. The accomplished retreat within the confines of the sealing space inside Naruto Uzumaki. Conan, poised to depart, was suddenly halted by the voice of the Ninetales. What is it, Kyubi? Conan inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity as she regarded the beast. The Ninetales remained silent, rooted in place, its expression fluctuating with an inner turmoil as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Observing this, Conan opted not to pry further, instead choosing to wait patiently. Consider this as my rent payment. Henceforth, I owe nothing to Naruto Uzumaki. The Nine Tails ultimately resolved, its features settling into a determined expression. It then tore off one of its tails and cast it back into the cage that had contained it for 12 long years. Bang! The iron cage of sealing was once more secured by the Nine Tails, the severed tail transforming into a diminutive version of itself. A small Kyuubi that lay listlessly within the confines. It seems you are reluctant to let Naruto perish. Have you been moved by the narrative? Conan teased, her gaze understanding as she regarded the Nine Tails. Who says so? I merely do not wish to be indebted to this brat for rent, the Nine Tails retorted, attempting to maintain an air of pride despite its true feelings. Very well, as you say. I shall take my leave now. With a light chuckle, Conan chose not to expose the creature's pretense and departed the sealing space. TCH, how dare you mock me? The Nine Tails grimaced, its displeasure evident. Yet it too succumbed to the exhilaration of newfound freedom and followed suit. In the outside world, as consciousness returned, Conan opened her eyes, retrieving her hand from Naruto's abdomen. She lifted Sasuke Uchiha beside her and ascended into the air, awaiting the unfolding events. Before long, a colossal surge of crimson chakra erupted from the sealing mark on Naruto's abdomen, swiftly enveloping the entire mountain, transforming into a massive, over 100-meter-tall red fox. Roar! The liberated Nine Tails let out a triumphant howl, celebrating its rebirth. Enough howling. We must depart. Conan, still carrying Sasuke, flew before the Nine Tails, urging it to move. Shikaku is also in Konoha. Shall we recruit him now? The Nine Tails did not respond to Conan's suggestion, but instead gazed longingly towards the village, a hint of mischief flickering in its eyes. You wouldn't dare instigate another Nine Tails rampage, would you? The third Hokage is still alive, you know. Do you believe that if you approach, he wouldn't immediately employ the Reaper Death Seal to take you down with him? Conan discerned the creature's intentions, her tone laced with irritation. I was merely jesting. We shall leave at once. By the way, which direction do we take? The Nine Tails quickly stifled its vengeful thoughts, feigning ignorance. This way. Conan pointed towards the land of rain, then scrutinized the Nine Tails for a moment before asking, Kyuubi, can't you shrink in size? Your form is rather conspicuous. This is not the time for us to be exposed. I cannot. However, as tailed beasts are unique life forms composed of chakra. Should you absorb my chakra, my size will naturally diminish. The Nine Tails shook his head, but provided a solution. It's simple, just watch me, and do not resist. Xiaonan flew to the top of the Nine Tails' head, her empty left hand making contact with his fur. With a mere thought, she began to absorb the Nine Tails' chakra into her own dimensional space. As the chakra dwindled, the Nine Tails' form gradually shrank, finally stopping when he reached about 10 meters. That's enough. Don't take any more. I'm not accustomed to such a small size. The Nine Tails, now resembling his youthful form, flicked his tail in annoyance and hastily called to a halt. Very well, once we return to the Rain Ninja village, I shall return your chakra. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan ceased her absorption, reluctantly withdrawing her left hand. She hadn't anticipated how pleasant the Nine Tails' fur felt against her skin. She mused inwardly. No need for that. With this little chakra, I can easily absorb stray chakra from the ninja world for a few days without being sealed. Consider these as a gift for our meeting. The Nine Tails remarked nonchalantly. Thank you, then. I happen to owe a favor to my friend Wen Xiao for a portion of tailed beast chakra. I shall send it to him now. Xiaonan replied. By the way, I will chat with my friends in the group for a bit, and I entrust you, Kaibai, to take me back to the Rain Ninja village. As she spoke, Xiaonan eagerly landed on the back of the Nine Tails, enveloped by the softness of his fur, comfortably lying down. The Nine Tails did not emit the unpleasant odor typical of wild beasts. Instead, he radiated warmth, causing Xiaonan to suppress the urge to roll around on his back. Lazy woman. The Nine Tails flicked his tail again in irritation, yet he accepted Xiaonan's presence. Soaring towards the Rain Ninja village with her and the still unconscious Uchiha Sasuke, Only the similarly unconscious Naruto Uzumaki remained behind, his life spared by the Nine-Tails' mercy, though he now appeared significantly weakened. Xiaonan, why do you wish to take Uchiha Sasuke with you? The Nine-Tails inquired curiously as they sped towards the land of rain. Naruto Uzumaki is stubborn and will never betray Konoha for my sake. However, at this time, Sasuke is still a young man filled with hatred, making him a valuable ally. Xiaonan explained. I see. The Nine-Tails, familiar with the storyline, suddenly understood. Well, enough talk. I wish to chat with my friends. Call me when we arrive at the Rain Ninja Village. Xiaonan said, then comfortably closed her eyes. In the chat group, the Paper Angel announced, Everyone, I'm back. The Paper Angel sent a regular red envelope. Come and grab it. Lord Xiao Fan snatched the envelope, winning a bowl of Ichiraku's signature tonkatsu ramen. The Skull Island handsome guy grabbed the envelope, winning a bowl of Ichiraku's signature tonkatsu ramen. Scarlet Witch. Genius Girl. The Eternal Emperor. The arrival of the red envelope instantly enlivened the chat group. Genius Beauty. How infuriating. Why is it always you two? Fan Xian and Wen Chao, who snatched the red envelopes the fastest. Scarlet Witch. Indeed, are you both residing in the chat group? Lord Fan. It's nothing extraordinary. Merely a matter of dexterity. Wen Chao and I have honed our skills before our time travel. Handsome from Skull Island. To my surprise, it's Ichiraku Ramen. Before my journey across dimensions, I had always yearned to discover the flavor that captivated Naruto so deeply. Today, my wish has finally come true. Tears of joy. Lord Fan, a single bowl of ramen is just right for us, but you, Wen Chao, probably won't even be able to taste it, will you? Snickering. Genius Beauty. Ha ha, I can vividly picture it now. Ha ha ha. Handsome from Skull Island. I forgot I'm no longer human. Crying. Scarlet Witch. Poor Handsome, patting his head. Chapter 17. The National Guardian Beast in the chat group. Paper Angel sent a designated red envelope to Skull Island Handsome. Paper Angel. Skull Island Handsome, don't worry. I had already anticipated this. I have prepared 20 servings of ramen for you. Here are the other 19. Paper Angel. Additionally, this is the Nine-Tails chakra we agreed upon yesterday for exchanging for the fairy beans. Please check it. Skull Island Handsome received the red envelope twice. Skull Island Handsome, you are indeed thoughtful, Xiaonan. No wonder you are the great steward of the Akatsuki organization. Thank you. Skull Island Handsome, have you obtained the Nine-Tails chakra so quickly? Did you kill Naruto? Paper Angel, no, I merely recruited the Nine-Tails. Xiaonan briefly introduced what she had accomplished in Konoha over the past 2 days. Lord Xiao Fan, you actually initiated the collapse plan for Konoha ahead of schedule. Impressive. Skull Island Handsome, I admire you. Sasuke has been led away by you. Naruto won't be able to pursue him this time. Scarlet Witch, Sister Xiaonan, I also want to touch the Nine-Tails. Genius Beautiful Girl, is the Nine-Tails really that pleasant to touch? Paper Angel, indeed. Eternal Emperor, your interests as girls are rather peculiar. In the legendary movie universe, Wen Chao reflected on the impact of Xiaonan's actions within the Naruto world. He then looked at the 20 servings of Ichiraku ramen in his hands and promptly tossed both the noodles and the bowl into his mouth. He barely tasted anything, but the flavor was decent, though not as delectable as monster meat. Wen Chao smacked his lips and commented. He then retrieved the Nine-Tails chakra, a surge of red. Ferocious energy manifested in his hand, incessantly eroding his skin and hair, emitting a sizzling sound. However, the Nine-Tails chakra merely charred his fur slightly, inflicting no harm. It seemed that the Nine-Tails chakra was considerably more potent than radiation energy, yet I can endure it now. Wen Chao focused his thoughts and absorbed the Nine-Tails chakra into his body, merging it with the domineering true energy that was continuously circulating within him, instantly doubling its total amount. Domineering true energy, 16-132-100, entry level. Evolution points 16, devoured, Nine-Tails chakra. Evolution points 200, evolution points 111, 1000, 327, 1000. The evolution points increased by 216, quite satisfactory. Wen Chao observed the changes on the system panel and nodded in contentment. Subsequently, closing the panel and redirecting his attention back to the chat group. Eternal Emperor, what kind of noodle dish is this? I have never eaten it before, but it tastes quite good. Thank you for sharing, Xiaonan. Paper Angel, this is Ichiraku ramen that I packed from Konoha. It can be considered a local delicacy. I specifically wanted everyone to try it, and I hope you all enjoy it. Genius Beautiful Girl, the flavor is indeed commendable. Scarlet Witch, the ramen is delicious. Thank you. Sister Xiaonan, Lord Xiaofan, the taste is fantastic, but Zhengge, have you really never eaten noodles before? The Eternal Emperor, indeed, there is none. I intentionally left a bit for the Imperial Chef to study. Handsome of Skull Island, I recall that noodles only emerged during the Eastern Han Dynasty. They likely did not exist in the Qin Dynasty where Zhengge resided. The Eternal Emperor, I see. Nonetheless, henceforth, noodles will be credited as an invention of my great Qin. How delightful. Lord Xiaofan, 666 Handsome of Skull Island, 666 Scarlet Witch. Uncle Zheng seems a tad shameless. Huh. Genius Maiden, indeed, nodding. Angel of Paper, smiling. The Eternal Emperor. As an emperor, it is essential to possess a thick face and a cunning heart. Moreover, this allows my Qin subjects to enjoy an additional delicacy, and I feel no remorse. Lord Xiaofan, I have learned from this, taking notes. The Eternal Emperor, a teachable child. Handsome of Skull Island. Oh, you're already learning. To what stage has your rebellion progressed? Lord Xiaofan. Lord Xiaofan, I have joined the supervisory court and am preparing to persuade Director Chun Pingping to join my side. Handsome of Skull Island. With your mother, Yi Qingmei's legacy, persuading Director Chun should be a breeze. Yi Qingmei is indeed his cherished ideal. Lord Xiaofan, precisely. Thus I plan to find an opportunity to confront Uncle Chun, revealing that his suspicions regarding Emperor Qing being the true culprit behind my mother's death are indeed correct. At that point, it should be easy to draw him into my camp. Lord Xiaofan, however, I am currently diligently practicing the martial arts Zheng Gu uploaded and have successfully broken through to the 9th rank. Feeling that I am not far from becoming a Grandmaster. Lord Xiaofan, I intend to formally commence my rebellion once I achieve Grandmaster status. Handsome of Skull Island. Quite prudent, though it feels a tad cautious, amusing. The Eternal Emperor, being cautious is wise. As the strategist Zhu Sheng of the future, Ming, Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, store plenty of grain, build high walls, and delay declaring oneself king. Until one possesses the strength for self-preservation, it is best not to act rashly. Lord Xiaofan, thank you for your guidance. Zhengge, Handsome of Skull Island. Tomorrow, the chat group will be upgraded. I hope the upgrade unlocks the ability to traverse worlds. And then I can come to your realm to assist you in swiftly conquering it. Lord Xiaofan, please don't come over. Handsome of Skull Island. Isn't it great that I can help you clear the world? I desire nothing else. When you ascend to the throne, just spread my faith. Lord Xiaofan, goodness, do you aspire to become a deity? No. Is this yet another function of your golden finger? Could it be some form of belief power? Handsome of Skull Island. Congratulations, you are correct. Thumbs up. Lord Xiaofan, envy and jealousy. The Eternal Emperor, Wenxiao, do you require faith? I can appoint you as the guardian beast of my great Qin, equal in status to me, aiding you in promoting the faith. Once the chat group activates the world traversal feature, you can come and help me capture the divine dragon. Handsome of Skull Island. All right, Zhengge, it's settled then. Handshake. Lord Xiaofan. In that case, I shall learn from Brother Zheng. Henceforth, I entrust the stability of my realm to the national guardian beast, and I hope for your unwavering support. Hilarious. JPG, Angel of Paper. Allow me to join in the festivities as well. In the future, the unification of the shinobi world shall rely upon the efforts of a national guardian beast. Smile. JPG, Handsome from Skull Island. No problem. I sincerely appreciate everyone's assistance. It is only right that I contribute. Scarlet Witch. I possess neither the ambition nor the capability to conquer the world. However, once you, Wen Chao, arrive in our world, we could join forces to become superheroes. I've even devised an impressive title for you. Iron Hero, Handsome from Skull Island. No, Iron Hero sounds dreadful. I must decline. JPG, Lord Xiaofan. Then how about calling you Gorilla Hero, Captain Gorilla? Handsome from Skull Island. Get lost. Chapter 18. Bulma in the Desolate Time and Space Genius Girl. It's terrible. We're doomed. Skeleton Island Handsome. What happened? Scarlet Witch. Sister Bulma. What is going on? Angel of Paper. Bulma. Are you in danger? Eternal Emperor. I will assist in any way I can. Lord Fan. Bulma, what is the matter? Is it an android attack? But the timing seems off. Skeleton Island Handsome. I recall Bulma mentioning that Goku had just returned from the universe. Surely, it's too early for the androids to strike. Could it be that Cooler, Frisia, and their father have descended upon Earth from the movie? Genius Girl. No, Frisia and his father have indeed just arrived on Earth. But Cooler did not come. Vegeta and Goku have already dealt with them. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Genius Girl. The most critical issue is that future Trunks has not appeared. Lord Fan. So you're not in the main timeline of Dragon Ball, but rather in a parallel universe where all the Z fighters have perished, leaving only Gohan and Trunks, and ultimately even Gohan falls in battle. Skeleton Island Handsome. Is this the hopeless timeline for Dragon Ball? But wait, Bulma, you are familiar with the storyline, even in a dire timeline. Wouldn't it be possible to develop a miraculous heart disease cure in advance to save Goku? Lord Fan, exactly. And as long as we ensure Piccolo's safety, the Dragon Balls 1T lose their power and turn to stone. As such, everything could be safeguarded by the Dragon Balls, and there shouldn't be any significant issues. Genius Girl. I have already prepared for everything you mentioned. The problem lies elsewhere. Skeleton Island Handsome. What is the issue then? Is there something we have overlooked? Lord Fan. It seems we have considered everything, right? How can we be doomed? Angel of Paper. You two are completely missing the point. Your focus is all wrong, smirking. JPG. Skeleton Island Handsome. Lord Fan. Scarlet Witch. Didn't Sister Bulma already state that the problem is the absence of future Trunks? Smirking. JPG. Genius Girl. Yes, I have been eagerly anticipating his arrival. My dashing and handsome future Trunks has failed to show up. I wanted to comfort him. He has endured so much over the years. Genius Girl. This 1T do. Since future Trunks isn't coming, I shall seek him out myself. I will begin my research on the time machine at once. Farewell, everyone. Upon sending the message, Bulma's avatar immediately dimmed. Lord Fan, is that it? Bulma is worried about this? Skeleton Island Handsome. I don't comprehend, yet I am profoundly shaken. GIF. Lord Fan, great image, that's mine now. I don't understand, but I am profoundly shaken. GIF. Eternal Emperor. You two must have been single before your journey. For women, children are of utmost importance. Scarlet Witch. Uncle Zheng is partially correct, but another reason for Sister Bulma's discontent is that she hasn't encountered any handsome men. Even if he happens to be her son. Haha. Paper Angel. Ever since she learned of the storyline, Bulma has been boasting to us for quite some time. Eternal Emperor. It seems I am rather perplexed by women as well. Lord Fan. My defenses have crumbled. I shall make my way to the brothel. Farewell. Fan Xian swiftly logged off. Skull Island Handsome. I am not even a person. The jester is none other than myself. Eternal Emperor. I am unable to assist. Paper Angel. Patting head. Scarlet Witch. Wen Chao is truly pitiful. Skull Island Handsome. Women merely affect my sword drawing speed. Skull Island Handsome. With no women in my heart, drawing my sword becomes divine. Scarlet Witch. I'll give you a look. You may interpret yourself. Paper Angel. I'll give you a look. You may interpret yourself. Skull Island Handsome. Never mind. I shall log off as well. After logging off, Wen Chao grew increasingly agitated. It was one thing to traverse to this world, but to be subjected to the jabs of singletons, even after his arrival, seemed utterly futile. However, upon surveying his formidable physique, he quickly regained his composure. Under the current circumstances, he could not afford to be discontented. With a disgruntled flourish of his battle axe, Wen Chao rose from his throne and strode towards the entrance of the ancestral temple. In his displeasure, he intended to slay a few titan beasts to vent his frustration. Exiting the ancestral temple, Wen Chao scanned his surroundings and felt somewhat perturbed. The radiation energy in the inner earth was several dozen times stronger than that of the surface world. This rendered him incapable of sensing the precise locations of the titan beasts dwelling in the inner earth as he could on the surface. Thus, he opted to randomly select a direction to commence his hunt, hoping for a stroke of luck. Suddenly, A series of monkey-like calls echoed from a distance. Huh. Following the sound, Wen Chao spotted a small, red-furred monkey, towering over 10 meters, pointing at him and screeching, seemingly alerting others to his presence. The more he observed, the more familiar it appeared. Was this not the small monkey from Godzilla vs. Kong 2? What was it doing here? As the monkey's cries subsided, a tremor resonated through the ground, and amidst the thunderous rumbling, a colossal white beast emerged from behind the mountains. Perched atop the white beast was a red-furred giant ape, ensnared by a bone whip. Was that not Snow Demon and Scar King? What brought them to his door? A look of astonishment crossed Wen Chao's face, quickly transforming into fierce battle intent. This was fortuitous, as he had been searching for a worthy opponent. Roar! Wen Chao raised his battle axe and bellowed at the trio of titan beasts before him. Eek! The small monkey was startled into a frenzy, having completed its reconnaissance. It quickly crouched down, swiftly turning to make its escape. Howl! The scarred king rose from the snow demon, defiantly roaring back at Wen Chao. Simultaneously, it removed the bone whip that coiled around its body, directing the blue conical crystal at the whip's tip towards Wen Chao. A low hum emanated from the blue crystal, and the snow demon beneath the scarred king let out a resigned growl as it unleashed a frigid breath of ice and snow towards Wen Chao under the crystal's command. The temperature plummeted rapidly, accompanied by a swift spread of white frost in all directions. Excellent, bring it on. Wen Chao's formidable, true energy surged within him, and he slightly bent his body, exhaling as he thrust his fist forward. A transparent wave of true energy surged forth, laden with a fierce aura, clashing against the incoming icy breath. Boom! Frost exploded and the earth shattered. Chapter 19. Devouring the Scarred King and subduing the Snow Demon amidst a swirling tempest of ice and snow, a rapidly spinning battle axe, radiating a brilliant azure light, sliced through the air and struck directly atop the Snow Demon's head. With a resounding clang of metal colliding, the Snow Demon was dazed, its form swaying precariously as the frosty breath it exhaled extinguished. The Scarred King, who had been perched upon the Snow Demon, was also jostled by the creature's unsteady movements. Before it could regain its balance, another battle axe descended from the heavens, aimed squarely at the blue conical crystal in its grasp. With a sharp crack, the crystal used to control the Snow Demon is shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Roaring, Wen Chao infused his legs with overwhelming energy, shattering the icy winds and snowflakes with a thunderous sound, creating a white shockwave that surged before the Snow Demon. With his left hand coiled in preparation, he unleashed a devastating punch that sent the Scarred King crashing down from the Snow Demon. A tremendous explosion followed, and before the opponent could rise, Wen Chao leaped into the air, his fist descending like a mountain, driving the Scarred King's head and upper body into the earth. The ground within a radius of hundreds of meters erupted violently, sending countless shards of rock and ice spiraling skyward. The recently liberated Snow Demon, witnessing Wen Chao's ferocious display of power, instinctively took a few steps back in fear, its initial excitement swiftly morphing into terror. In the distance, a small monkey peered out cautiously, emitting a terrified squeal before hastily retreating. Wen Chao, undeterred by the retreat of the two, focused intently on the thrashing Scarred King, his foot firmly planted on its chest as he unleashed a relentless barrage of fists, striking down like a hail of arrows. After dozens of blows, the Scarred King ceased its struggles, its visage becoming grotesque, the upper half of its body a gruesome mess, blood gushing forth and saturating the ground. With a triumphant growl, Wen Chao released his pent-up frustration through his fists. Grasping the mangled form of the Scarred King, he turned his gaze towards the Snow Demon, his eyes still glinting with remnants of brutal intent. The Snow Demon trembled, its massive frame quaking as it bent its forelegs in submission, kneeling before Wen Chao. A notification chimed in his mind. Detected high-ranking biological submission in the current world, faith power increased by 1 strand. Wen Chao felt the surge of evolution points as the system confirmed his gains. Through his recent explorations, he had learned that the faith bestowed by the Ivians increased daily, equating to 1 evolution point per day, a result of their unwavering devotion. The submission of just this one snow demon provided him with a strand of faith power, comparable to that yielded by the entire Ivians, despite it currently being merely a shallow believer. He understood the distinction between a substantial meal and a mere morsel. Patting the snow demon atop its head, Wen Chao reassured his first Titan be subordinate and mount. He then settled onto a nearby patch of ground, tearing apart the remnants of the scarred king, and began to devour its remains. Witnessing such a scene of bloodshed and brutality, the snow demon shuddered, turning away silently, choosing to avert its gaze from the chaos. Stealing a glance at the snow demon, Wen Chao paid it no mind, continuing to indulge in his feast. As the flesh of the scarred king filled his belly, a continuous flow of radiated energy began to spread throughout his body, replenishing the domineering true energy he had expended during the earlier battle and causing his overall reserves to surge once more. Domineering true energy, 32-140-100 entry level, evolution points 8, devoured scarred king. Evolution points 300, evolution points 328, 10000636, 1000. With the last morsel of flesh consumed, Wen Chao's evolution points nearly doubled. Sated, he patted his belly and stood up, lifting the severed head of the scarred king that he had deliberately kept aside, making his way to the side of the snow demon. With a roar, he leapt onto the snow demon's back and bellowed in the direction where the little monkey had previously fled. Within his senses, he discerned that the creature had not ventured far. Sure enough, not long after, the red-furred little monkey timidly emerged from the forest. Squeak! Upon seeing the disfigured head of the scarred king in Wen Chao's hands, the little monkey trembled, bowing in submission. Noticing that only a slight increase in faith power appeared on his system panel, Wen Chao scoffed. Indeed, this little monkey was quite feeble, a stark contrast to the snow demon. However, he had no intention of devouring the little monkey, as there was hardly any meat to be gained. Instead, he gestured for it to lead the way to the scarred king's territory. Squeak! Realizing that Wen Chao bore no ill intent, the little monkey's trembling body relaxed instantly. Understanding his cue, it hurried ahead to guide him. Following the little monkey, Wen Chao rode the snow demon, and after half a day's journey, they arrived at the entrance to the scarred king's domain. It was a rift in the ground emanating a blue glow, surrounded by frost, appearing as if it had been blasted open by the snow demon's icy breath. Roar? Ugh! After exchanging a few words with the snow demon beneath him, it confirmed Wen Chao's thoughts. This underground rift had recently been opened under the scarred king's control by the snow demon's icy breath. Furthermore, the snow demon informed Wen Chao that she had sensed the immense radiated energy emanating from the Titan Great Ape's ancestral temple a day prior, which had drawn the scarred king's attention, resulting in the earlier confrontation. So that was it. No wonder the scarred king had come knocking so suddenly. It seems he was lured by the tremendous radiated energy I had unleashed while charging my war axe yesterday. Wen Chao nodded in understanding. Subsequently, he, along with the snow demon and the little monkey, leaped into the underground rift, descending to the next layer of the underworld. Crossing a bridge constructed from the ancient bones of unknown Titan beasts spanning thousands of meters, Wen Chao rode the snow demon as the little monkey led them into a dim cavern surrounded by molten lava. Within the cavern, nearly 100 long-armed giant apes toiled under the watchful gaze of their overseer counterparts, seemingly engaged in the construction of a magnificent palace. The arrival of Wen Chao and Shui Mo instantly captivated the attention of all the giant apes within the cave. Squeak! The little monkey triumphantly exclaimed, posturing before Wen Chao and Shui Mo with an air of false bravado. Roar! With a casual flick, Wen Chao cast the severed head of the scarred king onto the ground, brandishing his battle axe as he bellowed at the assembly of long-armed giants. Whoosh! Xuamontak, in perfect harmony, exhaled a breath of frost and snow. Squeak! Squeak! Upon observing the disfigured visage on the ground, the long-armed giant apes swiftly recognized the head's former owner, the scarred king who had subjugated them for millennia. In an instant, the entire troop of apes erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 20. The submission of the long-armed gibbons with a chirp. a young monkey called out, prompting an elderly long-armed gibbon to approach. The elder affectionately patted the young one's head, suggesting a familial bond, likely that of grandfather. After exchanging a few simple words, the venerable gibbon bowed before Wen Chao, expressing gratitude for vanquishing the scarred king who had enslaved them for millennia, and inquired about his intentions. "Submit or perish," Wen Chao declared, gesturing towards the severed head of the scarred king on the ground, then indicating himself. Upon hearing Wen Chao's intentions, the gibbon clan stirred restlessly. However, after the young monkey animatedly recounted the tale of the scarred king's demise, most of the long-armed gibbons, guided by the elder, willingly submitted to Wen Chao. Only a few, loyal to the scarred king and responsible for overseeing the others, attempted to flee in fear of retribution. They were swiftly dispatched by Wen Chao with a single stroke of his axe. Subsequently, following the system's prompt, Wen Chao identified and eliminated those gibbons who feigned submission but did not offer him any faith power. After a bloody purge, the remaining long-armed gibbons obediently acknowledged Wen Chao as their leader, becoming his devout followers. Ding! The long-armed gibbon clan has been subdued. Faith power has increased by a thread. Evolution Point 1. Satisfied with the system's notification, Wen Chao nodded approvingly. With the submission of the long-armed gibbons, the daily yield of faith power for evolution points rose to 3, coupled with the automatic operation of the dominant true Qi, which generated 1 evolution point every 4 hours. He could now secure a total of 6 evolution points daily. Although this may seem modest, over time, it would accumulate into a significant sum. After closing the system panel, Wen Chao instructed several gibbons to transport the bodies of the defiant gibbons he had slain to the residence of the Scarred King. He then entrusted the management of this group to the elder and several other senior gibbons, relinquishing responsibility. As long as they continued to provide him with faith power, he had no desire to enslave them. Upon receiving the news, the gibbons erupted in cheers, completely convinced by their new leader who refrained from subjugating them. A few female long-armed gibbons boldly approached Wen Chao, attempting to allure him, yet he, bemused, sent them away and commanded the snow demon to guard the entrance against any disturbances. With a sense of awkwardness, he retreated into the former residence of the Scarred King. Though, from the perspective of a Titan gibbon, these females were indeed among the finest of their kind, he was not so desperate as to lower his standards. The absurdity of this transmigrated life. Nevertheless, it was time to set aside his frustrations and focus on nourishment. Wen Chao turned his grief into appetite and began to consume the remnants of the loyal followers of the Scarred King that he had slain. The dominant true Qi. 4145-100 beginner. Evolution points 5, devouring 10 long-armed giant apes. Evolution points 100 evolution points 637 1000-742 1000. It appears that each long-armed giant ape grants 10 evolution points, and for every 2. It also enhances the proficiency of dominant true Qi by 1 point. In this manner, one would accumulate 5 evolution points. Observing the system panel, which indicated that a mere 258 points were required for another evolution, Wen Chao felt a surge of eagerness. Essentially, he needed to consume just 25 more long-armed giant apes to reach the 3rd tier of evolution. However, he quickly suppressed this impulsive thought of exploiting his resources. Though he had strayed far from his humanity, he still wished to establish a moral boundary for himself. He did not wish to devolve into a mindless beast, solely driven by the desire to consume. Such a state would render him no different from the dead. Regaining his focus, Wen Chao closed the system panel, yawned, and fell into slumber. Since entering the depths of the earth, he had been tirelessly occupied, and now that matters had settled for the moment, he deserved a well-earned rest. At the entrance of his dwelling, the snow demon vigilantly guarded the door, thwarting several attempts by female long-armed giant apes to launch a night raid, allowing Wen Chao to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, in the surface world, news of a colossal lizard-like beast attacking the Obninsk nuclear power plant in the Soviet Union quickly became the headline of human society. A gateway to an unknown realm was slowly unveiling itself to humanity, which was still entrenched in the Cold War. The following day, After a restful night, the first thing Wen Chao did upon waking was to access the chat group. After a brief pause, he glanced at the upgrade progress of the chat group. Chat group level. Level 1 group activity. 2689 3000 group contribution. 15666 10000 0 Skeleton Island Handsome. Goodness, are you all this enthusiastic about chatting? I just woke up, and you've already amassed nearly half of today's activity. Lord Xiao Fan. Today is the day for the chat group S upgrade. How can you sleep through it? Crimson Witch, exactly. If the activity count didn't start from 8 a.m., I would have stayed up all night yesterday to max it out. Angel of Paper. I wonder what new features will emerge after the group upgrade today. It has been ages since I anticipated something with such excitement. Eternal Emperor. Same here. Genius Beautiful Girl. Hello? Is everyone up this early? I seem to be the last one awake. Skeleton Island Handsome. Looks like I'm not the last to log on. My guild has significantly diminished. Genius Beautiful Girl. As a beautiful girl, I must ensure I get ample sleep to maintain my beauty. Lord Xiao Fan. Genius Beautiful Girl. What's wrong? Fan Xian? Do you have an objection? Lord Xiao Fan. No, absolutely none. Skeleton Island Handsome. Watching the show. Eternal Emperor. Reviewing memorials while enjoying the spectacle. The Angel of Paper. While indulging the Nine Tails, I also enjoy the performance. The Scarlet Witch. I too yearn to engage with the Nine Tails. I am envious. The Handsome One from Skull Island. Photo. The Handsome One from Skull Island. I can only interact with the Snow Demon now. It is a new mount I acquired yesterday. The Eternal Emperor. What a magnificent beast. It appears to be 2 or 3 times larger than Wen Chao's true form. Just the sheer size of this terrifying creature would be enough to obliterate a nation if it were to enter my realm. The Scarlet Witch. Is this grand monster called the Snow Demon? It looks quite beautiful. The Genius Beauty. I am eager to study it. The Handsome One from Skull Island. Please do not come near. The Honorable Master Fan. This is what you get for being so boastful. Haha. As the lively exchanges continued, the activity within the chat group surged rapidly, nearing the threshold for an upgrade. After several minutes, the overall activity of the chat group finally reached 3,000. Chapter 21. The upgrade of the chat group. Group announcement. The chat group has met the activity and contribution criteria for an upgrade. The current level has been elevated to level 2. The group live streaming and group mall functions have been unlocked. All members are encouraged to explore these new features. The maximum number of group members has increased by 1. New members are currently being sought. After 3 days, a vote will be held among existing members to select one of the prospective members to join the chat group. Management positions are now open. Members who meet the application criteria may undergo a trial to become group administrators. Successful candidates will unlock higher privileges within the chat group. Chat group level 2. Group activity 3,000 15,000. Group contribution 15666 50000. Group members 67. Group administrators 01. Current unlock features. Group files. Group red envelopes. Group live streaming. Group mall. At long last, the upgrade has been achieved. Let me examine the newly updated features. With the group activity meeting the required standards, a wave of announcements refreshed the chat group. After a careful glance, Wen Chao opened the functional interface of the chat group. Indeed, the new features of group live streaming and the group mall have been added. In the group live streaming feature, each member is granted 24 hours of streaming time per week. Members can initiate a live stream at any moment before their allotted time is exhausted, with no limit on the number of streams. Other members can immerse themselves in the experience, and they may offer rewards in the form of points, which will be fully allocated to the streaming member without any fees deducted by the chat group. A commendable practice. Upon exploring the group mall, Wen Chao discovered 2 items available for purchase. One item was particularly intriguing, as it allowed for interdimensional travel, which he had mentioned just the day before. Low-level cross-dimensional invitation. The owner may invite one group member to visit their world. Upon acceptance, the guest may remain for 3 days. During this period, neither party may harm the other. Price, 1,000 points. The second item was a supplement to the group red envelope feature. Low-level group red envelope space expansion token. Members may use this to increase the volume limit of send items by 100. Each member may use it only once. Purchasing multiple tokens is ineffective. Price, 1,000 points. Furthermore, The group mall includes a feature for listing items, allowing members to price and display items from their respective worlds for purchase with points. The chat group similarly does not impose any transaction fees. To my surprise, this chat group operates quite fairly, with no fees for rewards or transactions. Quite impressive. After reviewing the two new features, Wen Chao mentally applauded the creators of the chat group. Turning his attention to prospective members and administrators, he noted that the interface for prospective members displayed only a continuously spinning graphic, indicating that the identities of the new members would be revealed in 3 days. The administrator interface merely presented an application button. Upon casually clicking it, a prompt appeared. Member Skeleton Island Handsome has not met the qualifications for applying to be a group administrator. Please make further efforts. The qualifications for the role of group administrator in the Skull Island Handsome Boys group require one to become the highest-ranking life form in their respective world, the sovereign of all titans. Goodness, does this mean I must kick Godzilla and punch Ghidorah to ascend as the new king of monsters? Observing the criteria for his application, Wen Chao could not help but voice his exasperation. Meanwhile, the other group members were equally engaged, eagerly discussing the newly updated features. Xiao Fan, goodness, the recent upgrade of our chat group has introduced quite a plethora of new features. However, the required activity and contribution levels for the next upgrade have surged 5-fold. It seems we will need to wait a while before we can upgrade again. The Eternal Emperor. The qualification for group administrator requires me to unify the entire world. It appears this task is beyond my immediate reach. What about you all? Skull Island Handsome Boy. I must become the highest entity in my world, the king of monsters. The pressure is quite substantial. Xiao Fan. I aim to unify the realm, aligning perfectly with my rebellion plans. Alas, much like Zhengge, I cannot achieve this swiftly. But is my world so diminutive, encompassing only Nanxing, Beiki, and Dongyi? Skull Island Handsome Boy. It seems there are no other human civilizations on your Earth. Xiao Fan. I suspect that to be true. Paper Angel. My goal is to develop Akatsuki into the most formidable force in the ninja world. This ambition does not conflict with my objective of unifying the ninja realm, yet it too requires time. Scarlet Witch. My qualification is to be a superhero who has saved the world at least once. I have just awakened my powers alongside Pietro. Must I now save the world? This seems exceedingly daunting. Skull Island Handsome Boy. Wanda, did you awaken your powers through the Mind Stone? Scarlet Witch? No. Pietro and I sought out the Ancient One at Kamartage, and it was she who helped us awaken our abilities, and she has even taken me as her disciple. Skull Island Handsome Boy. Impressive. Are you competing with Doctor Strange for the title of Sorcerer Supreme? Scarlet Witch. I entertain such thoughts. Sorcerer Supreme Wanda, huh? That sounds quite imposing. Paper Angel, go Wanda. Xiao Fan, go Wanda. The Eternal Emperor, go Wanda. Skull Island Handsome Boy, go Wanda. Scarlet Witch. Thank you all. I will strive to do my best. Genius Girl. What are you all discussing? Why is everyone cheering for Wanda? Genius Girl. Oh, I reviewed the chat logs. Go Wanda. Genius Girl. Huh. Do none of you possess the qualifications for group administrator? I do proud. JPG. Oh, what? Bulma's revelation astonished the other members. She had already acquired the qualifications needed to apply for group administrator. Xiao Fan, what are your qualifications? Genius Girl. To be the foremost scientist in the current world. I have, with no small effort, invented a time machine. Who else but I can claim the title of Earth's leading scientist? Skull Island Handsome Boy. You claimed yesterday you would invent a time machine, and today you have succeeded? My goodness. Could it be that you have ventured into the hyperbolic time chamber? Master Fan. I surmise so. Otherwise, how could it have been so swift? Jinyu's bed. That's precisely the case. However, I only utilized half a day, which is equivalent to 6 months of progress in the invention of the time machine. Quite astonishing, indeed. Scarlet Witch. Sister Bulma, you are truly remarkable. Paper Angel. Has it truly been 6 months? That must have been quite arduous. Genius Bell. Not at all. I came fully prepared with ample supplies from the multifunctional capsule, and with Vegeta by my side, the 6 months felt like a mere blink. Paper Angel. That's reassuring. Yet, within 6 months equates to merely half a day in the outside world. The hyperbolic time chamber is indeed wondrous. Chapter 22. The Trials of Bulma. The members of the group congratulated Bulma on her successful invention of the time machine, and subsequently inquired about the trials administered by the group leader. The genius girl remarked, "Do not even mention it. The trials set by the group leader are exceedingly difficult." The chat group projected my consciousness into a virtual world that mirrors the Naruto universe where Conan resides. I was given a decade to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki, which is utterly absurd. She continued, "Moreover, my physical form in the virtual realm is identical to that in reality, rendering me incapable of learning the ninjutsu from Conan's world. This forced me to resort to technological advancements. I crafted a nuclear bomb by hand, but alas, it failed to obliterate Kaguya, who managed to escape using her spatial abilities. Ultimately, she discovered my hiding place, and I failed the trial." The genius girl lamented, "Furthermore, after failing the trial, I must wait an entire month before I can reapply." The handsome figure from Skull Island interjected, "You crafted a nuclear bomb by hand?" Bowing to the Great One. Lord Xiao Fan commented, "Bowing to the Great One." The paper angel expressed surprise. "Did you undertake the trial in my world?" The genius girl explained, "It was randomly selected from the worlds of other group members, excluding my own. Unfortunately, I drew the short straw and ended up in Conan's world, where I had no opportunity to showcase my skills." Lord Xiao Fan mused, "Had you drawn my world, Bulma, you would have cleared it in no time." The handsome figure from Skull Island added, "Even in my world, I doubt it would pose much of a challenge for Bulma." The Eternal Emperor remarked, "My world should also present no difficulties for Bulma." Scarlet, which chimed in, "And in my world, it would be a walk in the park for Bulma. Even Tony Stark managed to clear it, and Bulma's scientific prowess surely surpasses his, making success a certainty." The paper angel lamented, "It is unfortunate that Bulma drew my world, which is quite unfriendly to technology." The genius girl expressed her suspicions. "I suspect the chat group intentionally selected the most unsuitable world for me to undertake the trial." The handsome figure from Skull Island concluded, "It seems that acquiring the qualifications of this group leader is no simple feat." The genius girl huffed, "This time, I was careless. Next time, I shall undoubtedly pass the trial." The handsome figure from Skull Island remarked, "You have a month-long cooldown period. Within this month, I should also be able to obtain the qualifications to apply, and then we shall compete." Scarlet Witch added, "Count me in as well. I just remembered. I can participate in the Battle of New York under the guise of Kamatage Sorcerer. This way, I can blend in with the Avengers and assist them in repelling the Chitauri invasion of New York. That should count as saving the world, right?" Lord Xiao Fan responded, "I have seen your storyline during my leisure time. Was it not in the Avengers? It seems Wanda's plan should pose no issues." The handsome figure from Skull Island concurred, "I reckon it should also be fine. It appears that Wanda's qualifications are quite attainable." Scarlet Witch chuckled, "Hee hee, we shall compete fairly then." The genius girl declared, "It is settled then. You two are not to make a move without me. I refuse to believe I shall fail again next time." Skeleton Island handsome, "No problem. Fair competition is indeed fair competition." Lord Fan, "How infuriating. I can only watch from the sidelines. I can't wait any longer. I shall start a rebellion tomorrow." The Eternal Emperor, Fan Xian, "Do not act impulsively. Rash actions are a grave taboo." Lord Fan, "Hee, I have my trump card." Skeleton Island handsome, "Does your offer to help me speedrun in my world still stand from yesterday?" The Eternal Emperor, "I see. With Wen Chao's assistance. You can initiate your plans at any time." Skeleton Island handsome, "Have you gathered enough points to purchase a low-level cross-border invitation?" "I have only over 600 points." Lord Fan, "Though I possess merely over 300 points, there are 2 affluent point holders in the group, hee." Lord Fan, "Genius, beautiful girl, the Eternal Emperor. May I borrow 700 points from either of you? I shall repay you 800 later." The Eternal Emperor, "I shall lend you the amount, and you need not return more than what you borrowed." Genius, beautiful girl, "Since Zhengge has spoken first, you should lend it to Fan Xian. I have other uses for my points." Lord Fan, "Very well then, I am grateful for Zheng Ji's assistance." The Eternal Emperor, "We are all friends in this group. No need for such formality." The Eternal Emperor sent a designated red envelope to Lord Fan. Lord Fan accepted the red envelope, upon receiving the 700 points from the first emperor through the red envelope. Fan Xian promptly purchased a low-level cross-border invitation in the group mall. Lord Fan, Skeleton Island Handsome. The invitation has been purchased. When do you have time? Just as Wen Xiao was about to respond, Bulma suddenly him in the group. Genius beautiful girl. Lord Fan, please hold on. I need to discuss something with Wen Xiao. Genius beautiful girl. Skeleton Island Handsome. Wen Xiao, could you list some of the Titan beast flesh from your world in the group mall? I have resolved to delve into biotechnology. Genius beautiful girl. Paper Angel, and Xiao Nan. Please also list some of your world-ass tail beast chakra. I aim to combine these two elements to create my own artificial tail beast. I must redeem myself in the next trial. Paper Angel. Sure, Bulma. I was just about to persuade the 3 tails and 6 tails to join us in the water country with the 9 tails. I will send you the chakra of the 9 tails directly instead of listing it. Skeleton Island Handsome. I happen to have some leftover flesh from the long-armed giant ape from yesterday. I will send it to you directly as well. Genius beautiful girl. No, the quantity I need this time is considerable. I cannot let you bear the loss. It's better to list it in the group mall, and I will purchase it with points. Paper Angel. All right, I'll figure out how to list it. Skeleton Island Handsome. Fine then, since Bulma, you are wealthy, I shall not hold back. Skeleton Island Handsome. Lord Fan, please wait a moment. Lord Fan, okay. After sending the message, Wen Xiao opened the group mall interface and listed the leftover flesh of the long-armed giant ape and 10 skeletons in the mall. The members of the group have listed 1,000 tons of biological materials from the long-armed giant ape clan, along with 10 skeletons, setting a base price of 10 points in the chat group. Members are permitted to adjust the listing price but cannot set it below the established base price. The chat group's provision of a base price was a pleasant surprise for Wen Xiao, as it alleviated some of his burden. He chose not to raise the price and instead listed the items in the group marketplace at the indicated base price of 10 points. After all, these were merely remnants of food he had consumed, and selling them for 10 points could be considered a form of resourceful recycling. Chapter 23. Fan Xian's Invitation, Group Member. The talented, beautiful girl purchased the item you listed, group points 10. Not long after Wen Xiao listed the item, he received a notification from the chat group. Meanwhile, Xiao Nan's 9-tailed chakra, which she had listed for a base price of 300 points, was promptly acquired by Bulma. Talented, beautiful girl. Thank you both. I shall begin my research now. Farewell, everyone. All. Goodbye, Bulma. Goodbye, Sister Bulma. After bidding farewell to her group friends, Bulma's avatar quickly dimmed, and the others dispersed to attend to their own matters. Wen Xiao exited his residence and gently patted the head of the snowy demon who remained at the door, encouraging her to stretch and relax. He then set forth towards the outskirts of his territory. As the long-armed giant apes encountered their benevolent new leader, they bowed in respect and gratitude. Wen Xiao reciprocated each gesture with a nod. Upon leaving the territory, Wen Xiao sought a secluded spot free from disturbances and subsequently tagged Fan Xian in the group chat. Skull Island Handsome Guy. Little Fan, I have finished my tasks. You may summon me now. Little Fan, all right. Skull Island Handsome Guy. Remember to find a larger open space. Otherwise, if the buildings are damaged, do not blame me. Little Fan, I have already prepared a suitable location. You will never guess where it is. Skull Island Handsome Guy. Is that so? Little Fan, the invitation has been sent. Hasten to assist me. Group member Little Fan has sent you a cross-border invitation. Do you accept? Yes, no. Upon seeing the 2 lines of prompts before him, Wen Xiao naturally chose yes. With his agreement, a brilliant silver light materialized out of thin air, swiftly expanding to form an oval-shaped portal, standing at the same height as Wen Xiao. Skull Island Handsome Guy. Little Fan, I am on my way to assist you. Crimson Witch. Remember to stream live. Skull Island Handsome Guy. Certainly. Once I arrive, I will discuss how to set up the live stream with Fan Xian. After sending his messages in the chat group, Wen Xiao unhesitatingly stepped into the portal before him. In the world of Qing Yunyan, within the imperial plaza of the capital of the Qing Kingdom, a rare scene unfolded. The plaza, typically reserved for the state ceremonies of the Qing Kingdom, was now the site of a tense standoff between 2 groups. On one side, close to the palace, stood a contingent of palace guards clad in crimson armor, gravely surrounding a middle-aged man of imposing demeanor, the Emperor of Qing. Opposing them were 2 factions, one led by the Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian, comprised of the agile tiger guards in black attire, and the other, a group draped in black armor known as the Black Death, headed by the formidable director of the Supervisory Institute, Chun Pingping. Between these two factions stood a remarkably handsome youth dressed in black, Fan Xian, accompanied by his elder and protector, the intelligent robot, Wu Zhu. In a preceding encounter, Fan Xian, having procured a low-level cross-border invitation, summoned his adoptive father Fan Jian and Chun Pingping under the guise of his mother, Yi Qingmei's name. During this meeting, Fan Xian astounded both elders with his purported ability to manipulate items through a chat group red envelope space, claiming it to be the manifestation of his awakened celestial power. This revelation left Fan Jian and Chun Pingping in a state of shock. Once he had secured their attention, Fan Xian employed a thought projector borrowed from Bulma of the Dragon Ball universe to display a scene from the narrative of Qin Yunyan, depicting the death of Yi Qingmei. The long-sought truth behind the death of his beloved was unveiled in this extraordinary manner, evoking an uncontrolled surge of emotions from both Fan Jian and Chun Pingping, which swiftly transformed into a deep-seated hatred for Emperor Qing. Seizing the opportune moment, Fan Xian unveiled his recently attained prowess as a grandmaster, bolstered by the presence of his steadfast protector, Uncle Wu Zhu, who was equally capable of matching a grandmaster's strength. With the assurance of two grandmasters and a shared objective against Emperor Qing, Fan Jian and Chun Pingping decisively rallied their respective troops, the Tiger Guards and the Black Knights, to stage a coup, resulting in the tense standoff in front of the Imperial Palace. Fan Xian, Fan Jian, Chun Pingping, for the sake of that woman who perished over a decade ago, you dare to commit such an audacious act? You would lead your private armies against me. Emperor Qing, shielded by the red-armored Imperial Guards, confronted them with a grim expression. You have forgotten everything since ascending the throne, yet I have not forgotten about little Yi. Fan Jian spoke calmly. Miss was the only one who regarded me with equality in this world, but she is gone, murdered under your schemes. My sole purpose for the remainder of my life is to avenge her, Chun Pingping declared, her gaze seething with hatred as she regarded Emperor Qing. Her words laced with a chilling intent. You killed my mother, and had it not been for Uncle Wu Zhu, my father, and Uncle Chun, you have slain me as well, Fan Xian added, his expression devoid of emotion. The three shared irreconcilable animosities with Emperor Qing, and it was evident that one party must fall this day. Ha ha, splendid. Yi Qingmei, even after so many years, your specter lingers on. How tiresome. Emperor Qing, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly, increasingly irritated by the remnants of that woman and her lingering influence. Very well with your demise. I shall command the entirety of the Qing nation, unimpeded, and usher in an unprecedented era of unity under my reign. Clad in a resplendent yellow imperial robe, Emperor Qing slowly clenched his fists, immense chi surging from his being, parting the red armored guards flanking him, clearing a path as he advanced to confront Fan Xian and his companions directly. A group of red-armored guards gazed in astonishment at the formidable emperor, realizing with disbelief that the very figure they had devoted themselves to protect was, in fact, the fourth grandmaster of the realm. Their expressions swiftly transformed from shock to fervor, as the guards regarded the emperor's silhouette with unwavering loyalty. Simultaneously, Fan Xian summoned the formidable true energy within him, emanating an aura that, while slightly inferior to that of the emperor, was nonetheless equally assertive. In that moment, the clash of their energies manifested as an invisible whirlwind, causing the surrounding crowd to retreat in haste. Only Wu Zhu remained steadfast, silently guarding Fan Xian's side. To think you have also attained the status of Grandmaster. Is this your confidence in opposing me? The emperor's eyes flickered with surprise as he assessed Fan Xian, who, though slightly at a disadvantage, stood resolutely against him. A glance of caution was cast towards Wu Zhu, who stood nearby. After all, we practice the same heart method, one brought from the temple by our mother years ago. If you have become a grandmaster, then I am no exception, Fan Xian spoke with some reluctance. Despite having successfully transcended to the grandmaster realm through the powerful techniques of the wind and cloud world, he recognized the substantial gap that remained between him and the emperor, who had spent decades mastering this pinnacle of power. Chapter 24. Dimensional strike. Do you presume that having surpassed the Grand Master, you can stand against me? I shall make you aware that even among Grandmasters, there exists a disparity. The imposing aura emanating from the Emperor intensified, gradually overshadowing Fan Xian. He clenched his left fist, poised to unleash a formidable strike. Without the obscuring black cloth, Wu Zhu furrowed his brow, raising the black iron rod in his hand to position it between the Emperor and Fan Xian. At that moment, Fan Xian, who had been locked in a contest of wills with the Emperor, received a notification from the chat group, his face instantly lighting up with joy. The Grand Master is merely my means of self-preservation. Today, I shall reveal to you and the world my true trump card, with urgency akin to a divine command. I beseech the great sage equal to heaven to descend and assist me. Fan Xian muttered the incantation he had concocted, and then, out of thin air, produced a silver slip of paper, casting it in the direction of the Emperor. Bolstered by his overwhelming energy, the silver slip soared to a height of 100 meters above the Emperor's head before transforming into a dazzling point of silver light. Before the astonished gaze of all except Fan Xian and Wu Zhu, that point of light rapidly expanded, forming an elliptical silver halo with a diameter of 100 meters. Roar! Within the halo, a colossal figure blotted out the sun as a titan from another realm descended upon this world. The monster has descended from the heavens. The palace is under divine retribution. Everyone flee. Protect His Majesty the Emperor. In the capital, nearly everyone witnessed the silver phenomenon emanating from the palace, along with the gigantic ape-like beast that emerged from it. This incomprehensible scene sent the populace into a frenzy. Some sought to escape, others sought refuge, while loyal generals rushed to safeguard the Emperor. The ancient city, with its millennia of history, was thrown into utter chaos. In the palace square, what manner of beast is this? What use is its immense size? I am the strongest grandmaster in the world. I shall not be defeated. Upon seeing the massive apes summoned by Fan Xian through some unknown means, the Emperor gritted his teeth, channeling all his power, and leaped into the air, delivering a punch aimed at the giant ape's knee. Meanwhile, the recently summoned Wen Chao, feeling as though a mosquito had merely bitten his left knee, instinctively swatted at it. Smack! Your Majesty! In the incredulous gaze of the crimson armored guards, the Emperor they loyally served was reduced to a mere pulp. How brutal! Fan Xian gazed at the Emperor, who had overstepped his bounds by attempting to strike his friend Wen Chao, only to be met with a fatal swat. What kind of creature did you summon? Wu Zhu, sensing the colossal being ahead, inquired with a furrowed brow. Did I not mention? The great sage equal to heaven. Fan Xian replied languidly. A lady once told me the tale of journey to the west. Wu Zhu stared at him intently. Oh, is that so? Ha 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 ha. Fan Xian chuckled awkwardly. Roar? Fan Xian, what are you up to? The resounding voice of Wen Chao echoed through the air, and Fan Xian was astonished to find that he could understand him, likely due to the influence of their chat group. Ha ha, Wen Chao, welcome to my world, the imperial plaza of the kingdom of Qing. Fan Xian responded with hearty laughter. To Wen Chao, his words sounded like a cacophony of chirping birds, yet the power of the chat group allowed him to grasp the underlying meaning. With the assistance of their chat group facilitating seamless communication, the two interdimensional travelers quickly became acquainted in this reality. You rascal! Is this a coup you're planning to orchestrate against the Crown Prince Lu Ju? Where's the Emperor? I could help you deal with him, Wen Chao remarked, glancing around and spotting a magnificent palace not far behind him, presumably the royal palace of the kingdom of Qing. The Emperor was just slain by your own hand, Fan Xian said, his expression a mix of complexity as he pointed toward Wen Chao's left knee. What? Wen Chao stared in confusion at the pool of blood on his left knee, realizing that the creature that had bitten him moments ago was not merely a mosquito from his world, but the formidable Emperor of Qing, who had met his demise rather hastily. Let us eliminate this monster and avenge His Majesty. Kill! At that moment, the red armored guards, established by the Emperor, began to react to the shocking transformation. Led by their chief, the majority of the guards charged towards Wen Chao with a resolve to fight to the death. Wen Chao, in return, fulfilled the fate of these loyal subjects, his palms outstretched like two great mountains descending from the heavens, crushing the guards into mere pulp. The impact of Wen Chao's casual strike caused the ground of the Imperial Plaza to sink 3 feet, staining the earth with blood as the entire royal city trembled, resulting in chaos. Except for Fan Xian, who was protected by the chat group's invulnerability, everyone else fell to the ground in disarray. Only the intelligent robot Wu Zhu managed to maintain balance, while the wheelchair-bound Chun Pingping toppled over. However, he paid no heed to his predicament, instead supporting himself on the ground, wide-eyed as he gazed at the colossal beast looming beside Fan Xian, momentarily forgetting even the death of the emperor. Fan Jian, standing nearby, wore a similar expression of disbelief. These two well-acquainted figures never anticipated that Fan Xian's trump card would be a gigantic ape, seemingly birthed from the realms of myth. Careful, Wen Chao. Don't bring my palace crashing down. The repairs would be exceedingly costly. Fan Xian hastily urged Wen Chao to cease his actions, knowing that this small area could hardly withstand such turmoil. Haha, my apologies. I'm accustomed to my own world, and I'm still adjusting to being back in the human realm. Sorry. Wen Chao chuckled awkwardly, raising his hands instinctively to shake off the remnants of blood, causing a deluge that drenched the entire Imperial Plaza as if a rain of crimson had fallen. Fan Xian, splattered with blood, looked at him in exasperation. Of this, Wen Chao momentarily found himself paralyzed with apprehension. Yet he quickly regained his composure and deftly turned the tables, declaring, "This predicament is entirely your fault, Fan Xian. I instructed you to find a more spacious location to bring me, yet you insisted on selecting this cramped spot, leaving me in a bind." Accepting his own oversight, he added, "Well, I can see that I acted hastily, but I must express my gratitude for your assistance in dealing with the old sovereign, Qingdi." Fan Xian had no choice but to acknowledge his miscalculation and extend his thanks to Wen Chao. "It's nothing, merely a trifle." Wen Chao waved his hand, summoning another gust of wind. "Xiener, is this magnificent beast your companion?" At that moment, Fan Xian's adoptive father, Fan Jian, adjusted his appearance and, braving the fierce winds, approached Fan Xian with a look of reverence directed toward Wen Chao. Meanwhile, the fallen Qin Pingping was aided by her loyal guardian, Shadow, who assisted her onto a wheelchair, trembling as she was wheeled forward. Chapter 25, the commencement of the live broadcast. Father, Uncle Chun, allow me to introduce to you my friend, a remarkable being I encountered in a wondrous realm, the Titan ape, Wen Chao. Fan Xian presented Wen Chao's origin to his 2 esteemed elders, choosing not to elaborate on the chat group. It turned out that this divine beast, Lord Wen Chao, hailed from the Titan ape lineage. "I am Fan Jian, Fan Xian's adoptive father. It is an honor to meet you," Fan Jian said with utmost respect, bowing slightly to Wen Chao. "I am Chun Pingping, Fan Xian's uncle, and I express my gratitude to Lord Wen Chao for descending from the celestial realm to assist us." Chun Pingping also conveyed his thanks. The 2 elders evidently interpreted Fan Xian's mention of another world as a celestial realm. Fan Xian hesitated to clarify, but ultimately refrained from doing so. "No need for gratitude. Fan Xian is my friend, and it was he who specifically invited me to assist, with our compensation already agreed upon in advance," Wen Chao replied, cautious not to make grand gestures. Thanks to the translation provided by the chat group, both Fan Jian and Chun Pingping grasped the essence of Wen Chao's booming voice, deepening their reverence and further solidifying their belief that he must indeed be a divine beast descended from the celestial realm. "Xiener, what remuneration did you offer to invite Lord Wen Chao to our world?" Fan Jian whispered, leaning closer to Fan Xian. Chun Pingping, equally intrigued, listened intently, and even Wu Zhu, who usually displayed indifference to worldly matters, perked up with curiosity. "Wen Chao requires the power of faith, so I promised him that once I unify the realm, I would bestow upon him the title of Guardian Beast of the Nation and promote his faith throughout the land," Fan Xian explained. "Ah, so it's faith that draws him." Fan Jian nodded in understanding, recognizing that only the incense of faith could attract the attention of a divine being like Wen Chao. "I shall instruct the Supervisory Institute to construct a temple for Lord Wen Chao throughout the entirety of Nanxing and promote his faith. Chen Pingping signaled to the shadow beside him, who nodded silently. The shadow then respectfully bowed to Wen Chao, summoned several black knights, and swiftly departed from the palace square. I will ensure that the Ministry of Revenue allocates full funding and provides complete cooperation with the Supervisory Institute, Fan Jian called over the leader of the Tiger Guards, Gao De, and imparted a few instructions. Gao De mirrored the shadow's gesture, then gathered several Tiger Guards and hastened towards the Ministry of Revenue in the capital. Then I entrust this matter to you, Father and Uncle Chun. Wen Chao's time in our world is limited, and we must swiftly proceed to other nations to persuade them, preparing for the future unification of the realm. I also entrust you with the affairs of the entire Qing nation. Fan Xian expressed his gratitude to his two elders and placed the fate of Qing in their capable hands. Subsequently, he harnessed his true energy, leaped gracefully, and settled onto Wen Chao's left shoulder. Wen Chao nodded towards the two elders, then, with a powerful thrust of his legs, leaped into the air, carrying Fan Xian directly from the center of the capital's palace to the outskirts of the city. Following Fan Xian's guidance, they sped towards the capital of Beiqi. After Wen Chao and Fan Xian departed, Fan Jian and Chen Pingping took it upon themselves to propagate the notion that Emperor Qing was enacting tyranny, bringing suffering to the populace and provoking the wrath of the divine beast, which resulted in its demise in the palace square. This news resonated deeply within the capital, as the majority of the citizens and officials had witnessed Wen Chao's colossal form and were fervently convinced of Fan Xian's ascendancy to the throne. Having garnered the favor of the divine beast, the chaos that once enveloped the capital swiftly gave way to a return of tranquility. The only notable change was that every household, from noble lords to common folk, began to enshrine statues carved in the likeness of Wen Chao, the Titan ape. Consequently, the prices of timber and stone surged dramatically, and carpenters and stonemasons, skilled in the art of carving, became highly sought after. Meanwhile, the erstwhile crown prince Li Chengxian and princess Li Yunrui, unwilling to accept their fate, conspired with their sworn rival, the second prince Li Qingze, to seize the opportunity to strike against Fan Xian and Wen Chao in their absence. However, they were met with the preemptive force of Fan Jian and Chen Pingping, who swiftly quelled their ambitions, thereby solidifying Fan Xian's control over the southern Qing stronghold. On another front, Wen Chao and Fan Xian engaged in casual conversation while racing forward at a staggering speed of 500 kilometers per hour, guided by one another. At that moment, friends from their group chat, having learned of Wen Chao's arrival in Fan Xian's realm, clamored for a live broadcast to witness the unfolding events. "Shall you initiate it, or shall I?" Fan Xian inquired of Wen Chao, noting the multitude of mentions from his friends. "Since this is your world, you should lead the broadcast." Wen Chao replied graciously, "Very well, I shall initiate the live stream." Fan Xian acquiesced, proceeding to activate the live stream interface within the chat group. Group member Little Fan has started a live stream. Come and watch. The group members eagerly entered the newly created live room, where they beheld Fan Xian, perched on Wen Chao's shoulder, enthusiastically waving at the camera. "Hello everyone, and welcome to my live stream. Today I, your host Little Fan, will be presenting an outdoor broadcast on the theme of how to suppress the world in 3 days. Crimson Witch, wow, what an incredible live stream. It's as though my virtual form has materialized beside Fan Xian and Wen Chao." As the broadcast commenced, the other 4 friends who joined the live room manifested translucent virtual images, immersing themselves in the experience. Genius Girl, each new feature in our chat group continually expands my understanding. How is it possible to conduct a cross-world live stream? Paper Angel, this is our first encounter in reality, though only Wen Chao and Fan Xian are truly present. Timeless Emperor, witnessing your true form, Wen Chao, is indeed awe-inspiring. Skeleton Island Handsome, ha, you flatter me, my friend. Wen Chao likewise entered the live broadcast room, now embodying 2 perspectives, one of his physical self and the other of a virtual image conjured by the broadcast. The latter afforded him a panoramic, unobstructed view, which filled him with intrigue. He deftly maneuvered his corporeal form while engaging in conversation with his friends through the virtual image. Initially, Fan Xian earnestly described the scenery surrounding them. However, Wen Chao's rapid advance soon left the landscape far behind before he could finish. Eventually, he too chose to join the casual banter instead. Little Master Fan. Oh, my points have actually increased. Skeleton Island Handsome. What? Points can be gained from the live stream? Had I known, I wouldn't have let you go. Scarlet Witch. Is that true? I was just lamenting my lack of opportunities to earn points. I'll start a live stream too. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. This development provided yet another avenue to accumulate points within the chat group, as the points earned through uploading group files invariably had their limits, and the advent of live streaming effectively bridged that gap. Chapter 26. Live streaming of bean battles. After thorough deliberation, the group began to grasp the mechanics of earning points through live streaming. Members who initiated the live broadcasts would accumulate points based on the duration of the stream and the number of viewers. Each member who watched for a full hour would contribute 10 points to the host. Given that there are 6 members in the chat group, if 5 of them watched a 24-hour stream, they could collectively earn up to 1,200 points, simultaneously boosting the group's contribution by the same amount, a dual benefit. Furthermore, the live stream could run in the background, eliminating the need for constant real-time viewing. Skull Island Handsome. In that case, why not take turns streaming for 24 hours? The others can simply watch the broadcast, and if we have real-life obligations, we can just leave it running in the background. Little Fan. Sounds good. With new members joining in 3 days, we'll have just enough for 7 people. Each person can take a day to stream, allowing everyone to effortlessly accumulate 1,200 points within a week. Paper Angel. Agreed. Eternal Emperor. I have no objections. Genius Beauty. Perfect timing, as I'm currently in need of points. Scarlet Witch. But what if the group levels up and the member limit increases? Won't we run out of points? Skull Island Handsome. No worries. Perhaps after the next upgrade, there will be new methods to earn points. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Scarlet Witch. True. Then, for today as streaming session, let Fan take the lead, and I'll take over tomorrow. All right? Pretty please. Paper Angel. I have no objections. Any day works for me. Others, likewise. Scarlet Witch. Thank you, everyone. With the group's consensus, they swiftly arranged their streaming order. Meanwhile, Wen Chao was racing alongside Fan Xian, having traversed 1,000 miles to arrive at the southern gate of the imperial capital of Beiqi. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently. The citizens entering through the southern gate were left in astonishment as a colossal black ape, over 30 zhang tall, charged towards them at an alarming speed, causing them to scatter in panic. Boom! The tremendous sound of Wen Chao smashing through the southern gate of the capital plunged the core city of Beiqi into chaos, reminiscent of the recent turmoil in the southern capital. Eternal Emperor. This. Wen Chao's strength is utterly terrifying. Even my Qin dynasty in Xianyang would struggle to withstand a few of his blows. Paper Angel. His destructive capacity likely rivals that of the nine-tailed beast. Skull Island Handsome. Not at all. I doubt I can match the 9 tails. I can only compare myself with the 4 tails. Genius Beauty. It's not so bad. Vegeta, transforming into a Super Saiyan, causes a much greater commotion. Skull Island Handsome. Comparing me to a Super Saiyan? Bulma, you truly overestimate me. Upon hearing this, Wen Chao broke into a cold sweat. With a battle power of 24,000, Vegeta could obliterate a planet. Furthermore, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power soared to at least 150 million. Wen Chao, being merely a street-level fighter, was incomparable. Against Super Saiyan Vegeta, he would barely surpass a battle power of 5, resulting in instant defeat. Little Fan, among us, it seems that only the powers from the Wanda universe can rival those from Bulma's Dragon Ball world. Scarlet Witch, but I am merely a small sorceress now, feeble, pitiful, and helpless, yet I have an insatiable appetite. Skull Island Handsome. In the later stages, you will be capable of traversing the multiverse as the Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch, that robot-loving pervert is certainly not me. How maddening. Eternal Emperor. I cannot comprehend it, yet I am profoundly shocked. Little Fan. The Wanda from the original storyline is surprisingly powerful. I haven't seen that part. Which movie is it? Skull Island Handsome. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Scarlet Witch. I reiterate, that is not me. I absolutely do not favor robots now. Genius girl. Do not tease Wanda any longer. Paper Angel. Smiles. Scarlet Witch. Still, my two elder sisters are the best. In the midst of their casual banter, Wen Xiao and Fan Xian swaggered into the capital, bulldozing their way through, akin to a demolition, directly arriving at the palace's forefront. At that moment, only the Northern Qi General Yusuji Tora, accompanied by hundreds of loyal guards, stood resolutely in their path, ready to face death. The other officials, long displeased with the rule of the Northern Qi Empress, Zhang Dodo, and her mother, remained in hiding, quietly observing. Yusuji Tora was indeed a man of resolve. Fan Xian, what are your intentions? Wen Xiao glanced at Yusuji Tora, who stood before him like a spear, his face reflecting a determination to face death, and inquired of Fan Xian on his shoulder. I admire his spirit. I'll converse with him first. If we can resolve this without bloodshed, that would be ideal. Fan Xian leaped down from Wen Xiao's shoulder, channeling his inner energy, and shouted towards the palace across from him. I am Fan Xian, the new emperor of Nanqing. Zhang Dodo, the empress of Northern Qi, please come forth to speak. What? The emperor of Nanqing has changed? His majesty is a woman? This divine beast belongs to Nanqing. Is heaven conspiring against us, Northern Qi? Upon hearing Fan Xian's proclamation, Yusuji Tora and his guards stirred restlessly, while the hidden officials were equally astonished. Without making Wen Xiao and Fan Xian wait long, Zhang Dodo, disguised as a man, approached the palace front, flanked by a male and female guardian. Passing through the wall of guards formed by Yusuji Tora and his loyalists, the resolute Northern Qi Empress cast a slightly anxious glance at the towering Wen Xiao. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze towards Fan Xian and inquired, I am Zhang Dodo. You are the one who penned the dream of the Red Chamber. Fan Xian, you have become the new emperor of Nanqing. Are you here with this divine beast to annihilate us, Northern Qi? She happens to be a fan of your work. Fan Xian, you ought to treat her kindly. Wen Xiao teased, you can actually speak. No, I can understand your words. Zhang Dodo pointed at Wen Xiao, her face filled with astonishment. Fan Xian, with a wry smile, disregarded Wen Xiao's jest and addressed Zhang Dodo. I am the bearer of celestial destiny, destined to unify the universe, aided by the divine beast. The Titan Ape, Empress of Northern Qi, will you fight or surrender? Roar. Wen Xiao echoed with a furious roar, exuding an aura of formidable power, casting a fierce glare at the gathered crowd, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The personal guards of Yusuji Tora displayed palpable fear, retreating in haste, while even Yusuji Tora himself wavered under Wen Xiao's overwhelming presence. The martial arts inept empress of Northern Qi appeared ashen, barely able to stand with the support of a man and a woman beside her. Master Q? The empress of Northern Qi gazed hopefully at the gray-robed elder wearing a bamboo hat beside her. Your Majesty, I am far from being a match for this divine beast. And furthermore, Fan Xian is also a grandmaster. As the national teacher of Northern Qi and one of the 4 great grandmasters of the realm, Master Q shook his head at Zhang Dodo, offering a wry smile. Chapter 27. The Alliance, the words of the bitter, he extinguished the glimmer of hope in the eyes of the Northern Qi Empress, Zhang Dodo. After a moment of deep contemplation, she gazed at Fan Xian across from her and declared, I am willing to surrender, but under 2 conditions. Speak then, but be advised that I shall not acquiesce to anything outrageous, Fan Xian replied, observing her with a composed demeanor. My first condition is that I will abdicate in representation of Northern Qi's surrender, yet I implore you to preserve the title of the Northern Qi throne for me. That is acceptable. I can allow you to remain as the Queen of Northern Qi, but only with the capital city as your territory. The remainder of Northern Qi must be ceded to my kingdom of Qing, Fan Xian articulated his terms. After a brief moment of consideration, Zhang Dodo nodded in agreement. And what of your second condition? Fan Xian inquired. A sudden blush crept across Zhang Dodo's face as she hesitated, casting a shy glance at Fan Xian, which instilled an uneasy premonition within him. Meanwhile, when Xiao recalled the narrative from the original story, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. My second condition is, I want you to marry me. The Northern Qi Empress, Zhang Dodo, finally uttered her second condition, her face flushed with embarrassment. The revelation left all present in stunned silence. The woman beside her, her close confidant and the holy maiden of Northern Qi, Haitang Duo, looked at her with disbelief, while Fan Xian nearly collapsed in shock. Haha, I knew it. Wen Chao, wholeheartedly support this marriage. Wen Chao exclaimed, laughing heartily. In the original tale, Fan Xian had been coerced by the Northern Qi Empress, Zhang Do, into fathering a child. Yet this time, she boldly requested his hand in front of an audience. You see, even the divine beast agrees. Fan Xian, you must marry me. Wen Chao's words bolstered Zhang Do's confidence, pressing her advantage. Fan Xian turned to Wen Chao with an expression of deep resentment, rendered speechless. The other members of the live stream were quick to tease him. Genius beauty. Fan Xian, you should agree immediately. She is proposing to you in front of everyone. Scarlet Witch, exactly. Are you not a man? Little Fan. Wait, I came to conquer a nation, not to be pressured into marriage. This plot is all wrong. Handsome lad from Skull Island. Together. Little Fan. Wen Chao, cease your mockery. It is your fault for speaking. All my imposing presence has been diminished. Timeless Emperor. This Empress is astute. In the current circumstances, her marriage to Fan Xian would yield the best outcome for Northern Qi. Angel of Paper. How so? Timeless Emperor. With Wen Chao's assistance. Whether the Empress surrenders or not is inconsequential. However, her retreat serves as a strategic advance, compelling Fan Xian to marry her. This ensures that any offspring they bear could inherit the Northern Qi throne, and there lies the potential for them to ascend to the imperial seat of a unified realm under Fan Xian. The Eternal Emperor. It can be asserted that marriage alliances constitute the most effective and expedient means of establishing relations between two nations, provided that both parties involved are trustworthy. In the tumultuous world of history, the message from the first emperor, Zhang, evokes memories of the marital alliance between the Qin and Jin states a century prior during the spring and autumn period. He regards the duplicitous Duke Hui of Jin, Yiwu, and the tyrannical Duke Huai of Jin, Ziyu, with disdain. Fortunately, the subsequent Duke Wen of Jin, Chong'er, proved to be a reliable sovereign, fostering the enduring bond between Qin and Jin that is celebrated through the ages. The Angel of Paper. Thus it is, I have been enlightened. In the world of Naruto, Conan contemplated the message disseminated by the first emperor, pondering, is marriage truly the fastest and most effective means of establishing relations between two nations? Her thoughts drifted towards her close friend Nagato, who had recently regained his health through the miraculous Senju beans and was currently training Uchiha Sasuke. Nagato appeared revitalized, a stark contrast to his previous emaciated state, with his once grayish-white hair restored to its original crimson hue, now resembling a dashing middle-aged gentleman, a promising candidate for an alliance with the 5 great nations. As he diligently trained Sasuke, Nagato suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an impending misfortune. However, upon turning, he found only Conan's back, with nothing else amiss. Was it merely an illusion? The rejuvenated Nagato scratched his head in confusion. What is it, master? Uchiha Sasuke inquired, perplexed. Nothing. Continue your training. If you wish to exact vengeance on Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, your current strength is still woefully inadequate. Yes, Master Nagato. Uchiha Sasuke intensified his training, firmly believing that under the tutelage of his new master, who possessed the fabled Rinnegan, he would successfully avenge the massacre of his clan by Obito and Itachi. Moreover, he could not overlook the higher-ups of Konoha. The third Hokage had perished at the hands of Orochimaru, yet the likes of Shimura Danzo and other Konoha elites still thrived. Sasuke vowed to hold them accountable for the tragic demise of his parents and kin. No one would deter him, not even Naruto. In the chat group, Lord Fan, since even Brother Zheng has said so, I will reluctantly acquiesce. The dashing skeleton of Skull Island. Come on. You are just being coy after getting a sweet deal. Lord Fan, silence. Having momentarily paused his interaction with the friends in a live stream, Fan Xian shot a fierce glare at the meddlesome Wen Chao, ultimately conceding to Zhang Do's request. My husband, when shall our wedding take place? Zhang Do's face lit up with joy, her heart finally relieved. In such dire circumstances, this was the most favorable solution she could conceive. After years of reigning as emperor, Jean Dodo had certainly honed her social graces, having crossed that mental hurdle. She felt no embarrassment in addressing Fan Xian as her husband. Is it truly so urgent? In a few days, I shall address the matter. I must hasten to Dongyi, and the wedding arrangements can wait until I have completed my tasks. Fan Xian found himself rather overwhelmed as he faced the relentless onslaught of the formidable Jean Dodo, and as a novice, he was entirely outmatched. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Wen Chao and the gathered friends who relished the spectacle, Fan Xian could only muster the courage to agree to the engagement with Jean Dodo. Naturally, the position of empress was reserved for his beloved, the fair Lin Wan'er, while he conferred upon Jean Dodo the title of imperial concubine. Although Jean Dodo harbored some discontent, she was compelled to acquiesce, recognizing the overwhelming circumstances. Subsequently, in the presence of the esteemed North Qi National Master Ku He, the North Qi Holy Maiden Hai Tang Duo, the North Qi General Yusuji Tora, and other high-ranking officials from North Qi who arrived upon hearing the news, Fan Xian, in his capacity as the newly crowned emperor of Nanqing, accepted the surrender document and marriage contract presented by the North Qi Empress Jean Dodo, thereby annexing the northern power of North Qi with unprecedented swiftness, unparalleled in history. Chapter 28. Journey to Dongyi City. Having swiftly resolved all matters at hand, Fan Xian issued his inaugural command following the annexation of Beiki to establish temples dedicated to the Titan Great Ape across the realm, promoting the veneration of the national deity. The national master of Beiki, Ku He, eagerly volunteered for this undertaking, promptly declaring the renaming of his celestial sect to the Titan Great Ape Church, preparing to journey across Beiki with his disciples to construct temples and disseminate the faith. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be the inaugural high priest of the Titan Great Ape Church. Wen Chao expressed his satisfaction with Ku He's readiness to adapt. He then retrieved from a spatial pouch a small piece of flesh from the long-armed giant ape and a finger bone from the same creature. This flesh is from a celestial beast I hunted in the immortal realm. I bestow it upon you along with this finger bone as a token of my favor. Thank you, esteemed beast lord, for your generous gift. Kui shall certainly not disappoint your expectations and will strive with all his might to propagate your faith in Beiki. And not in Qinghua, Ku He replied, his face alight with excitement. The celestial beast's flesh, brimming with ethereal energy, actually radiation, and the finger bone inspired him with renewed hope after years of arduous training. After taking his leave from Wen Chao and Fan Xian, Ku He, buoyed with enthusiasm, carried Wen Chao's gifts along with his disciple Haidang Duo back to his residence in Beiki. Having discreetly tasted the celestial beast's flesh, he felt his internal energy surge dramatically, igniting his fervor. As the newly appointed high priest of the Titan Great Ape Church, he was determined to rally his disciples and ardently promote Wen Chao's faith. Once Ku He and Haidang Duo departed, Fan Xian utilized a remote video communication device generously sponsored by Buma to establish contact with his esteemed elders, Fan Jian and Chun Ping, who were situated 1,000 miles away. In the presence of the bewildered Beiki Empress, Jean Dodo, he briefly outlined the accomplishments of his expedition to Beiki, introducing the perplexed Empress to the video. Father, Uncle Chun, this is the Empress Jean Dodo of Beiki, who is now also my wife. Dodo, greet them. Lord Fan. Director Chun, greetings. It is an honor to meet you both, the Empress stammered, overwhelmed by her first encounter with such advanced technology. On the other end of the video, Fan Jian and Chun Ping exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that Fan Xian would return from Beiki with the Empress as his consort. However, being seasoned individuals well-versed in the intricacies of court life, they quickly regained their composure and began discussing the preliminary matters concerning the merger of their two nations. Gradually, the high-ranking officials of Beiki, recovering from their initial shock, joined the conversation, leading to an animated exchange. With the first remote video conference between Nanqing and Beiki successfully concluded, Fan Xian relished the role of a carefree overseer. After bidding farewell to Jean Dodo, He leapt once more onto Wen Chao's shoulder, and together they set off towards Dongyi City. In the chat group, the Eternal Emperor addressed the Genius Beauty, expressing his admiration for her remote video device, proclaiming its suitability for his Qin dynasty. He inquired about the cost and points, wishing to procure several units. The Genius Beauty replied, somewhat surprised, that it was merely a trivial invention of hers, not worth much, and offered to send him a red envelope instead. The Eternal Emperor insisted on a more formal transaction, noting that prior to the establishment of the group marketplace, exchanging gifts via red envelopes was commonplace, but with a new purchasing feature, it was best to adhere to proper protocols. The Skeleton Island Handsome remarked that the Genius Beauty had also purchased his Titan Beast Bones with points, emphasizing that legitimate trading processes were the foundation for lasting relationships, thereby preventing future financial disputes from souring camaraderie. Others in the group voiced their agreement. The Genius Beauty acknowledged their sentiments, yet playfully warned that should she celebrate any joyful occasions in the future, points should not be given, or she would be displeased. The Eternal Emperor laughed, affirming that such matters were indeed separate. After listing her remote video device at a base price in the group marketplace, the Genius Beauty logged off to continue her work on the artificial tailed beast project. Meanwhile, the first emperor, Ing Zheng, bid farewell to the group and gathered his ministers, including Li Si and Xiao He, to explore how to effectively implement this remote video device within the Qin dynasty. Xiao Anan also opted to log off, accompanied by the nine-tailed Jiulama, to venture to the land of water in search of the three-tailed Isabu and the six-tailed Rokubi, hoping to recruit them into the Akatsuki organization, contributing to the unification of the ninja world. Only Wanda from the Marvel Universe remained unoccupied, lingering in the live stream to engage in light conversation with Wen Chao and Fan Xian to pass the time. The Skeleton Island Handsome teased Wanda about her idleness, inquiring if she had mastered the spells of Camartage. The Scarlet Witch confirmed that following her awakening of chaos magic, she quickly grasped spells such as the portal, mirror dimension, and energy whips. She mentioned that the Ancient One advised her to focus on mastering the chaotic magic within her before delving into more advanced spells. Fan Xian expressed envy, commenting that Wanda seemed to be advancing rapidly, while he felt his own abilities were the weakest in the group. The Scarlet Witch reassured him that it was not so bad. The Skeleton Island Handsome mentioned that new members would be joining the group the next day, suggesting that he might not remain the weakest for long. Fan Xian countered that the newcomer could potentially be another extraordinary talent like the Skeleton Island Handsome. The Scarlet Witch speculated about which world the new member would hail from, expressing her anticipation. The Skeleton Island Handsome lamented the slow progress in searching for prospective group members, noting that the interface still displayed searching after 2 days, indicating inefficiency. The Scarlet Witch concurred. Fan Xian then declared that they had arrived at Dongyi City, signaling the need to focus on their objectives. The Skeleton Island Handsome and the Scarlet Witch responded eagerly, ready for the unfolding drama. Wen Chao diverted his gaze from the chat group and focused on Dongyi City in the distance. As the foremost metropolis of the world in the realm of Kaiyunian, Dongyi City sprawled over an extensive area, far surpassing both the southern capital of Nanjing and the northern capital of Beiki. With the arrival of Wen Chao and Fan Xian, this bustling coastal city, teeming with merchants, had plunged into chaos. Countless traders, neglecting their own stalls and goods, hastily fled in the opposite direction. Yet amidst the panicked throng, a group of 14 individuals surged upstream, unflinchingly racing toward Wen Chao and his companion. Before they could draw near, an astonishing sword intent erupted from the elder at the forefront, as his long sword pierced the air, aimed directly at Wen Chao's left eye. Chapter 29. A single word to surrender. Is this the four-gaze sword, which only regards the front and disregards the back, left, and right? Indeed it is. Wen Chao effortlessly raised his left hand to block the attack from the elder, the pillar of East City, one of the four great masters, whose sword intent from the four-gaze sword did not leave a mark on Wen Chao's hand. Only a few strands of hair gently drifted to the ground. Wen Chao's shoulder bore the weight of Fan Xian, who cast a silent, incredulous glance at him. Was merely severing a single strand of hair truly impressive? Someone was showing off, and it was rather glaring. What? Witnessing that his full-powered strike had only managed to sever a single hair from his colossal ape, the expression of Forgay's sword remained unchanged. Yet disbelief flooded his features as he involuntarily halted his advance. The 13 disciples behind him wore expressions of utter incredulity. The youngest among them, Wang Shizenlang, instinctively rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. Predecessor Forgay's sword, I am Fan Xian, the new emperor of Nanxing. With the aid of the divine beast, the Titan Great Ape, I have come to bring peace to the world. An hour ago, Beiqi has surrendered to me. May I inquire about your intentions regarding East City? Faced with the mightiest of the 4 great masters, Fan Xian chose not to be arrogant as he had in the Beiqi imperial city. Instead, he sincerely remained upon one Chao's shoulder, channeling his aura towards Forgay's sword and his entourage. As he called out, Fan Xian unleashed his own Grandmaster aura, which met Forgay's sword intent from afar. Confronted with the formidable presence exuding from Fan Xian, whose strength was on par with his own, Forgay's sword's pupils dilated in surprise. Coupled with Wen Chao's presence, he could not help but seriously contemplate Fan Xian's proclamation. The 13 disciples behind him held their breath, silently awaiting Forgay's sword's decision. Little did they expect such a young grandmaster to emerge in the world, accompanied by a divine ape. Indeed, you possess the qualifications and strength to bring peace to the realm. But if you wish to claim East City, you must step over my dead body. After a moment's contemplation, Forgay's sword made his decision. A resolute expression graced his face as he lifted the long sword in his hand, pointing it toward Wen Chao and Fan Xian. The 13 disciples exchanged glances, likewise raising their long swords, a fierce and tragic aura emanating from the 14 of them, gradually coalescing into a formidable sword intent that resolutely surged toward their adversaries. Roar! Wen Chao bellowed, shattering the incoming sword intent. He then clenched his left fist, gathering his overwhelming true energy, poised to strike down upon the 14 who sought their own demise. Wen Chao, wait! Fan Xian urgently called out. What other method do you propose? Forgay's sword is inherently a madman. Let me fulfill their fate. Wen Chao tilted his head toward Fan Xian, questioning him. I have one final move. Allow me to try. Fan Xian clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. Very well, let's see what you have in mind. Wen Chao released his clenched fist. The resounding roar of Wen Chao left Si Gujian, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, speechless. He raised his long sword once more, while behind him, all 13 disciples of Jian Lu had fainted, their swords shattered to pieces. Fan Xian leapt down from Wen Chao's shoulder, approaching the severely injured Si Gujian, and uttered a single sentence. Yi Qingmei is my mother. With a sudden realization, Wen Chao smacked his forehead. He had completely overlooked this detail. Si Gujian's radiant moonlight was also Yi Qingmei. This remarkable female time traveler had captivated the hearts of nearly all the heroes of this world over a decade ago. Every one of the 4 great masters was connected to her, an almost terrifying legacy indeed. How remarkable, truly remarkable. Si Gujian was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the handsome youth before him, faintly recognizing the shadow of that extraordinary woman from years past in the boy's features. Dongyi City had risen because of little Yi, and since you are her offspring, what harm could there be in entrusting this city to you? Straining to hold on, Si Gujian could no longer grasp his long sword, slowly collapsing to the ground. Fan Xian hurriedly supported him, conducting a careful examination. He sighed in relief. Although Si Gujian was gravely injured, his physique as a great master far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he was not in life-threatening danger. Fan Xian then checked on the 13 disciples of Jian Lu one by one, discovering that they too were not in serious trouble. The damage caused by Wen Chao's roar had largely been borne by Si Gujian alone, and the injuries of his 13 disciples were far lighter than his own. In the chat group, the Scarlet Witch commented, "This Aunt Yi Qingmei is quite impressive. I really wish to meet her in person and seek her wisdom on how to win a man's heart." The handsome skeleton from Skull Island replied, "You certainly need to learn well. Otherwise, you'll only capture the hearts of robots." The Scarlet Witch exclaimed, "Ah, I told you not to mention that. It's making me angry, frustrated." JPG, the handsome skeleton, apologized. My fault, my fault. I won't bring it up again. I'm sorry. The Scarlet Witch huffed. Humph. Little Master Fan remarked. Dongyi City has been successfully resolved. Now only the southern Zhao, western Hu, and northern Man remain. The handsome skeleton praised, to convince Si Gu Jian to surrender with just a word. Impressive, impressive. Little Master Fan humbly responded. Too kind, too kind. The Scarlet Witch added. All thanks to Aunt Yi Ching Mei. Fan Xian, you should be ashamed. Little Master Fan retorted. In this day and age, being able to leverage one's parents is a skill in itself. Even as a time traveler, I am no exception. Proud. JPG, the Scarlet Witch teased. Oh, how pretentious. Disdainful. JPG, the handsome skeleton lamented. Unlike me, who has no parents to rely on after my journey, I can only scrape by with my golden finger. Little Master Fan empathized. Ouch, that stings, my friend. The Scarlet Witch laughed. You two are quite amusing. Little Master Fan concluded. All right, enough chatter. It seems Si Gu Jian is waking up. The Scarlet Witch replied. Let us continue watching the drama. In Dongyi City, under the masterful healing skills of Fan Xian, the grievously injured Si Gu Jian swiftly regained consciousness. Subsequently, before the assembled populace of Dongyi City, Si Gu Jian proclaimed Fan Xian as the new master of the Sword Pavilion and the Lord of Dongyi City, thereby effecting a change of leadership in the grandest city of the realm. With 3 dominions already secured, Fan Xian and Wen Chao relentlessly traversed the world of Qing Yunyan, first ascending southward to exert pressure on the Nanzhao Kingdom. Utilizing their formidable strength, they successfully compelled this weakest of the 5 nations to capitulate. Shortly thereafter, the duo returned to Beiki, seeking the assistance of Ku He to borrow Haidang Duo, the saintly maiden of Beiki with royal blood from the western Hu. With Haidang Duo rallying the western Hu tribes under her identity as a princess. Complemented by Wen Chao's formidable intimidation, the tribes surrendered without hesitation. Meanwhile, the western Hu Chanyu, unwilling to yield and intent on exploiting his elite cavalry of 3,000 for a desperate last stand, met his demise at Fan Xian's hands on the battlefield. Following this, Wen Chao swiftly decimated the 3,000 elite horsemen, resulting in the complete subjugation of the entire grassland. Finally, the remaining northern barbarians of the snowy regions acknowledged Fan Xian's sovereignty after he promised them provisions for 3 years in a fertile land in the south as a new settlement. Thus, with Wen Chao's dimension-reducing assistance, within a mere 3 days, nearly all of the realm of Qing Yunyan fell under Fan Xian's command, coincidentally exhausting the duration of the low-tier interdimensional talisman. Chapter 30. 2 preparatory group members in the world of Qing Yunyan, situated in the capital of Qing country. Wen Chao and Fan Xian were bidding farewell before the silver portal that would return them to their own world. Not far from them, Fan Jian, Chen Pingping, Zhang Do, Ku He, Si Gu Jian, and Haitang Duo gazed in awe at the dazzling silver gateway to the celestial realm. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Wen Chao. Should the opportunity arise again, I shall certainly host you splendidly, Fan Xian expressed with heartfelt appreciation. As he glanced at Wen Chao, according to the hints from their chat group, his eligibility for group administrator had reached an impressive 95. With only a few remote, small vassal states left to conquer in order to achieve complete success. There's no need for such formality. We both benefit from this arrangement. Wen Chao replied, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze satisfied as he observed the alterations on his system panel. Name, Wen Chao King Kong. Age, 8 years. Occupation, warrior. Dominant true chi. 45 163 100 entry level. Bloodline, Titan Great Ape. Growth stage, height, 115 meters. Weight, 65,000 tons. Talent, Devour Evolution. Realm, second order explosive street level. Faith Power, 46 threads, 0 strands. Evolution points, 742 1000 815 1000 in a mere span of 3 days. The faith power he could obtain daily had surged from 3 threads to an astonishing 46 threads. With the continuous promotion from Ku He and others, this number was poised to rise further. He merely needed to occasionally distribute a few pieces of Titan beast flesh as rewards for Fan Xian, allowing him to reap the benefits effortlessly while witnessing the steady increase in faith power, an utterly delightful experience. This journey to the world of Qing Yunyan could indeed be deemed fruitful. After bidding farewell to Fan Xian, Wen Chao concluded his expedition in Qing Yunyan. Stepping through the portal back to his realm, he sauntered back to his territory, having been away for a mere 3 days, which resulted in no significant changes. However, the long-armed apes, liberated from their fate of servitude, appeared noticeably more lively, playfully frolicking in groups. The snow demon lounged leisurely in the center of the territory, receiving grooming services from several young long-armed apes led by a small monkey, while contentedly munching on food, exuding an air of utmost satisfaction. Upon seeing Wen Chao's return, the snow demon greeted him with a resonant call, while the other long-armed apes bowed in respect. 3 of the elder apes, appointed by Wen Chao, approached with 4 young apes bearing offerings of food. Wen Chao graciously accepted the ordinary beasts captured by the long-armed apes, devouring them with enthusiasm. Although the world of Qing Yunyan had developed anew following a nuclear war, its environment was rife with radiation energy, the food containing minimal radiative essence, which hardly suited his palate. Instead, the beasts from the inner world were far more delectable. After enjoying a modest meal, Wen Chao waved his hand to dismiss the 3 towering elder apes who had been waiting nearby, instructing them to attend to their own affairs. He then opened the chat group, noting that it had been 3 days since the last upgrade. Just moments ago, the search interface for prospective members had finally undergone a transformation. The incessantly spinning loading screen had disappeared, revealing 2 new codenames on the list of prospective members. I only listened to my father and Sword Saint of Gryffindor. As Wen Chao pondered the identities behind these codenames, he followed the prompts of the chat group and focused his consciousness on the first newcomer. I only listened to my father. Could this name possibly refer to the legendary Ado, known for his indifference? It remained uncertain whether he hailed from the authentic historical realm or, like Zheng Ge, emerged from a world of martial arts, or perhaps even from a mythological version of the 3 kingdoms. In an instant, a virtual image materialized before Wen Chao's eyes. The scene depicted a grand palace, and judging by the decorations and the attire of the figures within, it appeared to be set in a certain period of the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty? Not the Eastern Han or the 3 kingdoms. Could I have miscalculated? Wen Chao continued to observe, now filled with curiosity. At the center of the image stood a young man clad in the imperial garb of the Song dynasty, surveying his surroundings with a bewildered expression, clearly unfamiliar with his location. From the perspective of the image, this young man was undoubtedly the newcomer. I only listened to my father. Opposite him, a middle-aged man dressed in a purple chancellor's robe addressed him. Your Majesty, the treasury is empty, and it is challenging to gather provisions. The morale of the troops is waning. Yet General Yu Fei continues to clamor for a northern expedition to reclaim the 2 saints. This is a blatant disregard for your authority. I suggest imprisoning that treacherous Yu Fei. The mention of a northern expedition seemed to trigger something within the young emperor, who bore a striking resemblance to Song Gaozong Zhaogo. His demeanor shifted dramatically as he declared, a northern expedition must indeed be executed. Quickly, summon the general who advocates for this northern campaign. Yes, Your Majesty. Your command has been issued. General Yu Fei is summoned to attend the court. Amidst the perplexed expression of the middle-aged man, likely Qin Hui, General Yu Fei, clad in martial attire and exuding determination, entered the palace under the guidance of an attendant. After Yu Fei paid his respects, Zhao Go eagerly inquired, General Yu, since you advocate for the northern expedition, what are your thoughts on Zhuge Liang, the esteemed strategist? Although Yu Fei found the emperor's demeanor somewhat peculiar today, he articulated his views on Zhuge Liang. Your Majesty, the strategist is a paragon of historical excellence. I have even composed a memorial at the temple of Zhuge Liang. Excellent. Can you recite it from memory, General Yu? Your Majesty, I have it etched in my mind. Allow me to recite it. Before the late emperor could achieve his ambitions, he passed away unexpectedly. With tears in my eyes, I find myself at a loss for words. As Yu Fei recited the memorial without missing a single word, Zhao Go, The expression on his face grew increasingly satisfied as he listened to Yu Fei recite. Once Yu Fei had finished, he stepped forward and grasped Yu Fei's hands with heartfelt emotion, exclaiming, "What a splendid general! I am fond of you. Henceforth, focus solely on the northern expedition, for I shall lend you my utmost support from the rear. Thank you, Your Majesty. This humble general shall dedicate himself entirely to the northern campaign, living up to Your Majesty's profound trust." Yu Fei beamed with joy, his face flushed with excitement. "Your Majesty must not." At that moment, Qin Hui, observing the harmonious rapport between the sovereign and his subject, felt a surge of urgency. However, before he could voice his concerns, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Gou's wave of the hand. "I have made my decision. By the way, you shall also join the northern expedition to assist General Yu." Zhao Gou declared. "What? I shall go too. But, Your Majesty, I am no warrior," Qin Hui hastily protested, dreading the prospect of facing the fearsome Jurchens once more. "You're not a warrior? Are you not the Chancellor?" Zhao Gou questioned, his gaze filled with incredulity. In his mind, chancellors were renowned for their prowess in battle, akin to Cao Cao and Zhuge Liang. "Your Majesty, I am the Prime Minister, not the Chancellor." Qin Hui clarified. "The Prime Minister? I care not what title you bear. If you cannot fight, then you shall no longer hold that position. Guards, expel him at once." "Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty." "General Yu, let us not concern ourselves with him. Instead, let us engage in a fruitful discussion regarding the northern campaign and the legacy of Zhuge Wuhou. Your Majesty is indeed wise." Chapter 31. The Boy Who Survived, Neville Longbottom. As the virtual imagery depicting Zhao Gou engaging in jovial conversation with Yu Fei gradually dissipated, Wen Chao could not help but exclaim internally, "What a character this Zhao Gou is! He must surely be Lu Shan, the hapless Lu Ado, traversing through time." How delightfully imaginative this chat group is, bringing to life the humorous anecdotes of a past existence on Douyin. After absorbing the presentation of the introductory imagery of the preparatory member, Wen Chao shifted his attention to another figure. The Swordmaster of Gryffindor. Could it possibly be the chubby Neville Longbottom from the Harry Potter series? Before long, a new virtual image materialized before Wen Chao's eyes. A classical castle nestled beside a dark lake emerged at the center of the scene. As the camera zoomed in, the castle's grand entrance swung open, revealing a group of boys and girls, clad in black robes and appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age. Nervously following, an elderly woman draped in a dark green robe and wearing a wizard's hat. From this singular image, Wen Chao was certain that his conjecture was accurate. This castle was none other than the renowned Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The scene depicted was undoubtedly the sorting ceremony for first-year students. The imagery continued, showcasing a group of Hogwarts newcomers under the watchful eyes of older students, approaching a tattered hat. "You may think I am not beautiful, for I'm a thinking sorting hat." As the hat began to sing a rather discordant tune, the sorting ceremony commenced. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Harry Potter, Gryffindor. One by one, names and figures familiar to Wen Chao from his previous life materialized within the imagery, until the moment arrived for the second preparatory member, Neville Longbottom. As the sorting hat called out this name, a round-faced, chubby boy stepped forward. Could it be? Yes, it was he, Neville Longbottom, the boy who survived, the savior Longbottom. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd surrounding Neville, who was so eagerly watching the proceedings, Wen Chao was filled with questions. Savior Longbottom? Something feels amiss in this Hogwarts world. Is not the savior Harry Potter? Once he discerned the lightning-shaped scar upon Neville's forehead, Wen Chao finally understood. This was a Hogwarts universe diverging from the original narrative, where the boy who survived was not Harry, but rather Neville in a parallel world. Gryffindor. We have Longbottom. We have Longbottom. As Neville was sorted into Gryffindor, cheers erupted from the Gryffindor students, led by the Weasley twins, and the virtual imagery before Wen Chao gradually faded away. One was Zhao Gou, having traversed to the era of the Song dynasty, resolutely supporting the northern expedition alongside Lu Shan, the hapless Lu Ado. Another individual has swapped identities with Harry Potter, becoming the savior, Neville Longbottom. The emergence of these two newcomers is indeed intriguing. After perusing the related footage of the two prospective group members, Wen Chao chuckled softly, pondering whom the other group members might cast their votes for. With a sense of curiosity, Wen Chao opened the chat interface. Lord Xiao Fan. This I only listen to my father, must be Liu Ado, the deposed emperor of Shuhan, who has traversed into the persona of Song Gaozong Zhao Go. How delightful. Let's choose him. Lord Xiao Fan, with a dove fully supporting General Yu Fei's northern expedition. I wonder if he can successfully vanquish the Jin and unify Huaxia. Scarlet Witch, I don't quite understand what you're saying, Fan Xian, but I'll vote for Neville. The Savior Neville, just thinking about it is quite amusing. Once he joins the group, I shall share the complete collection of Harry Potter with him. I wonder what expression this Neville will have. Angel of Paper, this Gryffindor Sword Saint must be the newcomer from the magical realm you mentioned. I am curious about the differences between magic and ninjutsu, so I will cast my vote for him as well. Scarlet Witch, it's currently 2-1. Genius Beauty, Skeleton Island Handsome, Eternal Emperor, hurry and cast your votes. Genius Beauty, I'm here. I just finished watching the newcomers' footage. I also believe it's better to let the newcomer from the magical world join the group. This way, I will have new subjects to research. Scarlet Witch, 3-1. Victory is within reach. Lord Xiao Fan, how infuriating. Why is everyone choosing Neville? Is no one voting for Ado? Eternal Emperor, while I am somewhat intrigued by Liu Shan becoming Zhao Go, I'm more eager to see what the methods of longevity in the magical world entail. Skeleton Island Handsome, Lord Xiao Fan. It seems Ado's chances are slim this time. Even if I vote for him, it would be 2-4. Thus, I will also vote for Neville. Lord Xiao Fan. Sobs uncontrollably Lord Xiao Fan. In that case, I must concede to the majority. Votes for prospective group member, I only listen to my father. Votes for prospective group member Gryffindor Sword Saint. 5. Voting for new group members concluded. Sending an invitation to new group member Gryffindor Sword Saint. In the world of Hogwarts, within the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Neville, having just undergone the sorting ceremony, was brimming with excitement as he chatted with his roommates Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas, reveling in the extraordinary life that awaited them in their magical studies at Hogwarts. As night deepened, the 5 young boys, all in the throes of growth, ultimately succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness, one by one drifting into slumber. Good night, Neville. Good night, Harry. After exchanging goodnights with his fellow birthday mate Harry, the last one to resist sleep, Neville gradually closed his eyes. Just then, a silver square box unexpectedly popped into his mind, displaying the message, "Ding! The Multiverse chat group invites you to join. Would you like to accept?" Yes, no, what is this? The sudden shift dispelled Neville's drowsiness in an instant. A chat group spanning countless realms? What enigmatic magical organization could this be? Was it akin to the Order of the Phoenix that his parents had once joined, as his grandmother had recounted? He recalled the pride that illuminated her face when she spoke of their membership and her assurance that Hogwarts, under the guidance of Professor Dumbledore, was the safest haven in the wizarding world. This chat group could not possibly be affiliated with dark magic. Perhaps, upon joining this transcendent chat group, his grandmother would one day take pride in him as well. With this thought in mind, Neville promptly selected yes in the shimmering silver box that materialized in his mind. As he consented, a wondrous chat interface gradually unfolded within his consciousness. Chapter 32. Welcoming New Members. Welcome the new member, the Sword Saint of Gryffindor, to the Multiverse chat group. Let the joyful conversations commence. Genius Beauty. At last he has arrived. Welcome to the group, newcomer. Handsome Skeleton Islander. Welcome, new member. Lord Fan. Though not my first choice, I extend a warm welcome to the new member. Eternal Emperor. Welcome, newcomer. I look forward to our exchanges. Angel of Paper. Welcome, newcomer. I am Conan from the world of Naruto. Scarlet Witch. Haha. Hello there, newcomer. I'm Wanda, hailing from the Marvel Universe. Sword Saint of Gryffindor. Greetings, everyone. My name is Neville Longbottom, a first-year student from Gryffindor House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm 11 years old, and I hope to receive guidance from all of you esteemed seniors. Feeling somewhat nervous, Neville sent his first message in the chat group. The moment he joined the Multiverse chat group, a flood of information about it surged into his mind. This revelation made him, A boy who had matured early due to the sacrifices of his parents and the hardships endured under his grandmother's care, realized that he had not joined an ordinary magical organization, but rather a wondrous entity that connected various worlds, a fortune beyond even what Professor Dumbledore had experienced, leading him to question if he was merely dreaming. Scarlet Witch, haha, is a newcomer only 11 years old? How delightful. Finally, I'm not the youngest in the group. Come on, call me sister. Sword Saint of Gryffindor. Hello, Sister Wanda. Scarlet Witch, such a good little brother, Neville. Handsome Skeleton Islander. When Chow glanced at his system panel, which indicated his age as 8, and felt a twinge of guilt scratching his head. However, upon reflection, considering his age before the transmigration, he knew he was certainly older than these two youngsters and had no reason to feel self-conscious. Genius Beauty, just in time. The new batch of Senza beans has ripened. To celebrate the arrival of our little brother Neville, I will send out a red envelope. Genius Beauty has sent a regular red envelope. Everyone, come and grab it. Handsome Skeleton Islander has snatched the red envelope, receiving 1 Senza bean. Lord Fan has claimed the red envelope, earning 1 Senza bean. Sword Saint of Gryffindor has seized the red envelope, obtaining 4 Senza beans. Sword Saint of Gryffindor is the luckiest of them all, as Neville beheld the 4 green beans that inexplicably appeared in his hands. His mouth fell open in astonishment. At that moment, he finally affirmed that he was indeed not dreaming. Upon learning that these green beans, known as Senza beans, possessed the miraculous ability to instantly restore stamina and heal all external and internal injuries, Neville was further astounded. These small beans in his grasp were life-saving plants, their efficacy far surpassing that of the healing properties of the mystical plant, mandrake. Having harbored an interest in magical flora since childhood and being well-versed in the medicinal properties of most magical plants in the wizarding world, Neville naturally understood the extraordinary nature of Senzu beans. Having confirmed the genuine existence of the chat group spanning countless realms, and having obtained the miraculous plant known as the Celestial Bean, Neville was instantly filled with excitement, pondering the possibility of discovering a means to resurrect his parents within this extraordinary realm. With this thought, his heart swelled with exhilaration. As Bulma welcomed Neville into the group with a generous red envelope, others soon followed suit, each contributing their own token of welcome to the new member. This gesture slightly tempered Neville's fervor, allowing him to stabilize his emotions as he began to peruse the red envelopes gifted by the esteemed members of the group. Fancian had sent delicacies freshly prepared by the palace chefs. As Neville beheld a bowl of exquisitely aromatic food, the likes of which he had never encountered, he could not help but swallow hard. This dish, which could only be described as a masterpiece, far surpassed the offerings at his welcome banquet in the culinary desert that was Great Britain. Upon sampling a bite, an explosion of flavors he had never before experienced danced upon his palate. Unable to contain himself, Neville devoured the entire bowl in haste, patting his belly in satisfaction. Leaning back against his pillow, the plump Neville, filled with curiosity, resumed his exploration of the other red envelope gifts. When Xiao had sent several fruits native to the underworld, offered by the long-armed apes, he had even selected the smallest variety, resembling grapes, though each fruit was still as large as a human head. In a moment of distraction, Neville was startled when one of the oversized grapes tumbled from the envelope, landing with a thud against his bedside. Alarmed, he hastily withdrew the gift back into the chat group's red envelope space, nervously peering around his room. Thankfully, his 4 roommates, including Harry, remained blissfully undisturbed in their slumber, while only Ron seemed to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma from Cien's food, mumbling in his sleep before rolling over to continue dreaming. Relieved, Neville snuggled back under his covers, eagerly continuing to examine the red envelopes presented by the group's senior members. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng, had bestowed upon the group the blood booty he had specially dispatched individuals to collect from the Lingyun cave, even bringing back a fire Qilin from the expedition. Currently, his associates were researching ways to temper the creature's fierce temperament, yet no progress had been made. For now, it served merely as a tool for nurturing the blood booty. Coincidentally, with the arrival of a new member, The Emperor graciously distributed the remaining 10 or so blood bodhi, initially intended as reward for his court and the palace children. Yet another marvel of nature absent from the magical realm. Neville gingerly placed the crimson fruit alongside the celestial beans in his possession. After contemplating where to safely store them, he ultimately decided to return them to the red envelope space, feeling that no location was secure enough. In the end, both Xiaonan and Wanda presented delicacies from their respective worlds. Gazing at the two distinct culinary delights that reappeared in his hands, Neville stroked his belly, feeling utterly sated. Regretfully, he had no choice but to retract his red envelope space. Aside from the affluent Bulma and the first Emperor Ing Zheng, the contributions from others were rather modest, emphasizing the sentiment behind the gesture rather than its monetary value. As soon as Neville, the chubby newcomer, entered the group, he was inundated with red envelopes from senior members, leaving him with a favorable impression of the chat group, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. Gryffindor Sword Saint, I am immensely grateful to all of you. I have never received such an abundance of gifts throughout my life. Truly touched. Scarlet Witch. Oh, little Neville has quickly learned to share stickers. Children do adapt to new things with remarkable speed. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Hee, it's nothing much. Gryffindor Sword Saint. By the way, since everyone has been so generous, I have little to offer in return, so I shall share some magical snacks I purchased on the Hogwarts Express with everyone. Neville once again clambered off his bed, stealthily making his way to his luggage rack. He gathered all the snacks he had bought earlier that day on the Hogwarts Express into his red envelope space. After glancing around nervously, he noticed that Harry, Ron, and the other two roommates were soundly asleep, with Ron's drool already soaking his pillow, possibly dreaming of delectable treats. Seeing that no one was aware, Neville stealthily returned to his bedside, and once he lay back down, he concentrated, sending all the magical snacks through the red envelope. Chapter 33. Neville's desire to revive his parents. The Gryffindor Sword Saint sent out an ordinary red envelope, inviting everyone to partake. Little Fan managed to seize the envelope, earning a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The handsome one from Skull Island claimed another, receiving a slice of pumpkin pie. The Scarlet Witch also caught one, acquiring a snowball. The Genius Girl obtained a pack of chocolate frogs. The Paper Angel retrieved a cauldron cake, while the Ancient Emperor was rewarded with a bottle of butterbeer. The Scarlet Witch emerged as the luckiest of all. Scarlet Witch, wow, am I truly the luckiest this time? Did I just grab the most expensive snack? A snowball? I don't recall hearing about such a treat in Harry Potter. In the Marvel Universe, Wanda gazed at the pristine candy sphere in her hand, promptly tossing it into her mouth. As she savored the delightful confection, she was astonished to find herself levitating effortlessly. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Indeed, the snowball is the priciest of snacks. After consuming it, one can float for a brief period. By the way, how do you know Harry's name, Wanda? Scarlet Witch? Hee. I've read all 7 novels and watched the 6 films centered around Harry Potter, which tell the tale of Hogwarts. However, in those stories, Harry is the boy who lived, and it might differ somewhat from your world. Little Fan, I've only read the 7 novels and seen 5 films. Before my journey here, I had only reached Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Handsome one from Skull Island. Haha, I've seen them all, including the 7 novels and 8 films, and I've even completed the latest game. Feeling quite proud, I must say. Little Fan, they made 8 films? And their essay game? Hurry, upload the files to the group. I need to catch up. Scarlet Witch, last time we agreed I would upload, but when Chow, you know more about this. How about this? I'll handle the novels, and you can take care of the films and the game, all right? Handsome one from Skull Island. Handsome one from Skull Island. No problem. After a brief discussion, the two proceeded to upload the plot of Neville's world to the group files. Scarlet Witch uploaded the novel version of the Harry Potter saga, earning 100 points. Handsome one from Skull Island uploaded the film version of the Harry Potter octology, gaining 100 points. He also uploaded the game Hogwarts Legacy, receiving another 100 points. Scarlet Witch, Gryffindor Sword Saint. Dear Neville, you might want to take a look. Although it differs somewhat from your world, the essential information should remain consistent. Handsome one from Skull Island. The game Hogwarts Legacy is set a century ago, but the powerful ancient magic learned by the protagonist should exist within Hogwarts Castle. Neville, you might want to give it a try. Gryffindor's Sword Saint. Is Harry the boy who lived in a parallel universe? Does that mean my parents are still alive in this world? Neville could not help but feel exhilarated, for in his world, Harry's parents were still alive. His mother, Lily Potter, was a potions professor at Hogwarts, and his father, James Potter, whom he had heard his grandmother speak of in relation to their parents' friends, appeared to have been gravely injured during a battle against the Death Eaters, receiving treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. With this thought in mind, Neville hastily opened the group files and downloaded the entire series of Harry Potter that his fellow group members had just uploaded. He temporarily set aside the game Hogwarts Legacy, which narrated events from a century ago and focused primarily on novels and films relevant to his current timeline. A stream of information flooded Neville's mind as he swiftly perused the content from Harry's perspective, quickly honing in on details pertinent to himself. In this world, Harry's parents suffered torment from the Cruciatus Curse inflicted by the Death Eaters, leading to their mental breakdown and loss of rationality, resulting in their permanent confinement within the closed wards of St. Mungo's, unable to live normal lives. Yet they were still alive. How wonderful! As he watched the scene of his mother, Lily, carefully handing the bubblegum wrapper to his counterpart in that world, tears streamed down Neville's face. Scarlet Witch, Neville, are you all right? Skull Island Charmer. He just downloaded the files we uploaded. He probably isn't feeling too great, given that his parents, while alive, lack the ability to live independently and don't even recognize him as their son. Gryffindor Sword Master. No, I feel quite well. Merely seeing my parents alive is already a blessing for Merlin. Gryffindor Sword Master. I truly wish to see my own parents alive in my world. Gryffindor Sword Master, esteemed Seigneur. Is there a way to resurrect lives in your worlds? Shaking with anticipation, Neville sent several messages in his mind, anxiously awaiting responses from his friends. Genius Girl. Resurrection? The Dragon Balls can accomplish that. Gryffindor Sword Master. Really? Little fan. But the Dragon Balls only work in Bulma's world, right? Genius Girl. Let me give it a try. I happen to have a Dragon Ball nearby. Here, Neville, catch this. Genius Girl sent a designated red envelope. Gryffindor Sword Master. Gryffindor Sword Master accepted the red envelope. Gryffindor Sword Master. Is this small stone ball the Dragon Ball that can bring back the dead? Skull Island Charmer. It turned to stone? It seems it doesn't work after all. Genius Girl. Alas, then I'm out of options. Upon realizing that the Dragon Ball had turned to stone and was no longer usable, the joy that had briefly illuminated Neville's face vanished, leaving him dejected as he returned the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Skull Island Charmer. If the Dragon Balls won't work, perhaps we could seek help from Conan. Paper Angel. Wenchao. Do you mean the Edo Tensei technique? Little fan. That makes sense. Neville's world has spirits, so perhaps the Edo Tensei from the Naruto world could also be effective. Gryffindor's Sword Saint. What is the Impure World reincarnation technique? Is it some sort of spell that can resurrect the dead? Hope flickered anew in Neville's eyes. Paper Angel. The Impure World reincarnation technique is a ninjutsu from my world that summons the souls of deceased ninjas back from the Pure Land. It cannot truly be classified as a resurrection technique. Skeleton Island Handsome. When combined with this samsara of heavenly birth from the Rinnegan, it can lead to revival. However, Neville, you may lack the necessary conditions. Still, it is possible for you to meet the spirits of your departed parents. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Is it truly feasible to encounter the souls of my parents? That alone is remarkable. I firmly believe I will eventually discover a method to bring them back to life. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Sister Conan. I wonder how I might acquire the Impure World reincarnation technique from you. Paper Angel. I do not possess this technique, but I can seek it from Orochimaru. When I obtain it, I will make it available in the group marketplace, and you can purchase it directly with points. Though she wished to upload the document for Neville's benefit without charge, Conan recalled the recent agreement for formal transactions and decided to adhere to it by listing it in the group marketplace. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Points for purchase? Very well. Thank you, Sister Conan. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to you and everyone else. I am immensely thankful. Neville, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He held no expectations of acquiring this miraculous ninjutsu for free. The ability to purchase it with points was already a source of great satisfaction for him. Chapter 34. Ing Zheng's Subtle Intentions. Paper Angel. no need for thanks. I was also planning to seek out Orochimaru after my journey in the Land of Water, so it's merely a matter of convenience. Scarlet Witch, indeed. There is no need for such formality, dear Neville. Everyone in the group is quite amiable, and we are always willing to lend a helping hand. The Eternal Emperor, precisely. Who knows, we may find ourselves in need of your assistance in the future. Emperor Ingzheng is still pondering the methods of longevity from the world you hail from. He has just perused the Harry Potter series storyline uploaded by Wen Chao and Wanda, and he is particularly intrigued by the Philosopher's Stone. Although news has already arrived from Zhang Han and Su Fu about finding the Phoenix, having an additional means of achieving immortality is certainly not unwelcome. The Eternal Emperor, by the way, after midnight, it will be my turn to stream. I can relinquish my streaming opportunity to you, Neville, allowing you to earn the 1,200 points from the broadcast to exchange with Xiao Nan for the Edo Tensei technique. The Eternal Emperor, wait. With Neville now in the group, the daily streaming points should amount to 1440. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Really? Thank you, Uncle Zheng. Neville was overjoyed. He had just been fretting over how to acquire chat group points to trade with Xiao Nan for the Edo Tensei technique. The assistance from Emperor Ingzheng felt like a serendipitous encounter with a pillow when one is drowsy. Genius girl. Zheng Ge is being unusually proactive. Something seems amiss. Scarlet Witch. I sense the scent of a conspiracy. Lord Fan. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. There must be ulterior motives at play. Handsome from Skull Island. I recall now. The reason Zheng Ge chose to include Neville in the group was to access the longevity method of the Hogwarts world. Paper Angel. The case is solved. This is Zheng Ge's true intention. Gryffindor Sword Saint. The longevity method for my world? Is it the Philosopher's Stone? The Eternal Emperor. Precisely. I am not concealing my motives. I am very interested in the Philosopher's Stone that can concoct the elixir of life in your world, and I wonder if I might borrow it for research purposes. The Eternal Emperor. Rest assured, I will not take without giving. I can offer half of the Phoenix blood in exchange, which is also a divine substance for longevity in my world. Gryffindor Sword Saint. But the Philosopher's Stone belongs to Nicholas Flamel, gifted to Professor Dumbledore. It is not mine to give. Lord Fan, that is quite simple. Dumbledore intends to use the Philosopher's Stone to draw out Voldemort, while simultaneously providing you, the indomitable boy, an opportunity for a trial. At that time, you shall have the chance to come into contact with the Philosopher's Stone, and once you acquire it, simply place it in the red envelope space. Scarlet Witch, Fan Xian, do not lead the young astray. Lord Fan, what do you mean by leading the young astray? The Philosopher's Stone will ultimately be destroyed by Dumbledore. I am merely advocating for the repurposing of waste. Gryffindor Sword Saint. This does not seem quite right, does it? Handsome from Skull Island. Since Neville is hesitant to directly covet the Philosopher's Stone, you can inform Professor Dumbledore that Zheng Ge wishes to trade Phoenix blood for the Philosopher's Stone. The Eternal Emperor. Indeed, at that time, you may invite me to your world, and I shall converse with him directly. I shall cover the 1,000 points required for the low-level, cross-dimensional invitation. As a major point holder, the first Emperor Ingzheng asserts that he is not concerned about such trivial points. Everything is worthwhile in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. The Sword Saint of Gryffindor. Very well then, should the opportunity arise, I shall inform Professor Dumbledore. Having already witnessed the unfolding narrative, Neville recalled the warnings voiced by Professor Dumbledore before the sorting ceremony, as Mr. Filch, the administrator, solemnly advised everyone to avoid a grim fate. One should refrain from entering the corridor to the right on the 3rd floor. Professor Dumbledore's words echoed precisely those in the story. Evidently, in his world, he too had concealed the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. The Eternal Emperor. That is good to hear. The dashing young man of Skull Island. Brother Zheng, have you uncovered the whereabouts of the Phoenix? The Eternal Emperor. Indeed. Zhang Han and Su Fu have already conveyed their messages. Lord Fan, it seems Su Fu's demise is imminent. The Eternal Emperor. Correct. Upon finding the Phoenix, I have ordered Meng Tian to execute Su Fu. He is beyond salvation now, and to prevent any prolonged uncertainty, I am already en route to the Phoenix's sanctuary. Lord Fan. 6. The dashing young man of Skull Island. Brother Zheng is ever cautious. The eternal emperor, caution begets safety. After all, in my world, a being of eternal life, the smiling three, lurks in the shadows, observing the realm. Regrettably, my Black Eyes platform has yet to uncover his whereabouts. The dashing young man of Skull Island. Brother Zheng, keep pushing forward. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. The Eternal Emperor, no problem. The Sword Saint of Gryffindor has initiated a live stream. Everyone come and watch. At this moment, it was just past midnight, and Neville, having exchanged live streaming times with the first Emperor Ing Zheng, commenced his broadcast. Soon, all gathered in the live stream, greeted by the sight of the plump Neville seated on his bed. The Scarlet Witch, is this the boys' dormitory? It doesn't seem too different. Lord Fan, how splendid it is to attend a magic school. 5 individuals can reside in such a spacious dormitory. Envy. JPG, the dashing young man of Skull Island. I genuinely envy this, recalling the time when 8 of us shared a dormitory in college. Comparing it to Neville's luxurious 5-person suite makes my previous living conditions seem akin to a dog kennel. Sigh. JPG. Lord Fan, indeed, in that bed is a 4-poster with curtains. The Eternal Emperor, it does not compare to my dragon bed. The Angel of Paper, it appears to be more comfortable than tatami mats. The Prodigy Girl, such a vintage bed, it looks quite cozy. Once I return, I shall procure one to experience its comfort. The Sword Saint of Gryffindor, it's quite all right. Surrounded by spectators, Neville felt unsure of where to place his hands, resorting to a series of awkward smiles. After a brief exploration of Neville's dormitory, the crowd returned to gather around his bed once more. Wen Chao's eyes gleamed with mischief as he urged, "Indeed, Navi, as a member of Gryffindor, how could you overlook the noble tradition of nocturnal escapades? Absolutely. Let us embark on a night adventure. I wholeheartedly endorse this." Wanda and Fonchian's faces lit up with enthusiasm, nodding in fervent agreement. Encouraged by the trio, Navi felt a stirring excitement within, and upon grasping the essence of the night excursion, Buma joined the ranks of encouragement. Meanwhile, the more composed Ing Zheng and Xiaonan exchanged glances but refrained from dissuasion, their curiosity piqued by the enchanting allure of this otherworldly magical institution. Chapter 35. The Noble Traditions of Gryffindor. Today, I shall take this opportunity to guide you through the illustrious halls of Hogwarts Castle. Encouraged by the enthusiastic whispers of his companions, Neville's latent Gryffindor spirit of adventure was swiftly ignited. He hurriedly donned his attire and stealthily slipped out of the dormitory, accompanied by his friends, making their way toward the Gryffindor common room. After traversing the wall hole at the common room entrance and lifting the portrait of the fat lady, Neville departed the Gryffindor haven with the stealth of a thief, venturing out on the very first night of term, and, as a first year no less, truly, a testament to Gryffindor's daring nature. The portrait of the fat lady murmured a few words before closing her eyes to rest. The figures depicted in the portraits were indeed alive. The magical world was undeniably wondrous. Ing Zheng observed the enchanted portraits around him, marveling at their vibrancy. His companions shared in his awe, even Wen Chao, Fan Xian, and Wanda, who had previously experienced the Harry Potter series through books and films, found the real-life spectacle far more breathtaking than words or images could convey. Having grown up in a magical realm, Neville was accustomed to such marvels. Once outside the Gryffindor common room, he gazed around in a daze, uncertain of their next destination. Where shall we explore next? Neville inquired of his companions. The astronomy tower, the kitchens, the Grey Hall. Each voice clamored with suggestions, none willing to concede to the others. In resignation, Neville led the group on their explorations, during which they encountered the Weasley twins, who were also out for a nighttime adventure on the first day of school. Well done, Neville. Out on your first night. No less. Truly befitting of His Excellency, the Savior. George and Fred applauded, patting Neville on the shoulder in appreciation of his audacity. After bidding farewell to the Weasley twins, Neville soon found himself face to face with the patrolling caretaker, Filch. Fortunately, thanks to the timely warnings from his companions, he narrowly evaded both Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris. By the way, Neville, how does your world differ from a narrative I uploaded, aside from the fact that your life has swapped with Harry's? When Chao asked. while admiring the long-desired Hogwarts castle. Well, does it count that Harry's mother is a potions professor? Neville pondered for a moment before responding. Lily has become a potions professor? What of Professor Snape? Wanda queried, her surprise evident. Professor Snape also teaches potions, but he is responsible for the 5th to 7th years, while Professor Lily teaches the 1st to 4th years. Professor Snape primarily focuses on managing Slytherin House, Neville elucidated. Does that mean we won't face Professor Snape's infamous wrath as newcomers? Fancienne expressed a hint of regret. I would prefer to avoid it. Neville recalled the terrifying scenes of Professor Snape addressing the first years in the narrative, shivering at the thought. He felt a deep sympathy for Harry in that storyline, relieved that he would not have to endure such trials. As the crowd engaged in idle chatter while exploring Hogwarts Castle, the hour grew late into the night. The once vibrant Neville stifled a large yawn, his demeanor gradually shifting towards drowsiness. Although the day's experiences had filled him with exhilaration, he remained, after all, merely an 11-year-old child, accustomed to being fast asleep by this hour. It is getting late. You should return to your dormitory and rest, suggested the observant Luna. Indeed, we have only explored half of Hogwarts Castle. We can continue our adventure another time. You have classes tomorrow, so we shall not keep you any longer, chimed in the other members of the group. Very well, we shall resume our exploration another day, acquiesced Neville, feeling the weight of fatigue, and began his journey back. Upon reaching the staircase on the 3rd floor, curiosity piqued as everyone gazed towards the end of the corridor to their right. Those familiar with the lore understood that it concealed the most precious treasure of the Hogwarts realm, the Philosopher's Stone. However, their intrigue was swiftly subdued. After all, they were not truly present, and Neville was but a fledgling wizard, not yet ready to encounter the stone. Just as their attention was captivated by the right corridor, a shadow unexpectedly emerged from the left corner. I knew it. Dumbledore's words would not quell your insatiable curiosity, but rather ignite it further. A cold, somber voice echoed from behind, startling everyone. Turning around, they beheld none other than Professor Snape, the very figure they had just discussed, causing Neville's face to turn pale with fright. At that moment, Snape recognized Neville's visage, and a flicker of complex emotion crossed his previously angry countenance, though his words remained unyielding. Isn't this the renowned savior, Neville Longbottom? Out on a midnight stroll on your very first day? Has your notoriety led you to believe you can flout school regulations and act with impunity at Hogwarts? 10 points from Gryffindor. Now, at once, return to your dormitory. Snape gestured dismissively towards the Gryffindor common room without casting another glance at Neville. Why yes, Professor Snape, I shall return immediately, Neville stammered, then stumbled toward the staircase. Observing Neville's retreating figure, Snape lingered in the shadows for a moment, eventually exhaling a profound sigh. Are you still regretting the events of yesteryears? This is not your fault. It is mine. Dumbledore's figure appeared unexpectedly behind him. While it was you who urged me to reveal the whereabouts of the 2 children prophesied to the Dark Lord, I ultimately guided him, influenced by my feelings for Lily, leading him to perceive Neville as the true child of prophecy, which resulted in the sacrifice of his parents. Snape stated, his expression betraying no emotion. No, the true blame should rest upon me. It is my arrogance that led me to believe I could ensnare the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters through that prophecy. Although victory was ultimately achieved, it came at a tremendous cost. Frank and Lilith sacrificed, and James remains gravely injured, with no sign of improvement. All of this is a consequence of my hubris. A look of remorse crossed Dumbledore's face. Nevertheless, what purpose does it serve to dwell on this now? You should focus on how to confront the resurgent Dark Lord, rather than concocting so-called trials to engage in childish games with young wizards. With a dismissive gesture, Snape turned and departed. Watching his figure fade into the darkness, Dumbledore remained silent, ultimately leaving behind a solitary remark. In the end, all must succumb to the passage of time. I am no exception. Chapter 36. Preparing for ascension accompanied by his peers, Neville, caught red-handed by Snape during his nocturnal escapade, returned to his dormitory in a rather disheveled state. What should I do, everyone? On the very first day of school, I've lost 10 points. How will everyone perceive me tomorrow? The chubby boy looked at his companions with a face full of anxiety, seeking their assistance. It's merely a deduction of 10 points. In the narrative, Harry was penalized 50 points for being caught during a night venture. This is but a minor setback, Wen Chao consoled, patting Neville on the shoulder. Though his words offered little comfort to the distressed boy. To think that Snape only deducted 10 points this time. I anticipated 100, remarked Fan Xian, perplexed. For such a meager penalty was entirely uncharacteristic of Snape. Hearing this, Neville turned pale. 10 points felt like the sky was collapsing upon him. Had he truly lost 100 points, he would rather leap from his dormitory window to escape the despair. I noticed a slight change in Professor Snape's demeanor upon seeing Neville. There must be an underlying story there, Wanda mused, her face adorned with a curious expression as she recalled the details she had observed. Such a pity we didn't come across the Philosopher's Stone. I yearn to study it. Bulma lamented, his fervor for research reignited. Meanwhile, Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Xiao Nin engaged in a discussion about why they had not detected Snape's presence earlier. That must have been an invisibility spell. Truly remarkable. I was completely oblivious, the Emperor reflected, his interest in magic piqued. If only he could impart such skills to his spies in the Black Eyes platform, their abilities in reconnaissance and assassination would be vastly enhanced. I believe that magic is referred to as the disillusionment charm. It resembles the body flicker technique of the special Jonin, Moonlight Gale, Xiaonan recalled, comparing the distinctions between magic and ninjutsu in her mind. As Neville observed his friends, who remained oblivious to his plight, engrossed in their own discussions, despair began to etch itself upon his features. Ultimately, he resigned himself to his fate, burying his face in his pillow, fatigue overwhelming him. Let all be over. Before long, the sound of snoring emanated from the chubby boy's bed. Witnessing Neville fall asleep in an instant, the others exchanged amused glances, stifling their laughter as they bid farewell and exited the chat room. In the legendary monster universe of Hogwarts Castle, a place I had longed to visit before my transmigration, it was astonishing to realize that this dream had come to fruition today. Wen Chao reflected, closing the chat interface, stretching lazily before collapsing into slumber. After a night of silence, the following day, Wen Chao awoke with a spirited demeanor. After indulging in a monstrous feast, he opened the chat group and glanced at Neville's live broadcast. At that moment, the chubby lad was streaming a lesson on transfiguration, appearing utterly devoid of the despair he had displayed after losing points the previous day. Wanda, who had arrived earlier, remarked that Neville, having ventured out at night on his first day of school, had gained considerable notoriety within Gryffindor. His dorm mates, including Harry and Ron, even expressed their grievances about being excluded from his nocturnal escapade, deeming him a poor friend. Nearly all Gryffindor students admired his audacious act, showing little concern for the 10 points he had lost when Professor Snape caught him. Well, aside from Miss Hermione Granger, such as Gryffindor, Wen Chao mused. Subsequently, he sat in on Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, but found himself completely at a loss. With no choice but to bid farewell to the engrossed Wanda, he exited the live stream. It seems I am destined to be a martial artist. The path of a wizard does not suit me. When Chao opened the system panel and glanced at his profession, indeed, there had been no changes, and he could only shake his head in resignation. Name, Wen Chao King Kong. Age, 8 years. Profession, martial artist, dominant true chi. 63, 169, 100 introductory. Bloodline, Titan giant ape. Growth phase, height, 115 meters. Weight, 65,000 tons. Talent, devour and evolve. Realm, second stage explosive street level. Faith power, 0 threads. Evolution points, 820-1000-877-1000. Only 123 evolution points remain until I can ascend to the next stage. Wen Chao closed the system panel, resolving that today's task would be to secure the evolution points needed for his promotion to the 3rd stage. It had been several days since he had engaged in battle. His recent excursion in the world of Qin Yunyan had felt more like a leisurely outing. Today, he would seek out a Titan beast to stretch his muscles. Emerging from his dwelling, Wen Chao summoned the grandfather of the little monkey, inquiring whether he had discovered the whereabouts of any new Titan beasts. Prior to accepting Fan Xian's invitation to the world of Qin Yunyan, He had already commanded the long-armed giant apes to search for nearby titan beasts. Squeak! The little monkey's grandfather did not disappoint, swiftly informing Wen Xiao of the nearest titan beast location to their territory. Excellent. Let us go, Snow Demon. Wen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Mounting the back of the Snow Demon, under the guidance of the eager little monkey, the trio set off towards the habitat of the titan beast. Following the little monkey's lead, Wen Xiao rode the Snow Demon northeast for about an hour, ultimately arriving at a mountain peak shrouded in a tempest. This storm seemed to have materialized out of thin air, forming a tornado several kilometers in diameter that enveloped the entire mountain securely. Within the perception of Wen Xiao, a dark and malevolent aura emanated from the tempest, as an unknown titan beast brazenly asserted its presence, instilling fear in all creatures that dared to approach. Could it be a titan beast endowed with the power to command storms? This aura appeared far from benign. It was the perfect opportunity for me to subdue it. Roar! Wen Xiao leapt from the Snow Demon, unleashing a fierce roar toward the storm, exuding his own formidable aura as he provoked the unknown titan beast lurking within the tempest. A screech reminiscent of a bat's cry erupted from the storm in response, as the provoked titan beast reacted with fury. Amidst the roar, a colossal tornado that had previously enshrouded the peaks began to shift toward Wen Xiao's location, with a massive shadow soaring skyward, intermittently visible through the tempest. Does it arrive bearing storm effects? Quite ostentatious. Wen Xiao disregarded the ferocious tempest that approached him like a natural disaster, focusing intently on the enormous shadow. The Snow Demon beside him let out a low growl, equally unfazed by the oncoming storm. For Wen Xiao and the Snow Demon, whose combined weight reached several tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 tons, the fierce storm capable of razing cities in the human realm felt merely like a gentle breeze, utterly inconsequential. Chapter 37. Camazotz. Unlike the formidable behemoths Wen Xiao and the Snow Demon, the still juvenile monkey felt a pang of trepidation as the colossal tornado bore down upon him. With a desperate shriek, he scurried to the side of the Snow Demon, seeking refuge beneath her towering form, clutching one of her feet tightly. Fearful of being swept away by the ferocious tempest, the Snow Demon cast a glance down at the frightened little monkey, leaning her immense body closer, effectively concealing him within her formidable shadow. Wen Xiao, catching a fleeting glimpse of their interaction, paid it little mind, his focus riveted upon the titanic creature looming in the sky. As the distance diminished, he finally beheld the true visage of this unknown titan, a gargantuan bat stretching 50 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 120 meters. Its massive form was encrusted with coarse, resilient black scales that shimmered with an eerie luminescence in the dim light. A grotesque head adorned with sharp horns protruded ominously, encircled by a mane reminiscent of a lion, exuding an aura of ferocity and dominance. Its colossal wings unfurled, their serrated edges glinting like blades, bristling with spikes that seemed capable of slicing through the very fabric of reality. Those blood-red eyes, ablaze like infernos, fixated menacingly upon Wen Xiao below, betraying a malevolence and savagery. With a fearsome growl, the titanic bat bared its razor-sharp teeth, unleashing a series of thunderous roars that reverberated through the air. The surrounding tornado intensified, a violent tempest obscuring the heavens, plunging the world into an abyss of chaos and disarray. Ah, it is you. Wen Xiao recognized the identity of this bat-like titan, Camazotz, the vampiric beast from the abyss, the Dark Lord, the Death's Night Bat. He recalled its debut in the prequel comic to Kong vs. Godzilla, titled Kong, Kingdom. In the film Godzilla, King of the Monsters, Ghidorah summoned titanic beasts across the globe, and Camazotz was among those awakened. However, this cunning old bat refrained from participating in the battle for supremacy between Ghidorah and Godzilla, instead lurking in the subterranean world beneath Skull Island, awaiting the outcome. After Ghidorah's fall, this treacherous bat unleashed a titanic storm upon Skull Island, nearly annihilating the Iwi tribe. This accounted for the sole survival of the Iwi girl, Gia, in Kong vs. Godzilla. The old bat Camazotz had also set its sights on Kong, eager to drain his lifeblood. In the original timeline, Kong ultimately triumphed after a grueling battle, with humanity's assistance, driving Camazotz back into the depths of the earth. As he recalled the information regarding Camazotz, Wen Chao's gaze toward the ancient bat transformed, his initial battle intent morphing into a surging desire for vengeance. Although that colossal creature was not himself, the audacity to strike against the original timeline's King Kong and utterly annihilate his fervent followers on Skull Island, the Iwi tribe, was a transgression that warranted death, old bat. Without hesitation, Wen Chao retrieved a Godzilla battle axe from the red envelope space and hurled it directly at the airborne Camazotz. With a flick of its body, Camazotz evaded the incoming axe, a flicker of disdain flashing in its eyes. It then opened its cavernous maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, unleashing a high-frequency ultrasonic attack directed at Wen Chao below. The invisible waves descended upon him, yet Wen Chao's dominant true energy instinctively activated, forming a protective barrier that rendered him unharmed. Meanwhile, the snow demon, affected by the shockwave, emitted a low, discomfort growl, but her formidable defenses spared her from significant harm. In contrast, the small monkey clinging to her leg fared poorly. It involuntarily released its grip, covering its ears and wailing in distress. Wen Chao let out a low roar at the snow demon, urging her to retreat with the little monkey. Acknowledging his command, the snow demon nodded, gently clamping down on the screeching monkey and slowly making her way out of the tempest. Observing this, Camazotz opened its maw once more, intent on repeating its earlier tactic. However, Wen Chao was unyielding. He extracted 2 additional Godzilla battle axes from the red envelope space, interrupting the creature's ultrasonic onslaught. How impressive it is to fly, Wen Chao muttered, mildly vexed as he watched Camazotz effortlessly evade his thrown axes with its agile aerial maneuvers. With a furrowed brow, he contemplated the creature's taunting gestures in the air, suddenly recalling an acquaintance from the Dragon Ball world. Let's see if this works. Wen Chao bent slightly, channeling all of his dominant true energy towards his hands. The oppressive aura surged dramatically, reaching for the heavens, causing the surrounding storm to momentarily still. Camazotz sensed the escalating danger emanating from the massive black ape below and felt a twinge of unease. Before Camazotz could react, Wen Chao unleashed a furious roar, fists clenched, and propelled dozens of true energy-enhanced punches toward the airborne bat. Experience my princely technique. As his fist struck, the air within a radius of several thousand meters was depleted, creating multiple transparent channels that shot skyward. Though Camazotz managed to dodge the initial onslaught of punches at the last moment, its considerable size ultimately left it vulnerable, resulting in several of the remaining punches landing squarely upon it. The impact was thunderous. The tempestuous whirlwind that had encircled the battlefield suddenly shattered, unleashing immense shockwaves that violently impacted everything in proximity. Nearby peaks crumbled with a thunderous roar, while the distant lake was stirred into a tumultuous uproar akin to a tsunami. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a wretched figure plummeted from the sky, wailing in despair. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled and gave way. The fallen Camazotz struck the ground with such force that it created a gaping pit over 10 meters deep and more than 200 meters in diameter. Within the depths of the chasm, Camazotz's anguished cries echoed sporadically, a stark contrast to the earlier arrogance he had displayed. Let you this old bat. Flaunt your flight so proudly, scoffed Wen Chao as he approached the abyss, disregarding the pleading glimmer in Camazotz's eyes. He raised his fist once more, delivering a devastating blow to Camazotz's skull. With another violent tremor of the earth, the life force of Camazotz extinguished completely. This titan of destruction, who had roamed the underworld for millennia, ultimately met his demise at the hands of Wen Chao. Chapter 38. A novel culinary approach to monsters. The brief, yet fierce battle concluded with the demise of Camazotz beneath Wen Chao's iron fist. The previously scattered little monkeys, having regained their vigor, returned to the battlefield, standing before the deep pit and unleashing a chorus of furious howls at Camazotz's lifeless form. The snow demon, who had previously retreated, gradually revealed herself, letting out a long cry in celebration of Wen Chao's latest victory. However, her gaze fell upon the little monkeys, who were now strutting with arrogance, and her eyes were filled with resignation. All right, you little rascal. Where was your bravado just moments ago? Now that the foe is vanquished, you prance about as if triumphant. Truly a case of the fox assuming the tiger's ferocity. When Xiao placed his left hand atop the little monkey's head, playfully ruffling its fur. Surprisingly, the tactile sensation was quite pleasant, serving as a perfect means of relaxation after battle. After indulging in this moment of head patting, when Xiao shooed the disgruntled little monkey aside and leaped into the deep pit to retrieve Kamaza's pitiful body, with the battle at an end, it was naturally time to feast. With a chilling sound of flesh tearing, when Xiao remained unfazed as he forcefully split Kamaza's body in two. He presented one half to the snow demon, inviting her to unleash her icy breath upon it, encasing it in a block of frozen meat. The other half was placed over a nearby river of lava for high-temperature roasting. Having consumed an abundance of raw beast flesh, when Xiao decided to adopt a different culinary method today, opting for a delightful contrast of ice and fire. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the bat meat sizzling over the lava, causing the little monkey beside him to drool profusely, its face glistening with desire. You little one, for your guidance this time, I shall reward you with a piece. A smile graced Wen Chao's face as he tore off a chunk of the grilled bat meat and tossed it to the little monkey. The moment the little monkey received the roasted meat, it let out a yelp, having been scalded by the meat that had been subjected to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Yet, unwilling to part with it, it kept switching between its two paws while puffing air onto the meat to cool it down. Meanwhile, Wen Chao ignored the extreme heat, taking a hearty bite of the steaming roasted meat. The texture was thick and resilient, the radiative energy contained within far richer than any monster meat he had previously tasted, even surpassing that of Scar King, who paled in comparison. After all, Kamazaz was a titan of devastation, roaming the depths of the earth for millennia. Far more delectable than Scar King, who relied on the snow demon for intimidation but lacked substantial combat prowess. After savoring the succulent roasted meat, Wen Chao picked up the frigid block of snow demon meat, taking another generous bite. With a crisp snap, the frozen meat shattered effortlessly beneath his teeth, its icy freshness penetrating deeply, presenting a starkly different flavor from the grilled meat, which elicited a joyful exclamation from him. Seeing Wen Chao relishing his meal so thoroughly, the snow demon couldn't help but approach, nudging him with her head, her small eyes fixated on the frozen meat in his hand. I had thought you were a herbivore. It seems you have a penchant for the icy. Wen Chao chuckled softly, casually breaking off a small segment of the frozen wing and offering it to his steed. As the crisp sound of crunching echoed, the snow demon, with its mouth perpetually busy, revealed a glimmer of satisfaction in its eyes. Meanwhile, the little monkey had finally cooled the roasted meat in its hands to a palatable temperature and began to devour it with gusto, its mouth glistening with grease. Thus, Wen Chao indulged in a delightful combination of icy, chilling meat paired with the steaming warmth of roasted fare, reminiscent of his past experiences of enjoying barbecues accompanied by chilled beverages. As he consumed the bloodied flesh, a continuous flow of radiant energy transformed into waves of searing warmth that spread throughout his body. Wherever this warmth coursed, Wen Chao felt as though he were immersed in a soothing bath, utterly comfortable. The domineering true energy, which had nearly been depleted during his battle where he had emulated the Prince of Vegeta from the Dragon Ball universe, gradually began to restore and strengthen itself. Ultimately, this burgeoning energy transcended its limits, smoothly advancing past the initial stage to the next phase. Domineering true energy, 69 104 100, beginner proficient. Evolution points 35, devouring Kamazaz. Evolution points 250, evolution points 877, 1000, 1160, 1000. Evolution points have reached the requirements for advancement. Shall we proceed? Yes, no. With the final morsel of flesh consumed, Wen Chao's domineering true energy successfully transitioned from beginner to proficient, its power surging dramatically, and its overall quantity doubling from before. Moreover, the evolution points had indeed met the threshold for advancing to the third tier, with a slight surplus remaining. Was Kamaza's internal reservoir of radiant energy truly so vast, exceeding even that of Scar King by more than 4 times? Yet the total evolution points were still 50 less than Scar King's. Observing the notifications on his system panel, Wen Chao felt a twinge of confusion, privately speculating whether the evolution points were correlated with the rank of the devoured entity. After all, Scar King was the formidable antagonist of the film, while Kamazaz had merely appeared as a minor boss in the prequel comics. Their statuses were clearly not on the same level. He couldn't help but wonder how many evolution points he would gain from devouring Godzilla, the quintessential protagonist. Wen Chao envisioned the inevitable confrontation he would face with Godzilla as he aspired to attain the qualifications for group administrator. And it was clear that Godzilla would not choose to submit like the snow demon. In that moment, he imagined himself, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly devouring Godzilla, echoing Zhuge Liang's sorrowful execution of Ma Su. But enough of such ponderings. The evolution points had been sufficiently gathered, and it was time to return for the advancement. Patting his belly, he closed the system panel and stood up, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the bisected remains of Kamazaz on the ground and casually listed them in the group marketplace. Knowing that Bulma had been on the lookout for such materials, waste not, want not. As a renowned Titan beast, the bones of Kamazaz were distinct from those of ordinary giant apes, and the chat group offered a handsome price of 35 points. What a steal! Wen Chao was instantly reminded of the Scarred King's bones he had previously discarded in the wilderness. Without pausing to consider his evolution, he hastily mounted the snow demon and eagerly raced toward the ancestral temple of the Titan Great Ape Clan. Observing this, the little monkey quickly tucked away the half-eaten roast meat into its embrace and seized the snow demoness tail, climbing up to perch upon her back. Settling comfortably on the expansive back of the snow demon, the little monkey retrieved the roasted meat once more and began to gnaw at it. Meanwhile, the snow demon, while savoring the remnants of a frozen wing in her mouth, galloped furiously toward the ancestral grounds of the Titan Great Ape Clan under Wen Chao's guidance. Chapter 39. Breakthrough and Advancement. Not long after, the trio arrived near the ancestral temple of the Titan Giant Ape Clan. Upon reaching their destination, Wen Chao leapt down from the snow demon and began to search the surroundings. He successfully discovered the headless remains of Scar King at the battlefield ruins from a few days prior. Is this all there is? Wen Chao mused with a hint of disappointment as he prepared to list the headless remains of Scar King in the group marketplace, only to find that the starting price was a mere 8 points, far less than that of Karmataz. However, the points for both remains coincided with the evolution points gained from the absorbed radiation energy, indicating that the chat group valued the energy contained within the bones more than their status. Well, 8 points is better than none. Even a mosquito is meat. Wen Chao sighed, shaking his head. He tagged Bulma in the group chat and ultimately received the 8 points. After closing the chat group, he turned his gaze toward the Titan Giant Ape Ancestral Temple in the distance. Since he had returned to the ancestral grounds, he might as well recharge the battle axe he had used before heading back. Upon activating the temple's entrance, Wen Chao pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. He then retrieved 11 Godzilla battle axes from his space and lined them up beside the charging mechanism by the throne, proceeding to recharge them one by one. As the charging mechanism activated, a vast surge of radiation energy poured forth from the depths below, illuminating the temple with a radiant blue glow. An invisible wave of energy began to radiate outward, spreading across the globe. So this is the invisible wave that the snow demon sensed. No wonder I didn't notice it last time. It seems one must reach the 3rd tier to perceive it. Now, with only a step away from the 3rd tier, Wen Chao could faintly feel this invisible wave, gaining further insight into the snow demon's strength. It turned out that her true power had already reached the 3rd tier. Fortunately, this ancient female Titan beast had a peaceful disposition and did not relish conflict. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to subdue her previously. Meanwhile, outside the ancestral temple, the snow demon glanced up at the temple doors emitting a blue light but paid it little heed, continuing to chew on the frozen wings in her mouth. On her back, the little monkey, now stuffed, lay contentedly, his hands resting on his belly as he occasionally burped with satisfaction. Simultaneously, in the surface world, beneath the Antarctic glaciers, a subtle cracking sound heralded the emergence of a fissure in the ice, a crack that had silently appeared in this frozen expanse for millennia. An aura of malevolence and brutality began to seep from the fissure, revealing the colossal silhouette of a golden beast lurking within the ice. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, within an underwater temple, Godzilla, having returned from assaulting the Obninsk nuclear power plant in the Soviet Union, once again opened his eyes with a deep, resonant roar. He rose to his feet and directed a furious roar towards the direction of the ancestral temple of the Titan ape clan in the subterranean world. After venting his rage, this monarch of monsters, feeling his royal dignity severely challenged, emerged once again from his underwater lair, navigating toward the North American continent. Thousands of years of slumber had rendered Godzilla significantly weakened. To adequately confront the unknown challengers from the underworld, he needed to replenish his radiative energy. This time, his target was the nuclear power plant at Shippingport, situated on the North American mainland. Unbeknownst to Wen Chao, the instigator of this chaos, the surface world had once again succumbed to the turmoil of Godzilla's invasion of a nuclear facility. After saturating his 11 Godzilla axes with radiative energy, he leisurely exited the ancestral temple, closing its grand door behind him. Mounting his snow beast and gently patting the gluttonous little monkey sprawled beside him, he signaled for the snow beast to head towards his territory. Upon returning to his domain atop the snow beast, Wen Chao instructed it to guard the entrance and prevent any disturbances before retreating into his abode. Finding a comfortable position on the stone bed within his residence, he activated the system that had been flickering with a faint red light. Evolution points are full. Would you like to initiate a new round of evolution? Yes, no. After contemplating the system that had been neglected for some time, Wen Chao finally chose to proceed with the evolution. Evolution initiated. Crimson light emanated from the system, swiftly enveloping Wen Chao in a cocoon of red luminescence. The accumulated evolution points within the cocoon transformed into a peculiar energy, continuously stimulating the power of his bloodline. Concurrently, the bloodline powers contained within the Scarred King and Kamazotz, the two titanic beasts he had defeated and consumed, were activated. These distinct bloodline energies, differing markedly from that of the Titan apes, began to merge with the already heightened Titan ape bloodline within Wen Chao, thanks to the miraculous influence of the evolution points. Ultimately, the three bloodlines intertwined, forging a brand new Titan beast bloodline that surged through Wen Chao's body like a torrential flood, invigorating his meridians, muscles, bones, and fascia. Under the influence of this novel bloodline power, Wen Chao experienced a significant enhancement throughout his entire being. His stature and height ballooned from 115 meters to an impressive 150 meters, with his weight surpassing 100,000 tons. His dark fur became increasingly robust and luxuriant, while beneath it, intricate black scales began to emerge, resembling a suit of soft armor that enveloped him entirely. At the regions of his chest and abdomen, several plates of black carapace formed, effectively safeguarding these previously exposed vulnerabilities, thereby significantly boosting his defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the turbulent force of his domineering true energy surged within him, continuously amplified by the invigorating bloodline power, propelling his strength to new heights. With the evolution points facilitating this symbiosis, the combination of bloodline power and domineering true energy ultimately enabled Wen Chao to transcend to the third tier of power. Boom! Enveloped within the sanguine cocoon, Wen Chao's formidable chrysalis shattered with a resounding crash. A torrent of bloodline power surged skyward, steam rising in billowing clouds, rendering the chamber where Wen Chao resided akin to an infernal furnace. An aura of fierce and tyrannical might spread forth, instantly enveloping the entire territory, plunging it into an eerie silence. The long-armed apes, filled with reverence, turned their gazes towards Wen Chao's direction. Even the snow demon, stationed vigilantly at the door, exhibited a look of astonishment in her eyes. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, she found it unfathomable how, in just a matter of days, Her new master could ascend to such heights of power, as she sensed the overwhelming force emanating from Wen Chao. Memories of an epic-defining battle between all the titanic beasts and the three-headed dragon from the cosmos flooded her mind. In that moment, it became clear that Wen Chao had attained the prowess to confront the three-headed dragon head-on. Chapter 40. Show off. After a considerable time had passed, Wen Chao, who had been lying quietly on the stone bed, let out a deep breath, finally acclimating to the surging power within him. Slowly rising from the bed, he gazed down at his newly transformed body, intrigued by the fine black scales that adorned him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the black scales resembled those of Camazotz, likely a result of absorbing the creature's bloodline. With a curious gesture, he extended his hand and tapped his chest, the sharp claws producing a metallic clink against the black carapace. It felt akin to donning a suit of black armor. Quite satisfactory. Wen Chao nodded in approval. In comparison to the snow demon, Godzilla, and Ghidorah, colossal titans cloaked in robust scales, he had finally compensated for his prior defensive weaknesses. Moreover, after merging with Camazotz's bloodline, Wen Chao sensed an innate ability to manipulate storms. However, he had yet to discover the capability for ultrasonic attacks, likely due to the absence of the requisite organs. As for the merged bloodline of Scar King, he found no remarkable abilities. It merely seemed to have slightly lengthened his hair and enhanced his agility. A brief movement revealed that although his weight had substantially increased, his nimbleness had improved significantly, a likely benefit from Scar King's bloodline. In contrast, when compared to Camazotz's powers, Scar King's bloodline felt utterly inferior, were it not for the crystalline bone whip that had allowed him to control the snow demon. Scar King would hardly surpass an ordinary long-armed giant ape, placing him among the lesser titans. Reflecting on the lack of special abilities from Scar King's bloodline, Wen Chao could not help but express his disdain. After mentally berating the long-deceased Scar King, he opened the system panel to examine the precise changes following his evolution. Name: Wen Chao King Kong. Age: 8 years. Occupation: warrior. Overbearing true chi. For 150-100 proficient. Bloodline: Titan Ape. Extreme storm. Height: 150 meters. Weight: 100,000 tons. Talent: Devour evolution. Storm control. Realm: 3rd stage, City Destroyer. Faith power: 0 strands. Daily: 49 strands. Evolution points: 1162, 1,208, 10,000. The changes post-evolution were starkly evident on the system panel. In the martial arts section, the overbearing true chi had surged by nearly half in proficiency shortly after his breakthrough. The bloodline section revealed that the Titan Ape bloodline had evolved to its utmost limits, now featuring an added storm suffix, corresponding to the newly acquired storm control talent. However, the points required for the next evolutionary tier had escalated tenfold, reaching a daunting total of 10,000. The system's naming of the fused bloodline was quite simplistic and blunt, seemingly dismissive of Scar King. With a final scoff, Wen Chao closed the system panel. 3rd stage, City Destroyer, was it? Uncertain of how much destruction my newfound power could unleash upon a city, I felt an overwhelming force surging within me. Rising to my feet, I sought a worthy opponent to test my current strength. However, upon reflection, I realized that with my ascension to the 3rd tier, only the legendary titans of the monster universe, Snow Demon, Godzilla, and King Ghidorah, could possibly match my prowess. As for the other titans, they scarcely posed a challenge. The Snow Demon, now my steed, possessed a serene disposition and lacked any inclination towards conflict, rendering her an unsuitable adversary. Meanwhile, both Godzilla and King Ghidorah resided in the surface world, necessitating a lengthy journey to seek them out, a thought that quickly became burdensome. With that, my fervor for battle waned, and a sense of lethargy reclaimed its hold over me. Perhaps it would be best to engage in idle chatter with my comrades. After all, sharing news of my breakthrough was a source of joy. I reclined once more upon the stone bed behind me and opened a chat group in my mind. Skull Island handsome. Share a photo. Skull Island handsome. Just evolve again. My strength has increased slightly. Universe at my fingertips. JPG. I snapped a selfie and shared it with the group. Good news is best celebrated collectively. Little fan. Well, you're back to flaunting your achievements in the group, aren't you? Little fan, with your golden finger, you think you're so impressive. Oh heavens, will you let this ordinary transmigrator live? In the world of celebrating the remaining years, Fan Xian, beleaguered by political affairs, was the first to erupt in a flurry of complaints. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Wow, is this truly your form, Wen Chao? You're astonishingly tall. In the Hogwarts realm, Neville, engrossed in class, gaped at my selfie, astonished. During our last livestream, everyone's virtual avatars had appeared nearly equal in height. Yet this elder, Wen Chao, turned out to be a colossal black-armored ape, larger than Hogwarts Castle itself. Timeless Emperor, your height and physique have increased by nearly half since last time, and you've sprouted scales. I imagine your strength has surged significantly. Wen Chao, is your golden finger really that potent? Even I feel a twinge of envy. In the wind and cloud world, the first emperor, Ing Zhong, who had come to understand the concept of a golden finger, shook his head in resignation. A transmigrator with such an advantage experiences an absurdly rapid enhancement in power. Genius beauty. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Skull Island handsome. Bulma, you two are becoming ever more unrestrained. Perhaps you ought to rein it in a bit. Paper Angel, to what extent has your power developed? Wen Chao? Skull Island handsome. It should be comparable to the Nine Tails, though only a real battle will reveal the truth. Paper Angel, your strength is augmenting at an astonishing rate. Is this the essence of a transmigrator blessed with a golden finger? In the Naruto world, Conan glanced over at the Nine Tails, Kurama, who was engaging with the Three Tails in a playful manner, equally astonished. Little fan, as an ordinary transmigrator, I feel utterly humiliated. Paper Angel, huh? That is not what I meant. Little fan, haha, just joking. Xiaonan, why so serious? Scarlet Witch, the advanced spell I just learned suddenly lost its appeal. Sigh, Skull Island handsome. Oh, Master Gu, he finally allowed you to learn advanced spells? Scarlet Witch, yes. I was planning to show off in the group, but you beat me to it. Little fan, you two have had enough. Are you no longer acting like humans? Skull Island handsome. Apologies, I ceased being human long ago. Scarlet Witch, grimace. Chapter 41. The heart of magic has finally perished. Scarlet Witch, behold, I have just mastered an advanced spell, the Crimson Binding of Ceterac. Even the Hulk cannot escape its grasp. Quite impressive, ISNT it. In the video, Wanda, adorned in a red, corseted robe, conjures a deep crimson magical binding that ensnares a nearby green giant, rendering him utterly helpless despite his frantic struggles. Skull Island handsome. Remarkable. The Hulk is indeed a powerhouse within the Avengers, and yet you, Wanda, have managed to subdue him with your magic. Having watched the video, Wen Chao felt a surge of astonishment, but quickly recalled that the Crimson Binding of Ceterac had been employed by Doctor Strange during the battle on Titan in Avengers: Infinity War. At that time, the spell had effectively restrained Thanos, who wielded the power of 4 Infinity Stones, while the Hulk, possessing only 1 stone, was easily overwhelmed. Thus, it was no surprise that Wanda could effortlessly control the Hulk. Gryffindor Sword Saint, is this the kind of magic from your world, Sister Wanda? It looks so cool. Scarlet Witch, indeed, I take great pride in it. Gryffindor Sword Saint, I wonder if I could learn it? Scarlet Witch, of course. I will upload several spells I have mastered to the Group Marketplace. You can purchase them and see if you can learn. Scarlet Witch, by the way, do share your spells as well. I am curious to see how they differ from mine. When I watched your live stream, it seemed quite simple. Gryffindor Sword Saint. All right. Sister Wanda, I will upload my textbook, Standard Spells Beginner. I have only mastered the Lumos and Levitation spells, so I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. Scarlet Witch, no witties. I have long desired to learn Hogwarts magic, but alas, I am far beyond the age of enrollment. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to learn magic in your world, Neville. Gryffindor Sword Saint, I could propose to Professor Dumbledore that you, Sister Wanda, come as a transfer student for 3 days. The points I earned from yesterday's livestream are enough to purchase a low-level cross-world invitation. Seeing Neville's suggestion in the group chat, Wanda felt a flicker of temptation, yet after some contemplation, she ultimately declined his proposal. Scarlet Witch, perhaps not. 3 days would hardly suffice for meaningful learning. Neville, do not waste your points. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Very well. Skull Island Handsome. Indeed, the duration of a low-level cross-world invitation is rather brief. Last time in Fancian's world, had it not been for my swift speed, I doubt I would have achieved the objectives within 3 days. Little Fan. Indeed, I have now surpassed 3 days. And the army dispatched to conquer those small vassal states is still en route, lagging far behind when Chow's pace. Skull Island Handsome. Huh, that 1,000 points were well spent, right? Little Fan, absolutely worth it. The Scarlet, which has listed the comprehensive guide to basic spells of Camartage on the group marketplace, while the Sword Saint of Gryffindor has introduced the standard spells, beginner edition. Upon seeing the prices of the spells offered by the two, Wen Chao, still undeterred in his pursuit of magic, promptly made a purchase. Alas, despite the learning experience provided by Wanda and Neville, the contents of these tomes appeared as incomprehensible as ancient texts to him. At this juncture, he finally resigned himself to the notion of abandoning his magical studies. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that possessing the innate ability to manipulate storms was tantamount to wielding wind magic. Meanwhile, discussions about the spell books proliferated within the group. Lord Fan, why can I comprehend these words individually, yet remain baffled when they are combined? Like Wen Chao, the warrior Fan Xian found himself equally perplexed by the 2 spell books in his possession. The Eternal Emperor, I too am at a loss. Magic and martial arts are indeed 2 distinct realms of power. I initially intended to procure these to bolster my subordinate's strength, but it seems my efforts were in vain. Ying Zheng, gazing at the spellbooks, shook his head in resignation. However, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to distribute them, pondering the possibility that someone in his Qin dynasty might possess the aptitude for magic. The Taoists seem quite fitting. Perhaps I shall summon them for a trial. With that thought, Ying Zheng immediately dispatched someone to fetch the Taoists. Genius beauty. This is entirely illogical. What does it mean that a smoother arc of the wand's wave results in a higher success rate for the levitation spell? Is this scientific? Booma furrowed her brow at the standard spells, beginner edition, utterly unable to grasp the information presented. The Scarlet Witch. Haha. Stark and Banner were just as bewildered when I explained magic to them. Is this a common affliction among you scientists? Handsome from Skull Island. It may not be scientific, but it is certainly magical. Angel of Paper. I can comprehend a little. The spells uploaded by Wanda resemble the 5 elemental jutsu of the shinobi world, while Neville's magic is more akin to bloodline limits. Handsome from Skull Island. I too possess the innate ability to control storms, so why can't I understand this? Lord Fan, that is simple. You know how to use it, but not why it works. By the way, when did you acquire the ability to control storms? I didn't see you use it last time. Handsome from Skull Island. I obtained it as a new ability post-evolution. Lord Fan, damn, had I known. I would have asked. Handsome from Skull Island. You can't blame me. You brought this upon yourself. Lord Fan. Fan Xian lightly tapped his mouth, regretting his impulsive words, only to be outshone by Wen Chao's display of prowess. How infuriating. The Scarlet Witch. So this is how magic is cast at Hogwarts. Although its power may be modest, it is undoubtedly quite practical. In the Marvel Universe, Wanda, having awakened her chaotic magical powers under the tutelage of the Ancient One, swiftly mastered all the spells within the standard spells, beginner tome available on Nawi. With a mere gesture, she dispelled the advanced spell, the deep crimson magic belt of Ceterak, that had ensnared Banner after his transformation back from the Hulk. Eager to experiment with her newfound magic in front of the assembled heroes of the Avengers, she exclaimed, Allah Hakdu. As she recited the unlocking incantation, the locked door beside her swung open instantaneously. Wingardium Leviosa. With another flourish of her hand, cups, books, and various objects on the table began to float effortlessly into the air. Wanda reveled in her playful display, while the Avengers looked on in astonishment. Iron Man, Tony Stark, exclaimed once more about the unscientific nature of it all. Since the arrival of this young sorceress from Camartage, his previously held scientific beliefs had been profoundly challenged. Chapter 42. Neville's accidental mishap. Shortly after Wanda and Neville each published their own spellbooks, Neville suddenly sent a message. Gryffindor Sword Master, Sister Wanda. The spells from your world are astonishingly powerful. albeit excessively lethal. I inadvertently tested one during defense against the dark arts class, nearly eliminating Quirrell in the process. Now, I find myself under Professor McGonagall's admonition, weeping. In the Hogwarts realm, Neville bowed his head, accepting Professor McGonagall's reprimand, while secretly engaging in a chat with his friends. Handsome from Skull Island. You almost eliminated Quirrell? Was it intentional or a mere accident? Lord Fan. Need one even ask? It was undoubtedly deliberate. Handsome from Skull Island. It should be termed deliberately accidental. Lord Fan. Gryffindor Sword Master. You've caught me. Scarlet Witch. Neville, you're far too impulsive. Although Voldemort has possessed Quirrell, you cannot simply overturn the table. Gryffindor Sword Master. Seeing Quirrell reminds me of my parents' demise, and coupled with the newly learned Comatage spell, I momentarily lost control. Lord Fan, I understand. Avenging one's parents is a righteous cause. Eternal Emperor. This is what it means to wield a weapon and awaken the desire for vengeance. However, as a child, you should not bear the burden of guilt. Seeking retribution for your parents is a natural obligation. Scarlet Witch, well done. I misspoke earlier. I shall consult Master Gu to see if she possesses any spells for attacking souls. Once I learn, I shall instruct you, so that next time, you can directly eliminate Voldemort within Quirrell. Handsome from Skull Island. If it were me, I would have already scattered Voldemort's ashes. Neville, should you require assistance, I'm always available to lend a hand. Angel of Paper. Neville, this truly isn't your fault. Ninetales has persuaded Sanbai to join our Akatsuki. Once we locate Rokubi, I will seek Orochimaru's help to acquire the Edo Tensei technique, allowing you to reunite with your parents. Genius Maiden. I recall that Master Rashi's sister, the fortune teller, can bring the deceased back from the underworld for 24 hours. I shall consult her to explore any possibilities for recalling your parents' souls in your world. Gryffindor Sword Master. Thank you, everyone, for your concern. The warmth of his friend's support brought tears to Neville's eyes, prompting Professor McGonagall to halt her lecture, questioning if her words had been too harsh. With a sigh, she waved her hand, allowing Neville to leave, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Neville bid farewell to Professor McGonagall before departing her office. Watching him leave, McGonagall turned to the empty space beside her and spoke. Dumbledore, have you discerned anything? Not yet, but there are indeed some unknown changes occurring within Neville. I will require more time to ascertain. A fleeting, indistinct illusion passed by, and Dumbledore, having cast the disillusionment charm, materialized in the open space. The child, Neville, did not seem to have missed his attack on Quirrell. I suspect he has discerned something amiss with Quirrell. Do you intend to persist with your plan? Professor McGonagall's face was etched with concern and discontent, as she had consistently opposed Dumbledore's scheme to allow Quirrell, a wizard evidently entangled with the Dark Lord, into Hogwarts. In McGonagall's view, it was exceedingly perilous. Rest assured, I have made meticulous preparations this time. There will be no unforeseen incidents, Dumbledore proclaimed confidently. Let us hope so. McGonagall ultimately conceded with a sigh of resignation. After departing from McGonagall's office, Dumbledore stood at the window of the Hogwarts Castle Tower, gazing into the distance where Neville had gathered with Harry and the others. At that moment, the confidence that he had displayed before McGonagall had dissipated, replaced by a sense of unease. The spell Neville had cast against Quirrell did not appear to be dark magic. Its destructive power surpassed that of dark arts. Where could he have learned such a spell? Dumbledore found himself perplexed, sensing an invisible hand orchestrating events from behind the scenes, yet he could not ascertain its presence. At that moment, Neville was oblivious to Dumbledore's awareness of the changes within him, as he was surrounded by Harry, Ron, and others, who were peppering him with questions. Neville, the spell you used in defense against the dark arts was incredible. Even Professor Quirrell couldn't handle it. You nearly cleaved him in two. Where did you learn it? Ron gazed at Neville with envy, recalling his impressive display in class. Indeed, Neville, what is the name of that spell? Where did you acquire such knowledge? Harry, equally intrigued by Neville's mysterious incantation, inquired. The spell is called energy projection. It materializes magical energy into a weapon for attack. I learned it from the Comatage beginner spell book, Neville replied, conjuring an orange-hued, transparent ring that morphed into an energy longsword. which he grasped firmly. Unlike the sorcerers of Kamatage, Neville did not shape his magic into the form of a curved blade. Instead, he modeled it after the sword of Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of the Academy. Since the chat group had dubbed him the Sword Saint of Gryffindor, he felt compelled to live up to that title. How cool! Just like Godric Gryffindor himself, wielding a sword in one hand and a wand in the other. Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he mimicked holding a sword and a wand, waving his arms animatedly. Kamatage Beginner's Spellbook? Which magical school is Kamatage? I've never encountered that name in any book. Hermione, who had been quietly reading, finally raised her head in curiosity. Kamatage is a mystical sanctuary located in the east, nestled within the Himalayas, home to the world's highest peaks. It has remained hidden from the public eye, so it is not surprising you have not heard of it, Neville stated earnestly. So that is how it is. Hermione, with a hint of skepticism, nodded in agreement, resolving to thoroughly investigate the library later. Unbeknownst to her, Kamatage was a sanctum of magic from another realm. It would be impossible for her to uncover any relevant information, given that Kamatage had remained concealed from the world. How did you come to know about it, Neville? Harry adjusted his glasses, realizing a significant oversight. I fortuitously became acquainted with a sister named Wanda, who is indeed an apprentice at Kamatage and is also a disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer, Master Wong. Neville painstakingly elucidated. Ah, that makes perfect sense. Harry readjusted his glasses once more, and in the reflection of the lenses, a glimmer of insight shone, as if he had discerned the entire truth. The scheming frog has always been probing into your affairs. If Wen Chao and Fan Xian were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim that Harry had been possessed by the spirit of a neighboring deathly little student. Chapter 43. The Avengers of Hogwarts Supreme Sorceress Master Gui? That title resonates with grandeur. How does she compare to Headmaster Dumbledore in terms of prowess? Hermione inquired with a hint of curiosity. Master Gui is a witch. As for who is more formidable between her and Headmaster Dumbledore, they are likely comparable, Neville speculated uncertainly, having yet to delve into the narrative of Wanda's world. A witch, indeed? I am quite eager to meet this Master Gui, Hermione expressed, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dumbledore is the mightiest wizard. This Gui could not possibly rival him, Ron asserted, disbelief etched across his face, having grown up in the magical realm. Dumbledore may be the strongest wizard in the West, but we have yet to engage with Eastern sorcerers. Perhaps Master Gui truly possesses extraordinary abilities, Harry remarked, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully. All right, there is no need for such debates. We cannot truly pit them against one another, Neville interjected hurriedly, noticing Ron's intent to continue the argument. He needed to steer the conversation away, lest he be caught in a web of lies. By the way, are you interested in learning the magic of Kamatage? To divert their attention, Neville produced a red-covered spell book from his pocket, waving it enticingly before his three friends. Can we learn it? What are the prerequisites? Ron, Hermione, and Harry instantly cast aside their previous debate, their faces alight with eagerness as they gazed at the spellbook in Neville's hands. Certainly, but I do have one stipulation. You must join the magical organization I am establishing, the Avengers. Neville extended an invitation to the trio before him. After days of interaction with friends online, he had come to understand the value of camaraderie. Seeking vengeance against Voldemort could not be accomplished alone. He needed allies. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were his first choices, considering their unparalleled bond in the parallel world. I'm in. Ron was the first to respond. The prospect of joining Neville's magical organization, the Avengers, instantly reminded him of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. The thrill of being invited as one of the initial members made Ron's cheeks flush with excitement. Having often felt overlooked by his family, I will join as well. Hermione hesitated slightly, her desire for knowledge ultimately prevailing, and she nodded in agreement. Avengers? Why that name? Only Harry refrained from immediate acceptance, seeking clarification on the rationale behind Neville's chosen name for the organization. The Avengers, naturally, signifies revenge against certain individuals, and Harry, you should already be aware of whom I seek vengeance upon, Neville stated, brandishing his magical sword and meeting Harry's emerald gaze, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. Voldemort? Very well, I shall join. Harry quickly comprehended Neville's intent, recalling his father James, who had long been recuperating at St. Mungo's Hospital, and the grotesque scar on his mother Lily's back, a stark reminder of their profound enmity with Voldemort. With a determined nod towards Neville, he affirmed his resolve. Voldemort? Ron, who had been listening, shuddered at the thought, realizing he may have hastily agreed to confront such a formidable foe. In the chat group, Scarlet Witch inquired, so Neville, you have formed an Avengers Alliance at Hogwarts, bringing Harry and the others into the fold, and plan to teach them the basic spells of Camartage? Gryffindor's Swordmaster replied, indeed. Sister Wanda, therefore, I sought your consent before formally imparting the basic spells of Camartage to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and any future members wishing to join the Avengers. Scarlet Witch responded, no problem. That compendium of basic spells was purchased with your points and now belongs to you. In your world, you are free to teach whomever you wish without needing my approval. Gryffindor Swordmaster expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Wanda. It's merely a trifling matter. No need for such formalities, she reassured him. All right, I shall take my leave now, as Harry and the others are awaiting me. Go on. Scarlet Witch encouraged. In the Hogwarts realm, Neville closed the chat group and turned to the eager trio, nodding as he proclaimed, Sister Wanda has granted her consent. I can teach you the spells of Camartage. Just as he was about to instruct Harry and his friends, Neville recalled that he had not yet secured Wanda's approval. Being from a pure-blood family, he understood the significance wizards placed on their unique magic. Even if one learned an exclusive spell from a particular wizard, it could not be taught to others without the original wizard's consent, not even among family. This principle had underpinned the brief exchange between Neville and Wanda in the chat group. Wonderful, Ron exclaimed, jumping with joy. He had just concluded that first mastering the spells from Neville would allow him to showcase his prowess before his classmates and family. As for confronting the Dark Lord, he reassured himself that with Headmaster Dumbledore around, there was no need for a first-year student like himself to bear such a burden. I know a vacant classroom where we can learn the spells of Camartage, Hermione eagerly proposed, her bright brown eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Then let us hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement. Harry chimed in. His earlier composure vanished as Neville's suggestion ignited a long-buried desire for vengeance within him, intensifying his yearning to enhance his abilities. Very well, we shall set forth. Today, I will first teach you the meditation technique of Camartage, which is a prerequisite for learning its spells, Neville announced. I shall lead the way. Follow me. Hermione took the lead, guiding the group of 4 towards the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Neville, how did you manage to communicate with that Sister Wanda earlier? It is a unique form of remote communication magic, capable of connecting individuals across vast distances, even allowing for dialogue between beings from disparate worlds. Is it not akin to a telephone? How remarkable it is to possess such convenient magic. May I learn it as well? Alas, Sister Wanda mentioned that I alone among all of Hogwarts possess the privilege to study this magic. Even Professor Dumbledore is unable to do so. Is there really such a thing? How splendid. What a pity. Amidst Neville's fanciful musings, the 4 young wizards arrived at a long-abandoned classroom, where they formally commenced their inaugural group activity as Avengers. Chapter 44. The Invitation of Ing Zheng Chat Group. Skull Island Handsome. How did that little fellow Neville come up with the name Avenger for the magical organization he established? Scarlet Witch. It must be because I casually mentioned the Avengers previously, and he remembered it. Lord Fan. The Avengers of Hogwarts? That sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? Skull Island Handsome. Indeed it does. The Eternal Emperor. You two are prejudging. The purpose of Neville's organization is to seek vengeance against Voldemort. Naming it Avenger is entirely reasonable. Lord Fan. There is some truth to what Zheng says. Skull Island Handsome. Thinking about it. If it weren't for the overwhelming fame of the Avengers in Wanda's Marvel Universe, Neville's choice of name would indeed be perfectly valid. The Eternal Emperor, by the way. Wenchao, do you have time now? Skull Island Handsome. Yes. Zheng. Did you need me for something? The Eternal Emperor. Yes, regarding that matter we discussed before. I need your assistance in slaying a dragon. Skull Island Handsome. Oh, Zheng. Weren't you going to find the Phoenix? Are you preparing to slay a dragon so soon? The Eternal Emperor. The phoenix has already been besieged and slain by Zhang Han and Meng Tian's forces. Coincidentally, He Bing Tai has found the whereabouts of the divine dragon's hiding place, Dragon Island, in the narrative of Feng Yun. I think it would be better to seize the day and eliminate the dragon as well. Skull Island handsome. No problem. I am available anytime. But let me find a suitable place first before you summon me. The Eternal Emperor. Just call me when you're ready. Lord Fan. For such an exhilarating event as dragon slaying, remember to live stream it. Today it's my turn to stream. I'll switch with you, Zhengge. The Eternal Emperor. No problem. Scarlet Witch. Unfortunately, I have no time today. Master Gu, he somehow learned that I have mastered the magic of Hogwarts and specifically summoned me back to Kamartaj for an interdimensional magical exchange. I'll have to hang back from the livestream. Skull Island handsome. That is hardly surprising. It must be due to the time stone. The Eternal Emperor. Wanda. Your own matters take precedence. Scarlet Witch. Then I shall take my leave. Lord Fan. Bulma. It seems Neville and Xiao and also don't have time to keep the livestream running. It looks like I'll be the only one watching today. Skull Island handsome. You seem quite free. Don't you have any state affairs to attend to? Lord Fan. State affairs are never-ending. I've decided to delegate power downwards. As long as I focus on the most critical national issues, it has indeed become much easier. Lord Fan. Besides, I am not a workaholic like Zhengge. If it weren't for the significance of the Phoenix and the Dragon matters, I estimate he is still multitasking between reviewing memorials and chatting with us. The Eternal Emperor. In fact, I am currently multitasking between reviewing memorials and conversing with you. Lord Fan. Haha. Skull Island handsome. You should learn a thing or two, lest you be sidelined by those beneath you. Lord Fan. I am the absolute martial master emperor. Who would dare to undermine me? Do they wish to court death? Moreover, there is also the oversight of Uncle Chen's Supervisory Institute. The handsome from Skull Island. That is indeed true. The Eternal Emperor. To be honest, I do not wish to bear such burdens. Yet my qualifications as a group administrator demand the unification of the world, a daunting task ahead. The handsome from Skull Island. Keep it up, Brother Zhang. The dream of future students in your world not needing to learn English rests upon your shoulders. It is a hope shared by many before my time. Lord Fan. You, who have traversed time, certainly know how to play, to avoid learning English. You have placed your hopes on Brother Zheng's world unification. The Eternal Emperor. Ha! If it truly comes to that, I shall certainly fulfill the wishes of the younger generation. The handsome from Skull Island. Brother Zheng is amazing. Lord Fan. Brother Zheng is amazing. The Eternal Emperor. It is only right, for I am their forebear. Lord Fan. Why do I feel as if Brother Zheng is taking advantage of us? The handsome from Skull Island. No need to feel. It is indeed so. In the legendary monster universe, Wen Chao, engaged in casual conversation with Fan Xian and Ying Zheng, entrusted the affairs of their territory to his subordinates. He then returned to the open space where the cross-dimensional transmission had occurred previously and notified Ying Zheng in the chat group. Shortly thereafter, Ying Zheng sent a cross-dimensional invitation. Group member Eternal Emperor has sent you a cross-dimensional invitation. Do you accept? Yes, no? Upon seeing the prompt in the chat group, Wen Chao naturally chose to accept. The familiar silver portal reappeared, and without hesitation, he stepped into it. In the storm world, Emperor Ying Zheng gazed at the towering silver portal, standing over 50 zhang high, his face betraying a sense of anticipation. Behind him, two armored generals, Meng Tian and Zhang Han, looked on in astonishment at the phenomenon before them. Not far away, thousands of soldiers clad in black battle robes stirred with excitement. Yet under the command of their officers, the troops quickly regained their orderly formation. Amid the curious glances of all present, Wen Chao emerged from the portal, his massive figure resembling a moving black mountain, towering nearly 50 zhang high. All but Ying Zheng were awestruck by this colossal entity. Despite prior warnings from Ying Zheng, the sight of a black giant ape, seemingly emerging from the ancient wilderness, caused involuntary tremors among the ranks of the Qin army. The horses of the cavalry collapsed in fear, quaking under the oppressive presence of the black giant ape. Boom! The ground shook violently, akin to a boiling cauldron, with each step of the black giant ape causing its heavy paws to sink deeply into the earth, cracking the surface into a web-like pattern. The air was violently stirred by its immense bulk, creating a howling wind that rustled the banners and flags of the Qin army. Amidst the commotion, Wen Chao approached Ying Zheng, bowing his head in greeting. "Brother Zheng, such a grand spectacle for our first meeting is truly excessive." A faint smile graced Ying Zheng's face in response. "Wen Chao, as you grace my world for the first time, I must extend to you a most grand welcome." He gazed up at Wen Chao's imposing figure, unable to suppress his awe. Although he had encountered him on numerous occasions, standing before the true essence of Wen Chao was undeniably breathtaking. "Haha, you flatter me, Brother Zheng." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Ying Zheng, Wen Chao turned his attention to the two robust armored generals behind him. "Brother Zheng, these two esteemed generals must be General Meng Tian and General Zhang Han, whose illustrious names I have long revered." "Indeed, you are correct. Meng Tian and Zhang Han. Allow me to introduce you to our Qin's guardian spirit, the Titan gorilla, Wen Chao. Should you not step forward and pay your respects?" Ying Zheng turned to his loyal generals, presenting Wen Chao to them. Chapter 45. Roasting the Phoenix. "Yes, your majesty." Meng Tian and Zhang Han hastily stepped forward to pay their respects to the guardian of the nation upon hearing Ying Zheng's command. "There's no need for such formality. You may simply address me by name," Wen Chao gently gestured. "Is that appropriate?" Meng Tian and Zhang Han exchanged hesitant glances towards Ying Zheng. "This cannot be. Our Qin must not resemble the kingdom of Qing under Fan Xian, where there is no distinction between ranks." Ying Zheng promptly declined Wen Chao's suggestion on behalf of the two generals. Meanwhile, Fan Xian, who was watching the live broadcast, was incensed. "Feng Yi, why compare with my Qing? Wen Chao and I are good brothers. What is wrong with a more intimate address?" The Eternal Emperor replied, "While it is acceptable for us to address each other in a more familiar manner, such informality cannot extend among subordinates. At least, that is how we conduct ourselves in Qin." Ying Zheng, mindful of his two esteemed generals, chose not to express his thoughts directly in their presence, but instead replied in their chat group. "Humph, old fossil." Fan Xian shrugged, muttering under his breath. Wen Chao, understanding the dynamics, recognized that Ying Zheng, as an ancient emperor, held a vastly different perspective on hierarchy compared to Fan Xian, a modern-day transgressor. He decided to embrace the customs of the land. After introducing his favored generals, Ying Zheng proudly gestured towards the Qin army behind him. "Wen Chao, what do you think of my Qin's military?" At his words, Wen Chao cast his gaze towards the formidable Qin Iron Army not far away. Despite an initial moment of disarray, the entire battalion had now regained its impeccable formation. Even the war horses, having been nurtured with the true essence from their riders, stood ready, their demeanor unyielding under Wen Chao's commanding presence. Indeed, the Qin Iron Army, renowned for sweeping through the 6 directions, vanquishing the 6 states, and unifying the realm, is truly magnificent. Wen Chao marveled, recognizing the valor of the Qin soldiers as worthy of his admiration. "Ha ha ha." In response to Wen Chao's praise, Ying Zheng broke into an infrequent hearty laugh, and Meng Tian and Zhang Han felt a sense of shared pride. "My kingdom of Qing's Black Riders and Tiger Guards are not lacking either," Fan Xian interjected with a hint of envy. "Oh, is that so?" Ying Zheng regarded him with a bemused smile. Fan Xian recalled the last time he had invited Wen Chao to the royal plaza of the kingdom of Qing, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wen Chao found humor in the contrast, pondering the folly of comparing himself to the illustrious Qin emperor, who possessed both formidable martial prowess and the broadened perspective afforded by their chat group. "It seems I have overestimated my own capabilities. Since ascending to the throne of Qing, I have become a bit too complacent." Fan Xian chuckled at his own self-deprecation, choosing to move past it. Ying Zheng opted to say no more on the matter. Instead, he clapped his hands, signaling to the attendant nearby. Wen Chao and Fan Xian both looked on with curiosity. Soon, a roasted bird, exuding an enticing aroma and boasting a wingspan of over 10 meters, was placed upon a massive wooden platter, carried by 18 robust men who worked together to bring it forth. They carefully set the platter before Wen Chao and then bowed before departing. Could this be a phoenix? Wen Chao pondered as he gazed down at the enormous roasted fowl. "You're not mistaken, my friend. Come, Wen Chao, you have traveled quite a distance to assist me, and I have little to offer in return, except for this phoenix." Ying Zheng chuckled, gesturing towards the bird, resembling a roasted chicken. Is this truly one of the four divine beasts, the phoenix? Brother Zheng, you are quite generous to have roasted it so, Fan Xian exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. Regardless, the most precious part of the phoenix is its blood. I have had it all extracted and consumed half of it myself. The remaining meat will serve to entertain Wen Chao. Do not be modest. Although it may not possess the miraculous properties of phoenix blood that grants immortality, the meat still offers longevity benefits. Ying Zheng encouraged once more. Then I must thank you, Brother Zheng, Wen Chao said, anticipation building as he grasped the roasted phoenix, ready to savor it. Although for Ying Zheng and his companions, this phoenix could feed dozens, for Wen Chao, it was merely a single bite. Wen Chao, how can you indulge alone? That hardly seems brotherly. Fan Xian's lament echoed suddenly, causing Wen Chao to pause mid-action. He glanced down to find Fan Xian's virtual image had somehow appeared beside him, drooling over one of the phoenix's wings. How did you sneak up on me? And are you really drooling? How revolting. Wen Chao expressed his disdain, feeling slightly unsettled, despite the virtual nature of Fan Xian's presence. Are we not brothers? If we are, then share some with me. I wish to taste the roasted phoenix too. My appetite is far smaller than yours. Just a little will suffice, Fan Xian replied, playfully gesturing with his fingers to indicate a small portion. All right, you've reminded me. I shall let everyone have a taste, Wen Chao acquiesced, channeling his formidable energy to slice off a wing of the phoenix, which he then evenly divided into 8 portions. Here you go, Brother Zheng. And Generals Meng Tian and Zhang Han partake as well. Wen Chao floated 3 of the portions towards Ying Zheng, Meng Tian, and Zhang Han. Then I shall not refuse, Ying Zheng cheerfully replied, taking up one of the roasted phoenix wings to enjoy. Thank you, divine protector of the nation. Meng Tian and Zhang Han exclaimed gratefully to Wen Chao, before eagerly devouring their portions. It was indeed the legendary phoenix meat, and they never expected to savor it. The remaining 5 portions Wen Chao placed into the red envelope space and distributed within the chat group. Lord Fan has claimed a red envelope, acquiring a portion of roasted phoenix meat. In the enchanting realm of celebration of the remaining years, the esteemed gentleman Fan Xian, with great finesse, summoned the inner energy within him, skillfully dividing the roasted phoenix meat into 6 portions. He graciously offered these delectable morsels to his beloved wife, Lin Wan'er, the spirited Zhang Do, his younger sister Fan Ruo, and the 2 venerable elders, Fan Jian and Chun Ping. With eager anticipation, he seized his own piece and took an enthusiastic bite. The rich, smoky essence of the fat intertwined with the aromatic spices erupted in his mouth, each fiber brimming with an exquisite flavor that, while reminiscent of chicken, transcended it in taste. Fan Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he devoured the dish voraciously, nearly wishing to bite off his own tongue in delight. The others mirrored his expression, their conversations silenced as they immersed themselves in the sumptuous feast. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. The Scarlet, which has claimed a red envelope, receiving a portion of roasted phoenix meat. Other members of the group were similarly drawn out by the allure of the red envelope. Chapter 46. Sharing Scarlet Witch. Wen Chao, have you arrived at Uncle Zheng's place? Is that roasted phoenix meat? Just as I was feeling hungry, I shall not be polite. In the Marvel Universe, amidst the enchanting display of Hogwarts magical wonders by the sorcerers at Camartage, Wanda abruptly halted her actions. To the astonishment of all present, she conjured a steaming portion of roasted meat from thin air. Master, I'm famished. Let me have a bite before continuing the lecture. Here, have some. This is roasted phoenix meat gifted by a friend. After sharing a piece with Master Gu Yi, Wanda began to indulge herself. Since Wanda is hungry, let's take a break during this interdimensional magic exchange. Everyone, feel free to grab a bite, Gu Yi said with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with affection for Wanda. Yes, Master Gu Yi. The other sorcerers promptly excused themselves. Master, you must try this roasted phoenix meat. It's absolutely delicious, Wanda exclaimed, her mouth full as she enthusiastically recommended it to Gu Yi. Roasted phoenix meat, you say? Gu Yi inquired, tasting the succulent morsel in his hand. Indeed, it was a rare delicacy. The exquisite flavor of the phoenix meat left even the erudite supreme sorcerer Gu Yi singing its praises. Furthermore, as the miraculous properties of the phoenix meat began to unfold within him, Gu Yi's body, long ravaged by the dark powers he had been compelled to draw upon for longevity, began to mend itself slowly. Truly, you are an anomaly in this universe. The future of the cosmos lies within your thoughts, Wanda. Gu Yi mused, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease coursing through his body as he gazed at Wanda, who was relishing her meal. Gryffindor Sword Saint, what delightful roasted meat. I had no idea that phoenix meat could be so exquisite. I wonder how the phoenixes in my world compare. In the Hogwarts realm, Neville, captivated by the roasted phoenix meat, harbored a bold idea. He then conferred with his companions, also enchanted by the delectable dish about Dumbledore's phoenix. Donji, Paper Angel, the flavor is splendid, and my chakra has significantly increased. Thank you, Wen Chao, for your generous sharing. In the Naruto world, Conan reclined in the soft fur of the Nine Tails, savoring the culinary delight in her hands. Behind her, the bruised Three Tails and Six Tails gazed at the Nine Tails beneath her, unable to express their frustration. What is the matter? Are you two dissatisfied? The Nine Tails, sensing their malice, swiftly turned his head, baring his teeth in a threatening manner. And no, we are in awe, truly. The Three Tails and Six Tails hastily shook their heads. It's about time you recognize that joining Akatsuki is a blessing you've earned over thousands of years, the Nine Tails proclaimed with pride. Ah, yes. You're absolutely right, Kurama. It is indeed our fortune. The Three Tails and Six Tails eagerly concurred, fearful that the wrathful beast might take offense and start punishing them. All right, Kurama. Don't frighten Jiraiya and the others. After consuming half of the phoenix meat, Conan stored the remaining portion within her red envelope space, intending to share it with Nagato upon her return. She then leaped down from the Nine Tails and approached the Three Tails and Six Tails, extending her fists. Ishibi, Saiken, let us engage in a fist bump. I will share all that I know with you. In the end, whether you choose to join Akatsuki or depart, I shall respect your decisions without any coercion. Observing the fists extended by Conan, the Three Tails and Six Tails exchanged glances, and under the watchful gaze of the Nine Tails, each cautiously extended a claw and a tentacle to gently bump fists with Conan, successfully subduing Ishibi and Saiken. In another realm, the talented beauty Bulma beamed as she watched Vegeta and Trunks compete for the roasted phoenix meat on the table. Behind her, the capsule-shaped yellow time machine sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. Haha, I'm glad everyone enjoys it. This was a treat for my brother Zheng, and I'm merely sharing the bounty, said the handsome figure from Skull Island. This credit belongs to me. Without my efforts, Wen Chao would have devoured it all alone, replied Lord Fan. Shut it. You've got food, yet you still complain? Retorted the figure from Skull Island. Amused, Wen Chao closed the chat group and glanced at the roasted phoenix, now missing a wing, before tossing it into his mouth. He savored the delightful flavor, which was distinct from the lava-charred Kamiza's meat he had previously tasted. However, the portion was rather scant, barely enough for a single bite. After chewing a few times, he swallowed the roasted phoenix. Devoured phoenix, evolution points, 200. Lifespan, 10. Evolution points, 260 10,460 10,000. To his surprise, he had gained an additional 200 evolution points. This was remarkable, considering that the phoenix, drained of its blood, could still yield such a bounty, akin to that of Titan Beast. Truly, the phoenix deserved its status as one of the 4 divine beasts of the wind and cloud world, containing a wealth of energy, albeit less than that of a Titan Beast. The 10 additional years to his lifespan were a mere trifle, as Wen Chao, now a Titan Beast, could easily live for tens of thousands of years in a radiation-rich underworld, akin to the Scarred King. He pondered how Zheng would react upon learning of his newfound longevity, which had come effortlessly upon his arrival in this world. Thank you for your hospitality, Zheng. Time is of the essence. We shall set forth to slay the dragon now. With the phoenix meat consumed, Wen Chao's thoughts turned to the dragon's flesh. The dragon essence belonged to Zheng, but the remaining dragon meat was naturally his. He estimated that devouring it would yield an additional 3 to 400 evolution points. coupled with the faith promotion Zheng had promised long ago. It was clear that this journey through the wind and cloud world would be another significant opportunity for accruing evolution points. With this thought, Wen Chao felt invigorated. All right, let us depart at once. I shall guide the way. Ying Zheng accepted the silk scarf handed to him by a nearby eunuch, wiping his lips before issuing orders to the two generals who had already finished their meals. Meng Tian, Zhang Han, you shall lead the troops back to Xianyang. I shall accompany Wen Chao on a journey to the Eastern Sea. Yes, your majesty, responded both Meng Tian and Zhang Han, bowing in acknowledgement. Zhang Han was the first to depart, taking command of the army, while Meng Tian turned once more to Wen Chao, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency, the guardian of the nation, I entrust the safety of His Majesty to you. Wen Chao also returned the gesture, placing a hand upon his chest in assurance. Rest easy, General Meng. With me by your side, there is no force in this world that could threaten the life of our sovereign. Having received Wen Chao's promise, Meng Tian took his leave. Like Fan Xian before him, Ying Zheng deftly employed his lightness skill, leaping onto Wen Chao's shoulder. Under Ying Zheng's guidance, Wen Chao then sprinted towards the direction of the Eastern Sea. According to the clues obtained from Haibing Tai, the fabled Dragon Island, where the divine dragons reside, is situated deep within the Eastern Sea. Chapter 47. Dragon Island. After evolving to the third tier, Wen Chao's speed on land experienced a remarkable enhancement, soaring from a previous velocity of 500 kilometers per hour to an impressive 800. However, only martial grandmasters like Fan Xian and Ying Zheng could maintain their footing on Wen Chao's shoulders at such a breakneck pace. Any ordinary individual would have been swept away by the formidable wind resistance. With a velocity nearly double that of high-speed trains from his previous life, Wen Chao sprinted towards the eastern coast, reaching his destination in merely half a day. The route was meticulously prearranged by Ying Zheng, predominantly traversing desolate wilderness, which did not incite panic among the local populace. The few cities along the way had already been forewarned by officials and priests of the National Guardian Beast sect, who provided reassurance. The tremendous commotion caused by Wen Chao's passage not only spared the citizens from fright, but also elevated Ying Zheng's reputation to a near-mythical status. Your preparations are truly thorough. Wen Chao marveled at the rapidly increasing power of faith displayed on the system panel. The initial small preparations were the result of Li Si and Xiao He's efforts, hardly worthy of mention. Ying Zheng humbly waved his hand in modesty. Wen Chao, your speed is truly astonishing. In just half a day, you have traversed the entirety of the Central Plains. Had we known you during the time of the Six Kingdoms destruction, unifying the Qin would have been far easier. Haha, you flatter me, Zheng. Under Ying Zheng's guidance, the two engaged in mutual praise as they arrived at a temporary outpost established by the Black Ice platform on the shores of the East Sea. Amidst the awed gazes of the Black Ice Guards, Ying Zheng descended from Wen Chao's shoulder and received the latest intelligence from the leader of the outpost, detailing the exact location of the Dragon Island, the rumored habitat of the divine dragon. Meanwhile, Wen Chao retrieved a massive log over 300 meters in length from his spatial pocket, placing it into the sea to serve as a makeshift vessel. Wen Chao, your world possesses such towering trees. Ying Zheng, having acquired the intelligence, turned to see the colossal log stirring the waters, utterly astonished. However, he quickly realized that a world capable of nurturing 100-meter beasts would naturally also yield even taller and larger trees. It seems I can resume the construction plan for the Apang Palace. When the time comes, I shall entrust you with the provision of the necessary materials. Reflecting upon the Apang Palace, which he had halted to conserve the populace's strength, Ying Zheng gazed at the immense log. Not a problem. When the time comes to construct the Apang Palace, I shall handle the timber. Just give me a shout in the group. Zheng. Wen Chao readily agreed, planning to return to the heart of the earth to procure a few more trees and send them to Zheng through his spatial pocket, a task that would require little effort. Additionally, the prospect of aiding in the completion of the Apang Palace, which had ultimately been destroyed by war in his previous life, felt like a commendable endeavor. After establishing the construction plan for the Apang Palace, Ying Zheng once again found himself upon the shoulder of Wen Chao. Under his guidance, Wen Chao stood atop a massive log, channeling the domineering true energy within him into the wood. Propelled by this energy, they swiftly sailed toward the direction of Divine Dragon Island. As the boundless sea stretched before them, Wen Chao harnessed his true energy to maneuver the colossal log while conversing with Ing Zheng. Brother Zheng, once we behold the Divine Dragon, we should be able to ascertain which version of your world we are in. With a millennium still remaining before the story's commencement, Ing Zheng had yet to determine whether he resided in the television adaptation, the comic version, or the film rendition. Indeed, this resolves a long-standing uncertainty for me. Ing Zheng acknowledged with a nod. Brother Zheng, do you prefer the orthodox divine dragon from the television series or the ancient Tyrannosaurus from the comic? When Chao inquired further, either would suffice as long as it is not that abysmal and Clich D version of Shenwu-ji, Ing Zheng retorted. Having already witnessed all the versions of the Fingyun plot uploaded by Fan Xian and Wen Chao, the other adaptations were tolerable. But the latest Fingyun New Chronicle, Shenwu-ji, was simply unbearable to him. Haha, the Shenwu-ji version is indeed preposterous. The protagonists, Feng and Yun, possess nuclear-like powers, along with half-deities and the likes of the great sun Tathgata as shadowy figures, each stronger than the last, culminating in time travel. When Chao chimed in with a chuckle, as the two engaged in their humorous critique of Fingyun New Chronicle, Shenwu-ji, their destination Divine Dragon Island, came into view. This isolated isle loomed above the vast sea, shrouded in a delicate mist, appearing ethereal and elusive. From a distance, it resembled a mystical mountain floating upon the ocean surface. If an unknowing person were to witness this, they might believe they had discovered one of the legendary three immortal mountains, Penglai, Yingzhou, or Fangzhong. Wen Chao remarked while steering the massive log closer to Divine Dragon Island. Indeed, had I not been aware of the intelligence, I might have thought the same. Perhaps in the original timeline, I was deceived by Su Fu using this very island. Ing Zheng mused contemplatively. Su Fu's Eastern Expedition? Wen Chao recalled this famous historical event, while Ing Zheng, remaining silent, merely nodded in acknowledgement. The duo soon approached a clearing near the island's shore, where Wen Chao withdrew from the colossal log and set foot upon the desolate isle. The rocky coastline was strewn with bizarre stones, and the interior was engulfed in a dense primordial jungle, with scarcely any pathways to traverse. However, this posed no challenge for Wen Chao. With a resounding crack, branches splintered and scattered as he strode forth, his legs towering above the trees, carving a path through the wilderness until they reached the center of the island. At the heart of Divine Dragon Island lay an islet surrounded by a lake, its waters exhibiting a strange crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, shimmering ominously under the sun's rays. Wen Chao surveyed his surroundings and found no trace of human existence. This was hardly surprising. In the original narrative, the island at the heart of the lake was inhabited by aquatic beings who revered the dragon as their guardian deity. Yet, in this present era, it seemed unlikely that even the ancestors of these water dwellers, the ancient water deity, had yet been born. The dragon must be slumbering on that very island. Ing Zheng, somewhat uncertain, remarked that the epoch he inhabited was far earlier than the tumultuous period depicted in the storyline, leaving room for potential changes. Indeed, it lay upon the island at the lake's center. Wen Chao nodded with conviction. Within his perception, a faint aura lay dormant in the heart of the island. Of course, this aura was only feeble in comparison to Wen Chao himself, but when measured against Ing Zheng, it was several times more potent. Chapter 48, The Little Divine Dragon. Easily controlled at this moment, Ing Zheng had already become one of the few Grandmaster-level martial artists in the world. Aside from the elusive Xiao Sanshao, he could arguably be considered the strongest martial artist alive. The powerful aura slumbering within the heart of the lake undoubtedly belonged to the Divine Dragon. That is splendid. I shall leave this matter to you, Wen Chao. Upon receiving Wen Chao's explanation, Ing Zheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rest assured, the little Divine Dragon is easily manageable, Wen Chao replied before plunging into the waters, making his way towards the heart of the lake. As he advanced, tumultuous waves surged around him, causing the myriad of monstrous fish dwelling in the lake, with their sharp teeth and thick scales, to scatter in fear. Boom! Crack! As Wen Chao set foot upon the land of the heart of the lake, the tremendous commotion instantly roused the divine dragon from its slumber. A resounding roar erupted from the center of the island, filled with fury and murderous intent. With a violent tremor of the earth, a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering over 20 meters, with a massive physique, sturdy limbs, and razor-sharp teeth, its body encrusted with hardened scales, appeared before Wen Chao and Ing Zheng. Yet, before the newly awakened divine dragon could comprehend the appearance of the audacious being that had disturbed its dreams, a gigantic hand descended from the heavens, seizing it as one would a mere chick. It is indeed a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It seems we have entered a comic version of the world of Fengyan. While gripping the divine dragon with one hand, Wen Chao spoke to Ing Zheng, then applied a slight pressure. Roar, roar. The divine dragon's furious roar swiftly transformed into a wail as its bones were crushed in Wen Chao's grasp, rendering it utterly powerless to resist. Wen Chao, do be cautious. Do not inadvertently shatter the dragon essence. Ing Zheng exclaimed with concern as he leapt down from Wen Chao's shoulder. It should be fine. I didn't exert much force. Wen Chao hastily replied, carefully opening his palm to gently place the nearly lifeless divine dragon upon the ground. Disregarding the rising dust, Ing Zheng leapt to the side of the dying divine dragon, then drew the Tai sword from his waist, piercing it into the creature's body. After a meticulous search, he extracted a spherical object, the size of a basketball, emanating a gentle glow. I told you, the dragon essence is not so easily damaged. Even the character Empyrean Chakra Su Fu in the storyline could only split it into 7 pieces with a full force strike. I made sure to temper my strength just now. Seeing the dragon essence successfully retrieved, Wen Chao, who had been anxiously watching, let out a long sigh of relief. Haha, it seems I was overly tense. Please do not hold it against me, Ing Zheng said, his face aglow with delight as he cradled the dragon essence, feeling a touch embarrassed. As the dragon essence was extracted, the divine dragon let out a final whimper, exhaling its last breath, ultimately succumbing to death. As the most powerful, auspicious beast in existence, it could never have anticipated meeting its demise so easily, crushed like a mere chicken, without the slightest resistance. Brother Zheng, the dragon essence is yours. I shall take the body of the divine dragon, Wen Chao remarked, fiddling with the lifeless form of the divine dragon, addressing Ing Zheng. Not a problem. I am quite satisfied with the dragon essence. The remainder is all yours. Ing Zheng, filled with delight, cradled the dragon essence, harboring no objections regarding the ownership of the divine dragon's form. With a swift motion, he seized the limp, broken-bodied dragon and, without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. After a few chews, he swallowed it whole. Devoured the divine dragon. Evolution points 400. Evolution points 460 10,000 860 10,000. Observing the notification on the system panel, Ing Zheng nodded in satisfaction. The evolution points provided by the divine dragon were indeed double that of the phoenix, living up to its reputation as the foremost among the 4 auspicious beasts. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng contemplated the dragon essence in his grasp, pondering how best to absorb it. Unlike phoenix blood, the dragon essence not only granted longevity, but also contained immense energy. Swallowing it whole would likely be unwise, especially considering its size, akin to that of a basketball, which was far too large for a single gulp. After a moment of internal conflict, Ing Zheng ultimately decided against consuming it in one go. He raised his left palm, channeling all his internal power, and forcefully struck down, cleaving the dragon essence into 7 portions, much like the deity in the tale. Under the inquisitive gaze of Wen Chao, he brought one of the portions to his lips, inhaled deeply, and tilted his head back to swallow it. In an instant, a searing force erupted within Ing Zheng's abdomen, as if he had ingested a miniature sun. His meridians felt as though they were being scorched by fierce flames, producing crackling sounds. His skin flushed crimson, and beads of sweat poured forth, each droplet instantaneously vaporizing upon contact with the ground, transforming into wisps of white mist. The unruly power of the dragon essence surged within him, striving to break free from the confines of his mortal form. Veins bulged on Ing Zheng's forehead as he exerted every ounce of his internal strength to forcibly suppress the chaotic energy of the dragon essence. As time passed, the essence's power gradually assimilated into his being. Under its influence, his hands began to grow uncontrollably. Bones twisted and reshaped, slowly morphing into a pair of sharp dragon claws. Scales spreading across his arms, shimmering with an eerie glow. This was the side effect of the dragon essence, perhaps a transformation into a dragon. Witnessing Ing Zheng's hands morph into claws, Wen Chao felt a sense of astonishment. Could it be that Brother Zheng too would forsake his humanity? Would he have a companion in this transformation? However, as the dragon essence was fully refined and absorbed, the signs of dragon transformation on Ing Zheng gradually faded, and his hands returned to their normal state, much to Wen Chao's disappointment. With a sigh of relief after successfully refining the dragon essence, Ing Zheng gazed at his hands once more, reigniting the power of the essence within him. Instantly, his hands transformed back into the sharp dragon claws of before. "How do you feel, Brother Zheng?" Wen Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that the dragon transformation could indeed be controlled. "This is splendid. I'm not alone in my path. I feel remarkable," Ing Zheng replied, a look of contentment gracing his face. He brandished his dragon claws, producing a whooshing sound as they sliced through the air. With a casual swipe at a nearby rock, he left a deep, pronounced scratch, the sharpness rivaling that of his Teia's sword. Having retracted the power of the dragon essence within him, Ing Zheng, with his hands restored to normalcy, gazed at the remaining 6 dragon essences with a hint of trepidation. Fortunately, his prudent nature had prevailed, preventing him from recklessly consuming an entire essence. Even the mere fraction of 1/7 had demanded considerable effort for him to assimilate. Had he ingested the whole essence, he would, if not succumbing to explosive demise, likely have transformed into a mindless, savage dragon man. Sensing that he still possessed some strength, Ing Zheng grasped another dragon essence and swallowed it once more. As before, after a strenuous process of refinement, the second essence was successfully absorbed. This time, his feet acquired the transformative power of dragon claws, significantly enhancing his leaping ability, allowing him to leap directly from the ground to the height of Wen Chao's thigh, approximately 50 meters. Observing his brother Zheng delving ever deeper into the path of inhumanity, Wen Chao felt a surge of secret delight. At last, someone shared his experience, an occasion for celebration indeed. Chapter 49. The True Dragon Ancestor Unbeknownst to Ing Zheng, who was wholly devoted to refining the dragon essence. Wen Chao harbored secret thoughts in his heart. As Ing Zheng assessed his physical condition, he felt he still had the capacity to absorb another dragon essence. Without hesitation, he grasped the dragon essence and consumed it. The refinement of the third dragon essence proved somewhat strenuous. Several times, the power of the essence threatened to burst forth from his meridians, yet Ing Zheng, with a fierce countenance, forcefully suppressed it. This sight left Wen Chao trembling with fear, apprehensive that his brother Zheng might meet his end, and he pondered how he would explain it to their group. However, Ing Zheng ultimately succeeded in refining the third dragon essence without incident. With a resounding crack, an eruption of dragon essence surged around him, and a cacophony of bone cracking and reformation echoed from his shoulder blades. Suddenly, a dark red mist exploded forth, and 2 massive, obsidian-scaled wings erupted from his back, expanding at a visible rate, their surface veins protruding like twisting vines, dark red blood coursing within. With a mighty roar, Ing Zheng threw his head back, and the newly formed dragon wings unfurled with a thunderous clap, extending several yards in length, creating a whirlwind that lifted surrounding debris into the air. He flapped his wings and, slightly unsteady, ascended into the skies. After a brief period of low-altitude circling, he quickly mastered the art of aerial control and soared through the air, exhilarated. "Awesome, Brother Zheng, now you're truly the dragon ancestor," Wen Chao exclaimed, witnessing the entire spectacle in awe. "Ha!" The beautiful sensation of flight transformed Ing Zheng's usual composure, and he laughed heartily in the air, evoking envy from Wen Chao. After indulging in the joy of flying, Ing Zheng descended to the ground, retracting his wings. He gazed at the remaining 4 dragon essences and shook his head in resignation. "What troubles you, Brother Zhang?" Wen Chao inquired. "Alas, 3 dragon essences have reached my limit. I fear I cannot refine the remaining 4, Ying Zheng explained, feeling the abundant power of the dragon essence within him. "I see. How about you sell me one, Brother Zhang?" Wen Chao's eyes flickered as he considered his chat group points. After uploading content, live streaming, and daily check-ins, he had accumulated over 2,000 points. "How about 2,000 points? Wen Chao proposed, stating his maximum offer, dismissing the remaining trivial amounts for the sake of a neat figure. "You needn't purchase it. I shall gift you one," Ying Zheng declared grandly with a wave of his hand. "That one do. Dragon essence is far too precious. I prefer to use my points," Wen Chao insisted, shaking his head in refusal. "Without your assistance, I would not have so easily acquired the dragon essence." "It is settled then. I will give you one, and if you desire more, you may purchase them with your points," Ying Zheng asserted, adopting the authoritative demeanor of the first emperor, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Very well, thank you, Brother Zhang." Confronted by the imposing figure of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Wen Chao could only graciously accept the situation. This dragon essence is rather small. I would appreciate it if you could toss it into my mouth, Brother Zhang." Wen Chao lowered his gaze at the diminutive dragon essence, which was merely a 1/7 of Ying Zheng's fist, and then glanced at his own palm, nearly the size of half a basketball court, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he made his request. "Ha, you rascal. Very well, open wide." With a hearty laugh, Ying Zheng unfurled his wings once more, soaring before Wen Chao and tossing a piece of dragon essence into his gaping mouth. Gulp! Wen Chao swallowed the dragon essence along with his saliva, feeling a faint surge of power erupt within him, only to be immediately consumed by the automatically operating overbearing true qi. Overbearing true qi. 56, 157, 100 proficient. Evolution points 1, devouring dragon essence. Evolution points 60, evolution points 860, 10,000, 921, 10,000. Acquired faint dragon transformation power. Dragon transformation talent progress at 1. Wen Chao gazed in disbelief at the notifications on the system panel. A 1/7 of a dragon essence, yielding 60 evolution points, equated to a full dragon essence, providing 420 points, comparable to what he gained from devouring the flesh of the divine dragon. Yet, this dragon transformation talent had only advanced by 1. Did it not imply that he would need to consume 99 more pieces of the same size to unlock it? In the entire tumultuous world, there was but this one divine dragon. Where could he possibly procure additional dragon essences? "What troubles you, Wen Chao? Is the dragon essence ineffective for you?" Observing Wen Chao's sudden despondence, Ying Zheng, hovering in midair, inquired curiously. "No, the dragon essence does have some effect. But my golden finger just indicated that I must consume 99 more pieces of the same size to achieve dragon transformation like you, Brother Zheng." Wen Chao replied with a hint of resignation. "Ah, I can understand. After all, you are quite large, and I am merely a fraction of that." Ying Zheng chuckled heartily, stifling his laughter as he gestured towards Wen Chao and then pointed to himself, ultimately unable to contain his amusement, bursting into laughter. Sighing helplessly, Wen Chao realized that his aspiration to soar through the skies alongside Brother Zheng through dragon transformation would have to wait. "Do you still want the remaining dragon essences?" After finally calming his laughter, Ying Zheng returned to the ground, stowing away the 3 remaining pieces of dragon essence in his space pouch, then alighted on Wen Chao's shoulder to ask, "No, thank you." Wen Chao waved his hand, considering that spending 2,000 points for a piece of dragon essence, which would only increase his progress by 1, was not worth it. "Then I shall list them in the group marketplace to see if any other members are interested." The base price in the chat group is 1,000 points. "You bid too high earlier, Wen Chao," Ying Zheng remarked as he prepared to list the 3 remaining dragon essences, glancing back at Wen Chao. "I'm not interested even at 1,000 points." Wen Chao replied wearily, realizing that even at that price, he could only purchase 2 pieces of dragon essence, which was hardly beneficial. "Then I shall proceed to list them." Ying Zheng chose not to say anything further and directly listed the remaining 3 dragon essences. The Eternal Emperor has listed dragon essences in the marketplace, each priced at 1,000 points, he announced. The Eternal Emperor. Esteemed guests, I have placed 3 dragon essences for your perusal. Should you be interested, feel free to take a look. Xiao Fan remarked, Dragon essence? Brother Zheng, did you successfully slay the dragon? Damn it, I was so engrossed in refining the phoenix meat that I completely forgot. Xiao Fan continued, Wen Xiao, Brother Zheng, you could have reminded me. The Eternal Emperor. I to be blamed for this? The charming figure from Skull Island chimed in, photos. Please. Skull Island Charmer. A petite divine dragon, effortlessly tamed. Wen Xiao promptly shared the photo of himself grasping the divine dragon with one hand, seeking solace in the group chat to alleviate his discontent. Chapter 50. Ying Zhang's first foray into commerce. Little Fan. Alas, the tragic dragon. It turns out to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It seems that Brother Zhang's world is akin to a comic rendition of a turbulent realm. Fan Xian gazed at the dragon, effortlessly captured by Wen Xiao, and could not help but shed a tear for its dismal fate. Angel of Paper. This scene reminds me of a classic moment. Skull Island handsome. The Ninetales possesses such formidable power that it must be sealed. Right? Skull Island handsome. Image. JPG, Little Fan. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Haha. Angel of Paper. Smile. JPG. In the world of Naruto. Xiaonan glanced at the messages in the chat group before turning to observe the Ninetales, Kurama, engaged in conversation with the Three-Tails Isabu and the Six-Tail Saiken, and could not help but smile. The Ninetales, keenly attuned to a hint of malice, abruptly turned to look in her direction. Xiaonan, were you pondering something ill? Not all. Then why are you smiling? I suddenly recalled something amusing. I am not easily deceived. In the chat group, Angel of Paper. Oh no, I've inadvertently been detected by the Ninetales. I must go and pacify him. After sending that message, Xiaonan hurriedly logged off. Little Fan, the Ninetales' sense of malice is quite acute. Skull Island handsome. Xiaonan let her guard down. The Eternal Emperor. Is no one interested in dragon essence? Skull Island handsome. My apologies, Brother Zheng, for interrupting your business. Skull Island handsome. Everyone, Brother Zheng's inaugural sale. Come and take a look. Those with wealth, please lend your financial support. Those without, lend your presence. The Eternal Emperor, sweating. JPG, Scarlet Witch. Has Uncle Zheng also ventured into commerce? Let me see what he has for sale. Gryffindor Sword Saint. What is the purpose of dragon essence? 1,000 points for one? I suppose I shall merely lend my presence. Genius Beauty. Are there new items to study? Skull Island handsome. Video, Skull Island handsome. This is the effect after refining dragon essence. It not only enhances one's power significantly and grants longevity, but also enables dragon transformation, an exceedingly rare treasure. Wen Xiao recorded the effects after Ying Zhang consumed the dragon essence and eagerly shared the video, promoting it with fervor. Meanwhile, Ying Zhang could only watch in embarrassment, unsure of what to contribute to the chat, as selling goods was indeed a novel experience for the first emperor. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, allowing Wen Xiao to take the lead. Scarlet Witch. The dragon transformation is rather unappealing. I think I shall pass. My apologies, Uncle Zheng. The Eternal Emperor. In no worries. It is not obligatory. Little Fan. How? Is the dragon transformation unattractive? It is undeniably cool, and one can grow dragon wings to soar. I shall purchase one. Little Fan has purchased a dragon essence. Little Fan. Unfortunately, my finances are modest, so I can only buy one. I shall refine it and test its effects. Skull Island handsome. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to return again. The Eternal Emperor. Thank you very much. Scarlet Witch. Uncle Zheng. Your current demeanor is quite amusing. Haha. The Eternal Emperor. Genius Beauty. This seems interesting. I shall acquire the remaining 2 dragon orbs entirely. Genius Beauty purchased 2 dragon orbs. Skeleton Island Lad. The boss is generous. Skeleton Island Lad. Brother Zheng. The task has been successfully completed. The Eternal Emperor. I appreciate everyone's support. As Ying Zhang gazed at the increased 3,000 points, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first venture into sales, and he was quite inexperienced. Fortunately, Wen Xiao had been there to assist him throughout, or it would have been awkward. It appears that upon returning, He must earnestly seek guidance from his subordinates responsible for commerce on how to conduct trade. Lord Xiao Fan, refining a single dragon orb only allows for the transformation of one's hands. Must one refine 3 to grow dragon wings? The Eternal Emperor, based on my experience, that should be correct. Lord Xiao Fan, I see. Since the rest have been purchased by Bulma, it seems my dream of flight is dashed. Skeleton Island lad, come on, you only need 3 to achieve dragon transformation and flight, while I require a full 100. Who can I appeal to about that? Lord Xiao Fan, haha, in comparison, I feel much better now. Skeleton Island lad, genius beauty, I have just conducted some research. The reason dragon orbs enable transformation is due to a specific set of genetic fragments within them, which I have dubbed the Dragon Clan gene. Genius beauty, I am currently attempting to clone and replicate the Dragon Clan gene. If successful, you will not need dragon orbs for transformation. Lord Xiao Fan, impressive, great one. Skeleton Island lad, I bow before your brilliance. My hopes for dragon transformation rest entirely upon you. Bulma, the Eternal Emperor, remarkable. Is this the power of science? Genius beauty. Await my good news. I shall take my leave now. Skeleton Island lad, safe travels, great one. After closing the chat group, Wen Xiao felt considerably uplifted. Indeed, Bulma from the Dragon Ball universe is a genius, capable of utilizing genetic cloning technology to decipher the power of transformation. It seems his dream of flight will soon be realized. And when the time comes to face those flying titanic beasts, such as Leighton and Ghidorah, he will not be as passive as he was against Camazotz. Congratulations to Wen Xiao, and thank you for your assistance earlier. Beside him, Ingzhen clasped his hands in gratitude. Haha, it was a trivial matter, Brother Zheng. No need for formality. Wen Xiao smiled and waved his hand, then surveyed his surroundings, inquiring, Brother Zheng, what are the next arrangements? Well, the reason for inviting you here was to confront the Shenlong. Initially, I anticipated a grueling battle, but I did not expect your strength to have grown so rapidly. Effortlessly resolving the matter with Shenlong, Ingzhen, somewhat exasperated, stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before speaking. There is little else to occupy our time. Why not return to Xianyang? I have taken the liberty of constructing a magnificent hall of the national deity for you. In the remaining 2 days, allow me to host you splendidly in Xianyang. What do you say? Very well. I shall visit Xianyang and take in the sights. However, I do hope I will be permitted entry, mused Wen Xiao, glancing down at his own physique with a hint of uncertainty. Rest assured, I have specifically arranged for a Tianzhong-wide thoroughfare to be constructed in Xianyang, leading directly to my palace and your hall of the national deity. This grand avenue spans across the entirety of Xianyang, allowing someone of your stature to behold the entire city with ease. Indeed, Ingzhen had anticipated this. Your meticulous planning truly impresses, Brother Zheng. It would be remiss of me not to visit Xianyang, given your thoughtful preparations, Wen Xiao remarked, touched by Ingzhen's efforts behind the scenes. Chapter 51. The Laughs of the Mysterious Tortoise, having made the decision to return to Xianyang. Wen Xiao departed with Ingzhen from the heart of the Lake Island, making their way toward the outer reaches of the Dragon Island. Following the path they had previously forged, the duo swiftly arrived at the shore of the Dragon Island. Just as Wen Xiao was about to step onto the massive log awaiting on the bank to return to the mainland, Ingzhen abruptly called out to him. Wen Xiao, wait, what is it, Brother Zheng? Wen Xiao inquired, puzzled. There are others on the island, Ingzhen replied, turning his gaze toward a distant cliff behind them. How did I miss that? Wen Xiao followed Ingzhen's gaze but found nothing amiss. That individual possesses an exceptional ability to conceal his presence. Had it not been for the enhancement of my spiritual awareness after refining 3 dragon essences, I might not have detected his existence, Ingzhen elucidated. He then directed his energy toward the direction where the unknown stranger lurked, calling out, Whoever you are, a figure of great repute, I implore you to reveal yourself. The two waited, but the cliff remained silent, devoid of any response. Roar! Wen Xiao decided to unleash a mighty bellow in that direction. If you refuse to show yourself, lurking in the shadows, it is evident you harbor ill intentions. He resolved to compel the figure to reveal himself. The resounding roar reverberated through the air, creating visible shockwaves that caused the entire cliff to tremble, fissures appearing as branches splintered and dust filled the air. All the trees upon the cliff were uprooted, ultimately unveiling the figure of an elderly man clad in gray robes. "Oh dear, please cease, divine monkey. If you continue, someone may perish." The old man in gray, struggling to maintain his composure against Wen Chao's thunderous voice, appeared quite disheveled and repeatedly begged for mercy. "Old man, who are you? Sneaking around in the shadows with ulterior motives? Speak the truth." Wen Chao threatened, clenching his fist, which was as large as a mountain. "Could it be that you are the esteemed Mr. Laughs of the mysterious tortoise?" Ing Zheng interjected, seemingly recognizing the identity of the old man, albeit with uncertainty. "Are you indeed the Laughs of the mysterious tortoise who has partaken of the tortoise's blood?" Wen Chao scrutinized the old man, who had a youthful visage despite his white hair. His long white brows cascaded down his cheeks, and his thick, long beard imparted an air of ethereal dignity. Indeed, his appearance bore a resemblance to the character from the Fengyun comics, though he appeared significantly younger. Nonetheless, Wen Chao pondered that since the story of Fengyun commenced over 1,500 years ago, the current Laughs of the mysterious tortoise, being merely 2,500 years old, would naturally appear younger than the 4,000 years depicted in the comic. Ahem, I am the wandering sage, Laughs of the mysterious tortoise, honored to meet the first emperor of the Qin dynasty and the divine monkey that protects the realm. Laughs of the mysterious tortoise cleared his throat, tidied his disheveled attire, and bowed respectfully to Ing Zheng and Wen Chao. "Might I inquire why Mr. Laughs of the mysterious tortoise chose to conceal himself and observe us in secret? Do you harbor some ulterior motives?" Upon confirming the identity of the other party, Ing Zheng narrowed his slanted eyes and inquired with an unkind tone, Why not confess the truth?" Wen Chao, in tandem, clenched his fist again, issuing a veiled threat. No, I merely observed the celestial phenomena a few nights ago and discerned ominous signs surrounding the phoenix and the divine dragon. The fall of the phoenix had long been anticipated in my calculations. However, the demise of the divine dragon, according to my earlier predictions, should not have occurred so prematurely. Thus, I hastened from 1,000 miles away to the Dragon Island to investigate. Furthermore, I arrived 2 days prior to both of you, choosing to remain hidden to prevent misunderstandings, certainly not to secretly observe any clandestine affairs, Xiao explained, gesticulating wildly. "You, old man, have predicted so accurately?" Wen Chao exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had learned from comics that Xiao possessed the gift of foresight, evidenced by the catastrophic events of the Millennium and the 10-Demon Map, he had not anticipated such precise predictions from him. "I have long heard of Mr. Xiao's prophetic abilities, and indeed, witnessing them firsthand confirms his reputation," Ing Zheng remarked, equally astonished. "Alas, my powers have waned. Ever since a month ago, my ability to foresee has significantly diminished. The death of the divine dragon was my last reliable prediction. Just a day ago, I sensed a shroud of chaos enveloping the celestial secrets, rendering the future utterly unpredictable. Initially perplexed, I now surmise it is due to the presence of the National Guardian Sacred Ape. I had thought the recent promotion of the National Guardian Bee sect by the Qin was merely a strategic policy by His Majesty to enhance governance. But it appears the National Guardian Sacred Ape is indeed a tangible entity, Xiao said, gazing at Wen Chao's colossal form with a sense of wonder. "Xiao, you are remarkable. I only arrived yesterday, and you've already deduced this," Wen Chao remarked, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Ing Zheng pondered deeply. A month ago was precisely when he acquired the chat group, marking the beginning of a transformative journey in his fate. This, he believed, was a reason for Xiao's diminished prophetic prowess. Furthermore, Wen Chao's arrival a day prior, coupled with his consumption of half the phoenix's blood that day, had irrevocably altered the world's destiny, rendering the future indeterminate. For Ing Zheng, this was fortuitous, as the original fate foretold the demise of his Qin dynasty in the second generation. Reflecting on this, Ing Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a significant reduction in his apprehension towards Xiao. Devoid of his prophetic abilities, Xiao was merely a formidable martial artist blessed with longevity. Now, Having consumed half of the phoenix's blood and refined 3 dragon essences, Ing Zheng was fully capable of standing against him. Having lived for over 2 millennia, Xiao Sanxiao discerned the shift in Ing Zheng's mindset and, with a respectful gesture, congratulated him. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your majesty for transcending fate. The grandeur of the Qin will endure for all eternity. My gratitude extends to Mr. Xiao for his auspicious words. I wonder if you would be inclined to serve the great Qin in the future, collaborating with me to forge a radically different destiny. Ing Zheng made a gesture of respect, extending an invitation akin to that of a direct employment offer. It would be presumptuous to decline. It is indeed my ardent desire. Aware of his lack of options, Xiao Sanxiao readily acquiesced. Should he dare utter a refusal, the formidable fist of the National Guardian Monkey would surely descend upon him, and he had no desire to witness the tragic fate of the divine dragon firsthand. Moreover, Xiao Sanxiao harbored a keen curiosity about the brilliant future that the first emperor, who changed the course of destiny, could create. To partake in such an unprecedented experience, after living for over 2 millennia, was an enticing prospect. Perhaps it could even resolve the millennia-old calamity that had long plagued him. Chapter 52. The Submergence of Hua Kingdom. Addressing the great catastrophe of millennia from its roots, is it possible that His Majesty, the first emperor, is aware of the great catastrophe of millennia? With a resolve to join the Qin in searching for a definitive solution to this calamity, Xiao Sanxiao prepared to confide in Ing Zheng about a troubling conundrum that had plagued him for many years. Oh, what exactly is this great catastrophe of millennia? I beseech you, enlighten me, dear sir, Ing Zheng inquired, feigning ignorance despite having witnessed the unfolding saga. Beside him, Wen Chao stifled a laugh, quietly observing the scene. Over 2 millennia ago, upon consuming the blood of I briefly glimpsed the future and learned of an impending disaster that would engulf the entire realm. This calamity would be instigated by a nation resembling a crescent moon, bearing the sun as its emblem. When this nation rises, catastrophe shall befall Shenzhou, leading to the slaughter of countless souls. This is the great catastrophe of millennia. Regrettably, after years of searching and traversing countless mountains and rivers, I have yet to uncover the identity of this nation responsible for the calamity. Xiao Sanxiao spoke with a grave expression. This prophecy had haunted him for over 2 millennia, and now, by voicing it, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders, no longer bearing this burden alone. A nation resembling a crescent moon, with the sun as its insignia? When Chao's laughter abruptly ceased, his demeanor growing serious. Xiao Sanxiao's words reminded him of a country from his past life that had wrought immense suffering upon Shenzhou. Although the great catastrophe of millennia in this realm was not the same as that war, the nation that instigated the calamity was indeed the same. He turned to face the east, a palpable aura of vengeance igniting in his eyes. Ing Zheng, too, having perused the historical accounts of China uploaded by Fan Xian long ago, understood the brutal warfare that would ensue in the future, his expression growing somber. Your Excellency, the guardian of a nation, do you possess any insights? Wen Chao's unusual demeanor immediately captured Xiao Sanxiao's attention. Following Wen Chao's gaze, he seemed to comprehend, realizing with sudden clarity, could it be that the nation responsible for the great catastrophe is situated overseas, beyond the borders of Shenzhou? No wonder I cannot find it. Indeed, that nation lies overseas. However, it is yet to be established, inhabited as it is by a group of uncivilized tribesmen, Ing Zheng explained to Xiao Sanxiao. Not yet established, uncivilized tribesmen? Could it be the Hua of the Eastern barbarians? Xiao Sanxiao recalled the island he had once set foot upon, a place frequently shaken by seismic upheaval, home to primitive tribes. He had never imagined that the instigator of the great catastrophe would be such a diminutive people. Indeed, is those Hua. In the future, they shall adopt the culture of Shenzhou and establish their own nation, known as the Eastern Dawn, symbolized by the sun. When Xiao spoke through gritted teeth, to take Shenzhou as their teacher, only to turn against it and commit unfathomable atrocities, the Hua truly possess audacity. Upon discovering the truth, The venerable San Shao, was instantly incensed. He turned to Ing Zheng, bowing respectfully and imploring, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to dispatch troops to utterly exterminate the Yamato on that island, eradicating the root of this calamity that has persisted for millennia. Though I am but an old man, I am willing to serve as the vanguard." "Very well, I concur. Upon our return to Xianyang, I shall deploy 30,000 troops to cross the sea and annihilate the Yamato." Ing Zheng nodded in agreement. Though they belonged to different realms, they were all sons of Huaxia. Let this ancestor exact vengeance for future generations. There is no need for such trouble. I possess a more effective solution. When Xiao interjected, "What plan do you propose?" Both Ing Zheng and San Shao inquired in unison. "Sending a large army may lead to some foes escaping, allowing them to resurge after a millennium. In my view, we should simply obliterate the entire island, sinking it into the depths of the sea, achieving a permanent resolution." Wen Chao declared, his fists clenched and his expression fierce. Although he currently lacked the power to annihilate the entire island nation, detonating the volcano should pose no issue. This would accomplish the same objective. "Your Excellency speaks wisely. I had no idea you possess such formidable might." San Shao exclaimed in awe. "Then the responsibility lies with you." "Wen Chao," Ing Zheng remarked, an expression of anticipation crossing his face. He was finally about to witness Wen Chao's true prowess. Having made his decision, Wen Chao wasted no time and stepped onto the massive log that had brought him, steering towards the east. Ing Zheng and San Shao eagerly followed, with Ing Zheng leaping onto Wen Chao's shoulder. After obtaining Wen Chao's consent, San Shao mustered his courage and executed his self-created technique. The mystical 9 heavens wind from the 4 marvels of the sky, soaring onto Wen Chao's shoulder. He then carefully settled himself 2 positions behind Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng took a moment to fan Xian in their chat group, informing him of Wen Chao's intent to sink the island nation. United in their cause, Fan Xian promptly arrived at the live broadcast, his face alight with excitement. "Go, Wen Chao! Annihilate the ancestors of those little sun worshippers," he exclaimed, embodying the fervor of a passionate traveler from ages past. Indeed, Wen Chao nodded vigorously, refraining from further comment. Under Wen Chao's vigorous guidance, the group swiftly set foot upon the soil of the island nation. San Shao ascended to several thousand meters, surveying the landscape from above. He observed that the island indeed resembled a crescent moon, though to him, it appeared more akin to a caterpillar. Wen Chao, undeterred, advanced toward the volcano, causing the diminutive Yamato inhabitants to scatter in fear. Soon, they reached the base of the volcano. To avoid collateral damage, Ing Zheng harnessed his dragon transformation powers, unfurling his dragon wings and soaring into the sky alongside San Shao. Fan Xian followed suit, eager to witness the impending spectacle. At the foot of the volcano, Wen Chao summoned the full might of his formidable true energy and bloodline powers. His colossal physique seemed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the mountains, his hair dancing wildly in the tempestuous winds, while the black scales upon his body glimmered with a chilling radiance beneath the sun's gaze. From a distance, he resembled an ancient demon, exuding an aura of dread and power. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a sound that reverberated through the air, shattering the clouds above. Then, he charged towards the volcano, his legs as sturdy as colossal pillars. Each step he took sent tremors through the earth, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. As he neared the volcano, Wen Chao swung his fists as massive as boulders, crashing them against the mountainside. With a single blow capable of obliterating a city, he caused an entire section of the volcano to collapse, rocks flying like projectiles in every direction, ravaging the surrounding forest and snapping trees in half. He followed with a second and third punch, his onslaught relentless as a torrential storm. After mere moments of his fury, the volcano could no longer withstand such ferocity. The internal pressure erupted violently, spewing forth thick plumes of smoke. Subsequently, molten lava surged from the fissures in the mountainside like a raging torrent, radiating an annihilating heat that melted everything in its path. Unperturbed by the flowing lava beneath him, Wen Chao continued his assault, venting his pent-up fury. As a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, the volcano's eruption intensified. Countless streams of lava cascaded down like meteor showers, enveloping hundreds of kilometers around. The lava poured down like a waterfall, swiftly engulfing the land. With the ongoing eruption, the entire island nation began to tremble violently. Massive fissures appearing in the ground as seawater surged in. Countless peaks crumbled under the seismic onslaught, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Tsunamis followed in rapid succession, towering waves crashing against the coastline, instantaneously claiming countless lives and structures. Before long, the entire island nation found itself submerged in flames and oceanic depths, with much of the land sinking beneath the waves. Only a few isolated islands remained, struggling against the surging tides, ultimately succumbing to the sea's relentless embrace. In this apocalyptic scene, a colossal black-armored ape, its body coursing with molten lava, howled defiantly towards the heavens. As day turned to night, thunder roared, and the very fabric of the world dimmed in response. Chapter 53. Appreciation. After thoroughly releasing the pent-up fury within, Wen Chao gradually emerged from his previous state of rage. He surveyed the desolate remnants of the mountain surrounding him and exhaled deeply. At that moment, apart from the ground beneath his feet, the entirety of the island nation had succumbed to the encroaching sea. The view was shrouded in a mist of steam, a blend of molten rock and seawater, creating a vast expanse of white. This was the first time Wen Chao had unleashed his full power since ascending to the third tier, resulting in the obliteration of an island nation spanning 370,000 square kilometers. Although there were elements of cunning involved, Wen Chao felt a profound satisfaction with the outcome. The sensation of physically annihilating a nation was an experience he had never encountered before. Feeling somewhat drained, Wen Chao sat upon the fractured earth. Though his physical fatigue could not overshadow his exhilaration, igniting within him a desire to repeat the feat. Wen Chao, you performed remarkably. You should have witnessed the magnificent spectacle of the entire island sinking beneath the waves. Simply breathtaking. Fan Xian's voice echoed from above, as his virtual image descended directly before Wen Chao, exuberantly exclaiming in excitement. Is that so? Send me the video. I must relish it, Wen Chao replied. Absolutely. I will send it right away. Fan Xian quickly dispatched a private message containing the video in their chat group. Wen Chao activated the video projection in midair, quietly savoring the moment. Fan Xian leaped onto his shoulder, reliving the scene once more. Not long after, to escape the explosive force of the volcanic eruption, Ying Zheng and Xiao Sanxiao, who had retreated to a safe distance, approached from the sky. Upon seeing the projection before Wen Chao, Ying Zheng folded his dragon wings and landed on Wen Chao's other shoulder to join in the viewing. After all, Ying Zheng was physically present here, unlike Fan Xian, who could safely observe through virtual imagery without risk. Previously, he had only gazed from nearly 10,000 meters high, witnessing a distant spectacle that lacked clarity. As an indigenous individual, Xiao Sanxiao was particularly astonished. He had not anticipated that, in addition to possessing the astounding might capable of annihilating nations, Wen Chao, the revered protector of the Qin, could conjure a scene reminiscent of a mirage, vividly manifesting the apocalyptic event before them, as if it were witnessed firsthand. The awe in Xiao Sanxiao's gaze towards Wen Chao deepened, gradually transforming into fervor. Detected high-ranking existence in the world of wind and cloud, Xiao Sanxiao offers you his faith. Faith power increases by one strand, automatically converting to one evolution point. The sudden notification from the system left Wen Chao momentarily taken aback, prompting him to glance back at Xiao Sanxiao. Your Majesty, the divine abilities of the protector of the nation have astonishingly resolved the calamity that has plagued me for years. I humbly wish to serve you, pledging my life to promote your faith henceforth, Xiao Sanxiao declared, bowing deeply before Wen Chao. He then turned to Ying Zheng, respectfully beseeching, I kindly ask for your Majesty's support. Hey Zheng, did you see that? Wen Chao glanced awkwardly at Ying Zheng, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for inadvertently usurping a subordinate that Ying Zheng had just acquired. It's quite all right, Wen Chao. You need not feel this way. Ingzheng reassured him with a wave of his hand, showing little concern. Through his observations over time, he discerned that Zaya Sancho's temperament was ill-suited for court affairs. Yet his martial prowess and the remarkable ability of immortality compelled Ingzheng to keep a watchful eye on him. Originally, Ingzheng intended to retain Zaya Sancho as a high-ranking patron upon his return, to serve as a bastion of martial strength for the Qin dynasty. However, since Zaya Sancho expressed a desire to support Wen Xiao and promote his faith among friends, Ingzheng felt no reluctance in allowing this. Zaya Sancho, since you harbor such intentions, I hereby entrust you with the stewardship of the Qin's national divine beast sect. I appoint you as the high priest, responsible for promoting Wen Xiao's faith throughout the entirety of Qin. Ingzheng declared gravely to Zaya Sancho. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this honor. I shall faithfully execute my duties. Zaya Sancho responded with a serious bow. Observing this, Wen Xiao refrained from further objections. Noticing Zaya Sancho's empty hands, he contemplated for a moment and decided to follow the precedent set when he appointed Q as the high priest of the Qing nation's divine beast sect. Thus, Wen Xiao retrieved a finger-bone of Kamazaz from his spatial pouch as a token of the high priest of the Qin's divine beast sect. A relic he had previously preserved from the sale of Kamazaz's remains to Buma, initially intended as a trophy for collection, which now proved fortuitously useful. Having received this token from the Divine Majesty, I shall dedicate myself to fervently promoting Your Majesty's faith. Zaya Sancho exclaimed with excitement as he accepted the substantial fingerbone, planning to have it crafted into a bone scepter upon his return to Qin, serving as a ceremonial instrument for the high priest. It seems I ought to prepare several similar finger bones for future use, Wen Xiao mused silently, realizing their potential utility. Following this brief interlude, the group redirected their focus to the projection in mid-air, marveling at the magnificent spectacle it presented. How do you find it? My filming is quite commendable, isn't it? If turned into a documentary, it would undoubtedly become a sensation in the former lands of Huaxia. Fan Xian proclaimed proudly after viewing his recorded footage. The cataclysmic scenes were indeed breathtaking. Ingzheng, unaccustomed to disaster films, was left astounded. Aside from the authenticity, the rest is passable, I suppose. Wen Xiao, having been inundated with countless disaster movies in his past life, felt it lacked a certain depth, considering Fan Xian was not a professional. Only the authenticity surpasses all. Who else could film amidst volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis but me? Fan Xian retorted. Had it not been for the power of the chat group, would you be so fearless? Come, bring your true self to film. When Xiao shot back, Fan Xian fell silent, as he was not endowed with the ability to withstand natural disasters like Wen Xiao. You too, what is there to argue about? Ingzheng remarked with a helpless shake of his head. Astonished, Xiao Sanxiao observed Wen Xiao and Ingzheng conversing with the air, somewhat perplexed. In the live broadcast of the chat group, viewers could choose to reveal their virtual images or remain invisible. And Fan Xian opted not to make his presence known before Xiao Sanxiao, rendering him unseen. Well, having finished our viewing, shall we set off back to Xianying? Ingzheng once again extended an invitation to Wen Xiao after admiring the imagery of the sunken island. Certainly, I've expended considerable energy just now. It would be perfect to return to Xianying for a rest. Wen Xiao readily agreed. I shall take my leave for now. When you arrive in Xianying, I will return to properly explore the capital of the Qin dynasty. After bidding farewell to the two, Fan Xian exited the live broadcast room. Meanwhile, Wen Xiao retrieved the enormous log from the red envelope space once more, and together with Ingzheng and Xiao Sanxiao, they made their way back to the land of the divine Zhou. Chapter 54. Xianying Mr. Xiao. After Wen Xiao annihilated the land inhabited by the Japanese tribe, has the great calamity of the ages been entirely resolved? On the journey to Xianying, Ingzheng, anxious about the potential emergence of another foreign tribe as a catalyst for the great calamity after dealing with the Japanese, tentatively inquired of Xiao Sanxiao. Your Majesty, rest assured, ever since I became aware of the existence of the great calamity, a peculiar sense of oppression has lingered within my spiritual consciousness, akin to a thorn in my back, never dissipating. For over 2 millennia, This oppressive feeling has not only intensified, but has also rendered me restless, compelling me to traverse the land in search of a resolution to the great calamity. Perhaps this is the divine mission bestowed upon me, an immortal who has consumed the blood of the spiritual turtle. The moment the national guardian divine sovereign obliterated the Japanese nation, that oppressive sensation vanished instantly. I can assert with certainty that the great calamity has been thoroughly resolved, thanks to the national guardian divine sovereign, who has granted me an unprecedented sense of relaxation after more than 2,000 years. Xiao Sanxiao explained to Ing Zheng with a relaxed demeanor, and this was also the reason for his devotion to Wen Chao. Anyone who, like him, had endured the weight of increasing oppression for over 2 millennia, akin to a sword of Damocles hanging overhead, would have likely succumbed to madness. Yet, Xiao Sanxiao had withstood it for 2,000 years. And when Xiao had liberated him from this burden, allowing him to be reborn, how could he not feel gratitude? That is excellent. Upon hearing Xiao Sanxiao's explanation, Ing Zheng understood that there was no need for deception, and his heart was immediately at ease. Meanwhile, when Xiao pondered thoughtfully, perhaps this was the reason why Xiao Sanxiao had tirelessly sought a solution to the great calamity. Alas, fate played a cruel hand, as Xiao Sanxiao's 2 sons, the great demon Xianjing Tian and the esteemed leader Xiao Ao Shi, became the very proponents of the calamity, opposing his wishes, ultimately leading to a tragic conflict between father and sons. Considering this, it appears that I have indeed done a good deed. Therefore, it is only natural for Xiao Sanxiao to promote my faith in the future, Wen Chao mused inwardly. The remainder of the journey proceeded without further incident, and Wen Chao and his companions returned smoothly to the capital of the Qin Empire, Xianyang. Upon their arrival, Xiao Sanxiao took his leave first, preparing to promptly take charge of the Qin's national guardian divine beast sect and diligently promote Wen Chao's faith. Wen Chao, on the other hand, followed the spacious thoroughfare specially constructed for him by Ing Zheng into the city of Xianyang, alongside Fan Xian, who had come in response to the news. He eagerly surveyed the heart of the Qin Empire. Is this truly the Xianyang of the tumultuous world? Its scale rivals that of modern cities from my past life. It is even more prosperous than the capital of my own kingdom, far surpassing historical Xianyang. Is this the disparity between the martial world and the historical realm? The two stood before the immense city, which seemed entirely at odds with the current era, in a state of astonishment. The entire street of Xianyang appears broad and level, bustling with the flow of vehicles and throngs of people. On either side of the road, shops are lined up in close proximity, with the enticing aromas of taverns and tea houses wafting through the air, beckoning passers-by. The pedestrians, some adorned in splendid attire and others clad in simple garments, exude the confidence and grandeur characteristic of the subjects of the Qin dynasty. To the north of Xianyang, the majestic Mount Jiuzhong stretches across the horizon, its towering presence resembling a great dragon coiling, forming a formidable natural barrier for the city. To the south, the Weishui River flows ceaselessly eastward, its surface shimmering like scattered gold under the sun's rays. Boats traverse the river, laden with goods and travelers, painting a lively tableau of bustling water transport. The docks are crowded with vessels, and the air is filled with a cacophony of shouts and laughter, composing a vibrant symphony of marketplace life. Within the city, the grand palaces of Xianyang stand tall and imposing, their architecture exhibiting the grandeur and solemnity of the Qin dynasty. Wen Chao and Fan Xian take in all of this, gaining a renewed appreciation for Ing Zheng's governance, singing his praises. The Ing Zheng they encounter, in contrast to the historically polarizing figure of the first emperor of Qin, seems to embody a remarkable evolution, truly deserving of the title of a timeless emperor. You two have praised me enough. Ing Zheng modestly gestures with his hands, though a satisfied smile graces his face. As they converse, Wen Chao reaches the heart of Xianyang. Despite his efforts to tread lightly, his immense weight creates a considerable commotion, leaving behind colossal footprints along the thoroughfare and causing the surrounding buildings to tremble, sending clouds of dust into the air. However, the populace of Xianyang, having been forewarned, remains relatively calm. Many gaze in awe at the colossal figure of the black-armored giant, bowing in reverence and praying for the protection of their national deity. A group of audacious children climbs a nearby tree, their eyes sparkling as they fixate on Wen Chao's towering silhouette, occasionally gasping in amazement. Noticing the little ones, Wen Chao, filled with playful spirit, grins widely and feigns a fearsome expression, causing several children to squeal in terror and tumble down the tree, scurrying homeward while crying out, "Great deity, please don't eat me. I have little meat. I'm not tasty." This scene elicits hearty laughter from Wen Chao, resonating like distant thunder. "How childish you are." Fan Xian glances at him with disdain. "I relish it," Wen Chao replies with a smile, reveling in the warmth of human interaction that brings him unprecedented relaxation since his arrival, easing the lingering aura of violence that had shadowed him since the destruction of the island nation. "You too." Ying Zheng observes their playful banter with a helpless shake of his head, then proceeds to introduce them to the various sights of Xianying. Amidst the reverent adoration of the populace, Wen Chao and his entourage, accompanied by a significant commotion, arrived at the palace of Xianying. Before the palace, a young gentleman clad in a pristine white scholar's robe held the hand of a charming little girl, exquisitely carved from jade, while flanked by numerous civil and military dignitaries who had long awaited their arrival at the palace gate. Upon witnessing the entrance of Wen Chao and Ying Zheng, the assembly, led by the young gentleman, bowed in deference. "Your son, Fu Su, pays homage to His Majesty, the divine sovereign of a nation." This young gentleman was none other than Ying Zheng's eldest son, Prince Fu Su. "Your daughter, Yin Mei, pays homage to His Majesty, the divine sovereign of a nation." The adorable little girl was Ying Zheng's most cherished daughter, Yin Mei. "I, Meng Tian. I, Hang Han. I, Han Exen. I, Xiao He. I, Zhang Liang. I, Fan Zheng." The remaining civil and military officials also presented their names and bowed to Wen Chao and Ying Zheng. Aside from Meng Tian and Zhang Han, whom Wen Chao had already encountered, the others were renowned figures from the late Qin and early Han dynasties, most of whom served under Liu Bang in history. They were specifically summoned by Ying Zheng to introduce to Wen Chao and Fan Xian, while also showcasing a sense of pride. Chapter 55. The Canopy Gathers Heroes. Ying Zheng's astounding maneuver. Wen Chao and Fan Xian exchanged glances, rendered speechless, astonished to discover that Brother Zheng harbored such subtle intentions. "All rise." Ying Zheng's face briefly glimmered with pride before adopting a serious demeanor. "There is no need for excessive formality. Please, stand." Wen Chao gently waved his hand, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of standing before numerous historical luminaries, as though he were on the brink of altering history itself. The dashing figure from Skeleton Island exclaimed, "The three heroes of the Han Dynasty are all present. Brother Zheng, you have even managed to win over Zhang Liang, who harbors a grudge against your nation. How did you accomplish that?" Wen Chao noticed that, apart from Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, nearly all the prominent figures from the late Qin and early Han periods were in attendance, particularly the presence of Zhang Liang, renowned for his sagacity, which left him quite astonished and curious enough to inquire in the chat group. The Eternal Emperor remarked, "This inspiration stemmed from your previous casual discussions in the group about those future livestream novels. I deliberately chose a moment to summon all the ministers, including Zhang Liang, Fan Zheng, Liu Bang, and Xiang Yu, to court, and before their very eyes, I proclaimed that I had received celestial favor and was privy to the future. Through a remote video device procured from Buma, I transformed the history of the late Qin and early Han that Fan Xian uploaded into a video projection within the court. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent." The Eternal Emperor added, "I recorded the entire event. I will share it with you for your enjoyment." Video, the Eternal Emperor stated. "Goodness, Brother Zheng, you truly know how to entertain," exclaimed the young Lord Fan Xian. "Then I must take a closer look at what transpired." The dashing figure from Skeleton Island replied. Fan Xian and Wen Chao eagerly opened the video in the chat group, and a virtual image gradually unfurled in their minds. The scene depicted the flickering bronze lamps of the Xianying Palace, where Ying Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back upon the crimson dais, his gaze sweeping over the ministers below. Having regained Ing Zheng's trust and restored to his former position as chancellor, Li Si stood at the forefront, stroking his beard in solemnity. Opposite Li Si, the white-clad Prince Fusu wore a look of confusion, observing several unfamiliar figures among the ministers. As Ing Zheng's eldest son, he pondered why his father had summoned these unappointed individuals to this grand assembly, suspecting it might be related to the transformations his father had undergone over the past month. Among the ministers, the lean-faced Xiao, he stared in astonishment at one of the familiar faces among the strangers, Lu Ji, the steward of Sisui Pavilion. These individuals, somewhat out of place in the court, were none other than Liu Bang, Xiang Yu, and their respective future strategists, Zhang Liang and Fan Zeng, who would ultimately contribute to the downfall of the Qin dynasty. At this point, Lu Ji, who had yet to adopt the name Liu Bang, was so anxious he could hardly breathe. Upon spotting Xiao He among the ministers, he quickly cast a desperate glance towards him. But Xiao He could only shake his head gently, powerless to assist. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu fixated intently on Ing Zheng atop the dais, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, his body brimming with restless energy. Fan Zeng, the strategist beside him, hastily grasped the edge of Xiang Yu's garment, signaling him with his eyes to refrain from any rash actions. Noticing the armored generals of the Qin, such as Wang Jian, Wang Bin, Meng Tian, and Zhang Han, all of whom had their hands poised on the hilts of their swords, glaring intently at him, the unarmed Xiang Yu ultimately suppressed his impulse to emulate Jing Ke's assassination of Qin. Among the four, only Zhang Liang remained motionless, his expression as tranquil as still water, his gaze deep and serene like a quiet pond. From his throne, Ing Zheng observed everything below with keen interest, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke aloud. A month ago, I was favored by the heavens and granted a glimpse into the celestial mysteries of the future. Today, I shall unveil the divine mandate for you all. With a slight motion of his left hand, Ing Zheng activated a remote video communication device he had acquired from his companion, Buma, before the astonished eyes of the assembly. Several beams of light materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a large luminous screen suspended in the hall. Suddenly, the screen flared to life, revealing blood-red banners in the void, with the initial scene depicting the blazing fires of the Yifeng Palace. Countless soldiers, brandishing the flag bearing the character for Chu, surged into the ruins, led by a figure with flowing hair and a sword in hand. None other than Xiang Yu himself. You dare! The hall echoed with the sound of cracking stone, as Wang Jian and the other generals drew their swords 3 inches from their sheaths, casting their gazes toward Ing Zheng above. At a mere command from him, they would be ready to slay this audacious rebel who dared to set fire to the Yifeng Palace before them. Ing Zheng waved his hand, signaling the generals to remain calm. Reluctantly, they sheathed their swords, yet their eyes continued to dart back and forth between the screen and Xiang Yu, filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu paid no heed to the scrutiny of others, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the image above, his breath quickening as he immersed himself in the unfolding scene. At his side, Fan Zeng cast him a resigned glance. If the display truly foretold the future, Xiang Yu clearly had no chance of realizing it now. Lu Ji, maintaining a facade of indifference, discreetly distanced himself from this impetuous youth, fearful of being splattered with blood when the time came. Zhang Liang's gaze remained fixed on the spectacle before him. Should this revelation, as asserted by the tyrant, indeed reflect the future, how could he contend with Ing Zheng, who now possessed knowledge of that future? Contemplating the enmity of his nation's destruction, a wave of despair slowly washed over Zhang Liang's heart. The images on the screen stirred a commotion among the ministers, who began to murmur among themselves. Those who had been summoned to serve under Ing Zheng, such as Xiao He and Han Xian, exhibited expressions of dawning realization. It became clear why the previously obscure individuals had been suddenly called to Xianyang and entrusted with significant responsibilities. The omniscient Ing Zheng had recognized their potential. Seated at the forefront of the assembly, Li Si felt a sheen of perspiration form on his forehead, cold sweat trickling down his back. He recalled the sudden order from the emperor a month prior that had led to Zhao Gao's gruesome execution, as well as his own demotion by 3 ranks. Instantly, Li Si was struck by the thought that he and Zhao Gao must have committed some grievous offense against the emperor and the Qin in the future. His gaze flickered nervously, unable to face the image in the air, fearful that all his future actions would be laid bare before everyone present. Opposite Li Si, the young Lord Fu Su found his thoughts drifting to his brother Hu Hai, who had been relegated to the status of a commoner and confined by their father, as well as to himself, who had been urgently summoned back to Xianyang from the Great Wall. His expression bore a hint of contemplation. The luminous screen in midair shifted, revealing the banquet at Hongmen, where Lu Ji, now the Duke of Pei, lowered his gaze submissively as he toasted Xiangyu. As Zhang Liang subtly moved his fingertips during the sword dance of Xiang Zhuang, Lu Ji suddenly tensed, vividly envisioning his own humbling figure kneeling beneath Xiangyu's tent. In that scene, Fan Zeng was seen beside Xiangyu, whispering something, his gaze directed toward Lu Ji, filled with icy disdain. Now composed, Xiangyu cast a scornful glance at Lu Ji before turning back to fixate on the luminous screen. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang gave Lu Ji a slight nod, pondering whether the future lord he would choose to serve would indeed be this seemingly roguish individual. Chapter 56. The misfortune of Liu Bang in the air above the palace of Xi'an. The luminous screen shifted once more, revealing the scene outside the Hanggu Pass. Lu Ji led his troops into the city, greeted by the jubilant populace who lined the streets. An agreement of 3 principles was established between them, while the palace burned with flames akin to those engulfing the Apang Palace. Lu Ji staggered backward, colliding with a bronze pillar and tumbling to the ground. The image depicted him receiving the imperial seal from a youthful sovereign, a familiar cunning smile gracing his lips. "This is impossible," Xiangyu roared, the sound reverberating through the palace, disbelief etched on his face. How could the person who conquered Zan and obtained the imperial seal be this ruffian who had just knelt before him in the celestial canopy? All eyes in the grand hall turned to Lu Ji, the one who had ultimately brought down Xian and the Qin dynasty. "Your Majesty," Meng Tian unsheathed his sword once more. "I implore you to execute him, no need." Ying Zheng raised his hand to silence him, his gaze fixed upon the fallen Lu Ji. The latter, leaning against the bronze pillar, slowly rose, a grim smile forced upon his face as he feigned composure. "It is merely a trick, Your Majesty. Why must you a trick?" Ying Zheng suddenly laughed heartily, his sleeves sweeping as he dispelled the projection. Outside, twilight enveloped the surroundings. Yet within his eyes lingered the fading remnants of the luminous screen. "Liu Bang, or rather, Lu Ji as he should now be called. Do you understand why I allowed you to witness this trick?" The assembly held their breath as Ying Zheng descended the crimson steps, his gaze sweeping across Lu Ji, Xiangyu, and others. "I wish to demonstrate to you all that the future can be glimpsed, yet it is also malleable. From this moment forth, the mandate of heaven resides with me, and the Qin dynasty shall flourish for eternity." In the chat group, a member known as the handsome guy from Skull Island remarked, "Impressive. Brother Zheng, your maneuver of gaining divine favor has truly opened my eyes as a person of the future." Lord Xiao Fan commented, "No wonder even Zhang Liang had to submit to you, Brother Zheng. Knowing the future of the first emperor of Qin makes him an invincible adversary." The handsome guy from Skull Island added, "What about Liu Bang and Xiangyu? Why haven't we seen them today?" The Eternal Emperor replied, "Ah well, Liu Bang was severely injured by the enraged Xiangyu after witnessing the Battle of Gaixia, and he is currently bedridden. As for Xiangyu, I have temporarily confined him in a cell for some much-needed reflection." Observing Ying Zheng's responses in the group, Wen Chao and Fan Xian exchanged glances. Could it be that the current emperor was indeed beating Liu Bang? This was certainly within the realm of possibility for the tempestuous Xiangyu. Yet they could hardly believe it would occur without Brother Zheng's covert encouragement. Lord Xiao Fan exclaimed, "Brother Zheng, this is personal vendetta." The handsome guy from Skull Island echoed, "Indeed, you are absolutely deliberate about this." Ying Zheng did not respond to Wen Chao and Fan Xian in the group, but a fleeting smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his thoughts. What did Wen Chao say last time in the group? Oh yes, he mentioned it was a deliberate accident. Precisely so. The future generations who coined this term are truly ingenious. After a brief interlude, Ying Zheng leapt down from Wen Chao's shoulder, ready to lead everyone into the palace of Xianyang. He had previously instructed Fu Su to prepare a banquet within the palace to welcome Wen Chao's arrival. The young princess Ying Man followed closely behind Ying Zheng, occasionally glancing back at Wen Chao with her bright, curious eyes, filled with admiration for her father's recent position. Wen Chao noticed the charming little princess, and, recalling her tragic fate in history, felt a surge of affection. He extended a hand towards Ying Man, inviting her to join him. Father? Ying Man exclaimed softly, her face lighting up with anticipation as she looked at Ying Zheng. Go ahead, Ying Zheng said, smiling and nodding at his beloved daughter. Thank you, Father. Thank you. Your Excellency. Upon receiving Ying Zheng's approval, she joyfully leapt into Wen Chao's palm and was subsequently placed on a shoulder. Wow, this is so high, she exclaimed. I can see all of Xianyang from up here. The palace looks so small from this height, like a little box. How marvelous! Perched on Wen Chao's shoulder, Ying Man danced and laughed, her voice ringing like silver bells, reminiscent of a lively little rabbit. As Wen Chao walked forward, he occasionally cast a fond glance at the adorable princess, his eyes filled with delight. Meanwhile, Fan Xian watched, his heart melting, yearning to have his own daughters. Fan Xiaohua and Hong Dufan, born immediately, imagining they would be just as lively and charming as Ying Man. With these thoughts in mind, he bid farewell to Wen Chao and Ying Zheng, resolved to return and strive for success. As night fell, the palace of Xianyang remained brilliantly illuminated. Wen Chao sat before the Zhongtai Hall, savoring a feast of roasted elephant and rhino specially prepared for him, while appreciating the graceful dance performed by the palace maidens in their flowing sleeves. He occasionally lifted a large cauldron filled with fine wine to toast with Ying Zheng in the hall. Surrounding him, hundreds of palace servants bustled about, struggling to keep pace with his appetite. After thoroughly indulging in the nocturnal pleasures befitting an ancient emperor, Wen Chao took his leave from Ying Zheng and the now sleepy little princess, Ying Man. Guided by the noble Fu Su, he made his way to his residence, the Zhengguo Shenzun Mansion, situated in the northern part of Xianyang. Your Excellency, please pardon the humble nature of the residence, Fu Su said, catching his breath after exerting himself to bring Wen Chao here. Wen Chao surveyed the imposing mansion built against the backdrop of Mount Jiuzhong. Although the artisans of the Qin dynasty were not capable of erecting towering structures, they ingeniously utilized a natural rock formation protruding from the mountain's peak as a roof and incorporated the adjacent mountain as pillars, crafting a grand palace ample enough to accommodate Wen Chao's stature, compelling admiration for the wisdom of the ancients. To construct such an immense residence, it is evident that you have exerted considerable effort. I harbor no objections. Rather, it seems that my inability to reside here often may squander your painstaking endeavors. Wen Chao waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Your Excellency, the protector of a nation, you have greatly aided my father and the great Qin. This is but a duty. Fu Su replied with utmost respect. Very well, let us dispense with further formalities. Fu Su, you may retire and need not keep me company, Wen Chao remarked. Then, may your Excellency rest well. I shall take my leave, Fu Su said, bowing in farewell. Just as he prepared to turn away, Wen Chao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out to him. Fu Su, wait a moment. Your Excellency, is there something else? Fu Su inquired as he turned back. I was wondering, how is Hu Hai faring these days? Wen Chao asked with a look of curiosity. He had heard about the matter from Zheng Ge long ago and vaguely remembered that Hu Hai had been demoted to commoner status and confined. After all this time, he was uncertain if he still lived. Chapter 57. Return. Hu Hai could no longer endure the confines of his imprisonment. A few days ago, he had implored to see his father, the emperor, but to no avail. Ultimately, he chose to take his own life by hanging. Upon hearing Wen Chao's inquiry, Fu Su's face briefly displayed a complex expression as he spoke. I see. Fu Su, what are your thoughts on this? Wen Chao regarded the elegant son of the Qin dynasty, eager to hear the perspective of one historically viewed as a victim. I have already witnessed the future revealed by my father during his last moment of divine favor. Hu Hai's death was a consequence of his own actions. Fu Su's expression returned to calmness as he stated his opinion devoid of emotion. Very well, then there is no further issue. Wen Chao nodded in satisfaction, pleased to find that this nobleman of the Qin had not been entirely indoctrinated by Confucian ideals and was not the pedantic figure he had anticipated. Fu Su did not elaborate further and bowed in farewell. Having satisfied his curiosity, Wen Chao yawned widely and entered his residence, collapsing into sleep. 2 days later, Zheng Ge. Thank you for your hospitality these past days. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. It was now the 3rd day since Wen Chao's arrival in the world of Fengyun, and standing before the silver portal that would take him home, he bid farewell to Ying Zheng and the others. Wen Chao, until we meet again. Safe travels, Your Excellency, the Guardian of a Nation. Farewell, Your Excellency, the Guardian of a Nation. Ying Zheng and the others all spoke in unison to send him off. Even the gravely injured Liu Bang mustered the strength to appear and bid farewell, hoping to make an impression before the esteemed guardian of the nation. As the one responsible for Liu Bang's injuries, Xiang Yu was granted a day of clemency from prison to also be present at the farewell, thus gathering the historical figures from the late Qin and early Han eras for a unique send-off, unprecedented in history. Goodbye, Uncle Wen Chao. You must come to visit Yin Man again. Already familiar with Wen Chao, Yin Man waved her hand at him with a touch of reluctance. You called me brother before. Why do you now refer to me as uncle? Wen Chao turned his head, somewhat displeased, and gazed at Yin Man. Having just graduated from university before his journey, he was in the prime of his youth, not ready to be called uncle. But Uncle Wen Chao, you call father brother. How can I not call you brother as well? Wouldn't that confuse the hierarchy? Yin Man asked, her face a portrait of innocence and confusion. Well, never mind. If you wish to call me uncle, then so be it. Address me as you wish. Wen Chao found himself at a loss for words, ultimately conceding to the girl's na-ve perspective. Xiao San Xiao, you have done well. Keep up the good work. Wen Chao finally turned to the newly appointed Grand Priest of the Qin's Guardian Beast sect, Xiao San Xiao, expressing his satisfaction with the efficiency of his efforts over the past 2 days. In just a short span, the power of belief Wen Chao had garnered from the Fengyun world had surged to 77 strands, nearly double that obtained from the previous world of Qiyunyan. Although Zheng Ji's assistance was invaluable, Xiao Sanjiao's efforts were equally commendable. Your Excellency bestows too much praise. These tasks are the duties of my position. Xiao Sanjiao replied, donning a new dark ceremonial robe and holding the freshly crafted staff made from the finger bone of a Kamazaz, bowing respectfully to Wen Chao. To those deserving, a reward shall be granted. This magical being, capable of instantaneously restoring one's wounds and vitality, is bestowed upon you. Wen Chao rummaged through the red envelope space and ultimately selected one from his stock of 25 divine beings to present to Xiao Sanjiao. Thank you, Your Excellency Wen Chao, for your generous gift. I shall wholeheartedly promote your faith henceforth. Xiao Sanjiao, amidst the envious gazes of all excepting Zheng, eagerly accepted the divine being gifted by Wen Chao and cautiously concealed this life-saving treasure within his bosom. Meanwhile, the severely injured Liu Bang could only stare in astonishment, oblivious to the looming figure of Xiang Yu stealthily approaching from behind. It seemed that misfortune was once again about to befall Liu Bang. Wen Chao, who observed the unfolding scene with restrained amusement, bid farewell to the inhabitants of the Fengyun world and stepped through the portal, returning to his own realm. Upon his return to the familiar depths of the legendary monster universe, Wen Chao inhaled deeply, reveling in the abundant radiation energy that invigorated him. While the Fengyun world, where Ying Zheng resided, was tolerable in many aspects, it lacked the copious radiation energy that had accustomed Wen Chao to the richness of his subterranean environment, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place. With a look of contentment, he returned to his territory, where everything remained as it was before his departure. He playfully rubbed the head of a little monkey that had approached him and exchanged greetings with the snow demon, who was being massaged by several female gibbons. Following this, he indulged in the customary feast of subterranean monsters. Although the evolution points acquired from these ordinary creatures had significantly diminished to a mere symbolic one after reaching the 3rd tier, the abundant radiation energy contained within still left Wen Chao thoroughly satisfied after 2 days of consuming regular food. Having satisfied his hunger, Wen Chao reclined comfortably against the snow demon enjoying the massage provided by the female gibbons. It was indeed quite pleasant. No wonder the snow demon always treated him this way upon his return. She truly knew how to indulge. While relishing the massage, Wen Chao opened the system panel to review the gains from his journey in the Fengyan world. Name: Wen Chao Jing Gang. Age: 24 years, 8 years. Occupation: warrior. Dominant true Qi. 57 175 100 proficient. Bloodline: Titan Giant Ape Extreme Storm. Height: 151 meters. Weight: 105,000 tons. Talent: Devouring Evolution, Storm Manipulation, Dragon Transformation, 1. Realm: Third Stage, City Destroying Level. Faith Power: 0 threads, daily 148 threads. Evolution Points: 921 10,001. 233 10,000. The age section now reflects Wen Chao's age prior to his traversal. He is finally no longer a minor. The progress of his dominant true Qi has reached 3/4, not far from the next breakthrough. After devouring the flesh of the phoenix and the divine dragon, his physique has seen a slight increase. His faith power has risen to 148 threads daily. With the contributions from the fanatical followers of the IVI tribe on Skeleton Island still amounting to 1 thread, while the long-armed giant ape clan and the snow demon each contributed an additional thread, totaling 5 threads. The world of Qing Yunyan, aided by the efforts of Gu He and others, has seen an increase from an initial 43 threads to 66 threads. Finally, with the assistance of Ying Zheng from the Storm and Cloud World and the recent efforts of Xiao San Xiao, it has reached 77 threads, the highest among the 3 realms. Now, merely from faith power, I accumulate 148 evolution points daily. At this rate, I should transition from devouring evolution to faith evolution. Wen Chao mused as he gazed at the data on the system panel. However, the prospect of effortlessly earning 148 evolution points each day is undeniably delightful. A moment of leisure is enjoyable. A continuous state of leisure is eternally gratifying. I implore the believers of all realms to intensify their efforts. Chapter 58. The Assault on Skull Island. After closing the system panel, Wen Chao glanced once more at the upgrade progress of the chat group. Chat group level 2. Group activity 9,715,000. Group contribution 4322250,000. Group members 77. Group administrators 01. Current unlocked features: group files, group red packets. Group live streaming, group mall. It had been 10 days since the last upgrade, and the chat group's upgrade progress had reached nearly 2/3. During these 10 days, the activity level had been consistently maximized each day, as the group members seemed to have nothing better to do, idly engaging in conversations. I wonder who the Dragon King is, with such leisure time. Oh, it turns out to be me. Well, that's fine. Seeing the Dragon King emblem beside his name, Wen Chao felt a twinge of guilt. His life after the transition had become dreadfully idle. Aside from eating and sleeping and the occasional skirmish, his existence had devolved into this splendid routine, working tirelessly before his transition, only to continue in the same vein afterward. Wasn't this a futile endeavor? More music, more dancing. 3 days later, time slipped away in this blissful idleness. On this day, as usual, Wen Chao awoke to a sumptuous feast of monstrous delicacies prepared by his subordinates. He was about to reopen the chat group to contribute towards reaching level 3, when he noticed that the contribution required for the upgrade had been met. The activity level had also reached 11800, 15000. Assuming each of the 7 group members maximized their activity at 700 per day, it would only take another 5 days to fulfill the upgrade requirements. With the prospect of advancement on the horizon, the enthusiasm of all members surged, engaging in high-intensity discussions that nearly jeopardized Wen Chao's title of Dragon King. Just as he prepared to embark on a new round of chat battles to secure his title, he suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of faith energy within his mind. This influx was markedly different from the usual golden specks. It was entirely composed of blood-red points. What is this? A blood sacrifice? Could it be that some followers are in peril, resorting to a large-scale blood ritual? Wen Chao was taken aback and hastily connected with one of the crimson light points. A somewhat distorted image emerged, revealing a blood-soaked follower of the IVI tribe from Skull Island, praying in a feeble voice. Under the protection of the Diamond Guardian, a group of outsiders has unexpectedly arrived on Skull Island. They are recklessly wreaking havoc with heavenly fire. The High Priest and a World War II pilot, who fortuitously arrived on the island years ago, attempted to negotiate with them but were rebuffed. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, these outsiders suddenly turned against us, inflicting heavy casualties upon our kin. I beseech the Diamond Guardian to manifest and save the IVI. In the final moments of the prayer, the IVI followers' eyes widened, devoid of life. How dare they slay my devotee? Wen Chao was instantly consumed by fury. It was not a blood sacrifice. Rather, it was the fanatical followers of the IVI tribe on Skull Island who were being slaughtered by outsiders. The Crimson Sparks were the final prayers of the IVI zealots. He had initially believed that there was still over a decade left before the events of Kong Skull Island unfolded in 1973. Furthermore, the calamity that had led to the IVI tribe's annihilation, the monstrous Kamazots, had already been vanquished by him. Thus, he had assumed that the IVI zealots on Skull Island would remain untroubled. To his dismay, a horde of outsiders had suddenly appeared, mercilessly slaying the IVI tribe. The surge of crimson faith points indicated that at least half of the IVI zealots had met their demise. Although the faith power contributed by the IVI tribe no longer held significant value for Wen Chao, they were nonetheless the first batch of zealots he had accepted. Even without their merits, he could not ignore their toil. How could he remain idle while this unknown horde decimated them? Rising in indignation, Wen Chao exited his dwelling, mounted his steed, Snow Demon, and hastened towards the passage connecting Skull Island to the underworld. With a bewildered expression, Snow Demon galloped forward at a staggering speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, crashing through the terrain. Within minutes, they arrived at the passage leading to the underworld. Without hesitation, Wen Chao plunged into the underworld passage atop Snow Demon. Meanwhile, Skull Island lay in utter devastation, marred by the remnants of explosions and flaming debris. Above the island, the cacophony of helicopters echoed like the roar of death itself, incessantly raining down bombs regarded by the IVI tribe as heavenly fire. Boom! Bombs plummeted like raindrops into the jungle, and in an instant, deafening explosions erupted, flames leaping skyward, and mushroom clouds ascending in succession. The dense foliage was torn apart, colossal trees shattered into splinters, and debris flew in every direction. A massive Goliath bull demon was peacefully foraging at the swamp's edge when a sudden explosion struck from above, toppling it to the ground. Moo! The Goliath bull demon bellowed in agony, blood gushing from its wounds. As it struggled to rise, it was struck by additional falling bombs, ultimately consumed by the roaring flames amidst the chaos. Crack! Not far away, within a cave, a group of Icarus wings were startled awake by the explosions, screeching in fury as they burst forth from the cavern, flapping their enormous wings. Yet, they were met with a hail of gunfire from the helicopters above. The leading Icarus wings were instantly shredded into clouds of crimson mist by the relentless barrage, while the remainder scattered in terror. However, they were swiftly pursued by other helicopters, lamenting as they plummeted from the sky. Deep within the bamboo grove lurked the long-legged matriarch, initially lying in wait, poised to ambush her prey. However, the distant sound of explosions began to unsettle her. Gradually, the cacophony grew closer, and when a bomb detonated nearby, the forceful shockwave dislodged her from her hiding place. In her panic, several of her elongated, bamboo-like legs snapped, and her massive form writhed and twisted upon the ground, ultimately consumed by the successive blasts. The monstrous denizens of Skull Island, such as the mantis giant and the colossal squid, scattered in terror before the overwhelming might of humanity's modern weaponry, offering little resistance. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, the village of the Iwi tribe witnessed a brutal massacre as heavily armed soldiers slaughtered those who had approached for negotiations. Surrounding the primitive settlement, fear etched upon the faces of the Iwi people. Children were hurriedly concealed within thatched huts, while women clutched rudimentary weapons, trembling as they stood guard outside their homes. The elders fervently prayed to their guardian deity, the long-absent sovereign of Skull Island. beseeching him to once again deliver his faithful followers from peril. The men position themselves at the forefront, striving to defend their homeland and protect their wives and children. Yet their spears, fashioned from animal bones and wood, appeared woefully inadequate against the soldiers' advanced firearms. Chapter 59. Do you wish to capture King Kong to confront Godzilla? Everyone, fire at will. With the commander's order, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, bullets cascading like rain upon the Ivian people. Although the Ivian warriors valiantly resisted, their defiance proved futile against the overwhelming firepower. Armed with spears and faces contorted with rage, they charged towards their merciless assailants, only to be struck down by relentless bullets, ultimately collapsing with eyes brimming with indignation and fury. A fierce blaze engulfed the village, thatched roofs crumbling under the ferocity of the flames. The anguished cries of women and the terrified screams of children intertwined, creating a harrowing symphony reminiscent of a hell on earth. In the face of such tragedy, the soldiers displayed no compassion, continuing their slaughter as blood stained the ancient soil. Once all the adult males lay in pools of their own blood, the soldiers turned their guns towards the trembling women who stood guard at the thatched huts, the unarmed elderly, and the children cowering within. No, you wretched fiends. They are but women, children, and the elderly. How dare you aim your weapons at innocents? Which battalion are you from? How has the American military sunk so low as to assault civilians? Witnessing the impending horror, an elderly man clad in tattered World War II American military attire, bound at the wrists, struggled desperately to break free and thwart the marauding American soldiers who had invaded Skull Island. Behind him, the Ivian High Priestess, adorned in a cloak of vibrant feathers, was similarly restrained, her aged visage filled with sorrow as she helplessly watched her warriors perish at the hands of these brutal invaders. Eventually, she closed her eyes, once more praying to the guardian, King Kong, beseeching him to rescue the Ivian people once again. Hank Marlowe, a former ace pilot of the United States Air Force, who had gone missing during a dogfight in 1943, found himself ensnared in this dire predicament, reduced to dancing with savages. You had best behave. Were it not for your status as a World War II hero, you would already have met your maker. Like those savages, the American commander, adorned with sunglasses and a cigar in his mouth, gestured for the soldiers nearby to drag Hank Marlowe away, as he was a hindrance to his sight. He then turned impatiently to another white man in a black jacket beside him, inquiring, Dr. Randa, I have followed your instructions to use these savages to lure out that great ape known as King Kong. Why is there still no sign of him? Have I not killed enough? Or is the beast simply not on this island? Colonel Norton, my intent was not to incite a massacre. Your actions will only provoke the sovereign of Skull Island, King Kong. Dr. Randa, leader of the Empire Organization, gazed at the unfolding carnage with a heavy heart, deeply discontented with Colonel Norton's orders to slaughter the Ivian people. What does it matter if I am enraged? My orders are to capture the colossal gorilla monster on Skull Island with all my might, Colonel Norton remarked with indifference. What? I had requested to communicate with King Kong, preferably to forge a friendship with him in a peaceful manner, so that we could unite against the rampaging Godzilla that attacks the nuclear power plants, Dr. Landa exclaimed in astonishment. Preposterous. It is merely a gigantic beast. Why seek its friendship? We should capture it outright and tame it to fight for us. Colonel Norton retorted disdainfully. You. Dr. Landa pointed at the arrogant Air Force colonel, left speechless by his audacity. Roar. Grr. Boom. Just as their argument escalated, two thunderous roars emanated from the heart of Skull Island, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. All present turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing a massive plume of dust spiraling upwards, swiftly advancing towards the Iwi tribe's territory. King Kong has appeared. No, it seems there is more than one Titan beast. Dr. Landa gazed in shock at the colossal whirlwind-like dust cloud, an ominous premonition surging within him. All aerial units, the target has manifested. Commence the capture plan immediately. Colonel Norton excitedly relayed orders via radio to the helicopter squadron in the sky. The Guardian King Kong has come to our rescue. We are saved. We implore you, mighty Guardian, to vanquish these foreign invaders. Avenge your devoted followers. The remaining Iwi, including the high priest, displayed expressions of exhilaration. Oof. Colonel Norton cast a scornful glance at the iwi, whom he regarded as mere savages, eagerly anticipating the moment when they would witness the despair on their faces as he captured their so-called guardian, King Kong. That moment would surely be spectacular. However, the scene on Skull Island starkly contrasted Colonel Norton's imaginings. Riding the snow demon towards the iwi tribe, Wen Chao furrowed his brow at the devastation surrounding him. Bomb craters and jungles ablaze, littered with the charred remains of the island's creatures. Damn it! Wen Chao condemned the ruthless invaders. How dare they rampage on my territory? This rabble has sealed their own fate. In the distance, a formation of 30 helicopters, responding to Colonel Norton's orders, advanced menacingly towards Wen Chao and the snow demon. Boom! Seeking death. The lead helicopter fired several rockets, but before they could strike, Wen Chao unleashed a powerful punch that compressed the air, creating a transparent path several meters wide, which swiftly struck 12 helicopters positioned in the formation. Crack! The metallic fuselage contorted and deformed with a sound akin to that of a crushed soda can, fragments of the aircraft scattering in all directions, inadvertently striking nearby helicopters and triggering a series of cataclysmic explosions. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar. Burning debris plummeted from the sky like a torrential downpour, igniting a swath of jungle below. In a mere instant, of the 30 helicopters in formation, only the 2 at the farthest edges remained. Before the pilots of the last 2 helicopters could fully comprehend the situation, Wen Chao, riding the snow demon, had already approached them. With arms outstretched, Wen Chao seized 1 helicopter in each hand. Then, with a swift motion, he clenched his fists. A grating sound pierced the air as the metallic structure of the helicopters shattered under the immense force. Gasoline dripped through his fingers, and the pilots and soldiers within, along with the wreckage, were reduced to a mere mass of scrap metal. Chapter 60. Is the little monkey my child? In the Ivy tribe, Colonel Norton, with an eager expression, was suddenly startled by a thunderous explosion from afar. In the next moment, a colossal white quadruped, towering over 100 meters, appeared before him, shaking the ground with its presence. Upon its back, a massive black-armored ape, exuding an aura of murderous intent, gazed down at him. With a resounding thud, 2 iron spheres fell from the ape's hands, crashing heavily onto the earth. The violent tremors sent the already unsteady onlookers tumbling to the ground. Colonel Norton, struggling to maintain his balance, looked in dismay at the 2 large iron spheres, barely recognizing them as his 2 helicopters. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the sky darkened abruptly as a colossal hand descended, crushing Colonel Norton and the blood-stained soldiers beside him into the ground. Rifles and helmets were flattened like mere toys, while blood and debris splattered from between the fingers, creating a crimson web upon the earth. The only survivor, Dr. Landa, was hurled by the shockwave created by the colossal hand, rolling several times before losing consciousness after striking his head against a rock. Wen Chao raised his left hand, shaking off the remnants of the chaos, and glanced at the unconscious Dr. Landa. Among the American soldiers, who were mercilessly slaughtering on Skull Island, he noticed that this individual, who appeared more scholarly than military, bore no taint of Ivy blood. Hence, he decided to spare him, intending to inquire about the circumstances. He then extended his right hand to shield the Ivy High Priest, who looked up at him with fervent gratitude. With a hint of regret, Wen Chao spoke softly, "I have arrived too late." The High Priest waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, "No, no, no. Your Grace, the Guardian, there is no need for apologies. You have once again saved us. Thank you, Your Grace." Nearby, the surviving members of the Ivy tribe bowed in reverence to Wen Chao, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Sighing, Wen Chao gazed at the fallen Ivy men, soaked in blood, and the terrified children who emerged from their thatched huts at their mother's calls. A surge of wrath boiled within him once more. However, the immediate priority was not to seek vengeance on the Americans for their inexplicable assault on Skull Island, but to ensure the safety of the remaining fervent Ivy followers. Rising to survey the surroundings, Wen Chao noted the devastation wrought by the American soldiers. Skull Island was now a desolate wasteland, offering scant refuge. Perhaps I should relocate the remaining IV tribe to the territory of the inner earth, he pondered, scratching his head in contemplation. Yet, he quickly realized that while he and the snow demon could traverse the passage to the inner earth unscathed, the remaining IV zealots would not fare as well. The opposing gravitational forces at the junction would tear them apart. Nevertheless, a solution soon dawned upon him, prompting him to seek assistance from the chat group, specifically from the ever-resourceful Bulma. In the chat group, the prodigious young lady inquired, "Is it possible to utilize a mode of transport through the passage to the core world of your realm?" To which I replied, "It is quite simple. I shall simply rent a spaceship from you." The charming figure from Skull Island responded, "That is indeed a splendid idea. I thank you, Bulma." After a brief discussion in the chat group with Bulma, I proceeded to spend a modest amount of points to rent a spacecraft that Bulma had temporarily listed in the group marketplace. Soon, a uniquely streamlined vessel, resembling an oversized capsule, materialized in my possession. This is none other than the spacecraft modified by Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, based on the Scion pod left on Earth by son Wukong during his childhood. Upon inspecting the capsule-shaped spacecraft, I recognized it as the very one son Wukong used to travel to Namek. The interior boasted a bedroom, a bathroom, and even a gravity training room. Though not particularly spacious, it was more than adequate to accommodate the remaining members of the IVI tribe. The Skull Island is no longer a suitable habitat for your kind. How about accompanying me to the core world? There, I have recently acquired a territory, along with a cadre of Titan beasts to ensure your safety. I propose to the High Priest of the IVI tribe. It is a great honor for all of us from Skull Island's IVI tribe to live under your divine protection. All thanks to your gracious arrangement. The High Priest readily agreed. The other IVI followers shared no dissenting opinions. After laying their deceased kin to rest, all members of the IVI tribe boarded the spacecraft I had rented. I then gingerly cradled the capsule filled with people and, together with the snow demon, made my way to the core passage at the center of Skull Island. Upon reaching the entrance to the core passage, the sound of a small monkey echoed from within, causing me to pause. Shortly thereafter, the small monkey and 4 robust young long-armed apes emerged from the passage. The little monkey scampered up to me, chattering incessantly. It turned out that after I had left the territory in a fit of anger upon riding the snow demon, the 3 elders of the long-armed ape tribe received word from their subordinates, concerned that something had gone awry. They hastily dispatched the strongest 4 young long-armed apes to provide assistance. Following the traces left by the snow demon, they too traversed the core passage to Skull Island. You arrived just in time. I require no assistance here. Merely escort these followers back to my territory, I instructed, handing the capsule to the little monkey. The little monkey, bewildered, accepted the capsule-shaped spacecraft, peering curiously through the window, only to lock eyes with an IVI child inside. "Mom, look, there's a little monkey outside that looks just like the Guardian King when he was young." Is that the child of the Guardian King? What? The Guardian of the Diamond has a child? No wonder the Guardian departed from Skull Island to establish dominion in the depths of the earth. This revelation elucidates everything. The Ivians aboard the ship immediately engaged in spirited discussion. When Chao, listening to the voices that echoed within the vessel, cast a silent glance at the little monkey. Squeak. The little monkey innocently returned his gaze. When Chao scrutinized the monkey, then assessed himself, how could they possibly resemble one another? It was inconceivable that the little monkey could be his offspring. They bore no semblance at all. That little IVI child must have been utterly mistaken. Chapter 61. The sequence of events. Oh, you little rascal, why does your curiosity run so deep? Look at the mess it has caused. Quickly, take them back to the world beneath the earth. Somewhat disheartened by the misunderstanding from the fervent followers of the IVI tribe, Wen Chao waved his hand, urging the little monkey to swiftly escort the group of misguided IVI believers back to the subterranean realm, away from his sight. With a hint of guilt, the little monkey nodded and tightly grasped the Dragon Ball spacecraft occupied by the IVI zealots. Accompanied by the 4 long-armed giant apes that had come with him, he traversed the geologic passageway back to the underworld. After watching the 5 monkeys depart, Wen Chao mounted his snow demon and returned to the IVI tribe. By this time, the once boisterous tribe had fallen silent. Dr. Landa, whom Wen Chao had intentionally spared, remained blissfully unaware, still lying in a deep slumber. What on earth is taking him so long to wake? Wen Chao glanced down at the unconscious Dr. Landa, growing impatient. He summoned forth the river beside the IVI tribe with a wave of his hand. With a resounding splash, his newfound ability to control storms, acquired through the fusion of the Kamazaz bloodline, manifested as a small whirlwind taking shape above the river. Under Wen Chao's command, this whirlwind, akin to a dragon siphoning water, drew a significant volume of river water, which it then delivered directly onto Dr. Landa. Achoo! Drenched and shivering from the icy river water, Dr. Landa stirred awake. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself gazing up at two colossal beasts looming over him. Your Majesty, the Diamond Crown. I assure you, the affairs of your followers, the IVI, are of no concern to me. It was all Colonel Norton's unilateral actions. I did my utmost to prevent it, but he would not heed my warnings. Please spare my life. The horrifying image of Colonel Norton and his squad being crushed into a pulp by an enormous hand flashed through Dr. Landa's mind, sending shivers down his spine. He scrambled to his feet and bowed repeatedly to Wen Chao, pleading for mercy. Tell me, were those soldiers rampaging on Skull Island dispatched by the Americans? And why did you trespass upon my Skull Island without cause? Wen Chao inquired, his expression cold as he regarded Dr. Landa. Gasp. You can speak. Doctor. Landa was taken aback, staring up at Wen Chao in astonishment. Answer my question, or you shall join those soldiers in their fate. Wen Chao raised his left hand, poised to strike. No. I will tell you everything. Observing the blood-stained, colossal hand, Dr. Landa flailed his arms and, in a frantic rush, recounted the entire sequence of events with unprecedented speed. Not long ago, Godzilla made landfall on the North American continent, wreaking havoc upon the nuclear power plant at Shippingport, Pennsylvania. He not only devoured the nuclear reactors within the facility, but also ruthlessly decimated an American military unit that attempted to thwart him, leaving them nearly annihilated. The high-ranking officials of the American military, furious at such unprecedented losses since their confrontation with the Eastern powers on the peninsula, began a worldwide search for Godzilla, seeking vengeance. Amidst this turmoil, Dr. Landa and his Monarch organization once again captured the attention of the American military hierarchy. As a former U.S. Navy ensign, Dr. Landa had previously endured an attack by an unidentified colossal creature while serving on the USS Loudon in the South Pacific in 1943, resulting in the loss of all crew members save for himself. To uncover the truth behind the assault, he established the Monarch organization with the support of then-President Harry Truman, tasked with eradicating the unknown life forms in the Pacific that posed threats to the American military, the populace, and national security, and was authorized to employ nuclear weapons for this purpose. Between 1946 and 1958, General Douglas MacArthur commanded the Monarch organization through 23 nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll, ostensibly aimed at eliminating the then-detected Godzilla. Sated by the nuclear tests, Godzilla retreated to his underwater temple, leading the military to mistakenly believe they had successfully vanquished him, which resulted in the suspension of funding for Monarch and the indefinite postponement of the Monarch project. However, merely 5 years later, Godzilla, awakened and enraged by disturbances in the Earth's core, re-emerged, brazenly attacking the nuclear power plants of two major world powers, causing global uproar and simultaneously igniting a flicker of hope for the financially beleaguered Monarch organization. Eager to seize this opportunity, Dr. Landa volunteered to lead the U.S. 7th Fleet's aircraft carrier group to Skull Island in the South Pacific. Based on his investigations over the past 5 years, the legends of colossal apes on Skull Island hinted at the presence of monstrous beings akin to Godzilla. According to the lore, the giant ape on Skull Island was rumored to possess the ability to communicate with humans. Thus, Dr. Landa persuaded the American High Command to venture to Skull Island in search of the aid of the giant ape, King Kong, to confront Godzilla. Oh, is this how you seek my assistance? Wen Xiang remarked, pointing to the distant jungle still ablaze and shrouded in black smoke, his expression dark. Your Majesty Kong, this is all the result of an order from the late Colonel Norton, who you so ruthlessly dispatched. I am innocent, Dr. Randa protested, his face a mask of feigned innocence, deflecting all blame onto the deceased Colonel Norton. You are the one who brought the American forces to the island. How can you claim to be innocent? No, stop. Having comprehended everything, Wen Chao ceased to utter further words. With a resounding slap of his left hand, accompanied by Dr. Land's anguished cries, he reduced the perpetrator to a mere pulp. How dare he deceive me? As if I had never seen the film. Wen Chao disdainfully shook his hand. Through their recent exchange, he had recalled this individual named Bill Land, the very organizer of the expedition team that ventured onto Skull Island in the movie Kong, Skull Island. This man outwardly appeared to hold Wen Chao's transformed form of Kong in high regard. Yet deep within, he harbored the belief that titanic beasts like Godzilla and Kong posed an imminent threat to humanity and must be eradicated. In the film, when Bill Land's team ascended Skull Island, he callously detonated bombs to map the geological environment using seismic waves, ultimately provoking the wrath of the true King Kong. This man is no virtuous character. He has met his just fate. Chapter 62, Shattering the Invading Enemy with a Storm after vanquishing the mastermind Belanda. Wen Chao cast his gaze towards the eastern expanse of Skull Island, his spirit ablaze with murderous intent. Harnessing his innate ability to manipulate storms, he discerned, through the omnipresent hurricane encircling the island, a formidable fleet stationed to the east. If Godzilla wishes to confront me, let him come. He dares to tread upon my territory. Yet I am no mere pushover. Fueled by righteous fury, Wen Chao mounted his snow demon once more, charting a course towards the American aircraft carrier group that he sensed nearby, intent on annihilating this fleet and reaping the rewards. Not long after Wen Chao departed upon his steed, the World War II veteran Hank Marlowe, having finally freed himself from captivity, cautiously returned. Where is everyone? Why has everyone vanished? Bewildered, he surveyed the desolate Iwi tribe settlement, utterly ensnared in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, in the eastern waters of Skull Island, the United States Navy's 7th Fleet was executing its orders with commendable precision as it cruised slowly along the coastline. Aboard the Ronald Reagan nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, Fleet Commander Rear Admiral William stood at the bridge, gazing through the observation window at the enigmatic island engulfed by the hurricane. Have Colonel Norton and Dr. Landa made any progress? After a moment of contemplation, Admiral William impatiently inquired of his communications officer. Report, Commander. There has been no word from Skull Island thus far. The officer replied with a respectful salute. It has been quite some time. Could they be in peril? An unsettling anxiety gripped Admiral William as he paced back and forth, an ominous premonition coursing through him. What could it be? Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught something unusual, and he turned abruptly to focus intently on the swirling tempest surrounding Skull Island. Has that hurricane shifted? He hastily questioned a subordinate, but before a response could be offered, a radar operator's panicked cry shattered the tension. Captain, the pressure in the storm center enveloping Skull Island is plummeting rapidly below 800 HPA, and wind speeds have surged past 400 kilometers per hour. It is heading towards us with a thunderous roar. The sky's clouds were torn asunder by the hurricane. Before the fleet could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, the superstorm began to contract at a visible pace, conjuring towering waves nearing 100 meters in height that surged towards the fleet. The howling winds and crackling thunder combined to create a cacophony as the deck of the Ronald Reagan trembled under the onslaught of the tempest. Aircraft were swept from the deck, disappearing into the abyss above. Amidst the storm, a colossal figure resembling a black ape emerged along the coastline of Skull Island, the hurricane swirling around him as if he were a deity capable of wielding the very elements. The source of the hurricane's bizarre transformation. All vessels assumed defensive formations, regardless of whether it is due to that monstrous entity unleash a full-scale assault. Major General William bellowed his commands, as the 9 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers surrounding the aircraft carrier immediately fanned out in a semicircular formation. The radar antennas of the Aegis systems whirled with remarkable speed, striving to lock onto the elusive silhouette of the colossal ape amidst the storm. The missile silos of the Ticonderoga-class cruiser Chancellorsville opened, and Tomahawk cruise missiles soared into the ominous clouds, trailing fiery tails. However, just as the warheads pierced through the cloud cover, an enraged roar erupted from the tempest, a thunderous sound wave shattering the initial barrage of missiles. The shockwave propelled the 3 destroyers closest to Skull Island into the sea, where they were soon engulfed by towering waves conjured by the hurricane. Wen Chao stood atop the cliffs at the edge of Skull Island, his hair standing on end due to static electricity, his eyes gleaming with a molten crimson light, brimming with murderous intent as he gazed upon the distant carrier fleet. Is this the sensation of commanding a storm? Then let's test this. Feeling the tempestuous power swirling around him, Wen Chao spread his right hand wide and thrust it forward. A resounding whoosh echoed as the storm coalesced into a colossal wind blade, slicing through the hull of the nearby cruiser Antietam like a scythe. The armored steel plates were cleaved apart as if they were mere tin foil, and the munitions within the ship detonated in a series of explosions, illuminating Wen Chao's fierce visage with a fiery glow. This is inconceivable. It truly is him, the one wielding the storm. The screams of the communications officer were drowned out by the sounds of the deck fracturing. Leaping into the sea, Wen Chao seized a sinking Burke-class destroyer and hurled it toward the aircraft carrier like a javelin. The steel behemoth pierced through the downpour, crashing heavily onto the flight deck of the USS Ronald Reagan, resulting in a chain reaction of explosions among the few remaining aircraft, flames pouring into the engine room through the deck's fissures. Major General Williams staggered toward the command post, horrified as he beheld on the monitors the terrifying black giant ape, slamming its massive palms against the ocean's surface. Each strike conjured new whirlpools at the center of the hurricane, devouring the surrounding vessels one by one. Again, Wen Chao let out a soul-piercing roar, shattering the skies with sound waves as he waved his arms, summoning a tempest that lifted the entire carrier fleet into the air. The supply ship was the first to disintegrate, the inferno ignited by leaking fuel illuminating the eye of the hurricane. Wen Chao's figure flickered amidst the flames as he crushed a submarine attempting to flee, and with a sweeping motion of his powerful arm, the hurricane transformed into a storm whip that lashed out at the airborne carrier, obliterating it in midair. What manner of terrifying entity have we provoked? In the final moments of the USS Ronald Reagan's disintegration, Major General William witnessed the most astonishing sight of his life. The black giant ape stood at the center of the hurricane's eye, enveloped in lightning and tempest, arms outstretched as if the ancient god of storms had descended. In the next instant, the super hurricane morphed into an all-consuming black hole, dragging the entire carrier fleet beneath the waves, obliterating the United States' 7th Fleet. After the cataclysmic battle, the storm ravaging Skull Island gradually subsided, and the surface of the sea began to restore its tranquility. The sound of the sea rolling in was heard as a colossal black hand rummaged through the wreckage of the USS Ronald Reagan, ultimately grasping 2 fragments that emitted a potent radiation. Moments ago, in a state of jubilation, I nearly forgot this delightful post-war treat. With the remnants of the aircraft carrier's nuclear reactor in hand, Wen Chao emerged from the ocean and casually tossed the 2 pieces into his mouth. Burp! A tremendous surge of nuclear radiation erupted within him, prompting an involuntary belch and a satisfied expression on his face. The flavor was indeed intense. No wonder my brother always relished it. Experiencing the taste of a nuclear reactor for the first time, Wen Chao instantly became enamored with this extraordinary flavor. Chapter 63. The invader may advance, so shall I. Devouring A4W, A1G nuclear reactors 2. Evolution points 100. Overbearing true chi, 93 103 100 proficient mastered. Evolution points 10. Evolution points 1698 10000 1808 10,000. Despite the intense flavor, each nuclear reactor only yields a mere 55 evolution points. Wen Chao furrowed his brow as he gazed at the system panel's notification. It seems that these reactors can only serve as a trivial after-meal delicacy, even though the power of a nuclear reactor aboard an aircraft carrier is inferior to that of a nuclear power plant. It hardly warrants a journey to the human world's power stations for sustenance. After all, we are still in the 1960s, a period when human nuclear power plants are just beginning to emerge, with only a few in existence worldwide. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this. The task at hand remains unfinished. Casting aside thoughts of a nuclear reactor, when Xiao turned his gaze towards the sea, which was gradually regaining its tranquility, the destruction of a single aircraft carrier fleet was far from sufficient to quell his fury. The audacity of the Americans to encroach upon his territory demanded retribution. He must retaliate in kind, striking at their homeland. As the famous saying of Emperor Wu of Han goes, the invader may advance. So shall I. With resolve in his heart, Wen Chao mounted the back of the snow demon and pointed towards the North American continent. Snow demon, let us proceed and create chaos. With a resounding roar, the snow demon leaped into the sea, swimming towards the direction he indicated, with New York as their destination. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, the snow demon's speed in the water paled in comparison to her swiftness on land. Previously filled with enthusiasm, Wen Chao now surveyed his surroundings with growing boredom. Although the snow demon's swimming speed was comparable to that of Godzilla, approximately 40 knots, it was a stark contrast to her land speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. At this rate, traversing the nearly 16,000 kilometers from Skull Island at the southernmost tip of the South Pacific to New York would take a minimum of 9 days. Such a lengthy journey rendered it impossible for Wen Chao to utilize his overbearing true chi to propel a log as a vessel, lest he exhaust himself. Fortunately, as an ancient titan, the snow demon, like Godzilla, possessed an intimate knowledge of the global network of subterranean passageways. By utilizing the nearest underground channel to Skull Island, they could reduce the travel time from 9 days to merely half a day. With this extra time, Wen Chao decided to engage in a chat group to pass the hours. Skull Island Handsome. Video. Skull Island Handsome. I just annihilated an invading American aircraft carrier fleet. Why do some people constantly seek death? Lord Xiao Fan. Goodness, you just sank an island nation, and now you're clashing with the Americans? Are you bent on exterminating them? Last time, you called me a hothead, but I see you are not much different. Skull Island Handsome. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. Xiao Fan. What have the Americans done to provoke your ire so deeply? Skull Island Handsome. They have ravaged my Skull Island and slaughtered my faithful Ivian tribe. This grudge shall be avenged. Xiao Fan. I see. Then I shall undoubtedly support you. Go forth with vigor. However, could you perhaps articulate yourself in a more conventional manner? Eternal Emperor, I too stand with Wen Chao. It is indeed regrettable that the aircraft carrier fleet you obliterated is no more. Had you preserved it for me, the pace of my global unification would have been significantly accelerated. Skull Island Handsome. I was merely caught up in the moment earlier. Zhengge. I promise to do better next time. Genius Girl. No wonder you suddenly sought to rent a spaceship from me. Wen Chao. It was to safeguard your followers. Was it not? Are they safe now? Skull Island Handsome. Fear not, Bulma. I've already dispatched my subordinates to escort them back to the inner world, where they shall be secure. Once I have exacted my revenge, I will return your spaceship to you in pristine condition. Genius Girl. I am not in a hurry. You may return it whenever it suits you. Xiao Fan. Then I shall also borrow it for some amusement at that time. Genius Girl. Sure. I have no immediate use for it, so feel free to take it. Skull Island Handsome. Xiao Fan. What do you intend to do with the spaceship? Are you planning to seek out the Cosmic Federation and Galactic Empire established by those who fled Earth during the nuclear war years ago? Xiao Fan. No, not at all. I would not be so presumptuous. I merely wish to utilize the gravity training room aboard the ship to see if I can break through the bottleneck of the Grandmaster level. Eternal Emperor. Upon hearing that, I find myself intrigued as well. Genius Girl. No need for such complications. I shall simply set up 2 gravity training rooms directly. Whether you wish to rent or purchase is entirely your choice. Haha. Counting money. JPG. Xiao Fan noted that Genius Girl has listed the gravity training rooms in the group mall. Those interested should take a look. Xiao Fan. Alas, my finances are tight. I will start by renting one to test its efficacy. Eternal Emperor. The points required are not excessive. I shall purchase it outright. Genius Girl. Thank you for your patronage. Zhenggu, your generosity is commendable. Observing the transactions within the chat group, Wen Chao felt a twinge of temptation. However, upon assessing his own imposing physique, he dismissed the notion of commissioning Bulma for a gravity training room tailored to his size. The cost would undoubtedly be beyond his means. Nevertheless, glancing at the system panel displaying his mastery of dominant true Qi, he contemplated seeking new techniques. His first target would naturally be the Qi from the Dragon Ball universe. Once he mastered Qi, he would be able to utilize the flight technique, allowing him to avoid the predicament of slow travel. Genius girl, Wen Chao, are you seeking the cultivation method for Qi? Xiao Fan, indeed, how could I have forgotten about Qi from Dragon Ball? Be sure to provide me with a copy when the time comes. Eternal Emperor, I too wish for it. JPG, Genius girl, no problem, it's all on me. Paper Angel, Bulma is about to strike it rich. Gryffindor Sword Saint, envious. JPG, Genius Beauty, just as I've nearly exhausted my points, I can finally recuperate now. Skeleton Island Handsome, why haven't I seen Wanda in the water group today? Scarlet Witch, I wish I could, but the Chitauri have begun their invasion of New York, leaving me no time to spare. I'm hiding. Lord Fan, today happens to be Wanda's live broadcast. I shall go take a look. Others, let us go together. Wen Chao also joined the excitement to see Wanda's live stream. Inside Wanda's broadcast, the Avengers, led by a multitude of superheroes, were engaged in a fierce battle with the invading Chitauri in New York. However, with the powerful sorceress Wanda and the swift Pietro on their side, the situation for the Avengers was significantly better than in the original storyline. With Wanda's mirror dimension magic assisting them, the superheroes were able to block the portal opened by the Space Stone and vanquish their foes. How intriguing! While Wanda and her allies are safeguarding New York, I find myself poised to invade it. Wen Chao chuckled and shook his head, bidding farewell to his friends before exiting Wanda's livestream. After closing the chat group, he gazed at the nearby bustling metropolis, slightly less vibrant than Wanda's broadcast. New York, here I come, you mighty city. Chapter 64. Frozen New York in the Legendary Monster Universe. At Kennedy International Airport in New York, the crimson light of an air raid alert swept across the array of poised F-104 fighter jets. Colonel Hawk, his fingers grazing the silver star medal adorning his chest, a military commendation awarded for his valor during the Battle of Iwo Jima in World War II, felt a peculiar unease despite his long-standing pride in the accolade. He had received an urgent summons from the Pentagon just half a day prior, mandating him to lead his squadron to New York for an emergency mission, the absurdity of which left him bewildered, to thwart an assault by two colossal monsters upon the city. What on earth was happening in this world? First, the gargantuan lizard known as Godzilla had attacked nuclear power plants, and now, two unidentified titans emerged, intent on wreaking havoc in New York. Hawk found himself reminiscing about past adversaries. At least they had been human, not monsters. Suddenly, the radar alarm blared, a sharp and urgent sound resonating throughout the airport. In the Atlantic, the radar indicated two unidentified targets moving at 40 knots altitude. The radar operator faltered, exclaiming, "My God, what sort of beast is this?" Hawk dashed to the observation window of the control tower, his pupils constricting at the sight before him. Across the Atlantic, two immense dark silhouettes cleaved through the night, advancing through the waves. The black-armored giant ape was enveloped in a tempest, each step creating waterspouts with a diameter of 100 meters. Trailing behind was a pristine white behemoth, its body encased in frost, transforming the seawater into a sprawling expanse of ice wherever it passed. With a furious roar, a howling blizzard, infused with frigid frost, surged from the Atlantic, instantly encasing the entire airport in ice. Were we to confront monsters or deities? As that final thought flickered in his mind, Colonel Hawk was transformed into a statue of ice amid the bitter cold. The civilians had evacuated, leaving only the military behind. The efficiency of the Americans in this era was quite remarkable. Under the leadership of the Snow Demon, Wen Chao traversed the subterranean passage, crossing vast oceanic expanses to arrive in the serene and expansive metropolis of New York. The United States in the 1960s was in the midst of a flourishing golden age. After all, the elder brother was still thriving, and with such a formidable rival present, complacency was tantamount to self-destruction. Observing through satellites. When Chao noted that after annihilating the Seventh Fleet, he had managed to evacuate the majority of New York's populace in merely half a day, a feat of astounding swiftness. Yet, it was precisely this rapidity that emboldened him to unleash his full might without restraint. Since the Americans dared to obliterate my Skull Island, let New York serve as their tomb. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Wen Chao swung his left fist forward, reducing Kennedy Airport to mere dust. He then commanded the swirling hurricane around him to merge with the chilling breath emitted by the snow demon behind him, resulting in a cataclysmic fusion of storm and frost. This frigid tempest engulfed all of New York, causing the temperature in Manhattan to plummet below -30 degrees. Within mere seconds, the surface of the Hudson River froze into a glassy mirror, and the propellers of patrol boats became frozen sculptures. The torch held high by the Statue of Liberty crystallized in ice, the entire statue gradually cloaked in frost. On the Empire State Building, glass curtain walls shattered, with falling shards freezing midair and scattering to the ground. The New York National Guard, stationed vigilantly on the Brooklyn Bridge, had yet to catch sight of their adversary. In the face of the extreme cold, they transformed into despairing ice sculptures. In an instant, this bustling metropolis of America morphed into a desolate winter wonderland, devoid of any signs of life. Dozens of kilometers away, the evacuated New Yorkers, now at a temporary shelter, stared in astonishment at the television broadcast depicting their home transformed into an icy city. The makeshift screens captured two colossal figures, enshrouded in hurricane and frost, exuding an aura both divine and demonic. Gods! A voice erupted from the crowd, swiftly resonating throughout the camp. Many fell to their knees before the imposing black-armored giant on the screen, pleading for forgiveness and hoping to quell its wrath. A similar scene unfolded across the North American continent, where broadcasts initially intended to showcase the military's might in repelling monsters ironically turned into a venue for the propagation of Wen Chao's call to worship. Unexpectedly, Wen Chao noted the surge of faith emanating from the system panel, a delightful surprise indeed. Had his recent assault been broadcast nationwide? As he absorbed the faith flowing in from all corners of North America, a peculiar smile graced his face. It appeared that the Americans had inadvertently shot themselves in the foot, gifting him a plethora of new followers. Stepping onto the ice-encased New York Bay, Wen Chao approached the frost-laden Statue of Liberty. After surveying the iconic metallic monument, he extended his right hand and effortlessly lifted this emblem of America. Weighing 229 tons, it felt as light as a feather in his grasp. After toying with it for a moment, he casually stowed the Statue of Liberty as a trophy in his spatial pouch. With determination, Wen Chao advanced, shattering the icy sculptures on the Brooklyn Bridge. Arriving at the Empire State Building, a fitting site for a rendezvous with King Kong. Towering at 381 meters with 102 stories. This modern marvel reached a total height of 443.7 meters, a place where, in a parallel universe, a legendary confrontation between King Kong and an aircraft had taken place. However, Wen Chao did not ascend the Empire State Building merely to observe the colossal creature piloting the aircraft. Through the insights gleaned from the beacon of faith, he was already aware that the site of the nationwide broadcast was situated at the observation deck atop the Empire State Building. With his hands firmly gripping the edifice, Wen Chao swiftly scaled the outer walls of the skyscraper, reaching the pinnacle in a matter of moments. As he gazed towards the observation deck, he beheld several bodies, now transformed into ice sculptures, strewn across the floor. Only one broadcasting machine, encrusted with frost, barely maintained its operational status amid the frigid temperature of -30 degrees. Humans of the surface, surrender the architect of the assault on my domain, Skull Island, or the obliteration of this city shall be merely the beginning. Wen Chao declared solemnly towards the broadcasting device, his proclamation resonating across North America, and indeed the entire world, igniting an uproar among humanity. Chapter 65. The Surrender of America. He spoke. Indeed, he is a deity come to exact vengeance. as the broadcast displayed the colossal black-armored ape articulating human words. The populace across America was rendered utterly astonished. However, this astonishment swiftly transformed into a fervent anger. It was revealed that this god, capable of commanding storms, had obliterated New York in retaliation for the government and military's initial assault on his territory. Soon, a nationwide march erupted across the North American continent, with nearly every citizen taking to the streets to pressure the government into delivering the true culprits, hoping to quell the wrath of the storm god. Otherwise, the next city to face annihilation might very well be their own homes. Within the White House, the incumbent president, having witnessed the broadcast, convened an emergency meeting. The destruction of the Seventh Fleet and the devastation of New York loomed ominously. The threat posed by the Titan Kong, who could articulate human speech and hailed from Skull Island, was perceived as a far greater menace than that of Godzilla, who had previously attacked a nuclear power plant. However, the organization tasked with confronting Godzilla was already aware that the most potent weapon, the nuclear bomb, would be ineffective against the Titan, potentially enhancing its power instead. After a heated exchange among the high-ranking officials, they ultimately resigned to compromise, agreeing to comply with Wen Chao's demands. Consequently, the assembly unanimously resolved to surrender the four-star admiral who had issued the order to strike Skull Island. Once the meeting concluded, the president promptly informed the nation and arranged for the admiral to be airlifted before Wen Chao. In this era, America displayed surprising sagacity. Wen Chao, observing the pale-faced four-star admiral presented before him, felt a sense of unexpected astonishment. Indeed, the times had changed. America, not yet the world's foremost power, was far removed from the foolishness depicted in films, exhibiting instead a keen awareness of the situation. Alongside the admiral, for tactical nuclear warheads, each weighing 100,000 tons, had been hastily dispatched from a nuclear force near New York, with a leading congressman smilingly proclaiming these warheads as an apology for the encroachment upon Wen Chao's territory. Skull Island. Wen Chao graciously accepted this offering, and after swiftly dispatching the four-star admiral, he secured the warheads within his spatial pouch. Without lingering, he mounted his ice steed and departed from the ravaged New York City. As he passed by another aircraft carrier group, frozen in New York Bay without a single shot fired, Wen Chao recalled his previous promise to Zheng Ge in their chat group and effortlessly encapsulated the entire carrier group into a spatial pouch. Witnessing this act, the president and military leaders felt a profound anguish, yet they could only begrudgingly accept it, as the broadcast displayed the two colossal shadows gradually vanishing into the sea. A collective sigh of relief swept over the American people. At long last, the ordeal appeared to be drawing to a close. With the departure of Wen Chao, the entire North American continent gradually returned to tranquility. Simultaneously, an emerging cult of the Titan ape flourished across the United States, becoming the most widely followed faith. Other nations around the world, witnessing the broadcast, experienced similar phenomena, albeit with less fervor than the United States. In the chat group, Skull Island Handsome has listed a new product in the group mall, a fleet of 1960s American aircraft carriers. Skull Island Handsome, the Eternal Emperor, Zheng Ge. The new carrier fleet has arrived. Come and seize the opportunity. The Eternal Emperor. Wen Chao, are you this swift? Let me see, good heavens. It demands 10,000 points. This will deplete my resources. Gazing at the price of the carrier fleet listed by Wen Chao, Ing Zheng, a substantial point holder, felt somewhat overwhelmed. Skull Island Handsome. This is the base price set by the chat group. I swear, not a point was added. The Eternal Emperor. I still trust you on this, Wen Chao. The Eternal Emperor purchased the item listed by Skull Island Handsome. Ing Zheng, somewhat envious of the steel fleet showcased in the group mall, ultimately gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Siu feint derein, sink, ihe quistin. You've acquired this fleet, but is there anyone in your era capable of operating it? The Eternal Emperor. Skull Island Handsome. At Xiao Fan's query, both Ing Zheng and Wen Chao were momentarily taken aback. They had both overlooked this critical detail. Even in the high-powered world of the Qin dynasty, there were no talents capable of piloting an aircraft carrier. Skull Island Handsome. How about seeking help from Bulma? Wen Chao scratched his head. The group read envelopes and Maul did not support sending or listing intelligent beings. The low-level cross-border invitation could only be effective for chat group members. Otherwise, he could have requested a batch of personnel knowledgeable in piloting aircraft carriers as compensation. The Eternal Emperor, since you've raised the question, Xiao Fan, do you perhaps have a solution? Xiao Fan to run. Hee of course. Not long ago, I along with Uncle Wu Zhu, Ku He, and Sigu Jian breached the temple, so you understand. Skull Island handsome. You young man truly knows how to conduct business. When Xiao suddenly realized that the temple in the Qiyu Year world was a military museum and refuge left behind by the previous era of human civilization, housing all weapons and related information from that time. The necessary information about aircraft carriers should be among them. The Eternal Emperor, Xiao Fan, go ahead and list it. It seems my points will be thoroughly depleted today by the two of you. Xiao Fandarin, thank you for your patronage, Zhengge. I will directly list the memory transmission machine from the temple. It can transfer relevant information directly into human minds, eliminating the learning process. Feng Yi, you need not purchase it, simply rent it. Xiao Fan to Run has listed a new product, the memory transmission machine. Those interested, come take a look. Skull Island handsome. Such black technology exists in the temple. I recall that within the narrative, Fan Xian is the sole successful product of the experiment to digitize and transfer memories from a bygone civilization. When Xiao expressed some astonishment, strictly speaking, Fan Xian cannot be considered a true time traveler, but rather an indigenous individual implanted with the memories of a modern person. The esteemed Lord Fan remarked, indeed, I am the only one to have successfully undergone the comprehensive digitization and transfer of memories. However, it is feasible to transmit certain scientific data into the human brain. The dapper resident of Skull Island responded, I see. The Eternal Emperor, Ing Zheng, mused, such a convenient device exists. Were it not for my insufficient points, I would have purchased it outright. Glancing at his dwindling points, Ing Zheng resolved to rent the memory transfer machine that Fan Xian had made available. It seems he would need to engage in more sales of blood bodhi within the group to earn points, even if it meant putting the fire Qilin through some hardship. Additionally, he pondered whether the blood of the Xian turtle, laughed at by San Xiao, could similarly nurture some extraordinary treasure, akin to the blood of the fire Qilin. As he beheld the futuristic memory transfer machine before him, Ing Zheng silently devised his plans. Chapter 66, A Double Triumph. The island sinks again, having sold the aircraft carrier fleet he casually acquired to Zhengge. Wen Xiao returned to Skull Island, promptly closing the chat group before accessing the system panel. Moments ago, a surge of new points of faith flooded his mind, originating from various human nations on the surface, with the United States contributing the most. Daily increase of faith power, 108 strands. Total, 256 strands. Evolution points 256. Domineering True Chi Daily Automatic Operation. 3-109-100 Mastery. Evolution points 6. Evolution points. 1808. 10000. 2070 10,000. What a delightful surprise. Wen Xiao gazed at the soaring faith power on the system panel, astonished. His recent expedition to North America not only avenged the Ivian cultists, but also garnered a substantial number of new followers, marking a successful conclusion. Consequently, the legendary monster universe he inhabited had truly ascended, now boasting the highest daily faith power generation among the three worlds with followers, providing 113 strands daily. However, if this continued, he would genuinely evolve through faith, rendering his innate abilities obsolete. With a perplexed expression, Wen Xiao closed the system panel. Great Guardian of the Diamond Crown. Great Guardian of the Diamond Crown. Just as Wen Xiao prepared to seek out a few titanic beasts for some exercise, an excited voice emerged from the nearby thicket. There are still people on Skull Island? Wen Xiao curiously turned towards the sound. Before long, a disheveled World War II veteran, Hank Marlowe, panting heavily, rushed to Wen Xiao's feet, his face alight with excitement. Great Guardian of the Diamond Crown, I have finally awaited your arrival. Wen Xiao glanced at this fervent follower and inquired, what brings you here alone? I did not see you before. Hank steadied his breath and recounted his unfortunate experiences to Wen Xiao. Listening to the man's lamentations, Wen Xiao couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, he seemed to be quite the unfortunate soul. The Ivian tribe has already been brought to the realm of the Earth's core. What are your plans now? Would you like to join them? Wen Chao, recognizing Hank as his devoted follower, felt compelled to offer assistance. Great guardian of the Diamond Crown, do you possess any means to help me leave Skull Island? I long to see how my wife and son are faring. Hank gazed at Wen Chao with hopeful eyes. Having been separated from his family for over 20 years since becoming stranded. I see. Can you operate a boat? Wen Chao inquired, recalling that he had several small vessels he had salvaged from New York in his treasure space. Yes, I can sail, Hank exclaimed with enthusiasm, recalling how he had crafted a makeshift boat in a movie to escape Skull Island. Very well, I shall provide you with a boat. Navigate it back to the nearest land, and then find a way home. Wen Chao approached the seashore, placing a small cruise ship upon the water surface. Following his previous manipulation of the storm that obliterated the 7th Carrier Strike Group, the perennial hurricane enveloping Skull Island had dissipated. Hank could now navigate the vessel back independently. I am profoundly grateful for your protection, O King Kong. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. Hank, having boarded the ship, was overwhelmed with excitement on the deck. There are numerous followers of mine in America. Upon your return, you shall gather them and propagate my faith. Wen Chao glanced at the luminous points of faith flooding his mind, and, in a moment of inspiration, appointed Hank as the high priest of the Titan guerrilla sect in America. He removed a piece of black scale, which he was about to shed, and handed it to Hank as a token. At your command, my lord, I shall devote myself to spreading your faith in the realm of humanity. Hank reverently accepted the token bestowed by Wen Chao. After watching Hank steer the cruise ship away, Wen Chao redirected his gaze, contemplating where to seek a Titan beast to satiate his appetite. Observing the 4 tactical nuclear warheads, compensation from America, in his spatial pouch. A brilliant idea struck him. The Titan beasts of the terrestrial realm had succumbed to slumber due to a lack of radiative energy, necessitating their rest to conserve energy. With 4 tactical nuclear warheads, each weighing 100,000 tons, could he not use these to lure the Titan beasts? Without further ado, Wen Chao stood upon Skull Island, surveying his surroundings before casually uprooting a tree and casting it skyward. The direction in which the roots would land would determine his course to lure the Titan beasts, leaving it to fate. Soon, the tree descended, its roots pointing northwest of Skull Island. Was this not the direction of Little Day? A sign from the heavens. A mischievous smile graced Wen Chao's face, for he knew that within the legendary cinematic universe, a Titan beast lay dormant within the slopes of Mount Fuji. The renowned Yamada no Orochi. Snow Demon, it seems you shall toil once more. Once this endeavor is complete, I shall treat you to a nuclear delicacy, he said, patting the Snow Demon's head before mounting her to journey toward the northwest. As night descended upon Mount Fuji, only smoke and remnants remained at its peak. A fierce battle had just concluded, one that had ruthlessly decimated foes. Wen Chao had lured the Yamada no Orochi with a tactical nuclear warhead, and he effortlessly severed its last remaining head. The beast's body tumbled down like a collapsing mountain, its final wail mingling with the roar of molten lava as it sank into the earth's crust. Truly a feeble serpent, it offered little resistance. Wen Chao casually discarded the mangled serpent's head, gazing at the volcano behind him, an itch for further conquest stirring within him. Yet, after such labor, he decided to dine first. Seizing the carcass of the Yamada no Orochi at the mountain's foot, the long-awaited Titan feast was once again underway. Once again, the familiar juxtaposition of ice and fire presented itself. With one bite of the frost serpent meat from the Snow Demon brand and another of the charcoal grilled serpent head from Mount Fuji, Wen Chao reveled in the culinary delight. Meanwhile, the Snow Demon exhaled frost, freezing the serpent head that Wen Chao had just twisted off before gingerly savoring it. Dominant Chi, 9/129/100 Mastery. Evolution points 20, Devour the 8-headed serpent. Evolution points 200 Evolution points. 1970, 10000, 2190, 10,000. Indeed, it was but a mere serpent. As a renowned Titan beast, it yielded a scant amount of evolution points. After indulging in the serpent feast, Wen Chao glanced at the system panel's notifications, voicing his discontent. Just then, a notification chimed in the chat group. The Scarlet Sorceress has issued a regular red envelope. Hurry to seize it. Scarlet Sorceress, My fingers were too swift, and I inadvertently released the nuclear bomb that I had just stored in the red envelope space. Please do not claim it. The handsome skeleton islander snatched the red envelope, acquiring a nuclear bomb set to detonate. Chat group notification. The items within the red envelope cannot harm the members who claimed it, but the surrounding environment is not guaranteed. Scarlet Sorceress. Oh no. Wen Chao, how could your reflexes be so quick? Lord Fan. Eternal Emperor. Genius Beauty. Angel of Paper. Sword Saint of Gryffindor. Handsome Skeleton Islander. Wen Chao stared at the messages in the chat group, then glanced at the nuclear bomb in his hand, which had begun to emit sparks, utterly bewildered. Beside him, the snow demon sniffed eagerly, having swallowed the frozen serpent head, eyeing the nuclear bomb with an insatiable desire. Boom! On that day, the resplendent mushroom cloud once again ascended from the summit of Mount Fuji, becoming a familiar sight for all. As history repeated itself, the island nation was once again submerged. Chapter 67. The Scapegoat Godzilla devoured nuclear bomb. 300,000. Ton grade. Evolution points 300. Dominant True Chi. 29 159 100 Mastery. Evolution points 30. Evolution points 2,290 100 00 2620 10,000 on Mount Fuji. Amidst the center of a nuclear explosion and overwhelmed by nuclear radiation, Wen Chao bemusedly closed the system panel. He glanced at the volcano behind him, violently erupting, observed the surrounding earth cracking and sinking, and beheld the towering tsunami waves rising hundreds of meters in the distance. The recent calamity in the tumultuous world replayed vividly before his eyes. This time, however, I bear no responsibility. It is all Wanda's fault. Wen Chao opened the chat group and launched a vehement denunciation at the true instigator. Skull Island Handsome. Wanda, what on earth were you thinking? How could you release a nuclear bomb within a red envelope? An impending nuclear explosion. No time to react. Luckily, I managed to seize it, otherwise, Genius Girl. Wen Chao, are you alright? Gryffindor Sword Saint. The chat group just notified us that items within the red envelope cannot harm group members. Wen Chao should be fine. Paper Angel. Yet the environment surrounding him and others might not be as fortunate. Wen Chao turned to glance at the equally overwhelmed snow demon beside him before responding in the chat group. Skull Island Handsome. I am unharmed. Only the snow demon is an ally. That nuclear bomb was a grand feast of radiation energy for the two of us. However, the nearby inhabitants have met a dire fate. They have become acquaintances. Little Lord Fan. Wen Chao. Have you ventured into the land of little days again? Skull Island Handsome. I happen to be hunting the Yamata no Orochi on Mount Fuji, so you understand. Little Lord Fan. The land of little days is once again lost. Marvelous. Eternal Emperor. So, Wen Chao, does this mean you have annihilated the Yamato of your world? Skull Island Handsome. Haha, indeed. However, I cannot be blamed this time. I merely reacted a tad too swiftly to Wanda's red envelope. Scarlet Witch. Thankfully, the unperturbed Wen Chao secured it. Otherwise, I would have committed a grave error. Skull Island Handsome. Wanda, weren't you in New York preventing the Chitauri invasion? Where did the nuclear bomb come from? An imminent detonation bomb. Wait a moment. Could it be the one that Iron Man, Tony Stark, was supposed to send into space to destroy the Chitauri mothership? Wen Chao recalled the plot from the film The Avengers. However, if the nuclear bomb in Wanda's red envelope was indeed that one, how are they now to deal with the Chitauri mothership positioned in outer space? Scarlet Witch. No. The nuclear bomb you mentioned has already been embraced by Stark and sent through the portal opened by the Space Stone, successfully neutralizing the Chitauri mothership. The one I placed in the red envelope is a different missile, which diverges from the storyline. This time, for reasons unknown, 5 nuclear bombs were launched simultaneously. Stark dealt with one, while I intercepted the remaining 4 using my dimensional mirror magic and stored them in the red envelope space. Due to the excessive number of nuclear bombs collected all at once and the ongoing battle, I inadvertently dispatched one of them as if it were a regular red envelope. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I am humbled. Little Fan. It's fine, we didn't get it anyway. Eternal Emperor, I truly wish to witness the might of a modern ultimate weapons nuclear explosion. Handsome from Skull Island. Video. Handsome from Skull Island. Politician, enjoy it well. However, it's utterly insane that Wanda's World Security Council launched 5 nuclear bombs this time. Perhaps Hydra is orchestrating this from behind the scenes, so be cautious, Wanda. Scarlet Witch. Indeed, I share your sentiment. I am preparing to confront the Shield of Serpents. Genius Girl, be careful, Wanda. Angel of Paper, do not let your guard down. Sword Saint of Gryffindor, go for it, Sister Wanda. Scarlet Witch, wait and see my performance. Handsome from Skull Island. By the way, Wanda, you should still have 3 nuclear bombs left, right? If you're unsure how to handle them, why not send them all to me? I'll gladly assist you with this trouble for free. The rich radiative energy from the recent nuclear explosion lingers in my mind, causing Wen Chao to wipe his mouth. Scarlet Witch, no problem. I'll send them all to you as a gesture of goodwill. Scarlet Witch sent a designated red envelope. Handsome from Skull Island. Group chat friendly reminder. Please refrain from distributing dangerous items in the group, as we bear no responsibility for any consequences. As Wanda dispatched the designated red envelope, Wen Chao's chat interface simultaneously displayed a warning window. The red envelope you are about to receive contains dangerous items. Do you wish to accept? Why was there a prompt when I accepted the first nuclear bomb? Has the chat group patched the loophole so quickly? Wen Chao gazed at the warning window in surprise, yet he disregarded the risk and continued to accept. Handsome from Skull Island received the red envelope, obtaining 3 nuclear bombs. Would you like to extract them now or transfer them directly to the red envelope space? Wen Chao patted his belly. Having recently consumed the 8-headed serpent and a 300,000-ton nuclear bomb, feeling quite full, he decided to digest before proceeding. Hence, he opted to store these 3 equally colossal nuclear bombs in his red envelope space for later consumption. With provisions in hand, there is no cause for alarm. Wen Chao gazed at the 7 nuclear bombs in his red envelope space, a sense of reassurance washing over him. This time was truly satisfying. Snow Demon, let us return. Gently caressing the head of the contented snow beast beside him, Wen Chao mounted her back, and together they glided towards the direction of Skull Island. The 2 colossal figures, one black and one white, traversed the waves that had already engulfed the foot of the volcano, vanishing into the vast expanse of the ocean, leaving behind a scarred landscape, gradually succumbing to the sea. Shortly after Wen Chao and the snow beast departed, a shadow surged from the depths of the ocean with remarkable speed. With a splash, a gigantic lizard-like creature, adorned with razor-sharp dorsal fins, emerged upon the now submerged peak of Mount Fuji. This creature was none other than Godzilla, drawn to the site by the prior explosion of a nuclear bomb. Sniffing the air, Godzilla, who had traveled great distances in anticipation of a radioactive feast, was infuriated to find that only a minuscule amount of residual nuclear energy remained, insufficient to replenish the energy expended during his journey. It appeared that a titanic beast had already arrived before him, draining the area of its nuclear sustenance. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla unleashed an atomic breath, obliterating Mount Fuji before him, venting his frustration. Ultimately, he could only flick his tail in exasperation and submerge into the ocean, departing from the island nation that had now completely sunk beneath the waves. This scene was fortuitously captured by the reconnaissance aircraft from various nations that had hastily arrived nearby. Before long, news of Godzilla's destruction of the island nation spread throughout the human world. Godzilla. Chapter 68. The Unexpected Father and the Saint on the Other Side, unaware that Brother Gu was taking the blame for him. Wen Chao leisurely rode back to Skeleton Island atop Snow Demon. He surveyed the desolate island, devoid of life and shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Alas, what a calamity! With a sigh, Wen Chao concluded that after this calamity, he would have to relinquish his dominion over the surface world of Skeleton Island and focus solely on managing the realm of the underworld from now on. Dismissing these troubling thoughts, Wen Chao returned to the underworld alongside Snow Demon. Upon arriving at his territory, he first sought out the IVI tribe believers from Skeleton Island who had been brought back safely by the little monkeys. These believers had already found a vacant plot of land, where, with the assistance of the long-armed giant apes, they were establishing their new home. Chirp! Upon seeing Wen Chao's return, the little monkey hurried to his side, dancing excitedly to claim credit for their success. All right, I know you did well this time. I shall treat you to a grand feast later. Wen Chao playfully ruffled the monkey's head and casually returned the rented spaceship from Buma. Your Eminence, the guardian of the diamond, we owe our swift settlement to the assistance of His Highness Suko. The high priest of the IVI tribe approached Wen Chao respectfully, offering praise for the little monkey. Chirp! Sukiyo! Chirp! The little monkey wriggled free from Wen Chao's grasp, proudly pointing to its own chest as it proclaimed the name given to it by the high priest. Suko, son of the diamond? You cheeky little rascal. You truly wish to be my son, don't you? Wen Chao looked at the newly named Suko with an expression of amusement, glancing at the high priest who had bestowed the name. Suko. The little creature beamed, pointing at itself once more. Very well. If you wish to be called Suko, then so be it. It spares me the trouble of calling you little monkey all the time. Wen Chao reluctantly acquiesced, accepting this new title as a sort of unexpected fatherhood. Chirp! Suko. Elated by Wen Chao's agreement, Suko danced joyfully and ran to boast among the other long-armed giant apes, drawing many envious glances. I have vanquished all those who commanded the slaughter of your kin, including the high-ranking officials behind them in the United States. From now on, the IVI tribe of Skeleton Island shall settle within my domain. Wen Chao informed the high priest at his feet, summarizing his recent journey to the United States. Thank you, our God. The IVI tribe of Skeleton Island shall forever remain your devout believers. The high priest, filled with fervor, bowed deeply to Wen Chao, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. The other IVI tribe believers soon gathered, prostrating themselves before Wen Chao, expressing their profound appreciation for all he had done. Just as Wen Chao prepared to urge them to rise, an overwhelming surge of faith, magnified 1,000-fold from all prior belief points, flooded into his mind, accompanied by a notification on the system panel. Acquired a saint. Daily faith power increases by 10 strands. Evolution points 10. Evolution points. 2,621 00 2630 10,000. Unlocking the ranks of devotees. General devotee, minor devotee, pious devotee, fanatic devotee, saint, Holy Spirit, divine being. Current number of saints. 1. Wen Chao gazed upon the source of this 1,000-fold faith power, which was none other than the high priest of the IVI tribe below. He was astonished to find that this individual had once again elevated his faith to a new tier, becoming his very first saint. The faith provided by a single saint could equate to that of 1,000 fanatic devotees. As Wen Chao examined the details on the system panel, he noted that a general devotee could only contribute 0.001 strands of faith daily, hardly qualifying them as true followers. A minor devotee could offer 0.01 strands daily, with the majority of those who joined his Titan Ape religion across 3 worlds falling into this category. Pious devotees, who held a more sincere faith, could yield 0.1 strands of faith daily, representing the backbone of his followers, particularly the priests dedicated to promoting his faith. Fanatic devotees contributed 1 strand of faith daily, including the IVI tribe of Skeleton Island, the long-armed giant ape clan from the inner earth, the high priest Ku He from the world of celebrating the remaining years, and the high priest Shao San Shao from the wind and cloud world, along with his mount, the snow demon. Notably, Shao San Shao, having consumed the blood of the mysterious tortoise, held a higher status in the world of wind and cloud, while the snow demon, as an ancient Titan beast, similarly possessed a significant standing in the universe of legendary monsters. The faith they provided was substantially greater than that of ordinary fanatic devotees, reaching 1 strand each. Saints, however, were exceedingly rare. They regarded their deity as the singular truth, devoting themselves entirely to their faith and willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives. Their faith output soared to a staggering 10 strands daily, with the current sole representative being the high priest of the IVI tribe from Skeleton Island. As for the higher tiers of Holy Spirit and divine being, they could only emerge from saints once Wen Chao established his divine realm, a prospect that seemed distant at present. Establish a divine realm? Could it be that I might truly become a deity in the future? Wen Chao marveled at the information on the system panel. The system offered a brief explanation for how to establish a divine realm. To establish a divine realm, one must evolve to the fourth tier. Evolve to the fourth tier, you say? Wen Chao regarded the system panel, which indicated he had only reached a quarter of the required evolution points, realizing it would be some time before he could achieve this. Closing the system panel, Wen Chao waved his hand, summoning gentle breezes to assist the high priest and the other IVI tribe fanatic devotees to their feet. I have received your faith. There is no need for such formalities. By the way, I have brought you provisions from the outside world. Please share them among yourselves. Wen Chao extracted a substantial heap of life essentials, still imbued with a chilling aura from the red envelope space, stacking them beside him like a miniature mountain. These provisions were collected from several large supermarkets, encased in ice, prior to his departure from New York. Since leaving them would amount to waste, he deemed it more fitting to bring them to his devoted followers, who, having reluctantly abandoned Skull Island, had accompanied him to the subterranean realm. Out of both sentiment and duty, Wen Chao felt compelled to ensure the well-being of this group of believers. Thank you, my deity. Thank you, your grace, the Diamond Guardian. As they gazed upon the extensive array of supplies encompassing nearly every necessity of life, the fervent adherents of the IVI tribe expressed their profound gratitude while receiving their allocations under the guidance of the high priest. My lord, the provisions you have bestowed upon us are far too abundant. You ought to take back the surplus. As your followers, it is not fitting for us to rely solely on your generosity for sustenance. The high priest of the IVI tribe, observing the nearly unchanged mountain of supplies, spoke with a hint of embarrassment, acknowledging that even with each follower receiving their share, it represented merely the tip of the iceberg given the sheer volume of provisions Wen Chao had brought. Chapter 69, The Scarlet Which Causes Chaos at the Serpent Shield Bureau. Never mind. These items are of no use to me anyway. I will have a few long-armed giant apes help you construct a large storage facility, and you can retrieve what you need later. Wen Chao nonchalantly waved his hand, summoning the little monkey Su-Ku, who continued to flaunt his new name before his kin, and assigned him a new task. Chirp! Su-Ku immediately accepted the command, calling upon the 4 young long-armed giant apes who had previously accompanied him to Skeleton Island, directing them to commence their work. You little rascal, you truly know how to slack off. Don't just stand there directing others. Wen Chao chuckled, playfully tapping Su-Ku on the head. Chirp! Su-Ku covered his head, no longer daring to be lazy, and picked up a pile of supplies to follow suit. Thank you, my god. The high priest of Skeleton Island observed this, and, seeing no point in further refusal, respectfully bowed to Wen Chao once more. By the way, I still do not know your name, Wen Chao remarked, glancing at his only disciple. With even the little monkey having a name, he could not continue to refer to the high priest as merely the high priest of the Iwi tribe. Replied, my god, my name is Jia. The high priest, named Jia, replied respectfully. You are also named Jia? Wen Chao expressed surprise, as the name Jia was indeed that of the young Iwi girl from the film. Yes, my god. In our lineage of high priests from the Iwi tribe of Skeleton Island, we have all inherited the name Jia. Perhaps you have heard of it before, Jia elucidated. I see. Wen Chao nodded, understanding the connection. He mentally calculated the time. If he were to deduce based on the timeline, the girl Jia from the film would likely be the great-granddaughter or even the great-great-granddaughter of the present high priest Jia. The contemporary Jia was his only disciple, while the future Jia would be the sole entity capable of communicating with King Kong in the original narrative. The bond between their lineage and his transformed King Kong was indeed remarkable. With this thought, Wen Chao glanced at the somewhat rough-boned staff in Jia's hand and decided to follow the customs of the worlds of Qin Yunyan and Feng Yun. Fortunately, I was prepared. Wen Chao retrieved a tailbone from the 8-headed serpent from his spatial pouch, serving as the emblem of the high priest in his realm. He then took one of the remaining 24 celestial beings as a reward for Jia's elevation to disciple status, and bestowed both items upon her. Thank you, my god. Jia gratefully accepted Wen Chao's gifts, her eyes filled with appreciation. All right, I have no further matters here. You may return to your tasks. Wen Chao gestured with his hand. Yes, my God, I shall take my leave. Gia bowed once more and then departed, with a gift of the 8-headed serpent's tailbone bestowed. It appeared he would need to hunt a new titan beast. Watching Gia struggle to carry the tailbone, Wen Chao scratched his head in mild exasperation. However, this matter can be discussed at a later time. After tirelessly toiling for half a day, rescuing the IVI tribe followers on Skull Island, obliterating the aircraft carrier fleet that had frozen New York, and effortlessly annihilating an island nation once more, it seemed that the affairs had finally reached a pause. It was high time for a well-deserved rest. With this thought in mind, Wen Chao returned to his abode, reclining comfortably on his rocky bed. He then opened the chat group, ready to indulge in some light-hearted banter. Skull Island handsome, I'm back. What is everyone up to? Lord Xiao fan. We are all watching Wanda unleash her might at SHIELD. Come quickly. Skull Island handsome. Such a splendid show cannot do without me. I'm on my way. Wen Chao was somewhat astonished. Had Wanda taken the audacity to assault SHIELD due to the earlier incident involving 5 nuclear warheads? It seemed he must join in the revelry. Skull Island handsome has entered the Scarlet Witch's livestream. With Wen Chao's arrival, all the group members gathered in Wanda's livestream, eagerly anticipating her spectacular confrontation with SHIELD. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, New York at the SHIELD headquarters in the Triskelion, typically it was SHIELD that sought out trouble with others. Yet today, a bold individual dared to strike at the very gates of SHIELD. Boom. A slender figure clad in red descended from the heavens, unleashing a torrent of crimson magical energy from her hands, propelling the headquarters entrance skyward. Inside, the personnel were commanded to relinquish the one who had ordered the nuclear strike on New York. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda, pointed at her throat and cast a sonorous amplification spell, learned from the world of Hogwarts. Under the spell's influence, her previous announcement reverberated throughout the entire Triskelion building. Instantly, chaos ensued within SHIELD as the security agents rushed in, their anger palpable. However, upon recognizing that the assailant was Wanda, the enigmatic sorceress who had recently demonstrated her prowess in the Battle of New York, they hastily halted, realizing that their meager salaries hardly justified such reckless bravery. Wanda, previously compelled to launch nuclear warheads against the extraterrestrial invasion of Earth, a unanimous decision by the upper echelons of the World Security Council, was not in the wrong place. This had nothing to do with SHIELD. Currently, the acting director at the Triskelion was Alexander Pierce, the former director, as Nick Fury was commanding from the aerial aircraft carrier. Hearing Wanda's proclamation, he rushed to the entrance, casting a disapproving glance at the hesitant security personnel before approaching Wanda, who was soaring in midair with an expression of feigned innocence. Aren't you also a member of the World Security Council? I'm looking for you. Wanda gazed down at Pietro, her eyes filled with a chilling disdain. The 4 remaining nuclear warheads, had it not been for the assistance of her chat group, would have proven exceedingly difficult to manage. Her mastery of dimensional mirroring magic was still in its infancy, likely insufficient to withstand the cataclysmic force of a nuclear explosion. Had the warheads indeed detonated in New York, even if she had managed to escape through a portal, her brother Pietro, situated on the other end of the battlefield, would not have been so fortunate. How could her ineffectual brother, who could not even evade a bullet, possibly survive the onslaught of 4 nuclear blasts? The mere thought of nearly losing her brother, akin to the tragic narrative she had witnessed, filled Wanda with an unquenchable fury towards Pierce, who stood below. Wanda, I am merely a humble member of the Safety Council. I cast my vote against the resolution to launch nuclear missiles at New York, but my voice was too insignificant to prevent the launch. I deeply regret that it nearly endangered you and your fellow superheroes fighting for New York. Pierce continued to lament, unaware that Wanda had already condemned him to a grim fate in her heart. Chapter 70. Wanda, the reckless Wanda, do not act impulsively. On the other side, the Avengers, having just concluded a fierce battle and preparing to gather at the Middle Eastern shawarma restaurant suggested by Iron Man, Tony Stark, rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. Wanda turned her gaze to Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had just called out to her, and pointed at Pierce below. Captain, everyone, you have arrived just in time. He is the one who ordered the launch of the nuclear missile. What? The one who betrayed us is you? Upon hearing Wanda's words, the heroes glared at Pierce with fury. They had fought valiantly on the front lines, and this man had callously disregarded their lives, ordering a nuclear strike aimed at annihilating them along with the invading extraterrestrials and all of New York. Even as champions of justice, they found this betrayal intolerable. It wasn't me. It's a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. As Thor, the god of thunder, began to swing his hammer in anger, Pierce, drenched in sweat, frantically waved his hands in an attempt to clarify. Before Pierce could finish, Wanda interrupted him. You may not have directly ordered the missile launch, but it was your organization, Hydra, that facilitated the passage of this resolution at the World Security Council. Am I mistaken? Alexander Pierce, head of Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D. division? Hydra? Is what you say true, Wanda? Is there really Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Even the former director? Wanda's revelation stirred a wave of disbelief among the gathered heroes. Noticing their skepticism, she gestured with her hand, summoning the Mind Stone from the scepter that Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, had seized from Loki. A surge of crimson, chaotic magic emanated from Wanda, infusing the scepter with her power. The Mind Stone, embedded at the scepter's apex, was instantly activated, radiating a brilliant orange light that swept across the entire Triskelion building. Speak the truth. Wanda uttered an incantation. This spell, derived from a magical exchange with the Ancient One based on the truth serum from the Hogwarts world, compelled the afflicted to reveal their innermost truths without the capability to conceal or deceive. Amplified by the Mind Stone's enhancement of psychic abilities, this spell struck all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents within the Triskelion, including Pierce. Who among you is a member of Hydra? Step forward. Utilizing the truth spell, Wanda employed her amplification magic to address all the affected agents within the Triskelion. Hail Hydra! Pierce was the first to respond to the call. Hail Hydra! Cut off one head, two more shall rise. In a moment of collective astonishment, nearly 70% of S.H.I.L.D. agents emerged from the Tri-Curve Wing building, chanting the Hydra slogan. Among them was John Garrett, a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. operative and former Navy SEAL, who also served as Phil Coulson's mentor. Brock Rumlow, the captain of S.H.I.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces, known as Crossbones, Grant Ward. A rising star among S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and Sitwell, a level 6 operative of S.H.I.L.D. Wanda. This cannot possibly be your mischievous handiwork, can it? The Hulk, now restored to his human form as Bruce Banner, gaped in disbelief at Wanda. The sheer number of Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D. raised the question, is this truly S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra? Iron Man, Tony Stark, quipped with a twitch in his lips. We've been working alongside Hydra all these years. How fortunate we are to have survived this long, Natasha. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, expressed his trepidation to Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, who sighed in agreement. Indeed, who would have thought? Loki, it appears that young Wanda's magic surpasses your so-called title of the first sorcerer in the 9 realms. Can you truly command such a multitude at once? Thor, the god of thunder, remarked with a mischievous grin as he nudged his bound brother, Loki. Stumbling slightly from the impact, Loki cast a bemused glance at Thor. Yet he too was taken aback by the magic Wanda had just wielded. How could this be? This is not how it should be. Captain America, Steve Rogers, wore a grim expression, for among the crowd, he found it hardest to accept the unfolding reality. The sacrifices made to defeat Hydra had been tremendous, including the loss of his dear friend Bucky and many comrades, while he himself had endured 70 years encased in ice. The sight of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fervently chanting Hydra slogans felt like a stark mockery of his blood-soaked struggles in the past. Observing the reactions of the assembled superheroes from Adair, Wanda shook her head and descended before Pierce, pressing him once more. Now, you must confess, were you the one orchestrating the launch decision for those 5 nuclear missiles? A flicker of struggle crossed Pierce's face, but under the influence of the true spell, he could only acquiesce. Yes, you superheroes and those extraterrestrial invaders are obstacles to our Hydra's dominion over Earth. To resolve this once and for all, I facilitated the decision to launch the missiles. Moreover, to prevent you, this mysterious sorceress, from having any special magic that could evade a nuclear explosion, I even increased the number of missiles launched. In pursuit of this objective, I activated nearly all of Hydra's operatives embedded within the World Security Council. I never anticipated that you would survive, revealing our existence instead. I should have exercised greater caution. Regret etched on his face as he concluded. Wanda, upon discovering the truth, fell silent in disbelief. She never anticipated that the number of nuclear warheads had increased 5-fold due to her actions. To annihilate a mere sorceress, Hydra truly overestimated her worth. If that is the case, then let them meet their demise. The true culprits behind the attempts on her and her brother Pietro's lives had been revealed, and Wanda would show no mercy. As the crimson energy of her chaotic magic surged, she obliterated Pierce before her, reducing him to ashes. With the deep red magic of Sidorak coursing through her, a brilliant flash of red light erupted as hundreds of crimson magical tendrils emanated from her hands, binding all of the Hydra agents present tightly. Task accomplished. Wanda clapped her hands and then waved at Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, who was hastily arriving in a Quinjet from the helicarrier. Director, the rest is in your capable hands. No need for thanks. Brother, we are heading back. Fellow comrades, until we meet again. A yellow portal spell opened, and Wanda left the remaining chaos to the newly arrived Nick Fury, stepping through the portal alongside her brother Pietro. Returning to Kamartaj, observing the hundreds of ensnared Hydra agents outside the headquarters, along with the varied expressions of the Avengers, Nick Fury's already dark countenance grew even grimmer. He realized the gravity of the situation. Nearly 70% of the agents at headquarters were Hydra infiltrators. It was unfathomable to consider how many more infiltrators existed across the globe. After all, Alexander Pierce, one of Hydra's leaders, was the former director of SHIELD, and placing his own people within the organization had been alarmingly effortless. Now, with Wanda having turned Pierce to dust, Fury found himself unable to seek answers from the very individuals he needed. Faced with the mess left behind by Wanda, Nick Fury could only grit his teeth and mutter a frustrated exclamation. Damn it. Chapter 71. Preparing to seize the title of King of Monsters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Upon returning to Kamartaj and bidding farewell to her brother Pietro, Wanda eagerly made her way back to her abode. Once she closed the door behind her, her face radiated pride as she boasted to the gathering friends who had been observing her every move. Scarlet Witch, how did I perform, everyone? Was it not akin to that ancient Eastern poem, with a flick of the sleeves, I depart, concealing my merits and fame? Master fan, Wanda, you are impressive. You can even recite poetry. Eternal Emperor, well, the situation was handled adequately. He could only be thankful that Wanda was not under his command. Otherwise, it would have been quite a headache. Handsome from Skull Island. Haha, Wanda, your strategy was brilliant. SHIELD will likely disband ahead of schedule. This is truly a cause for celebration. On the sidelines, Wen Chao relished the chaos. SHIELD had always been the organization he despised the most before his journey through worlds. Genius girl, Wanda, you are remarkable. By the way, remember to list the Chitauri's equipment and corpses in the Group S marketplace. Bulma praised Wanda while expressing her keen interest in the Chitauri's mechanized transformation technology and hive mind-controlled armies. Scarlet Witch, no problem, Sister Bulma. I have already gathered sufficient materials for your research. Genius girl, Wanda, you are such a good girl. Moi Scarlet Witch, Sister Bulma, moi others. The overly affectionate exchange between the two caused Wen Chao and the others to shudder slightly. It seemed they had developed a rather effeminate camaraderie. Sword Saint of Gryffindor, Sister Wanda, may I purchase that spell you just cast? Scarlet Witch, of course I'll list it right away. Little brother Nai, you can buy it directly. Paper Angel. By the way, Nai, I have acquired the reanimation jutsu from Orochimaru. It has been listed as well, and you may purchase it too. Sword Saint of Gryffindor. Thank you, Sister Wanda. Thank you, Sister Nan, and esteemed seniors. I shall take my leave. After securing the truth spell and the reanimation jutsu, Nai bid farewell to the group and exited the livestream. Wen Xiao and the others understood Nai's eagerness, and they all wished him well in his quest to reunite with the souls of his parents. Paper Angel. Wanda, you must have qualified for the group administrator trial by now, right? Scarlet Witch. Naturally. After Stark obliterated the Chitauri mothership with a nuclear bomb, the chat group notified me of my trial qualification. Master Fan. I too received my trial qualification after successfully breaching the temple last time. Genius Girl. My cooldown period is nearly over as well. As the three spoke, the attention of the group shifted to Wen Xiao, for he had previously declared his intent to compete for trial qualifications alongside Fan and the others. Handsome from Skull Island. I'm almost there too. Very soon. Recently, aside from seeking vengeance for the IVI tribe, Wen Xiao has been rather complacent, basking in a life of ease that has nearly made him forget his purpose. Lord Xiao Fan remarked, Wen Xiao, are you capable? It would be quite embarrassing if, by the time the cooldown for Bulma's trial is over, you still have not qualified for it. The Scarlet Witch chimed in. Indeed, Wen Xiao, your laziness is quite excessive. The Genius Beauty added, I'll give you a look. You can interpret it as you wish. The Eternal Emperor stated, having procured the aircraft carrier fleet you previously listed, along with Fanxian's memory transmission device, perhaps I too could participate in your competition. The Angel of Paper noted, it seems I must hasten my progress as well. I have already recruited Orochimaru using the scientific data from the various worlds you uploaded. Next, I shall confront Uchiha Obito and Kagaya Otsutsuki. You won't lag behind me, will you? Why, Snickers the handsome skeleton islander exclaimed. Who says I am incapable? I will secure my trial qualification right away. I have to go. Wen Xiao, momentarily taken aback, left the live stream in haste, feeling as if he were fleeing in disgrace. Lord Xiao Fan laughed. I see that Wen Xiao is merely too indolent. If we do not push him, he will not even budge. The Eternal Emperor concurred. Indeed, how can a young man be so lackadaisical? The Scarlet Witch chuckled. Wen Xiao's expression just before he left was truly amusing. The Genius Beauty added, His face, after losing to Sun Jun in a duel with Vegeta, was utterly identical. The Angel of Paper remarked, it resembled the expression of the Ninetales when I struck a nerve. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was filled with a joyous spirit as they teased Wen Xiao for a while before bidding farewell to Wanda and departing. In the legendary monster universe, within the depths of the earth, after closing the chat group, Wen Xiao engaged in deep reflection regarding his recent complacency. Indeed, he had become excessively decadent. Wen Xiao, you cannot continue in this manner, he resolved. I shall return to the surface world and challenge Brother Zone for the title of Monster King, thereby obtaining the qualification for the chat group administrator's trial. Resolute in his decision, Wen Xiao promptly rose from his bed and strode out of his abode with determination. Divine One, have you rested well? Just as he stepped outside, he noticed the High Priest Gia standing on the shoulder of the little monkey Suko, both awaiting him at the door. What are you two doing here? Is there something amiss? Wen Xiao inquired, puzzled. Divine One, Prince Suko has informed me that not far from your territory there exists a group of humans, seemingly our IVI kin from the depths of the earth. I wish to take a few tribesmen along with Prince Suko for an exchange, and I kindly seek your approval, Gia replied respectfully. The IVI tribe from the depths of the earth. Could it be the one that worships Mosura? Wen Xiao quickly connected the dots to the tribe featured in the film Godzilla vs. Kong 2, known for their anti-gravity technology and telepathic abilities. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wen Xiao glared at the little monkey, Suko, with an innocent expression. Suko explained that Wen Xiao had only commanded them to search for the titan beasts of the underworld and had not mentioned the need to find humans. Hence the omission. Is that so? Wen Xiao rubbed his chin thoughtfully, seemingly finding some merit in Suko's reasoning. Moreover, the monstrous queen Masura, revered by the Iwi tribe of the underworld, had remained in a dormant cocoon state, which made it plausible that Suko and his band of long-armed apes had failed to detect her. All right then, if you wish to go, I grant you permission. Wen Chao nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, he might have accompanied them to explore, but today he had pressing matters to attend to, so he decided to let Jia and Suko venture forth to scout ahead. Chapter 72. Nuclear Explosion. Fishing Master, your command, my deity. We shall depart immediately. With the permission granted by Wen Chao, Jia and Suko bid their farewell and swiftly joined the 4 youthful long-armed gorillas waiting nearby. These 4 gorillas were the same ones who had previously accompanied Suko to Skull Island for support, each bearing a disciple of the IVI tribe from Skull Island perched upon their shoulders. Upon reuniting, the 5 individuals and 5 gorillas once again paid their respects to Wen Chao before collectively making their way toward the territory's exit. Wait, Wen Chao suddenly called out to the departing group. My deity, is there something else? Jia and Suko exchanged puzzled glances. Here are these 10 Godzilla battle axes. Do not embarrass me in front of outsiders. Wen Chao produced 10 small Godzilla battle axes from his spatial pouch and tossed them before Suko and the 5 long-armed gorillas. For Wen Chao, who had undergone a 3rd stage evolution and had increased in size, only the largest axe could still be wielded with any degree of comfort, while the other 10 smaller axes had become somewhat unwieldy. Hence, he entrusted them to Suko and the 4 gorillas, allowing each to wield 2 axes, forming a formidable axe-wielding combat team. With gleeful exclamations, Suko and the 4 long-armed gorillas eagerly divided the 10 battle axes. Each gorilla grasped 2 axes, swinging them joyfully in the air, their faces alight with excitement. Excellent. Now, this is more like it. Otherwise, if you went empty-handed, others might think my subordinates are a bunch of paupers. Observing the newly appointed dual-wielding axe warriors, Wen Chao nodded in satisfaction. Henceforth, you shall be known as the 4 heavenly kings under my command: Huan Shan, Lai Yin, Beng Yu, and Qing Yu. Wen Chao bestowed names upon the 4 youthful long-armed gorillas. The newly named Huan Shan, Lai Yin, Beng Yu, and Qing Yu were filled with exhilaration, plunging their dual axes into the ground and kneeling on one knee in homage to Wen Chao. But what about me? Suko interjected, visibly flustered at being excluded from the esteemed title of the 4 heavenly kings. I want to be one of the 4 heavenly kings too. Why are you in such a hurry? You are the hidden 5th king among the 4 heavenly kings. Wen Chao chuckled, ruffling Suko's hair. Having 5 kings among the 4 is quite reasonable. Suko nodded vigorously, bowing to Wen Chao once more. The title of the hidden 5th king sounded impressive indeed. All right, I have no further matters here. You all should set off. With the distribution of equipment complete, Wen Chao waved his hand, urging the 5 individuals and 5 gorillas to set to their tasks, while he himself turned toward the location of the snow demon. Farewell, my deity. Jia and Suko, along with their companions, once again bowed to Wen Chao and then departed the territory, embarking on their visit to the IVI tribe in the world beneath the earth. Meanwhile, Wen Chao approached the snow demon, who was relishing a massage from several female long-armed gorillas, gently patting her large head. Snow demon, let us depart. I shall treat you to a grand feast while we confront a formidable foe. Huh? The snow demon looked at him with a face full of confusion. Come on. It's the same explosive feast we had last time on the island. Wen Chao gestured with his hands, mimicking an explosion. Ooh. At his words, the snow demon sprang up from the ground, eagerly trotting over to Wen Chao and leaning to signal him to mount. Huh? Why are you so much more eager than I? Wen Chao chuckled as he climbed onto the snow demon's back, patting her neck to indicate it was time to set off. The snow demon let out a jubilant cry and dashed toward the subterranean passage connecting the underworld to Skull Island. On the surface, Skull Island. Just half a day after vowing never to return, here I was again. Upon arriving back at Skull Island, Wen Chao leaped down from the snow demon's back, gazing at the surrounding desolate jungle, now devoid of flames, yet still belching black smoke, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. Huh? The snow demon nudged Wen Chao's leg with her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation. What about the grand feast? Calm down. Who would have thought you were a hidden glutton? Wen Chao teased with a smile. Ooh. The snow demon raised her head again, rubbing against Wen Chao's hand, wearing a charming smile. All right. I can't resist you. Wen Chao relented, reluctantly retrieving a nuclear bomb gifted by Wanda from his spatial pouch. Ooh. Upon seeing the familiar nuclear bomb, the snow demon, having savored its flavor on Fuji Mountain, let out a delighted, low growl, drooling with excitement. Boom! Moments later, with a thunderous explosion, a mushroom cloud soared above Skull Island, and the already ravaged island was utterly flattened by the shockwave generated by the nuclear blast. Concurrently, the intense nuclear radiation, electromagnetic pulse, and infrasound waves began to rapidly spread outward from Skull Island. Just returned to his lair in the undersea temple. Godzilla was the first to sense the nuclear explosion, fearing that he would be outpaced by other titanic beasts as he had been recently on the island. Godzilla quickly surged out of his lair, swimming toward the nearest subterranean passage. Meanwhile, the global monitoring network, formed by the United Nations of Humanity, detected the occurrence of the nuclear explosion through their stations scattered worldwide. Where had this explosion taken place? At the monitoring station located in the United States, the sitting president received the news and immediately made a call. Mr. President, it is Skull Island, the domain of the storm god, King Kong. The head of the monitoring station replied on the other end, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for the deity, suggesting he too was a devoted follower of the Titan ape cult. To absorb the energy from 2 nuclear bombs in such a short span of time. This is truly. The sitting president fell silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness as the ultimate weapon of humanity. The nuclear bomb was merely food for their adversary. Redirect the observation satellites. Gather as much data as possible. After a moment of silence, the sitting president issued a command. Yes, Your Excellency, I shall not overlook any information. The head of the monitoring station readily accepted the order. Even without this directive, he had already commenced such actions. For this data serves as the finest vessel for propagating the faith in our deity. Simultaneously, other nations equipped with detection platforms began to take action in unison. In outer space above Skull Island, reconnaissance satellites from various countries commenced their approach towards the site of the nuclear explosion. Meanwhile, amidst the vast ocean, in addition to Godzilla, 2 other colossal figures emerged from their respective habitats, drawn towards Skull Island by the allure of the nuclear blast. This small island in the South Pacific is on the verge of becoming the epicenter of a legendary monster universe. Chapter 73. The deep-sea Queen Tiamat in the realm of the Earth's core, within the territory of the IVI tribe, the Queen, engaged in a telepathic communion with the High Priest Gaia and the little monkey Suko, suddenly rose to her feet. In the bewildered gaze of Gaia and Suko, the Queen, whose eyes sparkled like stars, directed her attention toward the apex of the pyramid situated in the heart of her domain. The altar at the pinnacle, which housed the monstrous Queen Mothra's colossal chrysalis, radiated an extraordinary brilliance, shattering the serenity of the past. Gaia, I require your assistance. The Queen turned her head and conveyed her thoughts to Gaia through their mental connection. What is it that you need from me, my queen? Gaia inquired, her face a portrait of confusion. Just moments ago, Her Majesty Mothra revealed to me that a new king of monsters is on the verge of being born. In the face of this new king's challenge, the old king shall undoubtedly resist. A conflict between the 2 monarchs will inevitably lead to injury. However, it is imperative that the defeated party does not perish. The ancient 3-headed dragon is soon to awaken from its millennia-long slumber, presenting a formidable foe. We require the strength of both kings to confront the impending emergence of these dragons. The Queen's gaze was profound and luminous. A new king of monsters is to be born? Are you referring to my divine entity? And the ancient 3-headed dragon is poised to break free? Very well, I shall assist you. What must I do? Gaia nodded resolutely at the Queen, willing to do anything to aid her divinity. Gaia, the blood that courses through your veins possesses the power to awaken Her Majesty Mothra. I shall conduct the summoning ritual now, and I entrust you with the task of awakening the slumbering queen of monsters, Mothra. The Queen smiled gently at Gaia and then surveyed her kin, issuing commands through their telepathic connection. Upon receiving the Queen's orders, the IVI tribe, who had been silently observing, sprang into action. Suko and the 4 heavenly kings exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was transpiring as they watched the humans busily preparing. Meanwhile, at the pyramid, the light emanating from Mothra's chrysalis intensified. In the surface world, on Skull Island, Wen Chao urged the snow demon, "Hurry up, for will not only be the Great One who arrives soon. Other unwelcome guests are also approaching uninvited." As he absorbed the radiation energy generated from the nuclear explosion, he sensed at least 3 titanic beasts heading aggressively towards Skull Island. The snow demon, ravenously devouring the radiation energy, nodded in agreement, preparing for battle as it continued to feast. With the concerted efforts of the 2 voracious beings, the radiation energy produced by the nuclear explosion was soon entirely consumed by Wen Chao and the snow demon. As he cast a fleeting glance at the alterations in his system panel, Wen Chao chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he directed his attention towards the distant sea, which was rippling ominously. In his perception, the first Titan beast had arrived. The once placid ocean suddenly erupted into chaos, with several massive whirlpools, each several meters in diameter, rapidly forming upon the surface. A malicious hiss pierced the air as a serpentine creature, over 300 meters in length, coiled upwards from the depths. Its dark green back breaking through the water, its serrated purple fins sliced through the waves like blades, and its dragon-like head was adorned with yellowed folds, revealing a cavernous maw brimming with razor-sharp teeth. This was Tiamat, the ancient deep-sea titan, the queen of the ocean. Sensing the radiation energy that had been entirely consumed on Skull Island, Tiamat unleashed another furious hiss, her formidable tail crashing down upon the sea, generating towering waves that surged towards Wen Chao and the snow demon on Skull Island. Before Wen Chao could react, the snow demon emitted an indignant roar, unprecedentedly initiating an attack. Its maw gaped wide as a frigid breath erupted forth, instantly freezing the onrushing waves along with the encroaching Tiamat into solid ice. With another mighty roar, the snow demon lunged forward, intent on shattering the frozen titan into fragments. The sound of cracking ice echoed as Tiamat burst forth, undeterred by the aggressive advance of the snow demon. The clash of ice blue and dark green illuminated the frozen expanse, as the snow demon crushed the ice beneath its powerful limbs. In the tempest of ice crystals raised by its forepaws, Tiamat's serpentine form darted forth like lightning. At the moment the purple fins sliced through the icy mist, the collision of phosphorescent venom and icy breath erupted with a resounding force. The venom crystallized into glowing shards amidst the frigid breath, while Tiamat's colossal tail swept, summoning a tsunami of snow. However, the snow demon's forelimbs struck with such force that Tiamat's scales splintered under the onslaught. In the instant, Tiamat's serpentine body coiled around the snow demon's neck. Blue-white frost surged through the gaps in her scales, creating glass-like fissures across her dark green armor. With a thunderous roar, the snow demon unleashed an icy gale that encased half of Tiamat's massive maw in frost. In response, the deep-sea queen's eyes ignited with a brilliant blue glow, unleashing a surge of bioelectricity that erupted with a deafening crack. The serpentine body coiling around the snow demon suddenly radiated blinding blue light. The friction of scales parting the ice layer, toppling the colossal snow demon onto the blazing frozen surface. As he gazed at the fierce struggle between the snow demon and Tiamat in the distance, Wen Chao inexplicably felt as though he were an observer of a brawl between shrewish women. This was also the first time he witnessed the typically gentle snow demon initiate an attack. Could it be that some unresolved entanglement existed between these 2 ancient female titans? Suddenly, a chilling hum, reminiscent of countless insects buzzing in unison, resonated from the epicenter of the recent nuclear explosion. Who could it be? The sound was utterly grating. Feeling a sense of discomfort, Wen Chao turned towards the source of the noise, only to behold the ground, melted into a crystalline state by the nuclear blast, developing a network of spiderweb-like cracks. From within the faintly green radioactive haze, numerous black tendrils emerged from the fissures. Each slender limb, adorned with scales, bore suction cups that, upon latching onto a radiation-infused rock, reduced it to powder, subsequently absorbing the energy released. As a monstrous insect head broke through the earth, Its compound eyes reflected a myriad of distorted images of the sky. Its serrated mandibles dripped with viscous radioactive saliva. Following this, more insectoid entities surged forth like a tide of darkness from the cracks, piling upon one another, their wings creating a suffocating low-frequency drone. Two unwelcome Titan beasts had arrived, while Godzilla was still en route, hastening to join the fray. Chapter 74. The Death Swarm of Symbiotic Insects. What a repulsive sight. When Chao felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed at the swarm before him, his fear of densely packed creatures threatening to overwhelm him. As the swarm grew ever larger, when Chao summoned all the tyrannical energy within him and raised his left fist, striking fiercely at the gathering mass of black insects. Boom! The forceful punch instantly dispersed the swarm, shattering a portion of it into dust. However, the remaining insects surged upward, coalescing in midair to form a skeletal dragon nearly 100 meters long. As its bat-like wings unfurled, spanning 30 meters, the blue exoskeleton glinted ominously in the sunlight, exuding a deep and eerie sheen. Its head sported a pair of sharp, curving horns resembling twin daggers, while its wide maw was lined with jagged, curved teeth. The surface of its body was covered in a tough exoskeleton arranged in overlapping scales, and its tail resembled that of a scorpion, ending in a sharp, venomous stinger. The skeletal dragon circled ominously above Wen Chao, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. Each scale trembled with insatiable hunger, as if the very flesh of the earth were about to be devoured by this moving vortex of death. The ancient titan, the swarm of symbiotic insects, the death swarm. Another flying creature, Wen Chao grimaced, looking up at the terrifying entity hovering above. His desire to master the energies of the Dragon Ball world intensified, pondering how long it would take Bulma to resolve the situation, as progress seemed sluggish this time. Nevertheless, he resolved to deal with this grotesque foe above him first. Wind, arise! Wen Chao spread his arms wide, invoking his storm-manipulating abilities. In an instant, a fierce gale roared to life, swiftly forming a colossal tornado that enveloped both the death swarm and himself. The sudden tempest elicited an anxious buzzing from the hovering dragon. Before it could react, Wen Chao clenched his fists, directing the winds to form two storm whips that ensnared the dragon's wings. With a powerful tug, he unleashed a tremendous force that rendered the death swarm utterly defenseless, yanking it down from the sky. Crash! The death swarm plummeted to the ground, where Wen Chao pinned it down with a foot on its back. He then seized one of its wings, tearing it brutally away. The death swarm abruptly disintegrated into insects, its wings transforming into black tendrils that coiled around Wen Chao's wrists. The parasitic entities surged upward like a tide, attempting to climb his legs, their stingers incessantly probing at his thighs, seeking to implant themselves. However, they found no purchase against the black scales enveloping Wen Chao's body, only managing to crawl toward a few exposed gaps. Damn it! Wen Chao felt a sudden chill at his lower body and hastily channeled his tyrannical energy, employing a technique reminiscent of explosive force. The fierce and formidable energy erupted throughout Wen Chao's body, casting away the swarm of insects that had enveloped his hands and feet. The howling winds surged once more, and under Wen Chao's command, the force of the storm transformed into a whirlwind, gathering the scattered insects into a single mass. Subsequently, Wen Chao retrieved a nuclear bomb from the spatial pouch and forcefully lodged it among the assembled swarm. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and amidst the searing waves of radiation, the swarm emitted a piercing shriek, with individual insects falling away, only to frantically split apart in the radiative energy. However, the speed of their division could not keep pace with the annihilation wrought by the nuclear explosion, as Wen Chao, impervious to the blast, held them tightly, rendering them incapable of escape. Ultimately, the entire swarm was reduced to ashes within the nuclear detonation, leaving only a crystalline core shimmering amidst the blazing inferno. At last, this repulsive foe had been dealt with. Wen Chao, drenched in sweat and still trembling from the ordeal, reflected that while the swarm of death was not the most formidable titan he had encountered, it was undoubtedly the most revolting. Fortunately, This death swarm was a symbiotic entity composed of feeble insects, incapable of withstanding a nuclear bomb like other titans. After all, in the prequel comics of Godzilla, a death swarm had been lured by humans to the Bikini Atoll and incinerated in a nuclear explosion. It was this recollection that inspired Wen Chao to employ the nuclear bomb gifted by Wanda to eliminate this vexatious adversary. Otherwise, with his current capabilities, he would have struggled to resolve the situation. Is this thing edible? As the flames from the nuclear explosion gradually subsided, the core of the death swarm became visible. When Chao looked down at the crystalline core, recalling the repulsive insects he had just encountered, and hesitated to consume it. However, he dismissed his qualms, reminding himself not to waste it. Sensing the intense, radiative energy emanating from the core, Wen Chao deliberated for a moment before steeling his resolve to grasp it and toss it into his mouth. Crunch! The moment he crushed the core, a violent surge of radiative energy erupted in his mouth, coursing through him like a warm current. It's not so bad after all, Wen Chao mused, chewing it with a texture reminiscent of roasted grasshoppers from his past life, finding it rather acceptable. As he consumed the core of the death swarm, notifications flashed on the system panel. Devoured death swarm, evolution points 200, devoured nuclear bomb 300,000 tons. Evolution points 300, overbearing energy 89, 139, 100, proficient master. Evolution points 50, evolution points 2,960, 100, 00, 3510, 10,000. Was it akin to the evolution points granted by the eight-headed serpent? Moreover, his overbearing energy had advanced. Wen Chao gazed at the system panel, feeling the overbearing energy in his body double once more, and with its progression to master level. He sensed that he was nearing the limits of this technique, with seemingly only 2 tiers remaining. Masters and Grandmasters? Wen Chao recalled the Grandmaster, the pinnacle of strength in the world of Qin Yunyan, where Fan Xian resided. It seems that despite the systematic modifications, this technique still possesses its inherent limitations. A pair of resonant roars echoed through the air as the Snow Demon and Tiamat, 2 ancient female titans, thrived in the intensity of their battle, absorbing the radiative energy unleashed by another round of nuclear explosions. They exchanged blows with increasing vigor, seemingly entangled in a struggle that would persist for a considerable time before a victor emerged. 1,000 miles away in the depths of the ocean, a resounding roar erupted. Sensing the latest nuclear detonation, Godzilla, who had just emerged from the recently discovered subterranean passage near Skull Island, was suddenly alarmed. Propelling himself through the water with all 4 limbs, he maximized his swimming speed, realizing that if he did not hurry, he would miss even a drop of the soup. Chapter 75. Upgrading on the battlefield. The energy of the Dragon Ball world. It appears that it will still take some time for Goku to arrive. Does he really insist on making his entrance at the last moment? Quite the grand spectacle. Wen Chao sensed the location of the Titan beast that had been drawn in by the nuclear explosion. It seems that this Titan, Godzilla, is still some distance away from Skull Island. At its current pace, it will take several more hours to reach. The hour was late, just past midnight. Wen Chao decided to open a live stream in the chat group, as turn happened to fall on him. The handsome guy from Skull Island has opened a live stream. Those interested, come and watch. Master Fan has joined the live stream. Having completed the group administrator trial and feeling rather idle, Fan Xian was the first to join the stream, maintaining his high-intensity engagement in the chat group. Master Fan, wow, Wen Chao, your live stream is quite lively. ISNT that your mount, the Snow Demon? Why is she fighting a giant snake? Scarlet, which has joined the live stream. Just like Fan Xian, Wanda, who was also feeling idle and vying for the title of Dragon King in the chat group, made her appearance. Scarlet Witch, Wen Chao, what are you up to? It looks like you just had a brawl. Handsome guy from Skull Island. Humph. Didn't you all say I was lazy? Watch me claim the trial qualification for group administrator today. Such a trivial qualification is a piece of cake for me. Genius Girl has joined the live stream. Genius Girl? Really? I don't believe it. The Eternal Emperor, Paper Angel, Sword Saint of Gryffindor have joined the live stream. Other group members began to appear, and the live stream rapidly became bustling. Handsome guy from Skull Island. It's the middle of the night. Aren't you all asleep? Sword Saint of Gryffindor. Sleep? What is that? Time to have some fun. Paper Angel, it's rare to see you so diligent. Wen Chao. Of course, I must come to support you. Eternal Emperor, a teachable child. My heart is greatly comforted. Handsome guy from Skull Island. Wen Chao couldn't help but smile wryly as he glanced at the battle between the Snow Demon and Tiamat. It seemed they still had a ways to go. Just then, Bulma was also present, so he casually inquired whether she had mastered the method of energy cultivation. Genius girl. Huh? Oh, Wen Chao. You mean the method of energy cultivation? I had long since requested it from that old pervert, Master Rashi, but I forgot while researching the Chitauri technology with Wanda. Handsome guy from Skull Island. Master Fan. Eternal Emperor. Genius girl. Hee. My apologies to the three of you. I'll upload it right away. Genius Girl has uploaded the Turtle School martial arts cultivation method in the group mall. Those interested, come and take a look. No wonder there had been no news for so long. It turned out she had forgotten. Wen Chao shook his head in resignation and then opened the group mall. Is it only 1,000 points? Quite affordable. As Wen Chao gazed at the price of the Turtle Hermit martial arts training method in the group mall, he felt a twinge of surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although the concept of ki permeated the entirety of the Dragon Ball narrative, it served merely as a fundamental method of cultivation. The extent of one's mastery depended solely on individual talent and effort, along with the pivotal factor of one's bloodline. Transformations such as Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and even Super Saiyan God, along with a myriad of subsequent transformations, cannot be achieved merely by learning to harness ki. I wonder if I can absorb the Saiyan bloodline? Wen Chao mused as he contemplated his appearance. The prospect of transforming into a Super Saiyan ape seemed rather amusing. Moreover, his current form bore an uncanny resemblance to the Super Saiyan 4's precursor transformation, the Golden Great Ape. Yet, he pondered whether the Dragon Ball universe, where Bulma resided, encompassed the concept of Super Saiyan 4. With this thought in mind, Wen Chao felt a surge of excitement and promptly inquired with Bulma. Genius girl. Wen Chao, are you still interested in the Saiyan bloodline? Skeleton Island handsome. Yes. I wish to experiment with absorbing the Saiyan bloodline and transforming into a Super Saiyan ape for fun. It should be quite entertaining. Little fan. Count me in. I also want to transform into a Super Saiyan for some fun. Skeleton Island handsome. You think you could just transform? I possess a golden finger. Do you? Little fan. Come on, having a golden finger doesn't make you special. Perhaps I am a genius like Sun Wukong. Eternal Emperor. Suddenly, I feel less inclined towards my dragon transformation. I too wish to try the Saiyan bloodline. Scarlet Witch. Transforming for a brawl? I think I'll pass. Paper Angel. I agree. I have no desire to become like Might Guy or Rock Lee. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Likewise. I shall focus on studying magic instead. The three fragile mages expressed their disinterest in transforming for combat. Genius Girl. Very well. I shall fetch some blood from Vegeta. Additionally, I've already researched the previous dragon genes. I will make them available at the same time. Counting money. JPG. Skeleton Island handsome. Can't we draw blood from Sun Wukong? Little fan. Son Gohan's blood would work too. Genius Girl. Oomph. Do you two look down on my Vegeta? Skeleton Island handsome. No. Not at all. Your Vegeta is indeed a super speed party Vegeta. How could I possibly look down on him? I simply prefer Sun Wukong a tad more. After all, he is the protagonist of the Dragon Ball manga. Little fan. Haha, I feel the same way. Genius Girl. I sense some hidden meanings in your words. Never mind. I shall find an excuse for a physical examination to gather Sun Jun and Krillin along with the others. It's been a while since we all met. I'll also take the opportunity to introduce my dear Trunks to them. However, the Saiyan bloodline you desire will have to wait. Skeleton Island handsome. No worries. I am in no rush. Lord Xiaofan. I feel the same way. The Eternal Emperor. I feel the same way. The genius beautiful girl. Then let it be. After reserving the Saiyan bloodline from Bulma, Wen Chao cast his gaze once more towards the distant battlefield, where the fierce duel between the Snow Demon and Tiamat had reached a boiling point. The Snow Demon, who had indulged in a plethora of delights alongside Wen Chao, was gradually gaining the upper hand, mercilessly overpowering Tiamat. Observing this, Wen Chao felt a sense of relief and, taking a moment to sense Godzilla's current location, realized that the latter was still far from reaching Skull Island. Thus, he decided to level up first. With so many friends watching, losing the battle would undoubtedly lead to unbearable laughter at his expense. Settling into a cross-legged position, Wen Chao began to absorb the newly acquired training method of the Turtle School. Qi, the fundamental energy inherent in all living beings, encompasses life energy, righteousness, malevolence, courage, and vitality, serving as the source of existence and the power for combat. As the voice of an elder resonated, Wen Chao gradually relaxed his body, entering a state of oblivion where self and surroundings faded away. Chapter 76. Godzilla. You want to strike this thing? Detecting new skill. Beginning transformation. Dominant true Qi merging in as the system panel prompted. Gradually, a white aura began to envelop Wen Chao, making him appear like a radiant deity from a distance. With his eyes gently closed, the white mist exhaled from his nostrils coalesced into a cyclone before his chest, each breath causing the ground beneath to tremble. His rough palms pressed against his knees, faint glimmers seeping between his fingers, as if magma surged beneath his skin. Roar! Suddenly, Wen Chao let out a thunderous roar, striking his chest, the shock wave echoing like thunder, shaking the entire Skull Island. In the distance, the sea of clouds was cleaved, revealing a canopy of stars. The aura surrounding Wen Chao had transformed into a tangible form, coalescing behind him into a vague, simian shadow. As this shadow gradually solidified, it began to overlap with Wen Chao's physical body, the dominant true Qi that had been circulating within him slowly being enveloped by this aura. The two intertwined, merging with the aura taking precedence, and influenced by the radiant energy of the dominant true Qi, the originally white aura began to shift towards a bluish-white hue. When the two were completely fused, a fierce aura suddenly emanated from Wen Chao's body, the overwhelming pressure transforming into a tangible shockwave that swept across all of Skull Island. Except for Bulma, the friends watching the live stream were left in awe. Shao Fan. Wow, this guy's grown stronger again. Is the aura really that powerful? Eternal Emperor. He converted his skills so quickly. It must be the effect of Wen Chao's golden finger. Genius girl, not bad. Bulma remarked that she had seen much. After all, when a Super Saiyan transforms and unleashes their aura, the entire planet trembles. Gryffindor Sword Saint, suddenly feeling an urge to try it out. What to do? Scarlet Witch, no. Stay resolute. Young Neville. Magic is the strongest. Paper Angel. The aura seems different from the 8 Gates training of Might Guy. I should give it a try too. Scarlet Witch. Sister Xiaonan, you are betraying us. Paper Angel. No. I'm buying it for Nagato to train. Scarlet Witch. Really? I don't believe it. JPG. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, the Snow Demon and Tiamat faltered, their bodies somewhat sluggish under the weight of this fierce aura. The Snow Demon, familiar with Wen Chao's presence, was the first to react, seizing the opportunity to bite down on Tiamat's neck. A breath of extreme frost surged forth, completely freezing the area where Tiamat was bitten. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering, Tiamat's neck was brutally severed by the Snow Demon, a dragon-like serpent head filled with despair plummeting to the ground. The serpent body that had tightly coiled around the Snow Demon also weakly loosened its grip, and, subsequently, the Snow Demon flung the severed head away. With a triumphant roar, the Snow Demon gazed at Tiamat's dismembered body, celebrating the long-standing enmity that had been established between them thousands of years ago, finally coming to a resolution today. Calming her emotions, the Snow Demon cast a glance at Wen Chao, who was surrounded by an ethereal blue-white glow, resembling a deity, her eyes filled with fervent admiration. She then picked up Tiamat's lifeless body, tossing it onto her back, and, grasping the unblinking dragon-like serpent head, slowly approached Wen Chao. The Snow Demon gently placed Tiamat's remains before him, patiently awaiting his awakening. Before long, the initial phase of cultivation concluded successfully, and Wen Chao gradually emerged from a state of transcendence, sensing the novel power coursing within him. Extending his left hand with the palm facing upwards, he willed his internal energy to circulate, gathering into his palm, where a blue-white energy sphere began to materialize. Haha, I can unleash energy waves just like the Z warriors from Dragon Ball. Wen Chao laughed heartily, manipulating the energy sphere to dance in midair. He then pointed forward, and the sphere surged violently, crashing heavily onto the frozen sea below. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted skyward, shattering the entire ice surface. Why does it resemble a nuclear explosion? Could it be the fusion with the domineering true energy? Observing the mushroom cloud rising in the distance and feeling the radiative energy at the epicenter of the explosion, Wen Chao's lips twitched slightly. The nature of his shockwave seemed somewhat askew. In haste, he opened the system panel to check. Name, Wen Chao Diamond. Age, 24 years, 8 years. Occupation, martial artist. Chi radiation, 100 proficient. Energy manipulation, 100 beginner. Bloodline, Titan, Giant Ape, Extreme Storm. Height, 160 meters. Weight, 150,000 tons. Talent, Devouring Evolution, Storm Control. Dragon Transformation, 1. Realm, 3rd Stage, City Destruction Level. Faith Power, 0 strands, daily, 266 strands. Number of Saints, 1. Evolution Points, 3,510. 10,000 as expected. Observing the radiation suffix next to the Chi in the system panel, Wen Chao shook his head in resignation. While others cultivated life energy, righteous energy, or evil energy, he had managed to develop a radiation energy variant of Chi. Yet, given that he currently existed as a Titan beast sustained by radiative energy, it was hardly surprising. Well, a radiation variant is just a variant, is still Chi, after all, and it poses no significant concern. Wen Chao closed the system panel, dismissing such trivial matters. What mattered was its utility. Furthermore, after merging with the domineering true energy, the radiative Chi now not only retained its original attributes, but also functioned similarly to the domineering true energy, automatically circulating to absorb radiative energy daily. The increase in evolution points soared from the original 6 to an impressive 30, a delightful surprise indeed. Having just experimented with Lu Ping's energy manipulation, he was eager to try the sky dance technique next. Wen Chao reminisced about the techniques he had learned from the Turtle School of Martial Arts. Master Mu Tian, the Turtle Hermit, had indeed kept pace with the times. The materials he provided to Bulma encompassed not only the traditional Turtle School techniques, such as the Kamehameha, the Afterimage technique, and the Universal Shockwave, but also included the Energy Sphere technique from his disciple, Lu Ping, and Krillin's Spirit Slash. Furthermore, the invaluable aerial maneuvering technique and Solar Fist, acquired during his disciples' exchanges with Tian Shinhan, were also part of this comprehensive curriculum. Following the instructions for the aerial maneuvering technique, Wen Chao released energy from every part of his body. Under the influence of this energy, the force of gravity on his body was counteracted, and he began to sway and float. After a brief period of acclimatization in the air, Wen Chao swiftly grasped the rudiments of the aerial maneuvering technique and gradually accelerated his flight. Is this the sensation of flying? How exhilarating! Ha, I can fly now. The thrill of soaring through the skies on his own was overwhelming, causing Wen Chao to shout joyfully in the air. Chapter 77. The Awakening of Mosura and the Arrival of Godzilla. Alas! Having just mastered the art of flight, Wen Chao soared through the skies, exuberantly shouting as he ascended into the clouds, shattering their layers, and, at times, skimming the ocean's surface, conjuring tumultuous waves. What? The snow demon on Skull Island stared in astonishment, pondering if her position was now in jeopardy. After a considerable while, Wen Chao descended from the heavens, still brimming with exhilaration. Upon landing, the snow demon cautiously approached, emitting a low whine as her large, expressive eyes fixated on Wen Chao, fearing abandonment. Rest assured, although I can now soar through the skies, I will not forsake you. Wen Chao chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling the snow demon's head in reassurance. With a sigh of relief, the snow demon then retrieved the headless serpent body of Tiamat, placing it before Wen Chao. Is this for me? Then I shall not hold back. Wen Chao exclaimed as he grasped Tiamat's elongated form, effortlessly tearing it into two equal segments. He presented one half to the snow demon, encouraging her to freeze it with her icy breath, while he concentrated his energy into the other segment, simulating nuclear fusion to generate intense heat, incinerating it. Tiamat's flesh, imbued with extraordinary radioactive energy, transformed upon being consumed by Wen Chao, manifesting as a distinctly cool energy that coursed throughout his being, contrasting sharply with the previous Titan beasts he had devoured. This energy faintly resonated with the surrounding ocean, yet soon grew silent, merging within Wen Chao's essence. The ability to manipulate the sea? As he sensed this peculiar power, a contemplative expression crossed Wen Chao's face. It appeared akin to camouflage talent for commanding storms, indicating that he would need to wait until his next evolution to fully assimilate and master it. Energy radiation, 131-100, proficient. Evolution points 60, devoured Tiamat. Evolution points 300. Evolution points 3,510-100, 00, 3870-10,000. Did the integration of energy into the flesh also double the evolution points? Wen Chao pondered, surprised. The energy he cultivated indeed provided a comprehensive enhancement compared to the domineering true energy he had previously practiced, proving itself to be a high-level technique from the Dragon Ball universe. Little fan. Damn, Wen Chao, you're tempting me late at night. I too must seek sustenance. Genius beauty. Curse it. My weight loss plan is doomed again. Others, gulp, the onlookers witnessing his indulgent feast found their appetites stirred, prompting each to search for their own morsels. In the heart of the earth, within the territory of the IVI tribe, the ritual to summon the monstrous Queen Mosura had commenced. In the center of the ceremony, Jia inhaled deeply, nodding to the queen of the IVI tribe beside her, and slowly closed her eyes. She concentrated, reciting the incantation taught by the queen, striving to connect with the ancient entity slumbering atop the pyramid. As Jia whispered the sacred words, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn, and a mysterious wave of energy began to permeate the air. Creak, the little monkey Suko, alongside the four heavenly kings, sensed the mysterious surge and let out low growls tinged with anxiety. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and golden beams of light erupted from the enormous cocoon atop the pyramid. These luminous rays coalesced into a towering column of light, illuminating the entire realm of the subterranean IVI tribe. Within that resplendent radiance, a magnificent figure gradually emerged, the ancient titan, the queen of monsters, Mothra. Mothra's colossal form was awe-inspiring, her wings unfurling to an impressive length of over 100 meters. The scales adorning her wings shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and under the light, she emanated an ethereal glow. At the tips of her wings were patterns resembling the eyes of her beloved, the king of monsters, Godzilla. With a gentle flick of her antennae, Mothra emitted a low, rumbling hum and gazed down at Jia. "Thank you for awakening me, Jia." A tender voice resonated in Jia's heart. "You are Lady Mothra?" Jia looked up in astonishment at Mothra hovering above, to which the latter nodded. As the queen of monsters, Mothra shared the telepathic abilities of the subterranean IVI tribe. "Lady Mothra, is it true that the message you conveyed to the queen indicates that our god, King Kong, will contest the throne with the king of monsters, Godzilla?" Jia inquired urgently. "Indeed, the struggle for the throne between them is about to commence, and it is unstoppable," Mothra replied with a hint of resignation. "Will our god be in danger?" Jia asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Although she believed in Wen Chao's ultimate victory, her opponent was none other than Godzilla, who had ruled over all titans for millennia, causing her heart to swell with concern. "Rest assured, I shall go and see for myself." Mothra's voice faltered momentarily, but she quickly shifted the topic. Without further ado, she unfurled her wings and soared towards the nearby subterranean passage. "Our god shall prevail," Jia silently prayed as she watched Mothra depart, unaware that Mothra's own thoughts were consumed with worry for Godzilla. Initially, she feared Godzilla might, in a fit of rage, slay the newly challenging King Kong, thus losing a valuable ally against Ghidorah. However, She was astonished by the rapid ascent in King Kong's strength, and now hoped that the stubborn dragon would not stubbornly cling to his title. After having been the king of monsters for so long, it was time for him to concede to the newcomer. May I reach him in time? Mothra mused, hastening her pace. Meanwhile, in the surface world at Skull Island, as Wen Chao consumed the last morsel of Tiamat's flesh, the previously calm sea around Skull Island erupted once more into tumultuous waves. Suddenly, the snow demon, who had been happily gnawing on Tiamat's head beside Wen Chao, stood up and emitted a cautious growl towards the ocean. Has the king finally arrived? Wen Chao gradually rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the increasingly tumultuous waves of the sea. Lord Fan, he inquired, after such a lengthy wait, shall the battle finally commence? Everyone come and witness. I'm here. In response to Fan Xian's call, all the friends in the group returned to the live broadcast room, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this battle for the title of King of Monsters. The azure waters appeared to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, churning violently. Suddenly, a colossal black figure emerged from the surface of the sea. Boom! In an instant, the water erupted like a detonated bomb, splattering in all directions and forming towering waves reaching several dozen meters high. A massive silhouette burst forth from the depths, its towering form approaching 100 meters, resembling a moving mountain. Its body was encased in scales as hard as armor, glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The ancient titan, the king of monsters. Godzilla. Chapter 78. The old king defeated, the new king ascends. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla's powerful hind legs crashed upon the ocean surface, unleashing towering waves that surged forth like untamed stallions, violently assaulting Skull Island. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, producing a deafening cacophony. His eyes, filled with primal ferocity and intimidation, coldly regarded Wen Chao and the snow demon on Skull Island. Grr. Sensing the radiation energy that had been utterly consumed on Skull Island, the belated Godzilla emitted a low, rumbling growl, his eyes wide with fury, fixated on the two scavengers before him. The snow demon, letting out a timid whimper, took a cautious step back, retreating behind Wen Chao. Familiar with Godzilla's temperament, she recognized this as a precursor to his impending wrath. In stark contrast, Wen Chao met Godzilla's gaze without flinching, his spirit ignited with determination. With a mere thought, he donned the Scion battle armor that had long remained untouched in his spatial pouch, adopting the signature stance of the Turtle School, and provocatively beckoned Godzilla with a flick of his hand. Grr! Provoked, Godzilla unleashed a furious roar. His dorsal fins, sharp as blades, began to emanate a ghostly blue luminescence, signaling the gathering of energy. Roar! Wen Chao responded with an equally fierce bellow, his form enveloped in a swirling azure and white energy, propelling himself forward to intercept Godzilla's impending atomic breath. Clenching his fists, he struck downwards with tremendous force, the black-scaled knuckles glinting like metal, each punch accompanied by a sonic boom. Godzilla's dorsal fins gruba ominously, his internal atomic furnace surging with intensity as he lowered his head and charged toward Wen Chao's fists. The collision sent powerful shockwaves that shattered nearby rocks into dust, creating a fierce gale that carved a circular void in the ocean. Despite his size being diminished compared to Wen Chao, Godzilla's weight sent the ground crumbling beneath him. Sliding backward 100 meters, his robust hind legs carving deep trenches into the earth. Grr! Infuriated by the setback, Godzilla unleashed a torrent of atomic breath towards Wen Chao. Bring it on. Wen Chao concentrated energy in his palms, releasing a shockwave that cleaved through the receding seawater, creating a rift. Boom! The clash of the blue-white atomic breath and the azure shockwave ignited a blinding flash in the air, instantly vaporizing the surrounding seawater within a kilometer radius, while funnel-shaped whirlpools formed in the clouds above. Before the aftershocks of the explosion could settle, Godzilla roared once more, his massive form spinning abruptly. Boom! The air erupted as his tail, lined with razor-sharp fins, swept through like a colossal pillar of blades aimed directly at Wen Chao. Yet he grasped it barehanded, his pupils igniting with an azure-white flame. The energy seeped into Godzilla's scales, producing a sound akin to cracking bones as Godzilla, in pain, lashed his tail in a desperate attempt to escape Wen Chao's grip. In the process, he inadvertently sliced through Wen Chao's scion battle armor with his dorsal fins. Clang! The sharp dorsal fins clashed with the formidable black carapace, producing a brilliant spark amidst the clamor of metal striking metal. Following their brief yet intense engagement, both parties retreated a step, locking eyes in a tense standoff. The rapid and fierce confrontation left Wen Chao breathless, his chest heaving with exertion. The shoulder plates of his scion battle attire had shattered during the fray, and the once pristine suit was now tattered, with numerous tears. Particularly concerning was the long white gash on his chest, from which blood was beginning to seep. Similarly, Godzilla, facing Wen Chao, was not unscathed. A significant portion of the dorsal fins on his back had broken, and his tail was twisted and misaligned. The two combatants exchanged a fierce glare, neither showing any sign of retreat. It was time to settle the score. Energy surged wildly around Wen Chao as he clasped his hands together at his waist, channeling a colossal energy wave that shimmered with a cerulean white glow at his fingertips. Godzilla, equally resolute, unleashed a deafening roar as the nuclear energy within him surged, pushing his atomic furnace beyond its critical limits, illuminating his dorsal fins with a dazzling blue-white brilliance. Wen Chao formed his hands into a blossom shape, propelling the concentrated energy wave forward with immense force. The energy wave, imbued with cataclysmic momentum, hurtled toward Godzilla. In response, a breath of atomic energy, significantly thicker than before, erupted from Godzilla's maw. The collision of the energy wave and atomic breath resounded in a tremendous explosion, vaporizing the surrounding seawater and shattering the ground beneath, creating massive craters. Skull Island trembled violently, fracturing and gradually sinking into the depths of the ocean. As the silhouettes of the two colossal beasts were gradually engulfed by the torrent of energy amidst the swirling dust and vapor. In the viewing room, the audience was swept up in a wave of excitement. "Thrilling!" exclaimed Lord Xiaofan. "A spectacle," declared the Eternal Emperor. "Who emerged victorious?" inquired the Scarlet Witch. "It should be Wen Chao," speculated the Paper Angel. "Without a doubt, Senior Wen Chao has triumphed," affirmed the Sword Saint of Gryffindor. "It's been ages since I've witnessed such a spectacular battle. It transports me back to the days of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament," reminisced the Genius Maiden. The fierce battle left the viewers in the live stream exhilarated and enthralled. Outside the battlefield, the Snow Demon, having fallen into the sea with Skull Island, exhaled a frosty breath that froze the surrounding water into ice. Once she regained her footing on the icy surface, she anxiously roared in the direction where Wen Chao had been. Crack! Moments later, the sound of ice shattering echoed, and a black figure gradually emerged from the swirling white mist. "I'm fine," came Wen Chao's slightly labored voice as he grasped Godzilla's tail, dragging the creature before the Snow Demon. As the mist formed from the evaporated seawater dissipated, Wen Chao's rather disheveled figure became visible. His scion battle suit was utterly ruined, with only a small piece of tattered armor remaining at his waist. The black scales covering his body were also significantly damaged, and blood gushed forth, cascading down like a waterfall, quickly staining the icy surface beneath his feet. The once mighty Godzilla, dragged mercilessly by Wen Chao, now lay in a state of utter devastation. His dorsal fins, from neck to tail, were completely shattered, and his body was drenched in crimson. More alarmingly, the atomic furnace within him, which had been pushed to its limits, was now on the verge of extinguishment, with only the faintest rise and fall of his chest remaining. "Oh!" The Snow Demon gazed at the former king of monsters, now powerless on the ground, her eyes filled with adoration as she looked at Wen Chao. Bowing her head, she emitted a soft sound, wholeheartedly offering her devotion to this new king of monsters. The ancient Frost Titan, the Snow Demon, has ascended to sainthood, gaining 1,000 strands of faith daily, 1 filament. Evolution points 1,000. Evolution points 3,87100, 00, for 87010,000. Wen Chao, is there such a delightful fortune? Chapter 79, Godzilla. I would rather die than yield. To his astonishment, Wen Chao gazed at the system panel, realizing the abundance of evolution points he had amassed. After defeating the formidable Godzilla and claiming the title of the new Monster King, he discovered that the Snow Demon had become his second disciple. With her elevated status in the legendary monster universe, she provided him with a daily influx of faith power equivalent to 1,000 evolution points. If only Tiamat and the Death Swarm could also become his disciples, along with the distant Yamata, no Orochi, Kamizats, and Scar King, he could potentially evolve to the 4th tier in mere days, or even entertain the prospect of reaching the 5th tier. When Chao's imagination began to soar, if that were indeed the case, it would be exceedingly delightful. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing the improbability of such a scenario. The Snow Demon and Tiamat were clearly adversaries. If forced to choose, he would undoubtedly side with the Snow Demon, who had endured much alongside him. The Death Swarm, a special titan beast formed by a symbiotic insect swarm, possessed low intelligence and was unlikely to be tamed. As for Yamata no Orochi, a titan beast venerated as a deity by the Japanese, he would not accept it even if it were offered freely. Kamizats, as a titan of destruction, did not align with his essence. And similarly, Scar King, who had enslaved the Snow Demon for thousands of years, harbored irreconcilable conflicts with him. Furthermore, Scar King, with ambitions to dominate the entire Earth, would never submit, let alone become his disciple. Moreover, the strength of these titan beasts paled in comparison to that of the Snow Demon, and it was likely their status was inferior as well. Even if they were to become his followers, they could not provide faith power commensurate with the Snow Demon. Contemplating this, when Chao turned his gaze to the ailing Godzilla beneath him. Speaking of status, as the former Monster King, Godzilla's rank would undoubtedly rival or even surpass that of the Snow Demon. If Godzilla could be persuaded to submit to him, it would be far more advantageous than merely devouring him. As a fervent disciple, he would guarantee a daily influx of faith power. And if he were to become a disciple like the Snow Demon, that power would multiply 1,000-fold, allowing him to effortlessly accrue 1,000 evolution points each day. What a delightful prospect! With this thought, when Chao cleared his throat and addressed the prostrate Godzilla earnestly. Godzilla, I have defeated you in fair combat. Do you yield? Struggling, Godzilla raised his head and, recalling the fierce battle they had just fought, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It was clear that he had been bested. Roar! Godzilla let out a low growl, declaring, From this day forth, you, this black monkey, shall be the new Monster King. With Godzilla's recognition, a prompt appeared in the chat group. Congratulations to member Skull Island Handsome for obtaining the qualification for the group administrator trial. Little fan, Wen Chao, congratulations. Scarlet Witch, Wen Chao, you've finally secured your qualification for the group administrator trial. Others, congratulations. Skull Island Handsome, thank you all. I shall first attempt to persuade Godzilla to yield, and we shall converse further afterward. When Chao exchanged a few casual remarks with the friends in the live stream before earnestly endeavoring to convince Godzilla to relent. Godzilla, if you're amenable, would you submit to me? Godzilla resolutely shook his head, his eyes brimming with defiance and a deathly resolve. As a sovereign, defeat equates to death. How could he deign to live in servitude? Oh no, Godzilla, it's merely a defeat. Why do you so readily seek death? Submit to me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury, feasting and reveling, with nuclear bombs aplenty. Shuemo, you should also attempt to persuade him. You two have been friends for millennia. Wen Chao retrieved 4 nuclear bombs, each weighing 100,000 tons, from the red envelope space as a gesture of reparations, arranging them enticingly before Godzilla in hopes of luring him. Ugh! Shuemo stepped forward to urge him as well. She understood the bond between Godzilla and Mothra. Even if you do not consider your own fate, think of Mothra. After your demise, she will surely grieve. Godzilla, gazing at the 4 nuclear bombs radiating potent energy, involuntarily swallowed hard. The mention of Mothra stirred his resolve, yet ultimately, the pride forged over millennia as the king of monsters prevailed. Roar! You may as well kill me. Godzilla growled, closing his eyes and presenting himself for slaughter. Wen Chao and Shuemo exchanged a wordless glance, their attempts having borne no fruit. Xuemontak, do you have no means left? Wen Chao inquired undeterred. Ugh, Shui Mo shook her head. Unless her dear sister Mothra appeared forthwith, no one could sway this stubborn dragon. Alas, it seems we have no choice. Wen Chao sighed, resigning to abandon the endeavor. Mothra was still ensconced in the depths of the earth among the Iwi tribe, or perhaps entangled in the cocoons of Eastern Dali. He could not possibly drag Godzilla across such distances to seek his wife's intervention. That would indeed be a humiliation, likely provoking Godzilla to take his own life en route. Since it must be so, I shall grant you your wish, Godzilla. May your journey be smooth. Wen Chao, gazing at the creature he once admired, ultimately steeled himself and raised his fist. Ugh! Shui Mo also let out a mournful sound, bidding farewell to her old friend. Godzilla, sensing the immense energy converging above him, remained steadfast, choosing to face death with equanimity. With a crackle, just as Wen Chao's fist amassed its utmost power, poised to descend, a sharp insect-like cry echoed from the horizon. New King Kong, I beseech you to show mercy. Accompanying the cry was a gentle feminine voice that resonated in Wen Chao's heart. Could it be? Is Mothra truly arriving at such an opportune moment? Following the sound, Wen Chao beheld a resplendent beam of holy light bursting forth from the sky, and within that brilliance, a magnificent moth. Its wings spanning over 100 meters and adorned with vibrant patterns, gracefully approached. Ugh! Shui Mo let out a long cry, welcoming her long-lost sister after thousands of years. Roar? As Godzilla, with his eyes previously shut, finally opened them, he chanced upon Mothra soaring towards him. Instinctively, he shrank back and turned his head, not wishing to reveal his current disheveled state. Although the reason for Mothra's unexpected appearance eluded him, Wen Chao retracted his fist, realizing that her sudden arrival could potentially alter the course of persuading Godzilla to surrender. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. Congratulations on ascending as the new Monster King. Mothra gracefully descended onto the icy surface, her 6 elongated limbs elegantly carrying her towards Wen Chao, where she respectfully bowed in deference. Detected the presence of a high-ranking entity within the current world, the ancient Titan, Queen of Monsters. Mothra submits to you, currently a fervent devotee. Daily faith power increases by 1 strand. Evolution points, 1. Evolution points for 1,87100, 00, for 87110,000, Chapter 80. Mothra tames her husband, Godzilla. Ah, my dear wife. I was wrong. It is indeed wise of you, Mothra. Wen Chao gazed at the notifications on the system panel with a sense of joy, realizing that Mothra, much like Snow Moth, had garnered 100-fold the faith power from ordinary believers. Mothra, please do not stand on ceremony. You must persuade Godzilla. Ever since I defeated him, he has been intent on seeking death, and neither Snow Moth nor I can convince him otherwise. With an air of feigned humility, Wen Chao turned to inform her of Godzilla's plight. Godzilla quickly looked up at Wen Chao, disbelief in his eyes. What do you mean seeking death? I am merely facing my fate with dignity. Feeling somewhat guilty, Wen Chao turned away. You may explain yourself to Mothra. Snow Moth chuckled softly, anticipating the unfolding drama. Thank you, Your Majesty, but please just call me Mothra. Rest assured, I shall persuade this obstinate dragon. Mothra straightened her posture and approached Wen Chao and Godzilla. Snow Moth, it has been a while. I did not expect you to be by His Majesty's side so soon. You truly have discerning taste. Mothra greeted Snow Moth warmly. Snow Moth responded, her voice filled with the joy of reuniting with a dear friend. Your Majesty, allow me to tend to your wounds first. With a powerful flap of her wings, Mothra released a dazzling shower of sacred scales that enveloped both Wen Chao and Godzilla. Under the influence of the sacred scales, their previously bleeding wounds began to heal rapidly. Even the severely damaged scales of Wen Chao and Godzilla's shattered dorsal fins visibly regrew. Thank you, Mothra. Covered in the radiant scales, Wen Chao felt a warmth enveloping him, akin to the gentle sun of a winter afternoon. He had not anticipated Mothra's extraordinary healing abilities, which had saved him a need for a magical being. Additionally, recalling the film Godzilla, King of the Monsters, where she sacrificed herself to instantly heal Godzilla after a devastating blow from Ghidorah and enabled him to enter his burning mode. Her remarkable healing prowess truly rendered her a divine healer in the realm of legendary monsters. "Your Majesty, you are too kind. It is my duty," Mothra replied, bowing slightly to Wen Chao. However, her demeanor shifted as she cast a piercing gaze at the now-recovered, yet still feigning death Godzilla lying on the ground. "You stubborn dragon, why are you still lying there when you are healed? Get up. Are you going to rise or not? I shall make you regret it." Wen Chao shivered at the sudden change in Mothra's tone, his eyes widening in astonishment. This familiar tone, could it be that Mothra hailed from the East Dajong province? No, she was not from Yunnan, was she? 1. With a stern expression, Mothra began to count. Godzilla, unable to maintain his act of feigned death, scrambled to his feet, obediently squatting before Mothra, utterly devoid of the previous majesty befitting the king of monsters. "You stubborn dragon, I knew you would seek death after your defeat. Is it about the dignity of the king of monsters? Facing death with such calmness, is it? Do you not remember that I am still waiting for you in the depths of the earth? Even when you awaken, you do not come to see me. Have you forgotten about me? Is there someone new outside? Is it that serpent spirit Tiamat? Or that spider spirit Scylla? I shall pierce you, you heartless wretch." Mothra, filled with fury, soared to the top of Godzilla's head, extending her 6 long legs, and began to poke at him mercilessly. I have not. Who told you that? I am not seeking someone new. This is slander. Undoubtedly someone is spreading falsehoods about me. I am innocent. Let the heavens bear witness." Godzilla, covering his eyes, dared not retaliate, merely protesting repeatedly. Wen Chao stood in astonishment, jaw nearly dropping at the scene before him. Is this how Godzilla and Mothra usually interact? This wasn't depicted in the movies. Could it be that Mothra was merely showing respect to Godzilla in front of humans, making her appear so gracious? And was there a deeper reason behind Godzilla's execution of Scylla and Tiamat in Godzilla vs. Kong 2? Mothra suspects Godzilla's infidelity with Scylla and Tiamat, and Godzilla personally executed the 2 female titans to prove his innocence? Or perhaps to erase evidence? Scarlet Witch. Those 2 are quite amusing. The Eternal Emperor, a great lizard and a giant moth as lovers. What an eye-opener. Lord Fan, well, this is simply love. Angel of Paper. Indeed. The realms are filled with wonders. Gryffindor Sword Saint. I do not understand, yet I am profoundly shocked. Genius Girl. It's merely interspecies love. Is that not normal? Apart from Bulma, who married an alien prince, the friends in the live stream expressed their astonishment. Beside them, the snow demon seemed unfazed. She had witnessed such scenes countless millennia ago. This time I shall spare you. Why not go greet the new king? One must accept their inferiority and refrain from seeking death in despair. After a considerable time, Mothra finally ceased her admonition of Godzilla, resuming her previous gentle demeanor as the elder sister. Godzilla, feeling aggrieved, approached Wen Chao and bowed deeply. Detected the presence of the highest-ranking entity in the current world, the ancient Titan, former king of monsters and child of the world. Godzilla kneels before you, currently a shallow believer, gaining 2 strands of faith power daily. Evolution points 0.02. Evolution points after the decimal are not displayed, too lazy to calculate. Goodness! Wen Chao marveled inwardly. Godzilla is indeed Godzilla, worthy of being the protagonist of the film, as the faith power offered is 200 times that of an ordinary believer. Moreover, his system is quite peculiar, even too lazy to calculate the decimal points. What an eye-opening experience. However, is Godzilla merely his shallow believer at this point? Wen Chao cast a glance at the rather ungrateful Godzilla, understanding that the latter was merely compelled to submit under the oppressive might of the Demoness. This he could comprehend. However, Wen Chao had his own strategies for taming the mighty creature. After all, in his previous life, Godzilla was affectionately dubbed Fat God due to his somewhat rotund physique, suggesting he had an affinity for culinary delights. Capturing the heart of a gourmand was a task of remarkable ease. Today, we have gained the allegiance of 2 formidable allies, a cause for celebration indeed. Here, I possess 4 nuclear warheads acquired from the human realm, perfectly apportioned for each of us to share, Wen Chao declared, gesturing towards the 4 neatly arranged warheads beside him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mothra bowed in gratitude. MMM. The excited rumble from Mothra echoed, reminiscing about the exquisite taste of the nuclear delights, salivating at the thought. Roar. Godzilla's eyes sparkled with interest. Recalling the 23 nuclear warheads he had been gradually fed by the American military over a decade ago, causing a droplet of saliva to escape his lips. Seeing Godzilla's rather undignified display, Mothra couldn't help but sigh in exasperation, poking him in the back in a moment of frustration. Godzilla quickly wiped his mouth, gazing at Wen Chao with eyes full of approval. Chapter 81. Godzilla shall never be a slave, unless sated by a nuclear feast, as Wen Chao gazed upon the system's notification. A subtle smile graced his lips. Indeed, for the gluttonous Godzilla, there was nothing that a hearty nuclear banquet could not remedy. If it was insufficient, another feast would surely suffice. How could I forget? There lies an even more potent nuclear device. In the spirit of celebration today, let us indulge together. With determination, Wen Chao retrieved the final 30-megaton nuclear bomb gifted by Wanda and placed it amidst the 400-kiloton bombs. This time, he resolved to allow Godzilla to feast to his heart's content, fully embracing his allegiance. Ah, Your Majesty, you are too gracious. Godzilla's eyes sparkled at the sight of the 30-megaton bomb, its rear shimmering with fiery radiance and abundant radioactive energy, causing drool to cascade from his jaws like a waterfall. Boom, 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 boom. As the 30-megaton bomb erupted violently, the 400-kiloton bombs detonated simultaneously, prompting Godzilla to exhale an ecstatic atomic breath in celebration. Amidst the cataclysmic explosions, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended above the ruins of Skull Island, obliterating the war-torn land. The sea surged with blinding light, akin to a second sun tearing through the clouds, instantaneously vaporizing the surrounding waters into a dome of steam hundreds of meters in diameter, while molten material churned beneath. The mushroom cloud, entwined with water and vapor, shot skyward, its base dragging a water tail stretching for kilometers as the tsunami unleashed by the explosion barreled forth at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour, shattering everything in its path. The ocean floor fractured under the immense shockwave, plunging the entire marine expanse into a cataclysmic tremor. Yet at the heart of this apocalyptic scene, for colossal beasts reveled in their exclusive gastronomic delight. At ground zero of the nuclear explosion, Mothra radiated a divine luminescence that rivaled the brilliance of the blast itself. This sacred light formed a delicate shield enveloping her, effectively warding off the searing heat and shockwaves of the explosion. Under the protection of this holy glow, Mothra leisurely savored the abundant radioactive energy surrounding her. Beside her, Snow Moth, enraptured with excitement, emitted low, eager chirps. Her entire body, cloaked in pristine white scales, rendered her impervious to the devastation wrought by the nuclear detonation, as she indulged heartily. How does it fare, Godzilla? Are you pleased? I must tell you, this is merely a 70-megaton bomb. When the opportunity arises, I shall treat you to a 100-megaton hydrogen bomb. By the way, I've heard that the elder brother in the human world possesses a 5,000-megaton Tsar hydrogen bomb. When the time comes, I shall invite you to partake in that. Its power is immense. Wen Chao, aglow with a bluish-white luminescence, remarked while absorbing the radiation energy and affectionately patting Godzilla's shoulder. Ah, is that true? Thank you, Your Majesty. Godzilla radiated a brilliant blue-white glow, voraciously consuming the surrounding radiation energy. Upon hearing Wen Chao's words, his luminous eyes widened in surprise as he nodded repeatedly, his face brimming with anticipation. Godzilla's approval of you has increased, promoted to fanatic. Daily belief increased by 2 strands. Evolution points 2. Evolution points 4,871 100 00 for 87310,000. Noticing the notifications on the system panel, Wen Chao nodded to himself, feeling quite at ease with the young Godzilla, successfully secured. However, having Godzilla become a fanatic was currently the limit. Transforming him and his partner, the the mysterious sorceress. Into his disciples akin to the likes of Jia and the snow sorceress was no trivial matter. It seemed that certain opportunities were required for such an elevation. When Xiao recalled the experiences of Jia and the snow sorceress becoming disciples, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream shared in the exhilarating spectacle of the nuclear explosion, expressing their thrill. The Eternal Emperor. Is this the power of a nuclear explosion? Truly magnificent. Lord Xiaofan. Wow. Feeding on nuclear bombs. You Titans are utterly monstrous. Handsome of Skull Island. Flattery, flattery. Gryffindor Sword Saint. Newbie gazing up at the masters. Angel of Paper. No wonder nations in the modern world can maintain peace through nuclear deterrence. Nagato's previous thoughts held some truth. Unfortunately, we reside in the ninja world, where mere nuclear bombs are insufficient. Genius beauty. This is my first encounter with a nuclear explosion. How exhilarating. Scarlet Witch. Absolutely thrilling. Handsome of Skull Island. Apologies for the laughter. Wen Chao, while voraciously consuming the radiation energy from the nuclear explosion alongside Godzilla, engaged in playful banter with the audience in the live stream. Reveling in the moment. Consumed 5 nuclear bombs, 70,000 tons. Evolution points 700. Evolution points 700. Chi radiation. 31 101 100. Proficient mastered. Evolution points 140. Evolution points 4,873 100 00 5613 10,000 after a considerable time. The colossal mushroom cloud towering in the ocean gradually dissipated, and the radiation energy from the 5 nuclear explosions was entirely consumed by Wen Chao and the 4 Titans. The sea slowly returned to tranquility, though the original Skull Island had completely vanished beneath the waves. Wen Chao paid little mind to the destruction of Skull Island, instead focusing on the notifications on the system panel, nodding in satisfaction. His newly acquired technique in Qi had just reached mastery, and his accumulated evolution points had surpassed half. With the Snow Sorceress promoted to Disciple and Godzilla and the Mysterious Sorceress pledging their allegiance, he had also attained the title of the new Monster King, successfully qualifying for the challenge of becoming a group administrator. This nuclear bait operation for Titans could be deemed a resounding success. By the way, Mysterious Sorceress, were you not sleeping in the depths of the earth? How did you suddenly appear here? Could it be that you sensed Godzilla was in danger and came to rescue him? After closing the system panel, Wen Chao turned to the couple, Godzilla and Mothra, with a sly smile and inquired. He was accustomed to referring to them by the nicknames bestowed upon them by netizens prior to his journey through time. The names Godzilla and Mothra felt overly formal to him, and he preferred the more endearing monikers. Ahi! Godzilla cast a sidelong glance at Mothra, letting out a low growl, slightly bowing his head in embarrassment. Your Majesty, I indeed sense the impending rivalry for the throne between you and Godzilla. However, I owe my awakening from slumber to your devotee, Jia. Without the lineage of the high priestess of the IVI tribe that flows through her veins, my emergence would not have been so seamless. Mothra elucidated. So, it was also due to Jia? What a remarkable coincidence. Wen Chao recalled that before departing the territory, Jia and Suko had sought his approval to visit the IVI tribe's realm in the Earth's core. It truly seemed that without their visit, he would have found it challenging to successfully win over Godzilla. Chapter 82. Forming a team to confront King Ghidorah, it is indeed necessary to express my gratitude to your Majesty's follower, Jia. However, my initial intention was to prevent Godzilla from taking lethal action against you. After all, based on my perceptions, before your departure from the underworld, your power was somewhat lacking compared to Godzilla. I never anticipated your rapid ascension in strength. Thus, I find myself grateful for your mercy towards Godzilla. Mothra rose once more to convey appreciation to Wen Chao. Thank you, your Majesty. Godzilla nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for Wen Chao's mercy. Haha, it is nothing. We are all allies now. No need for such formalities, Wen Chao replied with a smile, waving his hand. As a player with extraordinary advantages, although Godzilla is the legendary monster of the universe, King Kong is no less formidable. He, too, is a child of the world, albeit of a slightly lower status. Now, with my own extraordinary abilities, Having acquired the energy from the Dragon Ball universe just before battle, I am confident in overcoming Godzilla. By the way, Your Majesty, my urgent awakening was prompted by a vague sense that the three-headed dragon, King Ghidorah, who descended from space millennia ago, is showing signs of breaking free from its seal. At this moment, Mothra's expression turned grave as she raised another pressing concern. Is Ghidorah truly on the verge of breaking free? Upon hearing Mothra's words, Godzilla's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, memories of the brutal battle from thousands of years ago flooding back to him. Is this genuine? The recollection of the devastating conflict that claimed the lives of numerous titanic beasts dwelling on Earth, leaving only a scant few today, sent a shiver through Snow Monster. She had sustained grave injuries during the fierce battle with Ghidorah, and in the end, when she exhausted her strength to unleash her frost breath to encase him, she inadvertently plunged the entire planet into an ice age. Consequently, while seeking a refuge to recuperate, she fell victim to a sneak attack by Scar King, leading to her tragic enslavement for millennia. However, upon glancing at Wen Chao's towering figure, which surpassed all present titanic beings, she felt a sense of reassurance. Is there truly a sign of Ghidorah breaking free? Wen Chao's expression grew solemn in response to Mothra's statement. Although in the narrative, Ghidorah's awakening was due to humanity's own folly, he could not guarantee that in the chaotic narrative of the legendary monster universe he had disrupted, Ghidorah might not breach his seal for other reasons. Indeed, I have a foreboding sense of this, which is why I was so eager to awaken from slumber. Mothra nodded towards Wen Chao and the other titans. Even if that three-headed dragon breaks free, I was able to wound him and seal him away back then. I can certainly do so again now. Godzilla growled lowly, casting a glance at Wen Chao. Besides, we have this newly appointed Monster King, who is even stronger than I. I believe in you, Your Majesty. The snow demon emitted a resonant call, casting a glance at Wen Chao, whose eyes brimmed with trust. The words of Brother Go were indeed not unfounded. Even if King Ghidorah were to break free from his confinement, we could once again repel him, perhaps even eradicate this calamity completely. Wen Chao clenched his fists, his body surging with battle fervor. In the film, Brother Go and Sister Imo bravely confronted Ghidorah and Raden, emerging victorious. Now, with the formidable Godzilla serving as our indomitable tank, Mothra as our unparalleled healing support, and the Snow Demon as the Frost Mage adept at crowd control, complemented by my own role as the primary damage dealer, we formed a quintessential four-member adventuring party. Combining the might of these four titanic beasts, dealing with Ghidorah would be a mere formality. We could treat him as a boss to be easily vanquished. You are right. With Your Majesty present, we might truly defeat and even obliterate Ghidorah this time. Inspired by Wen Chao and the others, Mothra too found herself invigorated. In that case, rather than passively awaiting Ghidorah's emergence, let us venture to the Antarctic and eliminate him once and for all. Wen Chao rose to propose to Godzilla and the other titans. Roar! I shall lead the way. Godzilla was the first to respond, letting out a mighty roar before striding into the sea, heading towards the subterranean passage connecting to the Antarctic. Woo! The Snow Demon beckoned Wen Chao to join, ferrying him to catch up with Godzilla. Flap! Mothra flapped her wings, ascending into the air and following closely behind. Little fan, Wen Chao, it seems you were caught in one tumult after another. Having just battled Godzilla, you are now off to confront Ghidorah, the Eternal Emperor. Haha, such is the burden of a king. The Skull Island handsome, being the king of monsters truly weighs heavily upon me. Scarlet Witch, what was that saying? Ah, I remember now. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Genius girl, wow. Wanda, your knowledge has certainly expanded lately. Paper Angel, indeed, ever since Wanda became a disciple of Master Ancient One, she has matured significantly. Scarlet Witch, it is all thanks to Master Ancient One's teachings. Gryffindor Sword Saint, both Sister Wanda and Brother Wen Chao are impressive, but it's time for class, esteemed seniors. I must take my leave. The Skull Island handsome. Goodness, Navi, you are attending class yet staying up with us all night? Gryffindor Sword Saint, no worries. The first class today is on Kilo's dark magic defense, and I plan to sleep through it. He wouldn't dare say a word. Little fan, Navi, you are remarkable. But Wen Chao, As you must travel, I too shall retreat to the background. Others, same here. The Skull Island handsome. Everyone, go ahead with your tasks. Just leave it be. As Navi bid farewell, the other friends in the live stream gradually took their leave. Meanwhile, the collective departure of the four Titans stirred anxiety among nations observing from afar through space reconnaissance satellites. What could these formidable beings be planning? Could it be that the recent nuclear strike has not satiated their hunger, prompting them to assemble once more to seek vengeance? As the colossal figure of the four Titans delved into the abyssal passage beneath the sea, vanishing from the surveillance of reconnaissance satellites, nations worldwide were plunged into a state of alarm. High-ranking officials from nuclear-armed coastal nations issued simultaneous commands to retrieve their stockpiled nuclear weapons, prepared to unleash them at the first sighting of the four Titan behemoths along their shores. The harrowing fates of New York and the island nation loomed ominously. They were determined not to repeat history. Meanwhile, the desperate pleas for assistance from non-nuclear coastal countries were met with collective disregard from the great powers, who were preoccupied with their own survival. Those who typically clung to them like a persistent adhesive were left to fend for themselves. Concurrently, footage documenting the Titanic clash on Skull Island was dispatched by the head of the monitoring station in the United States, a fervent devotee of the Titan ape cult, to renowned global news agencies. As these documents, which were originally intended to remain classified, were published with the tacit approval of various nations, the followers of the newly crowned monster king, Wen Chao, began to proliferate at an astonishing rate across the globe. Chapter 83. King Ghidorah in the Realm of Legendary Monsters. Amidst the desolate expanse of the Antarctic continent, the vast ice fields emanate a ghostly blue luminescence, resembling a silent silver wasteland. Yet, at the heart of this once serene, mirror-like glacial terrain, a colossal fissure has abruptly manifested, slicing through the ice. Its depths are unfathomable, akin to an abyss, from which the haunting roars reminiscent of a colossal dragon echo eerily. This disquieting growl, accompanied by the relentless chill of the Antarctic winds, reaches the ears of a polar exploration team advancing toward the chasm. Sarazawa, must we truly unleash that three-headed dragon? One member of the team, visibly apprehensive, inquires of their leader, the ominously named Sarazawa. As the question escapes his lips, the entire exploration team turns their gaze toward the man at the forefront, an individual of Japanese descent known as Eiji Sarazawa, an esteemed elder of the Imperial Organization. Including him, all members of the Polar Expedition hail from the same heritage, having narrowly escaped the calamity that befell their homeland days prior. Friends, our nation has been obliterated by King Kong and Godzilla, Eiji proclaims, his voice heavy with vengeance as he surveys the assembled group. In our quest for retribution, I have scoured the archives of the Imperial Organization and uncovered records of a three-headed dragon, King Ghidorah, which descended from the cosmos eons ago to battle Godzilla. Only by awakening King Ghidorah do we stand a chance against King Kong and Godzilla. We shall pay any price for vengeance, to revenge, to our demise. Under Eiji's fervent encouragement, the memories of that despairing day flood back to the group, igniting an overwhelming desire for retribution. Jiro, this is all I can do for you. My son, wait for me in the afterlife. I shall soon join you. Eiji silently whispers the name of his son, Jiro Sarazawa, who perished in the cataclysm that engulfed their homeland, his face set with determination. With renewed resolve, the group presses onward, swiftly maneuvering their polar vehicles to the precipice of the enormous fissure. At Eiji's signal, several team members retrieve a small-yield nuclear device from one of the vehicles. This lethal weapon, clandestinely acquired from the Imperial Organization's arsenal due to Eiji's status, is intended to awaken Ghidorah, who has been entombed in ice for millennia. Gazing at the nuclear device, a profound silence envelopes the group, including Eiji. As the gravity of their situation sinks in, many begin to awaken from their earlier fervor, contemplating retreat. After all, their homeland lies in ruins. Why should they not cherish their own survival? As a member of the Emperor's organization, many present had already settled in the United States. Not all had suffered the loss of loved ones in the catastrophic submersion of the islands like Eiji Ghidorah. Observing the unsettling emotions of the crowd, Agee's expression shifted, and he prepared to speak again. Suddenly, a furious triple roar erupted from the fissure, its immense sound knocking everyone to the ground, forcing them to clutch their ears in agony. With a crack, the fissure expanded once more, and several members of the Emperor's organization near its edge screamed as they plummeted into the unfathomable depths below. Simultaneously, for distinct roars echoed from afar, seemingly in response to the earlier cries from the fissure. "This is bad. Kong and Godzilla have arrived. How did they know we were about to unleash King Ghidorah?" Recognizing the first two roars as those of Kong and Godzilla, Agee's face paled with dread. "Stand back." Without a moment's hesitation, Agee swiftly rose from the ice, sprinting towards the nuclear device, his face resolute as he pressed the mechanical detonation button. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As the button was activated, the mechanical timer began its minute countdown, a red light flashing incessantly on the nuclear bomb. "Farewell, my comrades. In the underworld, we meet again." Agee surveyed the pale faces of his compatriots, feeling a sense of relief. He had done all he could, leaving the rest to the king, Ghidorah. "Pigsy, father has come to accompany you." Tick-tock boom. As the countdown reached its final second, a light more radiant than the sun erupted across the Antarctic glacier. In that blazing brilliance, all present were instantaneously vaporized, followed by a thunderous roar that rolled forth like a tempest. A colossal fireball expanded rapidly, the surrounding air heating drastically, causing the glacier to vaporize in an instant, with torrents of steam rising into the atmosphere. Soon after, a towering mushroom cloud ascended, starkly contrasting with the pristine white of the glaciers. The explosion's shockwave surged forth with overwhelming force, shattering massive ice blocks in its path, while the previously unfathomable fissure rapidly spread. Amidst the blaze, three golden dragon heads slowly emerged, each eye glimmering with a malevolent golden light, gazing towards the colossal shadows that had just arrived. The cosmic beast, King Ghidorah, breaks free. Roar. Three resounding roars, heavy and muffled like the ancient tolling of bells, erupted across the Antarctic continent. The colossal figure of King Ghidorah surged forth, enveloped in a tempest of fragmented ice, its three heads raised high. Crystals of ice clung to its golden scales, transforming into steam amidst the inferno of a nuclear explosion. Sparks of electricity danced between the fangs of its three dragon heads, while the hurricane generated by its outstretched wings dissipated the towering mushroom cloud. This behemoth, encased in ice for millennia, lashed its serpentine tail, arcs of electricity illuminating its surface. With a majestic unfurling of its enormous wings, spanning over 500 meters, it seemed to obscure the very sun, roaring defiantly at the four titans of one Chao that had encircled it. The individual who had detonated the nuclear device to release Ghidorah seemed oddly familiar. However, there was no time for contemplation. The battle must commence. Emerging from the Antarctic passage of the Earth's core, Wen Chao found himself face to face with Ghidorah. His thoughts momentarily sidelined. Channeling the energy within, he enveloped himself once more in a shimmering azure aura, adopting a combat stance against the newly unleashed Ghidorah. Chapter 84. Ghidorah, I must inscribe a capitalized tragedy. In the depths of the polar night, Godzilla's dorsal fins shimmered with an ethereal blue luminescence. The atomic furnace within him operated at a feverish pace, igniting the atomic breath that heralded the onset of his assault. With a thunderous roar, Ghidorah's three dragon heads unleashed their gravitational beams, akin to colossal golden serpents, cutting through the void to confront the oncoming atomic breath. The collision of the atomic breath and the gravity beams erupted in a cataclysmic explosion above the icy expanse, creating a vacuum sphere with a diameter of a kilometer. The glaciers within a 10-mile radius instantly vaporized, as the silvery realm of Antarctica seemed on the verge of being torn asunder by the clash of these titanic forces. Simultaneously, as Godzilla's breath collided with one of Ghidorah's heads, the latter flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring fiery tornadoes that swept toward other adversaries. "Can you command the storm?" "Allow me." Wen Chao activated his storm manipulation ability, redirecting the approaching fire tornado back toward Ghidorah. With arms outstretched, azure and white energy coalesced into shockwaves that bombarded Ghidorah's wings, aimed at incapacitating its ability to fly. Elsewhere, Mothra soared through the auroras, radiating a resplendent light. Countless scales and pollen cascaded upon the bodies of her allies, transforming into a protective shield against the impending assaults. Snow Demon opened its maw, unleashing an icy breath that plunged the already frigid temperature of Antarctica from a bone-chilling 40 degrees below zero to an astonishing 70 degrees below. The intense heat generated by the nuclear explosion rapidly yielded to this frigid onslaught. As the extremes of temperature clashed, the golden scales of Ghidorah emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, ice patterns materializing upon its wings. The excruciating pain caused Ghidorah to tremble, but before it could respond, Wenqiao's multitude of shockwaves struck Ghidorah's wings with relentless force. With a harrowing cry, Ghidorah's wings, already weakened by the Snow Demon's icy breath, were reduced to a torrential rain of crimson as they shattered completely. The agony of its ruptured wings momentarily halted the gravitational beams that had been a match for Godzilla's atomic breath. With Godzilla's mastery, the blue-white atomic breath surged forth, severing one of Ghidorah's dragon heads. The Snow Demon's icy breath descended once more, instantly freezing Ghidorah's remaining head on the left. Seizing the opportunity, Mothra swooped in with 6 razor-sharp claws, slicing through the frozen head, which shattered into fragments. Taking advantage of Ghidorah's vulnerability, Wenqiao leaped atop the creature's colossal frame, gathering azure and white energy, and unleashed the Kamehameha wave upon the central dragon head. Amidst a desperate howl, Ghidorah's last remaining head was reduced to mere powder beneath the onslaught of energy. With the loss of 3 heads, Ghidorah's massive body crashed to the ground. Yet the headless form continued to writhe in defiance. Its formidable regenerative abilities ignited. Flesh and blood surged from the severed neck in a frantic attempt to restore what had been lost. Roar, howl, growl. Faced with Ghidorah's struggle, the 4 titans of Wenqiao would not grant him a chance for rebirth. With 3 roars, the Kamehameha, atomic breath, and frost breath simultaneously struck Ghidorah's headless dragon body. Mothra in the sky emitted a sharp cry, releasing a shower of toxic emerald scales that enveloped Ghidorah's remains, the potent poison within suppressing his regenerative abilities. Boom! The final explosion's blinding light dimmed the Antarctic aurora as Ghidorah's massive form was torn asunder, the dragon head he had painstakingly regenerated falling feebly at Wenqiao's feet, its golden glow gradually extinguishing. This extraterrestrial monarch, having just emerged from millennia of icy imprisonment, met a tragic end under the relentless assault of the 4 titans. Roar! Godzilla let out an exhilarated bellow, his atomic breath shattering the clouds above, allowing sunlight to cascade upon the glacial terrain. Mothra perched upon the frosty back of the Snow Demon, her wings gracefully fluttering, once again dispersing a shower of sacred light scales. The breath of the 4 colossal titans crystallized in the frigid air, while the distant rumble of collapsing icebergs seemed to herald the conclusion of this confrontation that transcended eons. This dragon head should be edible, Wenqiao mused as he surveyed Ghidorah's lifeless head at his feet, contemplating where to take a bite. Ghidorah's vast body had been obliterated into pieces by his and Godzilla's combined might, the flesh utterly destroyed, leaving only the hard white bones. This dragon head had been conjured in the final moments of Ghidorah's destruction, likely encapsulating the essence of this alien sovereign. Roar! Godzilla growled softly beside him, his dorsal fins glowing blue once more, intent on unleashing atomic breath to completely annihilate the remaining dragon head. He was acutely aware of Ghidorah's formidable regenerative capacity. Merely this head could potentially allow for his revival. Otherwise, Ghidorah would not have exerted all his energy to regenerate it at the last moment of his demise. Don't waste it, Godzilla! Wenqiao quickly interjected, understanding from his cinematic knowledge that Ghidorah could indeed resurrect himself from this head, as evidenced by the mechanical Ghidorah in the films. However, obliterating the head outright would be a tremendous waste. It was far more advantageous to let him consume it. Surely, As an extraterrestrial monarch, Ghidorah would provide more evolution points than any titan he had previously devoured. With this thought in mind, Wen Chao dismissed all hesitation, seizing the dragon head from the ground and directly shoving it into his mouth. The once closed eyes of Ghidorah's head suddenly flew open, shrieking in horror within Wen Chao's maw. Yet, reduced to this singular head, it could only helplessly witness its own consumption, unable to resist. Roar? Godzilla stared in astonishment, never anticipating that Wen Chao harbored a penchant for devouring the vanquished. Had he not surrendered earlier, would he too have faced the fate of being consumed posthumously? Mothra soared to the summit of Godzilla's head and gently prodded him, as if to say, "Do you comprehend the urgency with which I hasten from the depths of the earth? Otherwise, this obstinate dragon of yours would have surely met its demise in the belly of our new monarch." During her telepathic communion with Jaya in the subterranean realm of the IVI tribe, Mothra had already discerned Wen Chao's peculiar penchant. Godzilla nodded, a sense of dread washing over him, his gaze toward Wen Chao now tinged with a measure of reverence. This new king, a veritable titan, was undeniably ferocious. Meanwhile, the snow demon, having accompanied Wen Chao the longest, had grown desensitized to such brutality, even adopting a similar inclination. She scanned the battlefield, seeking remnants of Ghidorah, eager to sample the flavor of its flesh. Alas, despite her thorough search, collecting all the scattered bones of Ghidorah into a towering heap, she ultimately found herself empty-handed. Chapter 85. A visit to the United States with a resounding crunch, Wen Chao reduced the writhing head of King Ghidorah to mere bones, marking the complete demise of this extraterrestrial monster. Devoured King Ghidorah. Evolution points 1000. Energy radiation 91 100 91 100. Proficient mastered. Evolution points 200. Evolution points 5593 100 00 679 3 10,000. Wen Chao was somewhat astonished as he beheld the notifications on the system panel. King Ghidorah truly lived up to its reputation as the ultimate boss of the film, providing a staggering amount of evolution points far surpassing those gained from previous titanic foes such as Scar King, Kamazotes, and Tiamat. Even his energy proficiency, which had just recently ascended to a proficient level, surged to mastery, leaving him merely 9 points shy of the Grandmaster tier, nearly catching up to the formidable progress he had made prior to changing his martial arts technique. Splendid. This journey has certainly been worthwhile. Wen Chao contentedly closed the system panel. Beside him, Godzilla and Mothra gazed in awe as Wen Chao consumed Ghidorah, witnessing his height balloon from 165 meters, having grown 5 meters after devouring Tiamat and the Death Legion, to an impressive 175 meters. This terrifying rate of evolution was unprecedented, even for beings who had existed for tens of thousands of years. Mewling softly, Snow Demon pawed at the remnants of Ghidorah with a hint of sorrow. Originally standing at a mere 162.45 meters, she had grown to 165 meters after following Wen Chao and consuming several nuclear warheads. Yet, she found herself unable to keep pace with Wen Chao's rapid evolution. When they had journeyed to Antarctica, she had already felt the strain of carrying a Wen Chao who had just reached 165 meters after consuming Tiamat and the Death Legion. Now, with his size increasing yet again, she feared she would no longer be able to serve as his mount. Do not be disheartened, Snow Demon. Even if you cannot be my steed, you remain my battle companion, and I shall never forsake you. Wen Chao gently stroked her back in comfort. Nevertheless, he silently sighed within. For now, their bond was secure, but once he ascended to the 4th tier, not only would Snow Demon be unable to assist him, but Godzilla and Mothra would likely be in the same predicament. However, he could not allow this to hinder his pursuit of strength. If they could not aid him in battle, contributing their faith would be a noble endeavor, much like his followers, Jia, and others. Moreover, with King Ghidorah consumed, he had effectively conquered the legendary monster universe, likely facing no formidable adversaries ahead. Well then, since we have dealt with Ghidorah, let us return. Godzilla Mothra, would you care to visit my domain in the inner world? Wen Chao proposed, dismissing any lingering thoughts. Then we shall graciously accept your invitation, Mothra replied. perched atop Godzilla's head. Your Majesty, does your realm still possess those delectable nuclear warheads? The recent battle has drained considerable energy, and I find myself quite hungry. Godzilla patted his belly, gazing expectantly at Wen Chao. Well, this is, Wen Chao scratched his head, realizing that all his nuclear bombs had been exhausted during the previous extravagant feast. Should he really request more from the United States? As the nation with the largest number of his followers, it seemed reasonable for the U.S. to supply him with a few nuclear bombs, though he felt a tad embarrassed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The individual who had detonated the nuclear bomb to release Godzilla had seemed familiar. Upon reflection, he resembled Dr. Serizawa from the films. Considering his age, he must be Dr. Serizawa's father. Wen Chao vaguely remembered that Dr. Serizawa's father was also a senior member of the Emperor Organization. Wen Chao pondered why Dr. Serizawa's father would journey all the way to Antarctica to risk his life to unleash Ghidorah. He surmised it was likely due to the sinking of the island nation, leading him to believe that Dr. Serizawa, now studying, had perished along with it. In the movies, Dr. Serizawa sacrificed his life to detonate a nuclear bomb to empower Godzilla, while his father, seeking revenge, detonated a nuclear bomb to unleash Ghidorah. How tragic this was. It was all Wanda's fault. Wen Chao decisively shifted the blame. After all, she had carelessly distributed red envelopes. Huh? Godzilla looked over puzzled. It's nothing. Let us go, Godzilla. I'll take you to the U.S. to procure the more powerful hydrogen bomb I mentioned last time. Wen Chao waved his hand. Since it was a senior member of the Emperor Organization who had detonated the bomb to release Ghidorah, he could confidently demand compensation from the U.S. After all, the Emperor Organization was founded by them. Who else would he turn to? Oh, the U.S. I'm quite familiar with that place. I'll lead the way. Godzilla nodded vigorously, eager for the more powerful hydrogen bomb. Wen Chao spoke of charging ahead. Mothra remained lazily perched atop his head, although the previous battle had been brief. It had drained much of Mothra's energy, and he was reluctant to move. Snow Mothra, let us go. Wen Chao patted Snow Mothra's head and followed suit. With a mournful sound, Snow Mothra, who could no longer serve as a steed, trailed behind, dejected. Driven by the allure of the hydrogen bomb, Godzilla was invigorated and swiftly led Wen Chao and the other Titans through the subterranean passage to the U.S. coastline. The United States, well prepared, promptly dispatched negotiators aboard fighter jets to the scene. Your Majesty Kong, may I inquire what brings you esteemed guests to our nation this time? It was the same congressman who had previously conversed with Wen Chao in New York, bowing respectfully atop a cliff by the coast. Observing Snow Mothra, Godzilla, and Mothra beside Wen Chao, the congressman inwardly lamented. Why had these four harbingers of doom chosen to visit their country among so many coastal nations? You are aware of the events that transpired in Antarctica, correct? Wen Chao inquired, for he was aware that humanity had launched its first satellite into space in the 1950s. Now, a decade had elapsed, and although present-day satellites could not rival the clarity of those from before his journey, the significant commotion of the recent battle in Antarctica should at least yield some semblance of imagery. He expressed his gratitude to His Majesty, the Diamond Crown, for vanquishing the extraterrestrial three-headed dragon and saving the world. On behalf of the entire nation and humanity, he extended his heartfelt thanks for such arduous efforts. In token of appreciation, this was a gift prepared by the United States for the esteemed individuals present, and he hoped it would be graciously accepted. The congressman, having made prior arrangements, wore a face full of gratitude. Subsequently, at his behest, 20 nuclear warheads, each weighing 100,000 tons, were cautiously transported by a fully armed contingent of soldiers before Wen Chao and the other Titans. Chapter 86 for B-41 Hydrogen Bombs. America's severe bloodletting. Why are these merely small-scale nuclear weapons, Your Majesty? You previously spoke of far more powerful hydrogen bombs. Godzilla lowered his head to sniff the 20 nuclear bombs, subsequently casting a displeased glance at the group of humans below. Why the rush, Godzilla? These are merely appetizers. Wen Chao calmly patted Godzilla's shoulder, then bent down, his enormous head casting an imposing shadow over the congressman below. Your Majesty, are you dissatisfied with our token of gratitude? I can fetch more. The congressman, feeling dwarfed by Wen Chao's towering presence, collapsed to the ground, trembling as he spoke. Was it not one of your American Imperial Organization members who detonated the nuclear bomb to unleash Ghidorah? Is this not your nation seeking revenge for my previous destruction of New York? Wen Chao's face flushed with anger, and a fierce wind erupted around him, sending the soldiers transporting the bombs tumbling and rolling on the ground, their cries echoing in the chaos. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The congressman, sheltered within the eye of the storm and unaffected by the gale, leaped to his feet, frantically shaking his hands in denial. It was entirely the initiative of A.G. Kanazawa. This disaster bears no connection to our nation. The congressman then turned to Godzilla, stammering an explanation. A.G. Kanazawa. He detonated the bomb to unleash Ghidorah in retaliation for the destruction wrought by this esteemed Godzilla upon his homeland. Godzilla destroyed the island nation? Wen Chao turned to Godzilla, perplexed. What connection does the destruction of the island have with you? Was it not due to Wanda's actions? Preposterous. By the time I arrived, that island was nearly submerged. I merely vented my frustration over the lack of radiation energy by demolishing the volcano. Godzilla, hearing Mothra translate the human's words atop his head, grew furious. What does the island's destruction have to do with me? Wen Chao, nearly laughing, realized that after he and the snow monster departed with the nuclear bomb, Godzilla also appeared on the scene, inadvertently taking the blame. All right, Godzilla, do not be angry. Allow me to seek justice for you. Wen Chao first calmed the fuming Godzilla, then turned to the congressman. I do not care for the reasons behind A.G. Kanazawa's actions in unleashing Ghidorah. However, he is a member of your American Imperial Organization, and the detonated bomb is also yours. Thus, you have stirred a significant calamity and must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, the fates of Washington and Los Angeles will mirror that of New York. Indeed, you must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall annihilate those two cities. Godzilla roared, his dorsal fins shimmering with blue light, his mouth glowing ominously as he glared fiercely at the humans below. Having observed the spectacle for quite some time, the snow demon decided to join in and unleashed a breath of icy frost towards the heavens. Achoo! Rest assured, we shall provide a thorough report to you, esteemed dignitaries. May I inquire, what is it that you desire, Your Majesty the King Kong crown? We will make every effort to fulfill your wishes. The members of the National Assembly, shivering from the cold, nodded vigorously in agreement. Let them compensate us with one of those formidable Tsar hydrogen bombs that Your Majesty mentioned last time, suggested Godzilla, retracting his atomic breath. The Tsar hydrogen bomb is not an American weapon. They cannot provide it, Wen Chao replied with a sense of helplessness, looking at Godzilla. Shall we have America request the Great Ivan? In this current period of the Cold War, that is nothing short of a fantasy. Are they not all humans? Godzilla responded with a bewildered expression, clearly not grasping the intricate relationships between nations. While the United States indeed cannot provide a Tsar hydrogen bomb with a yield of 50 megatons, we do possess the B-41 hydrogen bomb with a yield of 25 megatons. Therefore, I propose we compensate you esteemed dignitaries with 4 B-41 hydrogen bombs. Upon hearing Wen Chao's words, the members of the National Assembly grimaced, their faces contorted in pain as they made their decision. The price difference between the ultimate weapon of America, the B-41 hydrogen bomb, and the previously gifted hundreds of kiloton nuclear bombs was immense. To relinquish 4 B-41 hydrogen bombs was a burden even for one of the two superpowers in the current human world, the United States. However, compared to the prospect of Washington, D.C., and what was once the second largest city, now the largest, Los Angeles, meeting the same fate as New York, compensating with 4 B-41 hydrogen bombs seemed worthwhile. They understood the gravity of the situation. Very well, let it be so. Hurry and summon someone to deliver the compensation. Wen Chao nodded in satisfaction. 4 B-41 hydrogen bombs would likely yield him a staggering 10,000 evolution points, enough to elevate him directly from the third to the fourth tier. Indeed, it appeared that seeking favors from the United States was a more fruitful endeavor for earning evolution points. However, this time, he might have nearly depleted their resources. Perhaps next time, he should seek assistance from other nations? After finalizing the compensation, the members of the National Assembly promptly informed the anxious sitting president. Faced with such a hefty compensation, the president also gritted his teeth in agreement. Soon, with the full cooperation of various American agencies, the 4B-41 hydrogen bombs were delivered to Wen Chao at an unprecedented speed. Feeling the unprecedented and dense radiative energy emanating from these 4B-41 hydrogen bombs, Godzilla's eyes widened, and saliva dripped from his mouth, cascading like a waterfall with a resounding splash. Click! Mortified, Mothra covered her face with her wings, thinking to herself that if it were not for the onlookers, she would have given this glutton a proper lesson. Yep, the snow demon nuzzled Wen Chao's thigh in delight, having cast aside her earlier sorrow in the face of such culinary temptation. "Your Majesty the King Kong crown, are you satisfied?" inquired the member of the National Assembly, clad in a heavy radiation-proof suit, struggling to move. "Very well, let this matter conclude here." Wen Chao stored the 4B-41 hydrogen bombs and 20 nuclear warheads, each with a yield of 100,000 tons, into the dimensional space of a red envelope. He then issued a stern warning. However, matters may be tolerated once or twice, but not thrice. Should such an incident occur again, your entire nation shall vanish, much like the island nation. Do you understand? We understand. We absolutely shall not allow a third occurrence, replied the congressional representatives, nodding fervently and swearing an oath. Very well, we take our leave, Wen Chao remarked, not wishing to elaborate further, as he turned to depart alongside Snow Demon, Godzilla, and Mothra. As the colossal figures of the four titanic beasts gradually receded into the depths of the ocean, a collective sigh of relief was released by all present. This unforeseen calamity had finally come to a close. Truly, those wretched islanders, even in their nation's demise, could find no peace. All blame rested upon them. Chapter 87. The Ascension Ceremony. It is imperative to teach a lesson to the remaining islanders. After bidding farewell to the four harbingers of doom, the congressional representative, having shed his cumbersome radiation suit, wiped the sweat from his brow and declared with fierce intensity. He promptly relayed the pertinent information to the anxious waiting president and other high-ranking officials. Upon receiving the news from 1,000 miles away, the sitting president exhaled in relief. Yet his fury towards the islanders, responsible for this turmoil, was palpable, prompting him to issue a new directive forthwith. Immediately disband the imperial organization and expel all islanders from the nation. Any who dare resist shall be executed on charges of jeopardizing national security. Indeed, this was the course of action to take. Consensus was unanimous among the high-ranking officials present, all sharing a profound disdain for the islanders who had instigated this considerable upheaval. With the president's decree in motion, a fervent campaign to expel the islanders commenced across the entire nation. Other countries, upon hearing the news, hastened to initiate similar actions, fearful of inviting calamity akin to that of the United States. In a flash, the islanders, who had merely lingered on after their homeland submersion, became a globally reviled entity, ultimately vanishing from the face of the earth. What a joyous occasion, truly a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, having departed from the United States and preparing to return to the subterranean realm with Godzilla and the other titans, Wen Chao was suddenly halted by Mothra. "Your Majesty, might you consider a certain matter?" "Mothra, what is it?" Wen Chao queried, perplexed. As the newly appointed king of monsters, would you not summon all titans to pay homage to their new sovereign?" Godzilla interjected. "Indeed, this is a cherished tradition among our titan kin," Mothra affirmed, nodding in agreement. "Such a tradition exists?" Wen Chao was taken aback, recalling the cinematic spectacle of Godzilla vanquishing Ghidorah and receiving the fealty of all titans amidst the ruins of Boston. He felt a stir of excitement. If he were to enact such a display, it would be nothing short of magnificent, truly befitting a king of monsters. "Yes, Your Majesty. Your renown must be known to all titans, especially now that Ghidorah has been vanquished. It is time for all titans to return to the subterranean world," Mothra elucidated. The reason these titans had slumbered in the surface world, rather than retreating to their more suitable habitat below, was partly to prevent being caught off guard by Ghidorah. who lay dormant in the Antarctic. With Ghidorah's demise, their mission had concluded, and it was indeed time for them to return to the energy-rich depths of their subterranean realm. Understood. I have no objections. Having already been captivated, Wen Chao found himself without any reason to decline and nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the titanic beasts, dormant beneath the surface of the world, would surely bestow upon him a considerable amount of faith energy upon their submission. Those who refused to yield would naturally face annihilation and consumption. He stood to gain in either scenario. What could be more advantageous? Mothra inquired, fluttering its wings. Your Majesty, where do you wish to summon the Titans for their audience? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Chao decisively chose the battlefield in Antarctica where they had vanquished King Ghidorah. This location not only allowed for the display of power through the remnants of Ghidorah, but also conveniently lay near the subterranean passage, facilitating the arrival of the more sluggish Titans and saving them precious time on their journey. Following the coronation ceremony, it would also make the return to the underworld seamless for all. That place is indeed quite suitable for your royal coronation ceremony. Mothra gently nodded in agreement. A splendid choice, exclaimed Godzilla and Snow Demon, both affirming his decision. Then let us not delay. We shall depart at once. With everyone in accord, Wen Chao wasted no time and set off with Godzilla and the other Titans toward Antarctica. In Antarctica, where King Ghidorah had fallen, the previous battle had formed a massive circular crater. At its center, Snow Demon utilized her icy breath to freeze the remnants of Ghidorah that she had meticulously collected. Subsequently, Godzilla and Mothra collaborated to sculpt these remains into a colossal throne of ice, fit for Wen Chao. Atop the throne, the three skeletal heads of Ghidorah were encased in crystalline ice, their vacant eye sockets gazing skyward as if conveying a sense of unwillingness, serving as a testament to the new king's display of power. Once the icy throne was completed, Wen Chao stood atop the highest ridge of the crater, nodding down at Godzilla and the other Titans. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the royal summons he had temporarily learned from Godzilla. A tremendous sound wave shattered the auroras above, transforming into countless icicles that cascaded downwards. An invisible pulse emanated from Antarctica, rapidly spreading across the globe, calling forth all titanic beasts from the surface world. I am Kong. The new king ascends. Hasten to pay your respects. Those who do not come shall perish. As Wen Chao's royal summons resonated, the titanic beasts lying dormant in various corners of the world began to awaken, setting their course toward Antarctica. On Mexico's Marala Island, a cry echoed forth. Accompanied by a piercing roar, lava erupted from the summit of the Popocatépetl volcano, resembling a toothless pterosaur. The creature, known as Leighton, soared skyward like a rocket, its expansive wingspan of 266 meters dispersing volcanic ash. The molten shell upon its back rapidly solidified into black basalt amidst the frigid winds of the upper atmosphere. Orienting itself, Leighton headed directly toward Antarctica. As it swept over Central America, the sonic boom generated by its wings cleaved through the air, obliterating the Maya pyramids along its path with reckless abandon. Yet, as it approached the Antarctic, Leighton suddenly tempered its exuberance, gliding low toward the crater that beckoned it. Upon witnessing Wen Chao seated upon a throne of ice crafted from the remnants of Ghidorah, flanked by the formidable titans Godzilla, Mothra, and Snow Demon, Leighton was taken aback. Swiftly folding its wings, it descended beneath the throne and humbly prostrated itself before Wen Chao, the newly crowned king. Roar! I pay my respects to the new monster king. Your Majesty Kong, your wisdom is unparalleled, Leighton exclaimed, feeling the world around it shimmer with renewed brilliance and the sun and moon shine ever brighter. The majesty of his majesty, with unparalleled military and scholarly prowess, was evident in every gesture, and Leighton felt immensely fortunate to behold the king's countenance. As a titan known for its keen awareness within the legendary monster universe, Leighton promptly pledged its loyalty to the new monarch, showering him with flattery, the origins of which were unknown. However, the sincerity of Leighton's devotion remained a question mark. Chapter 88, King of Monsters. Current high-tier entity detected in the world, Flame Demon. King of the Sky, Leighton surrenders to you, currently a mere neophyte, daily faith power increases by 0.05 strands. Gazing at the notification on the system panel, Wen Chao cast a sidelong glance at Leighton, a smirk of derision curling on his lips. Indeed, Leighton was a master of opportunism among the Titan beasts, akin to the red spider, aligning with the strongest without a shred of loyalty. Presently, he was not even a shallow believer. Even if the faith power he offered was 50 times that of an ordinary believer, it remained negligible. Nonetheless, Leighton was the first Titan beast to come forth in submission, prompting Wen Chao to spare his life for the time being, choosing to observe the unfolding events. Rise. Wen Chao gestured dismissively, instructing the cunning bird to stand aside and cease obstructing his view. Sensing Wen Chao's displeasure, Leighton obediently stepped aside, nodding in acknowledgement to the other Titan beasts, Godzilla, Mothra, and the Snow Demon. Long time no see, Leighton. Ugh. Mothra and the Snow Demon greeted Leighton in unison. Ah, Godzilla scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the obsequious Leighton, his expression rife with contempt. As the former king of monsters, he harbored considerable disdain for Leighton. With Leighton's arrival, other Titan beasts soon followed suit. In Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, amid the murky waters of the Amazon River, Behemoth, resembling a colossal mammoth, uprooted an entire hydropower station with its tusks. Its forelimbs, equipped with claws reminiscent of excavators, tore through the snow line of the Andes Mountains, advancing step by step toward Antarctica. With each stride, it left behind a path of life woven from tropical rainforest vegetation. Upon reaching the Antarctic glaciers, green moss sprouted from the ice crevices. When it finally arrived at the crater, it humbly bowed its massive form before Wen Chao on his throne, as flowers bloomed around, paying homage to the new king with the most primal respect for nature. Current high-tier entity detected. Behemoth, now a fanatic. Daily faith power increases by 50 strands. This behemoth displays great wisdom, directly proclaiming itself a fanatic, offering faith power equivalent to that of 50 ordinary believers. Quite impressive. Observing the system notification, Wen Chao's demeanor softened considerably, his previously stern expression warming as he nodded kindly at Behemoth, inciting a surge of jealousy from Leighton. In Sedona, Arizona, the Skura, resembling a spider in form, raced through the arid desert, its arachnid limbs crushing the red rocks of the Grand Canyon as it directly traversed into the ocean. Its squid-like head exhaled liquid nitrogen, creating an ice bridge stretching thousands of kilometers behind it, while the serrated edges on its 6 appendages scraped the ice surface, emitting a disconcerting grinding sound. Upon reaching the crater, the Skura evenly scattered sand stored within its nautilus shell across the ice, preventing other titanic beasts from slipping. This once corrosive entity, which feasted on the remains of titans, was expressing its fealty to Wen Chao in a unique manner. Detected current high-ranking entity presence. Spider Sea Demon, Skura, submits to you. Currently a fanatic, daily faith power increases by 50 strands. With the arrival of Skura, Mosura shot an admonishing glance at Godzilla, who was staring unabashedly at the newcomer. Realizing his wife's displeasure, Godzilla hastily averted his gaze and turned to Mosura with a conciliatory smile. Observing the couple's interaction, Wen Chao nearly burst into laughter. Realizing that Godzilla indeed had an affinity for Skura, his interests in moths and spiders were quite peculiar. In Munich, Germany, as the masquerading Masara rose, the snow atop the Alps cascaded down, revealing 2 immense horns atop its dragon-like skull. Upon reaching the Antarctic crater, it voluntarily lay beneath Wen Chao's icy draconic throne, as the rocky vegetation on its back swiftly blanketed the ice surface, forming a natural stairway to the throne. Detected current high-ranking entity presence. Titan Guardian, Masara submits to you. Currently a fanatic, daily faith power increases by 50 strands. From the Siberian Mampupuna rock formations to the Indian Ocean at Natica, from Sudan's Jebel Barkal to Cairo's Sekhmet, from Scotland's Loch Ness to Morocco's Volubilis, from Cambodia's Angkor Wat to the Wyoming Tower of Magic, and Australia's Uru to Peru's Machu Picchu. A total of 16 titanic beasts awakened across the globe. Among them, 14 responded to Wen Chao's royal summons, journeying from distant lands to pay homage to the new king. The colossal commotion they created once again stirred the human world. A wave of astonishment followed another, as the revelation of so many hidden titans raised questions about their understanding of Earth. Furthermore, all these titans were advancing towards Antarctica. What momentous event was unfolding? The gaze of the entire planet shifted to Antarctica, a previously desolate and lifeless glacial continent, which suddenly became the focal point of the world. As the last of the Titan beasts took its position, Wen Chao rose from the frozen dragon skeleton throne. The energy within him surged, manifesting as ethereal blue-white flames that enveloped his form. His piercing azure eyes surveyed all the Titan beasts present, emanating a formidable aura that instilled awe among his newly acquired subordinates. Layden was the first to bow, lowering his lava-tinged head, his wings unfurling like a cloak as he prostrated himself upon the ground. Behemoth bent down once more, its ivory tusks piercing through the ice, while Scylla's 6 limbs touched the earth simultaneously, forming a star-shaped formation in a gesture of respectful homage. The feathered serpent coiled upon the throne, serving as a living armrest, while the other Titan beasts also lowered their heads, pledging their allegiance to the new king. With a resounding flap, Mothra ascended into the sky, her wings scattering radiant scales of holy light that illuminated the entire caldera in resplendent beauty. Godzilla and the Ice Demon raised their heads, each unleashing their atomic breath and frost breath, lighting up the polar night over the Antarctic glaciers. Wen Chao erupted with an intense energy, letting out a deafening roar that created visible shockwaves across the Antarctic continent, reverberating globally. This marked the end of the ancient rivalry between Godzilla and Ghidorah, heralding the dawn of Wen Chao's new dynasty. On satellite imagery from around the world, the Antarctic continent suddenly appeared cloaked in the thermal signatures of colossal creatures. At this moment, all the Titan beasts were proclaiming, each in their own way, their allegiance to the new king of monsters. All hail the king. All shall submit. Volume 1, The King of Monsters concluded. Chapter 89, The Subjugation of the Disloyal, Queen Mudo in the icy expanse of Antarctica, following the conclusion of the coronation ceremony. Wen Chao commanded the snow demon to escort all present Titan beasts through the nearby subterranean passageway to the underworld. Meanwhile, he called out to Radon, who was also preparing to join the main assembly. Your Majesty, what is it that you wish of me? Please command me. Radon beamed up at Wen Chao, his demeanor unmistakably that of a treacherous sycophant. Wen Chao regarded this cunning old trickster with exasperation. After the recent oath of loyalty, all the newly arrived Titan beasts had become fervent devotees, providing a surge of faith energy that was 50 times greater than that of ordinary believers. With 13 Titan beasts, the daily contribution of faith energy reached an impressive 5 strands, equivalent to 5 evolution points. Yet, Radon alone had ascended from a mere generic believer to a shallow believer, offering a paltry 5 strands of faith energy daily, merely 0.005 evolution points, making him a staggering 100 times inferior to the likes of Skura and Behemoth. It was as if he had no regard for Wen Chao, the newly appointed king of monsters. Contemplating this, Wen Chao's gaze towards Radon grew increasingly menacing as he scrutinized him, deliberating on how to address the situation. Loyalty that is not absolute is tantamount to disloyalty. Perhaps it would be best to simply devour this duplicitous creature. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? Please spare my life. Radon felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending doom, as he met Wen Chao's gaze, which bore the intensity of a predator sizing up its prey. He hastily prostrated himself in supplication. The other Titan beasts, preparing to depart, turned their attention towards the commotion, their expressions rife with confusion. Had Radon angered the new king? That traitor deserves it. Godzilla scoffed, having long harbored disdain for Radon. Thousands of years prior, he had allied himself with Ghidorah, attempting to play both sides. Were it not for Mothra's counsel, he would have dispatched the traitor long ago. Your Majesty, please, calm your wrath, Mothra implored, fluttering to Wen Chao's side. Having fought alongside Radon against Ghidorah eons ago, she was unaware of the specifics that had incited Wen Chao's ire. Yet she earnestly requested clemency for him. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, please. Radon repeatedly bowed in supplication. Mothra, dear sister, you plead for Radon. Yet in the original narrative, he showed no mercy when he turned against you to ally with Ghidorah. Wen Xiao sighed inwardly at Mothra's kind-heartedness, though he refrained from divulging the matter of the system. Nevertheless, out of respect for Mothra, he resolved to grant Radon a chance. Very well. Since you have interceded on his behalf, I shall temporarily spare you. Do not presume that I am unaware of your true thoughts. Wen Xiao nodded at Mothra, then fixed his gaze on Radon. Thank you, Your Majesty. After expressing her gratitude to Wen Xiao, Mothra returned to the team, having fulfilled her intentions. What transpires next is no longer her concern. It all hinges on Radon's own performance. Caw! Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. Radon's heart skipped a beat. Did he suspect that this new king, Kong, had discerned his intentions to incite rebellion against the former sovereign, Godzilla? It seems he must deliberate carefully and refrain from hasty actions, prioritizing the establishment of trust with the new king. Very well, it is settled. You may return to the underworld. Radon and I have matters to attend to. Naturally, Wen Xiao remained unaware of Radon's inner thoughts. After bidding farewell to Snow Godzilla and the other titans, he summoned the anxious Radon, and together they soared towards America. Caw! Your Majesty, what is our purpose? If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to command me. Radon, flying beside Wen Xiao, inquired with a visage of eager servitude. We are off to subdue the insubordinate, Wen Xiao declared with fierce determination. In his perception, there were still 2 titanic beasts yet to pledge allegiance to him in Antarctica. Since they refused to submit, they would serve as his evolution points, simultaneously setting an example for others. This was Radon's final opportunity. Upon hearing Wen Xiao's response, Radon dared not speak further and cautiously followed in Wen Xiao's wake. In the realm of the legendary monster universe, Radon boasted a flight speed of 2.5 Mach. However, with the application of aerial techniques and storm manipulation, Wen Xiao matched Radon's velocity, and through the acceleration of the underworld passage, they swiftly arrived in New Jersey, where one of the defiant titans, Queen Mudo, resided. At that moment, New Jersey appeared as if the apocalypse had descended, with the awakening of Queen Mudo spawning a multitude of ordinary Mudo larvae, swiftly engulfing the city and transforming it into a breeding ground for the Mudo clan. As the archrival of the Godzilla lineage, the Mudo clan is hierarchically divided into 3 tiers. The lowest rank consists of ordinary Mudos, akin to the Mudo couple in the film Godzilla. A female Mudo, after emerging victorious in conflicts among her kin, may evolve into a Mudo queen, who has the potential to further ascend to the highest echelon, the Supreme Mudo. Presently, at the heart of New Jersey, this Mudo queen bore a triangular head and jaw, with a pair of glowing red eyes at either end. Her upper body was adorned with 2 massive forelimbs, while her lower half possessed 4 smaller hind limbs, and her chest featured a pair of relatively shorter auxiliary arms. Her appearance closely resembled that of an ordinary female Mudo, save for the crown-like spines along her back, signifying her royal status. Her body was marred with numerous scars from past battles, a testament to her qualifications for evolving into a Supreme Mudo. Squeak! In response to the arrival of Wen Xiao and Radon, the Mudo queen stood atop the ruins, unflinching, and emitted a provocative roar. Caw! Your Majesty, allow me to demonstrate how to handle her. Radon cried out, eager to prove himself and redeem his image in Wen Xiao's eyes. No need, simply observe from the sidelines. Wen Xiao halted the advancing Leighton, enveloped in a swirling aura of azure and white. With his arms outstretched downward, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward the soaring Mudo queen. The explosion erupted, shattering half of her armored shell, and the grievously injured Mudo queen plummeted to the earth like a meteorite, wailing as she crashed into a nearby edifice. Wen Xiao pursued relentlessly, seizing her hind limbs, as energy transformed into chains that ensnared her torso. With a violent tug, he wrenched her hind legs from her body as if they were mere decayed timber. With a shriek, the Mudo queen struggled to raise her forelimbs and struck the ground with tremendous force, unleashing an electromagnetic pulse capable of silencing Godzilla's atomic furnace in defiance. Yet, Wen Chao's aura coalesced into a protective shield, effortlessly withstanding the oncoming pulse. He then seized her robust forelimbs and forcefully twisted them until they snapped. Ultimately, he stood upon the Mudo Queen's back, gathering a brilliant azure-white light in his palm, and pierced directly through her core. The resulting explosion of radiant energy sent shockwaves cascading outward as the colossal form of the Mudo Queen succumbed to its power. Her crown-like structure on her back reduced to mere dust. Chapter 90. No pain without comparison. Hark. Your Majesty's might is unparalleled. The mere Queen Mudo pales in your presence. In the recent battle, Your Majesty moved with the grace of a dragon, striking with the swiftness of lightning, leaving onlookers in awe as though a celestial deity had descended. Such grandeur, I dare say, would leave even the divine beings of the heavens feeling inadequate. Leighton descended from the sky, sidling up to Wen Chao with obsequious flattery. Yet, Wen Chao found himself utterly speechless at Leighton's incessant flattery. However, upon glancing at the notifications on the system panel, he noted that Leighton's faith in him remained unchanged, revealing the cunning nature of the creature. Wen Chao chose to disregard the slippery bird and proceeded to consume the remains of Queen Mudo. The sound of crunching echoed as her hard shell was crushed and swallowed. As he feasted, he cast a glance at Leighton, who was still eager to curry favor, his eyes gleaming with appetite. Leighton trembled, shrinking back like a quail, too intimidated to utter another word. Devoured Queen Mudo. Evolution points 200, energy radiation 91, 111, 100, expert master. Evolution points 40, evolution points 7,926, 100, 00, 8166, 10,000. The recent coronation ceremony for the new king had consumed nearly an entire day, with a daily conversion of 1,276 points of faith into evolution points, in addition to the 240 points acquired from devouring Queen Mudo. Wen Chao was now on the cusp of unlocking the fourth stage of evolution. Once he had consumed the final defiant Titan beast, he intended to return to the underworld to host a grand celebration for his ascension, perhaps even employing a B-41 hydrogen bomb for festivities. This would undoubtedly yield ample evolution points, sufficient to facilitate his evolution to the fourth stage. With this thought in mind, Wen Chao swallowed the last morsel of Queen Mudo's flesh, preserving her remains as trophies in his spatial pouch. He then executed his aerial technique, soaring into the sky, prepared to seek out the location of another rebellious Titan beast, with Leighton obediently following in his wake. At that moment, a beacon of faith, emanating from a fervent devotee, surged into Wen Chao's consciousness, pinpointing its origin in the ravaged city of New Jersey. Are there still my fervent devotees in New Jersey? While Wen Chao was indifferent to the lives of ordinary believers, he felt compelled to investigate the handful of fervent followers. Activating the faith beacon within his mind, a familiar figure materialized, a World War II veteran, Hank Morrow, whom Wen Chao had previously dispatched from Skull Island to spread the faith in America. "Oh my God, I beseech your great mercy to save us, your devoted followers." In the vision transmitted by the faith beacon, Hank held the black-scaled token bestowed upon him by Wen Chao, fervently bowing and praying alongside a multitude of followers behind him, all directed towards the sky, beseeching their deity. Surrounded by dozens of ordinary Mudo larvae, who trembled at the formidable aura emanating from the black-scaled artifact in Hank's hand, they dared not advance to attack. Yet, unwilling to abandon this fresh source of sustenance, they remained in a tense stalemate, neither side daring to make a move. However, as time passed, the Mudo larvae began to adapt to the aura of the black scales, growing increasingly restless, plunging the situation into dire peril. It was none other than the appointed leader of the American Titan guerrilla cult. Wen Chao had not anticipated that Hank, a veteran of World War II, was engaged in missionary work in New Jersey, only to find himself unfortunate enough to encounter the awakening of the Mudo Queen. To survive in such circumstances truly spoke to his extraordinary resilience. Nevertheless, upon this fateful encounter, Wen Chao could not stand idly by. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this swarm of Mudo larvae in one fell swoop, conveniently testing the power he had attained upon reaching the master level. Observing from above as the Mudo larvae, driven into a frenzy by the death of the Mudo queen, rampaged through New Jersey while relentlessly attacking the remaining survivors. Wen Chao extended his hands downward. Noticing this, Radon looked on with curiosity. A pale blue energy flame materialized in Wen Chao's palms, coalescing into orbs the size of basketballs. Under Wen Chao's command, these azure orbs cascaded down like a rain of light, accurately striking each Mudo larva below, with a series of crackling explosions. Every last Mudo larva in New Jersey was obliterated in an instant. The mastery of energy had indeed enhanced his power, while also granting him a greater ease of control than before. Withdrawing his hands, Wen Chao reveled in his newfound mastery, allowing him to manipulate the energy within him with unprecedented finesse. Had he unleashed such a wave of energy prior to his upgrade, it would have been akin to deploying a multitude of small nuclear devices, potentially leveling all of New Jersey rather than saving lives. "Majesty, your might is unparalleled," Radon exclaimed, eager to flatter and salvage his reputation in Wen Chao's eyes. Yet, despite his extravagant praise, the faith he offered remained unchanged, and Wen Chao paid him no heed. Should Radon continue to feign loyalty after vanquishing the final rebellious Titan beast, he would not hesitate to consume him as well. Nodding in the direction of the fervent believer Hank, Wen Chao ascended into the heavens, setting his sights on the next destination. "Majesty, wait for me," Radon cried out, hastily following suit. "Thank you, our God, for descending with divine might, rescuing your faithful from the brink of despair. This is the storm god, King Kong, the one true deity of our time. His radiance pierces the clouds like the blazing sun, and his compassion descends like a gentle rain throughout our lives. We shall eternally honor his holy name." After Wen Chao departed, Hank raised the relic, a black scale, and fervently proclaimed, his face alight with zeal. Soon, a multitude of survivors gathered around him, and under his fervent encouragement, a grand missionary ceremony unfolded amidst the ruins of New Jersey. Consequently, New Jersey transformed into the sacred city of the Titan gorilla cult in America, swiftly regaining its former splendor, surpassing even its past glory. Hank Marlowe ascended to sainthood, with faith increasing by 10 strands daily. Evolution points 10. Evolution points 8,166 100 00 8176 10,000. Current number of saints 3. Look at them. In flight, Wen Chao observed the system panel's details and cast a disdainful glance at the radon behind him, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 91. The Fall of Supreme Mudo. The annihilation of the Mudo clan, the death of Radon, a heartbreaking tragedy. Philippines, Mindanao Island. Volcanic ash veils half the sky as the last Titan, refusing to submit to Wen Chao, rampages across this Southeast Asian island, replete with active volcanoes. This ancient creature, resembling a colossal beetle, pounds the earth with its dual claws, triggering a cataclysmic earthquake of nearly magnitude 12 along the fault line of Mindanao Island. The seismic upheaval nearly rends the island asunder, causing countless structures to collapse like mere toys, while simultaneously, numerous volcanoes erupt in unison. In an instant, chaos reigns, flames engulf the land, and Mindanao Island appears to be spiraling into an apocalyptic vortex. Amidst this hellish tableau, a grotesque beast leisurely absorbs the immense energy unleashed by the volcanic eruptions, all while the desperate wails of humanity echo around it. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the beast's dark crimson, compound eyes flicker beneath the clouds, unleashing a provocative roar towards the horizon. Wen Chao, enveloped in a ghostly azure aura, descend from the heavens, his towering form, now 177 meters tall from devouring the Mudo queen, sweeps through the volcanic ash, dispersing it and revealing the figure of the rebellious Titan below. Its head bears an insect-like visage, with sharp mandibles glistening with menacing teeth, and its eyes blaze with a terrifying red light. Spikes adorn its head and back, cold and razor-sharp, while the most striking feature is its exceptionally robust forelimbs. Enveloped in a fiery orange exterior that resembles forged steel, muscles taut with formidable strength. The claws at their ends are astonishingly sharp, akin to a killing machine emerging from the abyss, exuding an aura of dread. The ancient titan, Supreme Muto. It turns out this formidable foe of Godzilla is indeed the Supreme Muto, and my campaign against the rebellious has transformed into an operation to assist Godzilla in eliminating his nemesis. Recognizing the identity of the titan below, Wen Xiao finds himself bemused. Supreme Muto first appeared in the prequel comic Godzilla, Aftershock, and is a powerful titan that nearly vanquished Godzilla. Historically, this entity had slain a fellow creature of Godzilla's lineage named Dagon on the island and had injected 2 Muto eggs into its remains. The Muto couple depicted in the film Godzilla hatched from Dagon's carcass. However, with the island now obliterated, they will never again see the light of day. The Muto clan has proven to be wholly rebellious. Thus, their existence is rendered unnecessary. Wen Xiao coldly regards the taunting Supreme Muto below and extends his hands. An azure-white aura coalesces, and 2 enormous energy blasts, akin to small mountains, burst forth, shattering the protective shell of Supreme Muto into fragments. In an instant, the wounded Supreme Muto raises its head, unleashing a deafening sonic roar that rends the clouds, surging towards Wen Xiao above. Yet, Wen Xiao, cloaked in azure flames, effortlessly withstands this sonic assault, potent enough to shatter Godzilla's dorsal fins. Dare to resist? Alas, you are far too weak for me now. With arms outstretched, Wen Xiao executed his specialized technique for vanquishing foes, the prince's battle strategy. Countless azure and white energy waves cascaded from above, relentlessly bombarding the mighty Muto. The air resonated with thunderous explosions, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Supreme Muto, whose colossal form was soon engulfed by the billowing smoke of the blasts. The cacophony of detonations persisted, and within the swirling haze, the Supreme Muto's roars gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Wen Xiao summoned a fierce gust of wind, dispersing the surrounding smoke to reveal the battered remains of the Muto progenitor, now devoid of life, marking the extinction of the entire Muto lineage. The prince's battle strategy proved to be exceedingly gratifying in its efficacy. Reluctantly, Wen Xiao retracted the azure aura, gently descending upon the scarred earth, and then seized the remains of the Supreme Muto, devouring them voraciously. In the air, Radon looked on in astonishment, marveling at the rapid ascent of this newly crowned Monster King. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a fierce exchange with the Muto Queen, and now he effortlessly dispatched the even mightier Supreme Muto. It was no wonder that the proud Godzilla bowed before him. Observing Wen Xiao feast below, Radon's eyes flickered with indecision. Perhaps complete submission to this power was not such a poor choice after all. Yet, the notion of loyalty held no place in Radon's lexicon. The innate trait of treachery soon took precedence, leading Radon to ultimately make a grievous error. Folding his wings, he landed not far from Wen Xiao, who was ravenously consuming the Supreme Muto, and donned a sycophantic smile, preparing to launch into a new round of flattery. Based on his experience, he believed that with well-placed compliments, one could navigate any hierarchy. However, he remained oblivious to the murderous intent glimmering in Wen Xiao's occasional sidelong glance. Devoured Supreme Muto. Evolution points 300. Energy radiation. 11 141 100. Master. Evolution points 60. Evolution points 8,176 100 00 8536 10,000. After glancing at the data on the system panel, Wen Xiao turned his gaze toward Radon, who was preparing to flatter him. Before Radon could utter a word, Wen Xiao raised a hand to halt him, shaking his head in exasperation at the duplicitous bird still clinging to shallow beliefs. It seemed my plan to intimidate Radon with the defeat of Muto had utterly failed. A traitor would always remain a traitor. Radon, I should not have harbored expectations of you. As soon as the thought left his lips, azure flames once again ignited around Wen Xiao's hands. "Caw, Your Majesty, what? What do you intend to do?" Radon stammered, anxiety creeping into his heart, an ominous premonition enveloping him. In the battle against the formidable Supreme Muto, Radon had fought valiantly, yet ultimately met his demise. A tragic loss, a noble sacrifice. I mourn the loss of a valiant ally. As if a wing had been severed, my heart chilled like autumn's breath. Yet I have avenged you by slaying the supreme Mudo. Radon, go in peace. Caw, your majesty, no. Amidst the terror-stricken screams of Layden, when Chao unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the head of the treacherous avian beast. With a countenance etched in sorrow, he cradled the decapitated body of Layden, consuming it with tears in his eyes. Devoured Layden. Evolution points 300. Energy radiation 41 171 100. Master. Evolution points 60. Evolution points 8,536 100 00 8896 10,000. With a contented burp after devouring 2 colossal titans. When Chao patted his belly, reveling in satisfaction, glancing at the system panel that indicated a mere 1104 points shy of fulfilling the requirements for the 4th tier evolution, he nodded in approval. This expedition to quell rebellion had concluded flawlessly, and it was time for him to return. Chapter 92. The imminent trial of group administrators before departing. When Chao stored the remains of the Supreme Mudo and Radon into the space of the red envelope, he retained some as trophies for his collection and subsequently listed them in the group marketplace alongside the previously acquired remains of Tiamat, Ghidorah, and the Queen Mudo. The handsome figure from Skull Island has launched new merchandise. If you are intrigued, come take a look. The handsome figure from Skull Island. Genius Beautiful Girl, Bulma. New stock has arrived. Genius Beautiful Girl. I'm coming. Wow, there's so many this time. Aside from this massive serpent named Tiamat, where did you acquire the others? When Chao. The handsome figure from Skull Island. Having just ascended as the new Monster King, it is only natural that I vanquish the disloyal. These are all rebels who dare to oppose me. Genius Beautiful Girl. I see. So these are the final batch of remains? The handsome figure from Skull Island. Indeed, the remaining titanic beasts are already under my command. Such remains are unlikely to be found again. In the future, I may only be able to provide some of their blood, shed shells, scales, or feathers. Genius Beautiful Girl. That works too. It may slow down my research a bit, but with these 5 new remains you are selling, along with the 4-tailed and 5-tailed chakra previously sold by Xiao Nan, my plan to create artificial tailed beasts will soon come to fruition. Little fan. Oh, it seems, Bulma, that you are determined to succeed in the group administrator trial. Genius Beautiful Girl. Absolutely, victory is assured. Crimson Witch. Sister Bulma, how much longer until your trial cooldown is over? Genius Beautiful Girl. Today is the final day. I can commence tomorrow. The handsome figure from Skull Island. So, our competition officially begins tomorrow. Genius Beautiful Girl. No problem. This time, I intend to redeem myself. Crimson Witch. I'm confident I will succeed as well, for I have learned numerous advanced spells. The handsome figure from Skull Island. I humbly believe that I will soon evolve again. This mere administrator trial will be a piece of cake. Little fan, alas. You lot are so formidable that I can only focus on participation. Eternal Emperor, it seems I shall miss this. The Qin fleet, led by Zhang Han and Han Xin, has just landed in the New World, while Meng Tian and Xiong U.S. armored forces have only just reached the European mainland. The unification of the world by the Qin still requires considerable time. Little fan, go for it, Zhengge. The handsome figure from Skull Island. Zhengge, you are already quite swift. There is no need to rush. Eternal Emperor. Haha. I certainly understand. This must be the first collective event in our chat group. I merely feel a tinge of regret for not being able to partake. Angel of Paper. My qualification for the trial seems a distant prospect. I have just subdued the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts of the Earth Country and am en route to the Thunder Country to capture the 2-tailed and 8-tailed beasts. In the world of Naruto, Konan gazed at the ever-growing legion of tailed beasts behind her, a nostalgic expression gracing her features. Although she could not participate in this collective endeavor, the sensation of this expanding group transported her back to the early days of Akatsuki's inception. Keep going. Master of the Miraculous Tailed Beasts. The title of the King of Tailed Beasts in the ninja world awaits you, called out a charismatic voice from Skull Island. Haha. Conan's actions truly resemble that of a Pokemon trainer, capturing creatures to participate in the league, ultimately earning the title of champion. It's simply uncanny. Another chimed in, prompting laughter. The paper angel remarked, "The sword saint of Gryffindor." Noted, "As a newcomer, I can only look up to the esteemed and tremble in silence." The Scarlet Witch inquired, "By the way, Neville, what are the qualifications for your group administrator trial?" "The qualification for my trial is to completely eradicate all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I have already located one, the Ravenclaw diadem, in the room of requirement, and with the soul projection magic that Wanda sold me, I successfully destroyed the fragment of Voldemort's soul attached to it. Moreover, I also eliminated the fragment residing in the lightning scar on my forehead. Now, only 5 Horcruxes remain." The Scarlet Witch expressed, "You've mastered the soul projection spell so quickly, Neville. Clearly, you possess great aptitude for soul magic." The paper angel queried, "Have you also learned the Edo Tensei technique, Neville?" "Yes," the Sword Saint of Gryffindor responded. "I have summoned the souls of my parents, thanks to your assistance, dear Conan." "Congratulations!" exclaimed the others. "Thank you, everyone," he replied gratefully. In the Hogwarts realm, Neville beamed at the sight of his parents' spirits, engaged in conversation with members of the Order of the Phoenix. Behind him, Dumbledore stood, gazing at this lively scene, softly murmuring a name, Ariana. In the legendary monster universe, Wen Chao and his companions continued their conversation, discussing the developments in their respective worlds before bidding farewell and logging off. With all matters in the surface world settled, it was time for me to return. After patting his stomach, Wen Chao rose and flew towards the nearest passage to the Earth's core. In no time, he found himself back in the territory of the underworld. The numerous titanic beasts who had returned with him had already settled in various suitable habitats around the territory, as arranged by Snow Demon and Mosura. Only Godzilla lay idly in the central clearing, resting. The little monkey, Suko, who had just returned from the IVI tribe, observed the former king of monsters from a distance, torn between the desire to approach and the fear of doing so. "Ah, Father, you're back. I've heard all about it. Congratulations on becoming the new king of monsters."